Chapter 192. The tiger enters the sheep pen. Ding Tuanshuan nodded slightly and quietly descended into the lower cabin. As she entered, a foul odor assailed her senses. The last time she had encountered Zhang Haoyan, she had inflicted a grievous injury upon him, one that had gone untreated and was now on the verge of attracting vermin. "Is it you? Little beauty, I have never wronged you. Why are you treating me so cruelly?" Zhang Haoyan recoiled in fear, his body instinctively retreating. "Do not speak. Just open your mouth. I have brought you something to eat," Ding Tuanshuan whispered softly. Zhang Haoyan, having succumbed to hunger, quickly complied and opened his mouth. Yet, what was thrust into his mouth was a bundle of rags. Zhang Haoyan's face contorted in terror as he watched Ding Tuanshuan retrieve an array of knives and instruments from her backpack. That night was destined to be one of sleeplessness for Zhang Haoyan. Ding Tuanshuan engaged in her macabre pastime for over 3 hours before finally returning to sleep. As dawn approached, she stealthily rose again, pretending to stand watch on the deck. The next morning, under Ye Feng's orders, the warship and the large vessel set sail downstream. As their supply of salt had been depleted, necessitating a team to harvest salt from the beach. In the past, such a task could have been assigned to a mere pair of individuals, requiring no full mobilization. However, Ye Feng, wary of Ma Xikong, insisted that all hands be on deck to prevent any of them from falling prey to that rogue. It was all Zhang Haoyan's fault. Had he not fired the crossbow, Ma Xikong would have long since met his demise. After 5 hours of navigation, they arrived at the location of the cave. "Brother Feng, we have a situation on the shore," Chung Li Bin exclaimed, lowering his binoculars and pointing 200 meters away. Ye Feng hurried over to see a group of over a dozen members of the Ye tribe approaching the beach. Upon spotting the large vessel behind them, their faces turned pale, and with a swift motion, they vanished into the forest. Clearly, after their encounters with Ye Feng, these brave Ye warriors had come to recognize his formidable prowess and the terrifying aspects of modern civilization. In former times, the Ye tribe had roamed freely throughout the Black Tree River Basin, without the need to live like the two boss savages, always on the run. Are these fellows also here to harvest salt from the beach? Ye Feng pondered aloud. Heli, standing behind him, shook her head. "No, our Ye tribe, oh no. They have never harvested salt from the beach. They merely lick a certain type of stone along the riverbank to supplement their salt intake." It was evident that Heli had fully distanced herself from the Ye tribe. "You all provide cover with your firearms on the shore, while I go capture one for interrogation." With that, Ye Feng descended the rope ladder into the canoe, his arms vigorously paddling with a speed rivaling that of a propeller. Upon reaching the shore, Ye Feng, weapon in hand, pursued the indigenous people. The soil of the rainforest was soft, and the footprints of the natives were clearly visible. After a kilometer of pursuit, Ye Feng finally spotted a cluster of over a dozen indigenous individuals, huddled together in discussion. "Greetings." Ye Feng emerged from the foliage. The group of indigenous individuals was startled, rising simultaneously in preparation to flee. However, upon realizing that it was only Ye Feng, their faces twisted into malevolent grins. "The foreign tribesman, you possess remarkable courage to arrive alone." Leading the group are 2 individuals marked with 5 stripes, belonging to the highest echelon of chiefs. No wonder they dare to confront Ye Feng head-on. "I have merely come to extend a greeting and inquire about your purpose at the beach." Ye Feng slung his rifle over his shoulder. There was no need to resort to firearms against these minor adversaries. After all, ammunition in the underground base was a precious commodity, and he intended to spend the rest of his life here. As for manufacturing bullets on this deserted island, that was nothing but a dream. With the current state of industrial facilities, it would take at least 5,000 years to attain the prerequisites for such production. "What we are doing is none of your concern, Ye Feng. Since you have the audacity to show up today, we shall claim your head and present it to the high priest as a trophy." Upon finishing their words, the 2 chiefs began to encircle Ye Feng with a strategic approach. Ye Feng sighed, questioning the necessity of violence. "The expanse of the Black Tree River region is vast. Why can't our 2 factions coexist peacefully? There are ample fish, game, minerals, and forests here to sustain both our tribes." He had another aim this time, to see if he could negotiate a truce with the natives and perhaps recruit some indigenous women to clean aboard the warship, as the atmosphere above was quite unpleasant, far from the cleanliness of a large ship. "Are you dreaming, foreigner? As an inferior race, what right do you have to coexist with our illustrious Ga tribe?" With that, the 2 chiefs charged toward Ye Feng simultaneously. "How absurd! Have I truly become the inferior race? Without employing any weaponry, Ye Feng assumed the initial stance of 8 extremes boxing. Suddenly, a long spear lunged toward his chest, the gust of wind whipping his hair wildly. Undoubtedly, this chief possessed immense strength, his thrust likely weighing 1,000 pounds. Yet, before Ye Feng, it fell short. With a single hand, he grasped the spear and yanked it back with force. The chief, caught off guard, was propelled into Ye Feng's embrace. But instead of a warm welcome, he met the impact of a size 43 foot. The thud echoed as the chief was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into a tree of considerable girth, incapacitated on the spot. The other chief, startled by the fate of his comrade, refrained from thrusting and instead swung the spear horizontally at Ye Feng's waist with great ferocity. A whoosh of wind followed, yet in the next moment, the spear splintered into 2 pieces. You? The chief stumbled backward in disbelief. It was no jest, with the blood scale protecting him. Ye Feng was impervious even to wooden spears, let alone iron ones. What are you waiting for? Charge together and slay the foreigner. The high priest will surely reward us. The chief commanded, retreating while urging the other minor warriors to advance. Ye Feng let out a cold laugh, akin to a tiger among sheep. With each punch and kick, he unleashed a force of 1,000 pounds. These indigenous warriors fell before him, unable to withstand even a single strike. This was Ye Feng holding back. If he had unleashed his full power, each blow could easily reach several thousand pounds, and any native who came into contact would surely perish. In less than a minute, the indigenous warriors lay strewn across the ground, wailing in agony. The chief's expression shifted dramatically, gritting his teeth. He cast aside his broken spear and drew 2 short swords from his waist. Ye Feng, did you believe I could wield only a spear? Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of my swordsmanship. With that declaration, the chief lunged at Ye Feng, brandishing his blades. Initially, Ye Feng regarded him with a degree of disdain, but gradually, his demeanor grew serious. The natives, having long relied on cold weapons, indeed possessed a directness and efficacy in close combat that surpassed the techniques he had learned in his village, devoid of any flourish. Of course, it was not that Ye Feng was incapable of besting him. Rather, he sought to test whether he could confront the blades unarmed. Clang! The short sword finally struck his arm, revealing a sheen of blood scales. With a swift motion, Ye Feng seized the blade's edge. Die! The chief exerted force, attempting to retract his sword, while simultaneously aiming to sever Ye Feng's hand. Alas, Ye Feng's palm manifested an abundance of blood scales, gripping the sword firmly. The chief pulled back repeatedly, yet to no avail. Ultimately, he relinquished the sword and thrust the remaining one towards Ye Feng's eyes. Such venom! Ye Feng exclaimed, hastily shielding his eyes with his hand. Clang! Blood scales appeared on the back of his hand. Finally, Ye Feng ceased holding back, delivering a decisive strike that met the sword head-on. Buzz! The chief's palm split open, and the remaining sword clattered to the ground. He raised his right hand, pale and trembling, gazing incredulously at his bloodied palm. Impossible! No beast fighter could possess such strength. No sooner had he spoken than Ye Feng seized his throat, pinning him to the earth. Speak! What was your purpose at the beach? Ye Feng inquired. You inferior species shall never extract information from me, the chief retorted defiantly, true to his status within the Gother tribe. Very well. Ye Feng's eyes glinted with malice as he delivered a punch to the chief's temple, ending his life. Having completed this, Ye Feng approached another chief, who was gravely injured and temporarily incapacitated. Now, tell me, what was your purpose at the beach? Were you specifically targeting me? Ye Feng, humph. As a chief of the Gother tribe, do you think I would divulge information to you? Ye Feng was taken aback. These chiefs exhibited far more resilience than the elders, preferring death over betraying their tribe's secrets. With a resounding punch, Ye Feng dispatched this chief as well. He then turned his attention to the other indigenous warriors. I shall ask once, answer me, and you may live. Should you aspire to be a warrior, their fates shall be yours. He gestured toward the 2 chiefs' corpses. Subsequently, Ye Feng executed 6 more indigenous warriors, and when it came to the 7th, the psychological defenses of this warrior finally crumbled. No, please don't kill me. The high priest said that the fortune has shifted to the beach, and we were instructed to seek the poison fruit there. After the indigenous man spoke, he appeared utterly drained, as if all his strength had been sapped. When a proud individual has their dignity trampled upon, the spark in their eyes fades away. Ye Feng gazed into the eyes of this native, and indeed, they had transformed into the lifeless gaze of a dead fish. Previously, there had been a glimmer of sharpness in their eyes, but that was now lost. Didn't your chieftain say that the poisonous fruit is inedible? Ye Feng countered. Yes, the poisonous fruit cannot be consumed. But the high priest and the chieftain instructed us to gather it to craft poisoned arrows for use against you. Oh, I mean, against the alien beasts. Once the psychological defenses of the indigenous man were breached, his responses flowed freely. Are you foolish? That is not a poisonous fruit. It is a fruit that enhances strength. Your high priest and chieftain have deceived you into harvesting this divine fruit for their exclusive enjoyment. Ye Feng patted his cheek. Impossible. Consuming the poisonous fruit leads to a gruesome demise. I have witnessed it with my own eyes, and the entire tribe has too. The indigenous man shook his head. You? Ye Feng wanted to say more, but thought better of it. It was akin to traversing back 2 millennia to inform Emperor Qin Shi Huang that the earth is round. It would utterly dismantle their understanding and possibly incite further animosity towards himself, as the truth conflicted with the education he had received since childhood. All right, I understand. You may proceed to collect the poisonous fruit, Ye Feng said, patting his head. The remaining 6 indigenous people rose, looking at Ye Feng with confusion. Alien, will you not partake of our brain matter? One of the natives inquired. Consume brain matter? I have no desire to contract a virus. Let us go. I am quite merciful. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. The group of natives retreated several meters before they dashed towards the beach with astonishing speed. As they exited the village, the high priest had warned them that aliens favored raw human brains and instructed them to act immediately upon meeting. Either it was you or I who would perish. However, witnessing Ye Feng's earlier actions seemed to contradict the high priest's words. Do not doubt the high priest. She speaks on behalf of the divine. Can the divine be mistaken? After a brief consultation, they resumed their sprint towards the beach. Meanwhile, Ye Feng returned to the large ship, opting not to board the warship for the time being, as he was disinclined to climb the lengthy rope ladder. Brother Feng, did you make any gains? Bao Qifeng approached him. After Long Wu sustained severe injuries, Ye Feng had appointed him as captain of the large ship. Indeed, those indigenous people are searching for the white fruit on the beach. Once they have gathered enough, we shall seize it for our own enjoyment. Ye Feng said with a mischievous grin. But the indigenous people are not foolish. They won't leave any for us, will they? Bao Qifeng questioned, perplexed. Rest assured, the natives will not consume the white fruit. They will certainly store it in their animal skin pouches, Ye Feng asserted confidently. Bao Qifeng nodded and proceeded to the bow to steer the ship. Lower the power in the hold. However, after calling out thrice, the large ship remained motionless. Ye Feng's brow furrowed. Could it be that Zhang Haoyin had been incapacitated? Thus, he led the others to the hold. What awaited them was a horrifying scene. Zhang Haoyin was found covered in wounds, his mouth stitched shut by fish spines, one eye blinded, and half of his nose severed. Who did this? Wasn't it agreed to avoid such fatal consequences? What can Zhang Haoyin do now? Ye Feng turned sharply, glaring at the crowd. I don't know. Ding Tuanshuan shrugged, feigning innocence. Don't know? Ye Feng leaned in closer, mere inches from Ding Tuanshuan's face. Brother Yi, with my charm, how could I possibly commit such an act? It must have been Chunin, Ding Tuanshuan replied. Chunin was on the battleship last night. It couldn't have been him. Ye Feng scanned the group, unable to identify a suspect after much deliberation. Reluctantly, he drew a dagger to cut Zhang Haoyin's ropes and helped remove the fish spines from his lips. Each spine dislodged caused Zhang Haoyin's body to convulse. He's beyond saving. Let's toss him into the river. With a splash, Zhang Haoyin was hurled into the water, as the large ship remained tethered to the battleship, continuing its voyage towards the beach. Half an hour later, the familiar coastline emerged before Ye Feng. Leave a few gunners on the ship. The rest of you, head to the shore. Those who gather oysters, gather oysters. Those who tend to the fire, tend to the fire. Those who dry salt, dry salt. Ye Feng was the first to leap onto the beach. Oh, the others rushed onto the sand, inhaling the liberating air. Being cooped up on the ship had nearly driven them to madness. Chapter 194. The dagger pierced Lena's chest. However, as the leader, Ye Feng could not afford to rest. The natives were collecting ginkgo along the shoreline. If they finished and slipped away, it would render his efforts futile. Ding Tuanshuan, stop your leisure. Accompany me into the woods to attend to serious matters, Ye Feng commanded. I refuse. We've finally reached the beach. I want to enjoy myself. Ding Tuanshuan protested vigorously. Come here. Ye Feng seized her collar, forcefully guiding her into the forest. After venturing a kilometer into the woods, Ye Feng finally turned to Ding Tuanshuan. You were behind Zhang Haoyin's predicament, weren't you? Absolutely not. Ding Tuanshuan shook her head rapidly. Still denying it? The others on the ship are quite composed. They wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Now, the ship's future relies on you. Ye Feng scolded, patting her on the head. In a civilized society, Ding Tuanshuan might still be a high school freshman. Yet, among the natives, at her age, she might already be a mother of several children. Now, stranded on a deserted island, Ye Feng was uncertain whether she could be considered an adult. At that moment, Ye Feng paused, noticing a small tree about 10 meters ahead, adorned with white fruits. He quickly dashed forward, covering Ding Tuanshuan's mouth, fearing her voice might scare the fruits away. With a swift throw of a flying knife, the tree was severed, and 3 white fruits plummeted to the dark soil. Ye Feng hurriedly rushed to collect the fruits, beckoning Ding Tuanshuan. Come here, brother Ye. Is this the white fruit you mentioned? Ding Tuanshuan approached, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she looked at the fruits in Ye Feng's hand. Open your mouth, huh? It seems that Ye Feng has a particular fondness for Ding Tuanshuan, as he stuffed 3 ginkgo nuts into her mouth. Initially, she managed to endure it. But after a short while, her delicate face flushed crimson, and she emitted sounds of distress. Brother Ye, after consuming these fruits, my stomach feels so bloated. Ding Tuanshuan clutched her abdomen, writhing in Ye Feng's embrace. Simultaneously, a powerful heat surged through her limbs and body. This torment persisted for half an hour, and when Ding Tuanshuan finally regained her composure, her eyes were filled with fear. Ye Feng let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that someone unaccustomed to ginkgo nuts should not consume too many within a single day, lest their physique be unable to withstand it. Just like himself, who had experienced a slight discomfort after consuming 3 ginkgo nuts for the first time. Tuanshuan, do you feel any changes in your body? Ye Feng gently caressed her chubby face. Indeed, I feel so invigorated, my eyesight has improved, and my strength has significantly increased, Ding Tuanshuan replied, raising her tiny fist in triumph. That's splendid. Let us continue our journey along the coastline and refrain from venturing deep into the jungle. With that, Ye Feng took her hand, and they commenced their trek. After walking nearly 200 meters, they encountered another small tree adorned with 3 hefty ginkgo nuts. Huh! Just as I anticipated, Ye Feng exclaimed, darting forward to gather the 3 nuts in his hands. He had previously envisioned the entire Black Tree River Basin as akin to a grand tree, with the tributaries' ends resembling its branches. Thus, the ends of the tributaries were the most likely places to find ginkgo nuts. Over time, the fruits atop the branches would mature and fall to the ground. If one were to view the entire land from an upright perspective, the ground would essentially represent the current coastline. Hence, it was the season for ginkgo nuts to ripen. If left unpicked, they would fall upon the shoreline. This time, Ye Feng dared not let Ding Tuanshuan consume any, opting instead to eat all 3 ginkgo nuts himself. Afterward, he drew out a dagger and, with Ding Tuanshuan on his back, plunged it into his arm. A buzzing sound resonated as 6 or 7 blood-red scales emerged, effortlessly blocking the thrust of the dagger. In terms of quality, these scales were slightly superior in both size and quantity compared to before. It seemed that the Sunchaser had not deceived him. After consuming ginkgo nuts, the defensive capabilities of the scales would gradually enhance. As time passed, Ye Feng consumed dozens of ginkgo nuts in a remarkably short span, yet he did not encounter the fabled silver fruit. A sense of satiety prevented him from consuming any more ginkgo nuts. He decided to place the remaining nuts into his military backpack, intending to distribute them later to trustworthy individuals such as Old Cheng, Old Bao, Su Yun, and Zhang Yan. Brother Ye, why are the fruits ahead golden? Ding Tuanshuan pointed to a spot 20 meters to their left. Ye Feng had already anticipated this, for there stood a pale golden tree with a golden fruit slowly growing, its enticing aroma wafting several meters away. Do not speak. Be cautious lest it retract, Ye Feng urged, his eyes gleaming as he reversed his grip on the dagger. Once the golden fruit ripens, he shall cast his flying daggers. On the beach, Su Yun was leading her small loyal companion towards the shallow waters, while Bao Qifeng inscribed a colossal message in the sand. After completing the international distress signal, he retrieved a wallet from his pocket, the side adorned with a family portrait. He gazed vacantly at the image within. In the photograph, he sat in the front row, cradling a 5 or 6-year-old girl, whose likeness bore a striking resemblance to Commander Ding's daughter. Behind him stood his son and daughter-in-law, their faces illuminated by radiant smiles. Regardless, he clung to the hope of returning home, Even the faintest glimmer of possibility compelled him to strive. Meanwhile, others on the beach indulged in oysters, relishing the fleeting tranquility and freedom of the rainforest. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed through the sky as dark clouds enveloped the sun. 5 kilometers away from the beach, the high priestess personally grasped a dagger, slitting the throat of a ferocious tiger. After this, she dipped her fingers in the fresh blood, then retrieved a twisted, writhing worm from a box. Upon contact with the blood, the worm sprang to life. On the deck of the grand vessel, Heli abruptly shuddered. Her once clear eyes now clouded, as though manipulated by some unseen force. She slowly drew the dagger and advanced step by step toward Lena, who was operating a machine gun. Seemingly sensing something amiss, glanced back at Heli. Heli, what has happened to your gaze? Lena felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively reaching for her pistol. Alas, it was too late. Thud. The dagger pierced Lena's chest. A chilling scream erupted from the deck. Heli dragged Lena's lifeless body aside, suddenly raising the machine gun and aiming it toward the beach. What on earth is happening? Ye Feng turned to glance at the grand ship, instinctively shielding Ilian behind him, as she reminded him of his granddaughter. Others rose, casting perplexed glances toward the deck of the ship. In the next moment, a torrent of flames erupted from the machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. The 2 tribesmen of Tuba hadn't yet comprehended the situation when their bodies were shattered, blood splattering everywhere. This is dire. Has Heli betrayed us? Just as Ye Feng uttered these words, 2 bullets struck him. Ah! He cried out in agony, exerting his final strength to push Ilian away. Quick, go find Brother Feng. With that, Ye Feng collapsed to the ground, his body slackening. He writhed, yearning to grasp that family portrait in his hand. Ilian, paralyzed by fear, sprinted into the woods. Zhang Yin swiftly reacted, raising her rifle to return fire at the ship. Bang! Bang! Unfortunately, both shots missed their mark. In the next moment, Zhang Yin felt her body propelled backward, blood mist erupting from her abdomen and chest. Ah! Heli! It was her, Zhang Yin managed to utter before losing consciousness entirely. As she closed her eyes, her entire life flashed before her like a kaleidoscope. Abandoned by her parents at the tender age of 10, she fell into depravity at 20, found companionship with Wang Xiong at 25, and at 28, she met Ye Feng. Ah, Feng. Zhang Yan's lips twitched slightly, her body eerily still. The deafening sound of the Maxim machine gun unleashed a torrent of bullets, sending the crowd on the beach scurrying like headless flies. Simultaneously, on the deck of the warship, Susan regained her composure. She swiftly raised her rifle, aiming at Heli's back. Bang! Bang! With 2 shots fired, Heli merely paused for an instant before continuing to rain bullets upon the beach. Su Yun, upon hearing the gunfire, hurriedly took hold of the little dog and rushed over. Heli, spotting Su Yun on the deck, immediately redirected her gun, aiming at her. Just as the flames of the gunfire flickered to life, they abruptly ceased, for the barrel had turned incandescent red, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. You traitor! I shall fight you. Upon hearing the gunfire from the deck, Long Wu emerged from the infirmary, and upon stepping out, he was confronted with the horrific scene before him. Ignoring his severe injuries, he lunged to embrace Heli's back, and the 2 engaged in a brutal struggle on the deck. The beach, ravaged by the machine gun, was now pockmarked and littered with several corpses, alongside a small grove of trees that had been shattered. Su Yun and the others cautiously emerged from their cover, gazing in shock at the devastation on the beach. Bao Gong. Rai Mai rushed over, embracing the lifeless body of Ye Feng. Though he had perished, his hand still pointed resolutely in one direction. Rai Mai glanced at a photograph 2 meters away, quickly retrieved it, and placed it upon Ye Feng's chest. Ugh! Su Yun, witnessing the carnage on the beach, covered her mouth, stifling a sob. Sister Yin? Chun and spotted Zhang Yan's lifeless form. On the deck of the ship, Long Wu continued to battle Heli. Susan paced anxiously on the warship, torn between the urge to fire and the fear of harming Long Wu. Quick! Let us take the canoe. We must not allow Heli to kill Long Wu. Rai Mai exclaimed, leading the charge onto the canoe. Alas, it was too late. From the forest along the coastline came the sound of rustling, accompanied by the sound of various grasses being trampled. Turning back, Rai Mai's eyes widened in horror. She could no longer concern herself with anything else and frantically paddled. The entire beach was swarming with indigenous people, the vengeful children, their numbers obscuring the horizon. In the rear, 4 vengeful children emerged carrying a palanquin, within which sat the high priestess. Luke and the remaining 3 elders stood obediently beside her. Onward. A chilling command echoed, and the vengeful children surged toward the canoe like a tidal wave. No, the canoe cannot move that swiftly. Tuba gritted his teeth and suddenly leaped from the canoe, brandishing his spear against the throng of vengeful children behind them. His fellow tribesmen exchanged glances and similarly jumped from the canoe. Sister Su-yun, Miss Raimai, you must escape. Today, I, Tuba, shall repay you. Upon concluding his words, Tuba bit his finger, smearing the crimson blood across his forehead. However, before he could assume a proper combat stance, the vengeful children surged forth like an overwhelming tide. In a mere 2 seconds, Tuba and his kin were engulfed by the onslaught of the vengeful horde. Yet, the relentless tide did not cease. They waded through the waters, seizing the tail of the canoe. Bang, bang, bang. Limiko, wielding dual pistols, only paused when her ammunition was entirely expended. On the deck of the warship, Susan and Chung Li Bean raised their rifles. Alas, the sheer number of vengeful children rendered their limited bullets ineffective. Fortunately, these malevolent beings did not employ blow darts. Otherwise, the occupants of the canoe would have perished in an instant. From the moment the vengeful children appeared until the battle's conclusion, scarcely a minute had elapsed. Su-yun, Limiko, Chunin, and Tuba were all captured alive by the vengeful horde. With a wave of his hand, Luke summoned several natives, who bound them tightly with ropes. Not only that, but a multitude of vengeful children also crawled up from the shallow waters onto the great ship. 2 minutes later, Long Wu was similarly restrained. Susan gasped for breath, incredulous at the unfolding chaos before her, nearly questioning her own reality. Just moments ago, they had been merrily frolicking on the beach, savoring oysters and basking in the sun, when suddenly, their world had crumbled. Some vengeful children leaped from the great ship, swiftly swimming towards the warship. Sister Susan, should we depart now, or await Feng Ji's return? Chung Li Bean inquired anxiously, eyeing the encroaching horde. Susan, do not hesitate. Several vengeful children have already boarded the warship. Chung Li Bean's voice grew sharp with urgency. We must depart. Head into the deep sea. Susan commanded. The colossal warship slowly began to maneuver towards the depths of the ocean. Yet, 5 or 6 vengeful children clung to the underside of the vessel, their formidable strength propelling them inch by inch towards the deck. At Susan's command, gunfire erupted on the deck. Ye Feng raced towards the beach, a golden dragon coiling gracefully around his legs as he sprinted. As for Ding Tuanshuan, he had temporarily secured her atop a tree. Given the dense gunfire on the beach moments ago, it was evident that numerous enemies were approaching, and Ye Feng could not risk her safety. Upon reaching the coconut grove, Ye Feng was met with a horrifying sight. The deck of the great ship was teeming with vengeful children, some leaping about while others had ascended the towering masts. In the distance, the warship was gradually departing from the beach, its smokestack belching thick plumes of smoke. Most alarming was the sight of the beach itself, densely populated with vengeful children, nearly completely overtaking the sandy expanse. No, Susan, do not leave. I am still on the beach. Ye Feng gasped, his expression one of shock as he gazed at the distant warship. Creak, creak, creak. The vengeful children seemed to sense something, simultaneously turning their heads, their malevolent gazes fixated upon Ye Feng. Kill, Luke commanded. Chapter 196. A forceful struggle. The incessant cries of the vengeful children surged towards Ye Feng like a relentless tide. With a fierce punch, Ye Feng sent 3 of them soaring into the air. Yet, an even greater multitude followed in their wake. Some attacked head-on, while others flanked him from the sides. A few even leaped onto the coconut trees, descending upon him from above. Within mere seconds, Ye Feng found himself engulfed in a vast ocean of vengeful spirits. Thud, thud, thud. He was oblivious to the number of blows he had sustained. The crimson scales on his body surfaced every second. This cannot continue. I shall perish if it does. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and broke through the encirclement of the vengeful children, fleeing deeper into the dense forest. Nonetheless, one of the spirits clung to his back. Great priest, shall I personally capture Ye Feng? Luck inquired. You are insufficient. Elder Manbeast, Elder Bach, accompany him. Ensure he remains alive. He will prove invaluable, the great priest replied calmly. Luck nodded, and, accompanied by the 2 elders, pursued him. The vengeful children on the beach parted, revealing the center where Raimai and others were bound like rice dumplings. Ye Feng raced through the forest with the swiftness of the wind, quickly creating distance from the pursuing spirits. However, whenever he attempted to pause and catch his breath, the spirits would invariably locate him once more. Reluctantly, he leaped into a large tree to conceal himself. As anticipated, within 5 minutes, a multitude of vengeful children congregated beneath the tree, as if they were aware of Ye Feng's presence above. This is strange. In the past, when I hid in trees, the spirits could not find me. Have these vengeful children mutated? With a thunderous crash, Ye Feng leaped from the tree, swinging his iron fists left and right. Dozens of vengeful children fell lifelessly, but the crimson scales on his body manifested 5 or 6 times in response. In the dense forest, the spirits held a distinct advantage. Their agility in climbing trees surpassed Ye Feng's, and their slender forms allowed them to navigate the woodland with ease. In contrast, Ye Feng often found himself contending with thorny thickets, either taking a detour or leaping over them, resulting in greater fatigue. Clang! A spear struck accurately against Ye Feng's back. A surge of crimson scales appeared, and the force of the blow propelled him forward by 3 meters. Thud! Ye Feng coughed up blood, feeling the impact reverberate through his insides. Yet, there was no time to lament. He continued to sprint ahead. The vengeful children refrained from using blow darts. Yet their speed was overwhelming, their sharp claws incessantly raking against Ye Feng's body. The vibrant crimson scales began to fade ominously. This is dire. If I continue to be on the defensive, my scales will inevitably deplete. Gritting his teeth, Ye Feng seized a broken branch and swung it backward with ferocity. Boom! The closest pursuing spirits were swept away, but others leaped towards him, some clinging to his shoulders, others to his back. Most infuriatingly, one vengeful child perched upon Ye Feng's neck, its claws relentlessly lunging towards his eyes. Damn it! Ye Feng forcefully shook off the vengeful child clinging to his neck and continued to sprint forward, only to be ensnared by 2 more vengeful children grasping his legs. With a roar, a cascade of blood scales enveloped Ye Feng's entire body, sending the vengeful children sprawling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng darted out of the woods, arriving at the long-cherished stream. In the open space, his speed surged, gradually increasing the distance between him and the vengeful children. Glancing back, he noticed 3 figures surging past the vengeful children, racing toward him with astonishing speed. Leading them was Luke. "Foreigner, there's no escape for you. Prepare to become the pet of the high priest." Luke's voice was piercing, as sharp as a blade to the ear. Damn it! Ye Feng continued to run upstream along the creek. Suddenly, another spear whizzed by. Ye Feng adeptly rolled to evade it. Though he narrowly escaped the spear, his speed was compromised. A horde of vengeful children emerged from the woods, some swinging through the trees, others scuttling across the ground, while some leapt through the underbrush. Ye Feng glanced at the opposite bank of the stream, where dozens of vengeful children gathered, their army surging like relentless waves toward him. Damn it! Ye Feng gasped for breath, witnessing the terrifying combat prowess of the vengeful children for the first time. "Foreigner, you cannot escape." Luke's voice echoed behind him. As he ran, Ye Feng picked up a pebble and hurled it back fiercely. Thud! To his dismay, Luke drew a short sword and effortlessly shattered the pebble into fragments. As the chase continued, Ye Feng soon reached the upper stream of the creek. The familiar cave remained, littered with various debris. Entering the cave now would be tantamount to seeking death, as the vengeful children could easily surround it and set it ablaze. Thus, he turned his gaze toward the top of the waterfall. If he could leap above the waterfall, perhaps he could temporarily fend off the vengeful children. With this thought, Ye Feng crouched and launched himself upward. He soared over 7 meters high, grasping a vine that dangled from the cliff above. However, his hopes were dashed the next moment. The vengeful children also sprang into action, climbing the vine with even greater speed. Simultaneously, a spear struck him in the chest. The faint crimson scales once again saved his life. This brief delay allowed the vengeful children to reach the top of the waterfall, surrounding him from above. The numbers of those below were staggering. "Capture him," Luke commanded, suddenly dragging out a massive fishing net that soared toward Ye Feng with ferocity. Thud! The enormous fishing net enveloped Ye Feng completely, and within it were numerous fishhooks. For an ordinary person, being ensnared by such a net would be a death sentence, as the hooks would tear their skin upon attempting to escape. Fortunately, Ye Feng, with his shimmering blood scales, exerted his strength to tear at the net. With a hissing sound, he began to break free. A vast fishing net was torn open, and Ye Feng's body fell at the entrance of the cave. The surrounding vengeful children formed a circle, incessantly chattering at Ye Feng. Luke stepped forward with steady resolve, a glimmer of derision flickering in his eyes. Did the foreigner truly believe that possessing a warship would allow him to rampage along the Black Tree River? The high priest was preoccupied with far more pressing matters and had no time to attend to you. Now, kneel obediently and return with us, or I shall ensure that you bleed your last drop of blood. Upon finishing his words, Luke took an iron spear from the hands of an elder behind him. Ye Feng pressed his lips tightly together, surveying the dense throng of vengeful children, a flicker of ferocity flashing in his gaze. I have long proclaimed that I harbor no intention of becoming enemies with your Gaha tribe, yet you insist on extermination. There is no alternative. Today, I, Ye Feng, shall become a desperate warrior. Chapter 197. Upon return, speak the truth with that. Ye Feng fastened a dagger to a wooden stick, casting a sharp glance at the adversaries surrounding him. Humph. Luke scoffed, slowly retreating a step. The multitude of vengeful children surged forth like a tidal wave, nearly engulfing Ye Feng. On the beach, the high priest extended a finger, slowly placing it near the mouth of a bound wild man, tightly wrapped like a dumpling. The wild man struggled desperately to escape the high priest's touch, but it was futile. A slender worm slithered into the wild man's mouth. In the next moment, the wild man's eyes turned crimson, and his trousers visibly transformed in an unsightly manner. What have you done to my kin, you demon? Tuba writhed, yet was firmly held down by two natives. Su Yun and the others were also bound, kneeling in a row on the beach, watching in terror as the wild man's eyes blazed red. In mere moments, the wild man's muscles bulged, straining against the ropes that bound him. Vengeful child. The high priest called out to the wild man. In the next instant, a sound akin to a squeak escaped the wild man's lips. What is happening? What have you done to my brother, you witch? Tuba roared. The high priest remained expressionless, calling out to the wild man once more. Vengeful child. Squeak. The wild man stared with terrified eyes, unable to speak human words any longer, instead emitting sounds identical to those of the vengeful children. With a sudden burst, a cloud of blood mist erupted from the wild man's rear, and within the mist, something appeared to emerge. Su Yun gasped, exclaiming, He has a tail coming out from behind. Raimai watched in shock as this bizarre scene unfolded. Everything transpiring before them had shattered their expectations. Su Yun trembled, her lips quivering as she beheld the tail slowly emerging from the wild man's backside. Not only that, but dark hair began to sprout from his once smooth skin, on his hands, arms, neck, and finally, his face. All were covered in dark fur. Squeak. The wild man cried out once more, his crimson eyes transforming into a venomous glare. Now a pale green. He has turned a man into a vengeful child. Rimiko's eyes widened, her body writhing backward incessantly. With a thunderous roar, the wild man's dark fur gradually transformed into a shimmering silver, and the bonds that restrained him were effortlessly severed. At that moment, the wild man had completely morphed into the form of a vengeful child, yet he bore two distinct differences from an ordinary vengeful child. Firstly, he stood at an imposing height of approximately 6 feet, and secondly, his hair glimmered in silver. The other vengeful children, upon witnessing this silver-haired figure, instinctively recoiled a few steps in fear. Vengeful child. The high priestess called out once more. The silver vengeful child immediately dropped to all fours, wagging its tail as it approached her, obediently lying down at her feet. You are ultimately too weak, having failed to evolve into a vengeful king, the high priestess remarked, gently patting the silver-haired child's head. Next, as the high priestess's voice faded, another wild man was dragged forth, forced to kneel on the ground by two towering members of the Ye tribe. The high priestess stepped closer, extending a finger. At that moment, the others finally discerned a green worm, as slender as a strand of hair, coiling around her fingertip. No, the wild man desperately attempted to retreat, but the green worm, seemingly sensing its target, crawled directly onto his face. He hurriedly clamped his mouth shut, trying to prevent the green creature from entering. However, it was futile. The slender green worm traversed up to his eyes and swiftly burrowed into his head. The two Ye warriors stepped back in alarm. The wild man, demonstrating remarkable resolve, lowered his head and smashed his eyes against the stone. Yet, it was utterly ineffective. A familiar scene unfolded once again. Squeak, squeak. Two cries of vengeful children emanated from the wild man's mouth, and a tail sprouted from his rear. Thick black fur erupted from his skin, transforming into silver at a visible pace, and as the silver reached its zenith, The tips of the silver fur emitted a faint golden glow. The high priestess, whose demeanor had been composed, momentarily brightened with delight, unable to resist taking a step forward. However, that golden hue lingered only for a fleeting moment before being entirely supplanted by silver. Another silver-haired, vengeful child emerged, swaying its tail, which spanned over 2 meters, and obediently lay down at the high priestess's feet. Next, a hint of disappointment tinged the high priestess's tone. Perhaps we should first escort them back to the tribe, where an authentic altar resides. This would enhance the chances of producing a vengeful king, a female priestess cautiously suggested. Very well, let us return. The high priestess nodded, and a throng of vengeful children surged forth, confining them within cages. Rimiko and Su Yun found themselves imprisoned in one cage, while Chun and Entubo were ensnared in another. Silver-haired, lead the way, the high priestess commanded. The two newly transformed silver-haired, vengeful children darted into the woods with a swiftness that far surpassed that of ordinary vengeful children. Boom! Ye Feng smashed through the encirclement of vengeful children, staggering toward the opposite bank of the stream. At that moment, he was drenched in blood. The blood scales long since vanished. The vengeful children showed no hesitation, relentlessly pursuing Ye Feng. Luck and his two companions leisurely trailed behind the vengeful child. They had concluded that, given Ye Feng's injuries, he could not escape for long. After an indeterminate distance, when Ye Feng felt utterly drained in both spirit and strength, he found himself confronted by a towering cliff, 100 meters high. He halted beside it, gazing at the cascading waterfall below. Suddenly, a multitude of vengeful children surged forth, completely blocking his retreat. Humph! Alien, are you not quite brave? Jump! If you leap from here, I shall cease my pursuit, Luck taunted, gesturing towards the precipice. Gasping for breath, Ye Feng cast a glance at the throng of vengeful children behind him. Gritting his teeth, he took a running start of 5 or 6 meters. With a whoosh, he propelled himself downward like a cannonball into the river below. With a resounding splash, water erupted 5 or 6 meters high, and in that moment of descent, Ye Feng succumbed to unconsciousness. Luck and his companions, taken aback, rushed to the edge of the cliff, watching Ye Feng's body floating on the surface of the water. What now? Have we truly killed Ye Feng? How shall we report this to the high priest? One elder inquired. Luck's expression was grim. He had anticipated that Ye Feng would hesitate to jump, never expecting him to be audacious enough to leap from such a height. Chief, we need a strategy quickly. The high priest is merciless. She has instructed us to capture Ye Feng alive, another elder remarked, his face ashen. What is there to fear? The high priest uses the cursed insects daily. Although we have managed to control the number of vengeful children, the entire Black Tree River region is plagued with these curses, and eventually, they will harm us. We shall return and speak the truth, Luck declared resolutely, turning away. The two elders exchanged glances and followed suit. The throng of vengeful children, without pause, receded like a tide. Ye Feng found himself in a peculiar dream, one in which he saw Zhang Yan. She cradled his head tenderly, gazing at him with soft eyes. Sister Yan, am I truly still alive? He murmured, reaching out to stroke her face. Yet, in an instant, the skin he touched peeled away, revealing blood-red flesh and bone beneath. With a scream, Ye Feng awoke from the nightmare. He looked around and realized he was by the same lake he had encountered previously. A few crocodiles lingered nearby, but fortunately, his stillness had kept him hidden from their predatory gaze. Otherwise, he might have perished in his sleep. Examining his body, he saw it marred with ghastly wounds, and the blood scales had long since ceased to surface. Struggling to rise, he discovered that his strength now equated to that of an ordinary person, and his spirit was at its nadir. The nearest crocodile, sensing potential prey, immediately whipped its tail and charged at him. Damn it, how the mighty have fallen. And now you dare to prey upon me? Ye Feng thought, reaching for his dagger only to find it long lost, along with his pistol. Now, he was merely an ordinary man, barehanded and defenseless. All right, I concede, he thought. Ye Feng staggered upstream towards the small creek, but after running a mere 20 meters, his body gave way, collapsing to the ground. Behind him, 4 or 5 massive crocodiles pursued him, their speed quickening upon witnessing his fall. Gasping for breath, Ye Feng managed to sit up, grasping a stone nearby. At last, the first crocodile lunged at him. Gritting his teeth, he braced his left arm before him, allowing the creature to bite down. With all his might, he struck the crocodile's head with the stone. Yet, his strength was insufficient to inflict any harm upon the beast. The crocodile twisted, preparing to execute its deadly roll. Without the protective scales of blood, Ye Feng risked having his arm torn off by the onslaught. Desperation surged within him, and he found an unexpected reserve of strength, leaping onto the crocodile's back and rolling with its momentum. However, the creature's deadly roll continued unabated. Ye Feng felt as though his bones might shatter. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he rolled again. Regrettably, the pursuing crocodiles drew closer, now just 2 or 3 meters away. In a dire predicament, with his right arm clamped in the jaws of a crocodile, he had no strength left to retaliate. Then, a gunshot rang out, and one crocodile's head exploded, its body convulsing on the ground. A flurry of shots followed, and the remaining crocodiles fell, lifeless in a pool of blood. Ye Feng lifted his pale face, gazing at a small figure emerging from the trees. Ding Tuanshuan, wielding a pistol, rushed towards him. Once she reached his side, she pressed the gun to the last crocodile's head and fired. The creature released its grip on Ye Feng's arm, collapsing lifelessly. "Brother Ye," Ding Tuanshuan cried, embracing him, her eyes filled with helplessness and terror. As a young girl in the woods, even after consuming 3 ginkgo nuts, she was still greatly frightened. "Tuanshuan, I can't move. Place my hand in the crocodile's wound. Quickly," Ye Feng urged weakly. "Please, brother Ye, don't die." Ding Tuanshuan didn't he question him, placing his hand into the crocodile's injury. In an instant, the seemingly deceased crocodile began to convulse, as if attempting to revive. Startled, Ding Tuanshuan fired 3 more shots into the crocodile's corpse. "No, wait. You've run out of bullets." Ye Feng exhaled slowly, withdrawing his hand from the wound. It bore no traces of blood. All the blood had been absorbed into his body, transforming into energy and vitality. However, this meager amount was hardly sufficient, as Ye Feng's injuries were severe. Thus, he struggled to rise once more, placing his hand into the wound of the next crocodile. 20 minutes later, only the desiccated corpses of 5 crocodiles remained, devoid of even a trace of blood. "Brother Ye, what has transpired?" Ding Tuanshuan inquired, gazing at Ye Feng's expression. Moments ago, his countenance had been ashen, as if on the brink of death. Yet now, a hint of color had returned to his cheeks, and a spark had ignited in his eyes. "Let us proceed to the lake downstream. There are still many crocodiles there," Ye Feng declared, drawing the dagger from Ding Tuanshuan's waist and striding purposefully toward the water's edge. Upon reaching the lake, 5 or 6 crocodiles immediately lunged at Ye Feng. "Beasts, meet your demise." With a revival of energy to 1/10 of his former strength, he found dispatching the crocodiles as effortless as an adult overpowering a child. He discovered that the freshly slain crocodiles yielded the most blood, rich with potent energy. The longer one waited, the less energy the blood contained. If several hours had elapsed since death, his vampiric technique would prove ineffective. Ding Tuanshuan watched in astonishment, her hand gently covering her mouth. She was the first to witness Ye Feng's secret. 2 hours later, Ye Feng carried a crocodile carcass to the lakeshore, where he kindled a fire and placed the crocodile meat upon it to roast. His vitality had now recovered to 2/3, making him capable of contending with an ordinary tiger. However, should he encounter a chief of the Ye tribe, he would still face certain death. Once the crocodile meat was cooked, Ye Feng consumed it voraciously. Strangely, after each blood meal, rather than feeling satiated, he experienced an insatiable hunger. Ding Tuanshuan, too, noted an increase in her appetite, evidently due to the 3 ginkgo nuts she had consumed. Soon, Ye Feng devoured the entire tail and 2 legs of the crocodile, finally feeling somewhat satisfied, with his strength restored to over 30%. "Brother Ye, why is there no blood on your hands? And how have you recovered so swiftly?" Ding Tuanshuan regarded Ye Feng with a mix of awe and trepidation. "I shall explain everything later. For now, we must head to the beach. If I am not mistaken, if we continue southward, we will reach the coastal area. I hope Zhang Yan and the others are wise enough to dock the ship by the shore, awaiting our return," Ye Feng stated, taking Ding Tuanshuan's hand as they made their way south. Unbeknownst to him, his absence had wrought profound changes within their team. Having traveled less than 5 kilometers, the familiar sea breeze filled his nostrils, prompting him to sprint toward the eastern beach. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Ye Feng halted at a particular spot. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as a flock of vultures ascended into the sky. On the ground lay a dozen or so spotted hyenas gnawing at the remains of corpses. One corpse appeared familiar to Ye Feng. "This, Zhang Yan." A roar echoed from the beach. "Be brother Ye, This is Uncle Bao's body. Ding Tianquan's voice trembled with sorrow. Ye Feng sank weakly onto the sand, bloodied and bewildered. What calamity had befallen their team to result in such devastating loss? If even Zhang Yin has perished, what fate awaits Su Yun, Su Shan, and Engineer Cheng? It must be that High Priestess. Her calculations are infallible. This wretched woman. Ye Feng wished to utter some harsh words, yet found such a display too juvenile. Brother Yi, what shall we do now? The warship has vanished, as has the large vessel. Ding Tianquan tugged at Ye Feng's sleeve. Rising to his feet, Ye Feng stared vacantly at the sea. There, upon the water's surface, floated a corpse, two vultures incessantly pecking at it. Lina? Ye Feng recognized her sandy brown hair. In that moment, his world crumbled. The team he had painstakingly built was shattered by a single, reckless act of the High Priestess. Uncle Yi. Just then, a timid voice emerged from the jungle. Ilian stepped forth, her small frame trembling violently, her eyes filled with terror. Upon realizing it was Ye Feng, she rushed into his embrace. Ye Feng's heart sank to the depths as he mechanically stroked Ilian's head. What to do? With the warship and large vessel gone, 3 pivotal members of the team lay dead. He had once dreamed of a life filled with luxury here, but now his thoughts had shifted. Fleeing this place was paramount. However, before making his escape, certain matters must be addressed, lest he be haunted by psychological scars for a lifetime. Zhang Yin, Bao Gong, Li Na, and countless friends who had perished at the hands of the Gaha tribe must be avenged. If retribution was not sought, he feared that even if he returned to civilized society, nightmares would plague him daily. Let us go to the underground base. I know of a location that grants access. Ye Feng swiftly lifted Ilian into his arms. At that moment, Ding Tianquan suddenly pointed toward the depths of the sea. Brother Yi, look. That appears to be our warship, she exclaimed, bouncing and gesturing toward the ocean. Ye Feng felt a flicker of surprise and cast his gaze toward the distant ship, his heart racing with trepidation. Quickly, let us hide in the woods. With that, he clutched Ilian with one arm and took Ding Tianquan by the hand, retreating into the thicket. Time slipped by, and eventually, the warship anchored in deeper waters, approximately 200 meters from the shore. A solitary canoe was lowered, with Su Shan the first to leap aboard, followed by Cheng Li Bin and Yang Li, who paddled diligently. Meanwhile, Su Shan held her rifle firmly, vigilantly scanning the beach. Ye Feng exhaled in relief and emerged from the coconut grove with the 2 young girls. Su Shan, it is I. What of Su Yun and Raimai? Ye Feng shouted on the beach, his heart racing with excitement. Moments ago, he had witnessed the deaths of 3 crucial team members and feared the warship had changed hands. But now it seemed his worries were unfounded. Ah Feng, Brother Feng, Ye Feng. Upon spotting him, the 3 expressed their elation, their paddling quickening. Once the canoe was secured, they rushed towards him. The 6 of them embraced tightly, conveying their mutual concern for one another. Ye Feng, a grave situation has arisen. My sister has been captured by the Ga tribe, along with Raimai Zi, Tuba, Chunan, and Susan. With each name that was uttered, Ye Feng felt his heart sink deeper. What about the large ship? Ding Tianquan inquired. The large ship has also been commandeered by the natives. Now we are left with only the warship. Susan's voice trembled with a hint of suppressed sobs. The ferocity of those resentful children had instilled in her a sense of despair. By the way, what about the heavy machine gun? Ye Feng pressed on. It was destroyed. The barrel exploded. Yang Li shook her head. Ye Feng felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. The heavy machine gun was his most potent source of firepower, and now it felt as if they had been thrown back to square one. Ye Feng, what should we do now? Yang Li asked anxiously. Yes, Brother Feng. Please think of something quickly, or we will be left with only a handful of people on the warship, Cheng Li Bin added, his voice hoarse. He had witnessed Bao Qifeng's murder, a colleague with whom he had worked for over a decade, leaving him with an indescribable sense of sorrow. My mind is in disarray. Let us head to the warship first. The beach is not safe, Ye Feng declared, cradling Ilian as he leaped into the canoe. The others hastily boarded and began to row. 10 minutes later, Ye Feng sat on a deck chair. Brother Feng, at that moment, Lena was guarding the machine gun on the large ship, but Heli launched a surprise attack from behind and killed Lena. She took over the machine gun and opened fire on our own people on the beach. It was unexpected. Heli was wild and untamed. Those natives deserve to die. Cheng Li Bin said through gritted teeth. Heli? She betrayed us? Ye Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He sensed that Heli had severed ties with the Ga tribe. But why would she betray them? Had he overlooked her feelings, perhaps being too ambiguous with other women? Yet that couldn't be the root cause. The natives had a rather open view of sexuality. Chung, something feels amiss. I shot Helly twice from behind, but she seemed unaffected and continued to operate the machine gun. It is truly bizarre and defies explanation, Susan interjected, shaking her head. Are you saying you shot Helly twice, and she remained unfazed, continuing to fire towards the shore? Ye Feng's expression shifted, a mix of relief and regret washing over him. No need to ponder further. It must be that the High Priestess is controlling Helly from a distance. That wretched woman has likely cursed all the members of the God tribe. The last priestess was a precedent. In essence, the greatest enemy now is the High Priestess of the God tribe. If we can eliminate her, all our troubles will dissipate. Chung, set sail. Take the ship to the cave's location. It is time to retrieve that object. Ye Feng cast a cold gaze towards the depths of the deserted island. Thick smoke billowed from the rear of the warship, gradually making its way towards the Black Tree River. However, Ye Feng was not idle. He opened the prison cell and brought the 6 members of the Chasing Sun out. Chasing Sun remained resolute, yet the other 5 leaders could no longer maintain their composure. They had been confined for nearly 10 days, deprived of sustenance, a torment that no individual could endure. 6 of them. I shall not make it difficult for you now. I require each of you to delineate the topographical map of the Ye tribe. Mark the location of the high priest, the chieftain, the dwelling of the paramount leader. And do not forget the area where the resentful children congregate. Chapter 200 is expected to be unveiled this evening. Should I discover any discrepancies among your drawings, the principle of majority rule shall prevail, and I will execute the one who fails to conform. Do you understand? Ye Feng spoke coldly. The 6 exchanged glances, a flicker of struggle passing over their faces. Ultimately, Ye Feng bound them back to back and provided them with charcoal. Zhuai Ri was the first to complete his map. Upon closer inspection, Ye Feng observed a gourd-shaped layout. It featured numerous square houses and corridors. At the bottom of the gourd resided the ordinary indigenous warriors, while the outermost ring housed the resentful children. A little higher up was a relatively narrow corridor flanked by individuals of minor leadership, denoted by 3 or 4 stripes. At the very top dwelled the paramount leaders and elders. At the gourd's mouth, a statue was depicted, symbolizing the abode of the high priest and several other ordinary priests. Ye Feng, maintaining a stoic demeanor, remained silent as he examined the maps created by the others. The indigenous people lacked a written language, yet their artistic abilities were commendable. The topographical features bore little variation, indicating their mutual fear of one another's deception. Thus they endeavored to portray the tribe's most authentic layout. Zhuai Ri, I inquire about the usual confinement location for captives after capture? Ye Feng questioned. The sacrifices are typically held in cages by the riverside. But with your forces having commandeered the warship and devoid of the resentful children's guardianship, I am uncertain where they might be detained. It is possible they are held within the temple, Zhuai Ri replied candidly. I trust you do not deceive me. Sure, prepare some nourishment for them. Understood. Shi Zhengliang strode purposefully towards the kitchen. At the time of the upheaval on the beach, he was busy organizing various bags, preparing to venture into the rainforest for spices, which delayed his disembarkation and thus spared him from peril. Chushua, take your rifle and stand guard on the warship's turret, surveying the surroundings. Should the resentful children manage to swim aboard, we would find ourselves in dire straits. Ye Feng instructed further. The twilight had descended, and their vessel was anchored at the cavern's location. At this juncture, if the resentful children stealthily ascended the deck, they would be utterly defenseless against an onslaught without machine guns or heavy weaponry. Soon, Shi Zhengliang had prepared the meal and divided it among Zhuai Ri and the other 5. This time, Ye Feng instructed him to use regular bowls instead of dog dishes. The number of individuals was too few. He contemplated whether he could win over these men, as come dawn, they would be tasked with transporting ammunition, a laborious endeavor. Zhuai Ri and his companions were all skilled and robust, making them the ideal porters. Chasing the Sun, your high priest has sent you here as an undercover agent, clearly indicating that you have been forsaken. Do you not realize this? After Ye Feng and the other 6 had finished their meal, they finally dropped a bombshell. The faces of the 6 from Chasing the Sun turned pale as they exchanged glances. Ye Feng could sense their underlying frustration. Chasing the Sun, I perceive that you possess no dignity among the Gage tribe. The chief can command you, the high priest can command you, and even an ordinary priest likely has you yielding. As Ye Feng spoke, he observed the changes in their expressions. Indeed, chasing the sun's pale face flushed a deep crimson. As for the other 5 minor leaders, there was no need to elaborate. They had come merely to serve as cannon fodder. What could be done? Our tribe relies entirely on the resentment of the high priest for sustenance. Otherwise, those powerful alien beasts across the river could annihilate us with ease. Chasing the sun sighed deeply. Then why do you not strive for self-improvement? Living off others' strength is ultimately not a sustainable strategy. For instance, you could secretly have your kin consume white fruit, silver fruit, or even golden fruit. In just 10 years, every member of your tribe would become a master, capable of standing their ground against the alien beasts. Ye Feng advised. To his surprise, chasing the sun chuckled bitterly. Our previous chief thought the same. Yet where is he now? His remains have been picked clean by vultures. Furthermore, the chief before him shared your sentiments as well. It is futile. For 80 years, our Gage tribe's upper echelon has exhausted every conceivable method. The high priest is all-knowing and all-powerful. Her sorcery is far too formidable, and our every action is under her surveillance. The 6 exchanged words, expressing their trepidation towards the high priest. Ye Feng's expression darkened as well. A sudden realization struck him. Perhaps his conversation with chasing the sun and the others was being eavesdropped upon by that high priest through some inexplicable means. Did this not imply that if he were to carry ammunition tomorrow, he would be intercepted midway? Moreover, he intended to rescue Su Yun and the others from the tribe, and the high priest would undoubtedly be prepared for that. With this thought, Ye Feng grew agitated, pacing back and forth on the deck. What if I outwardly express my plans, allowing the high priest to overhear, and then execute a scheme within a scheme? However, such thoughts must remain solely within my mind. Uttering them might alert the high priest. A sly smile crept across Ye Feng's face. Your high priest is cunning, is she not? Yet I, Ye Feng, am even more devious. I have devised a plan. We shall rest for 2 days, and on the day after tomorrow, we will enter the cave through the pile of rocks to transport the ammunition. Once we secure the ammunition, we will level the Gage tribe to the ground. Ye Feng declared loudly on purpose. After exchanging glances, the 6 from chasing the sun remained silent, their eyes flickering. Clearly, they harbored deep resentment towards the high priest. Yet they feared her methods, so they had not yet made a firm decision to ally with Ye Feng. 6 individuals, we are, after all, adversaries. Thus, you shall remain confined for a while longer, though I shall ensure you are relocated to a cleaner cell. When hunger strikes, simply tap upon the wall with your fingers, and I shall have Master Sure deliver sustenance to you. Upon concluding his words, Ye Feng did not approach to unshackle them, but instead gestured politely. The indigenous people are inherently proud, and it is essential to afford them the dignity they deserve. Otherwise, it becomes arduous to win their allegiance. The 6, displaying discernment, promptly rose and made their way toward the cell. After securing the 6, Ye Feng returned to his quarters. The once lively warship had now become desolate, devoid of Chun and snoring, Zhang Yan's dancing, or the raucous cries of Tu Ba and his companions upon the deck. A suffocating sense of loneliness enveloped Ye Feng, as he yearned for the company of those he had lost. Upon entering his dormitory, Ye Feng meticulously secured the doors and windows, then picked up charcoal to inscribe his thoughts upon the floor. He had already proclaimed his intent to transport artillery shells to the cave the day after tomorrow. If the high priestess possessed the ability to eavesdrop, she would likely position her forces near the cave this very night. Chapter 201. A kiss on Ye Feng's cheek. With this thought, Ye Feng resolved not to sleep. He summoned Susan and Chung Li Bin, but refrained from speaking, opting instead to communicate through written words. On the floor, Ye Feng wrote, Susan, Old Chung, the high priestess may possess eavesdropping capabilities, thus I must convey this in writing. I intend to lie in ambush at the cave mouth to observe whether she sets traps or positions her forces there. Should she indeed take such actions, it would confirm her abilities. Furthermore, if she has stationed numerous experts and vengeful spirits at the cave's entrance, we shall seek assistance from the Gage tribe to rescue Su Yun. Once we have extricated the individuals, we will return to transport the artillery when the high priestess is preoccupied with her own plans. This strategy would serve as a diversion, effectively countering her eavesdropping prowess. Henceforth, for matters of significance, we shall refrain from verbal communication, opting instead for the written word. I refuse to believe the high priestess can comprehend our language. Finally, Ye Feng completed his writing. It had been long since he had penned anything, and his script appeared unsteady, with characters seemingly at odds with one another. Susan and Chung Li Bin exchanged glances, nodding in understanding, and wrote in response, "We comprehend." Ye Feng armed himself with a rifle and 2 handguns, quietly submerging himself in the waters beneath the warship. Though leeches and parasitic catfish sought to latch onto him, they were thwarted by his blood scales. He did not take a canoe, as its size would render it conspicuous. Should there be vigilant indigenous people on the shore, his nighttime landing would undoubtedly be perilous. At last, he reached the shore, and upon inspecting his body, he found no leeches or parasitic catfish clinging to him. Once ashore, he tread lightly, stealthily approaching the cave's location. Passing by a tree of the ailanthus genus, Ye Feng crushed its leaves to extract a juice, which he applied to his entire body to mask his scent. After the battles of the day, Ye Feng had come to realize that the vengeful spirits possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell. The sap of the tree of heaven emits an unbearable stench, causing any animal that encounters it to instinctively filter it out and instead seek the scent of humans. After applying the foul sap, Leaf Maple ascended a banyan tree, camouflaging himself securely with its leaves. All that remained was to wait. Time passed slowly, and soon the moon reached its zenith. Half asleep, Leaf Maple suddenly stirred, directing his gaze upstream. In the forest, pairs of green eyes flickered to life as the vengeful children's army approached, accompanied by the hushed conversations of the Ga tribe. Leaf Maple quickly held his breath, striving to minimize his gasps. Moments later, a multitude of vengeful children gathered beside a pile of rubble, followed by the appearance of 3 figures. By the moonlight, Leaf Maple recognized them as the trio who had relentlessly pursued him earlier, led by the formidable Luke. "Stay hidden," Luke whispered, prompting the vengeful children to conceal themselves among the scattered stones, some burrowing into the underbrush, while others began to ascend the trees. At that moment, one of the vengeful children began to climb towards the banyan tree where Leaf Maple was concealed. "No, don't come over here," Leaf Maple thought, a mix of urgency and fury surging within him. Why must this wretched child choose to approach him instead of hiding elsewhere? As the vengeful child ascended 5 or 6 meters up the banyan tree, its green eyes suddenly widened, and its short nose twitched in the air, seemingly detecting an unfamiliar scent. Though the tree of heaven could mask most human odors, proximity could still betray him. Gritting his teeth, Leaf Maple swiftly extended his hand, seizing the child by the neck. The creature emitted a shriek, but Leaf Maple silenced it before the sound fully escaped. With a swift motion, he twisted off the child's head, green blood dripping down the trunk of the banyan tree. This horrified Leaf Maple, for the vengeful child's green blood glowed in the night like phosphorescent powder, casting a vivid luminescence. "This won't do," Leaf Maple thought, hastily plucking leaves to wipe away the green blood. Just then, a vengeful child on a nearby tree emitted frantic, panicked cries. In the next moment, Leaf Maple's expression changed as countless green eyes turned towards his position. He froze, immobile as a statue. After 5 agonizing seconds, the green eyes gradually vanished, seemingly redirected elsewhere. Only then did Leaf Maple release a breath of relief. He gently slid to the ground, cautiously making his way to the riverbank, where he buried the vengeful child's body in the mud. Once buried, Leaf Maple dove into the river, swimming towards the warship with an unbroken breath. He swam 200 meters without surfacing for air, a testament to the enhanced abilities granted by the golden fruit he had consumed. At last, he reached the warship and hurried towards Susan's quarters. "Susan, gather everyone in my dormitory." "Understood." Soon, Leaf Maple's dormitory was filled with people, all gazing at him with solemn expressions. Ye Feng remained silent, erasing the inscriptions on the floor and inscribing new ones with charcoal. The high priest truly possessed the ability to eavesdrop on our discussions. Earlier, while I lingered in the tree, I witnessed a multitude of vengeful children approaching the cavern, where they lay in ambush. Upon reading Ye Feng's writings, everyone was taken aback, and Bai Chushua instinctively covered her mouth, fearful of making a sound. Susan also picked up the charcoal, inquiring, "What shall we do next?" "From now on, you need not concern yourselves with anything. Entrust everything to me. I shall make my way to the shore alone and venture into the Ge tribe to rescue Su Yun and the others. The warship will remain here, creating a diversion for the Ge people. While I am away, you must remain vigilant and prevent the vengeful children from boarding the ship, for otherwise, we would lose our home." After completing his writing, Ye Feng discarded the charcoal and stood once more. Yet, Ding Tianchuan seized his arm, drawing a figure in the dirt, an adult holding the hand of a child. Her intention was clear. She wished for Ye Feng to take her along. With a bittersweet smile, Ye Feng shook his head and gently ruffled her chubby little head. The journey into the Ge tribe was fraught with peril, and taking an additional person would only heighten the risk. Ding Tianquan would be of no assistance and might even hinder him. I am leaving. Ye Feng penned the final 3 words. Suddenly, Susan stood up and embraced him tightly, planting a kiss on his cheek. Ye Feng, we will all be waiting for you. Brother Feng, please ensure your safety. Brother Feng, prioritize your own well-being. If rescue seems impossible, do not hesitate to abandon it. Bai Chuxue was the last to speak. Ye Feng nodded and once again submerged himself into the depths of the water. It was approximately 2 in the morning. At his current pace, reaching the Ge tribe would take less than 2 hours, followed by an hour for the rescue, and the return journey might require 3 to 5 hours. By then, daylight would have arrived. Chapter 202. Ye Feng did not wish to miss this opportunity. With Ruck and 2 formidable fighters stationed at the cavernous entrance, this was his prime moment to act. Upon reaching the shore, Ye Feng immediately coated himself in the oil from the ailanthus tree, all the while sprinting upstream. He soon arrived at the marshland, where only a few stray crocodiles remained. The others had migrated elsewhere. My current strength is only at 30% of my peak. It is imperative that I eliminate these crocodiles. With this thought, Ye Feng drew his dagger and stealthily approached the reptiles under the moonlight. Without any suspense, the crocodiles were swiftly dispatched, their flesh rendered into jerky by Ye Feng's prowess. One crocodile clamped onto his arm, a bite he had intentionally allowed. As expected, the blood that oozed from the wound was notably faint. His strength had likely recovered to about 30 to 40%. After all, the restorative properties of crocodile blood were limited. Were it the blood of elders or the chieftain, the recuperative effects would be an entirely different matter. Moreover, Ye Feng discerned that his daily capacity for blood absorption was finite. Given this limitation, why not seek out the blood of the more powerful? With a resolute determination, Ye Feng stealthily approached the position of the Ge tribe. After deftly navigating around 2 tributaries, he finally found himself at the downstream of the last tributary. In this position, illuminated by the moonlight, he could faintly discern several dugout canoes moored upstream. Along the way, he encountered a leopard and 2 spotted hyenas, but they were deterred by the formidable aura he exuded and fled in terror. Now was the moment. Ye Feng plunged into the mud and rolled, coating himself entirely in the muck. This transformation rendered him nearly indistinguishable in the night, facilitating his movements. As this tributary lay within the territory of the Ge people, Ye Feng proceeded with utmost caution, taking 20 minutes to traverse a mere 2 kilometers upstream. Indeed, driven by instinct, he quickly spotted 2 sentinels perched atop a large tree. A man and a woman, both members of the Ge tribe, appeared bored as the long night dragged on, seemingly lost in their revelry. The female native supported herself on a branch, while the male struck a primitive rhythm from behind. Concealed within a thicket, Ye Feng grew increasingly impatient. It was already 4 in the morning, and if the 2 remained vigilant, he would be unable to navigate this hazardous area and rescue Su Yun and the others. There was no alternative. Gripping his dagger firmly, Ye Feng took aim at the pair perched above. As their bodies momentarily overlapped, he struck. A muffled grunt escaped the woman as the dagger soared with the swiftness of a meteor, piercing her chest. The blade continued its trajectory, penetrating the abdomen of the male native. A pain scream escaped him as he prepared to alert the tribe. Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically. It seemed his knife-throwing skills were not yet perfected. If only Susan were here. Yet, Susan lacked the strength he possessed. Without hesitation, he rolled again, launching another stone with precision. With a resounding thud, the male native's head exploded upon impact. The 2 corpses tumbled from the 5-meter-high treetop. Ye Feng quickly spread his arms and crouched in a horse stance below. With a soft thud, the bodies landed in his embrace, and he gently laid them to rest on the ground. They were now merely 100 meters from the Ge tribe, where prominent leaders, with their keen hearing, could detect any unusual sounds. Should they come to investigate, Ye Feng's plans would be thwarted. The cunning of the high priest would surely unravel his ruse, making any future attempts at rescue exceedingly difficult. Most importantly, how many days could Su Yun and the others survive? Given the natives' open attitudes towards sexuality, it was likely that Su Yun and Rai Mai Zi had already faced unspeakable horrors at the hands of those towering figures. Ye Feng's heart ached with anguish as he suppressed his discomfort and stealthily approached the entrance of the Ge tribe. The primitive settlement was guarded by only 2 watchful natives at its entrance. The entire village was encircled by tall wooden stakes, topped with sharp thorns, forming a defensive barrier akin to the walls of a civilized society. Ye Feng did not enter through the main entrance. Instead, he stealthily approached the neck of the gourd-shaped structure and pressed his ear against the wall to listen intently. Indeed, faint sounds of squeaking emerged from within, suggesting the presence of the vengeful children inside. If he were to recklessly leap in, he would undoubtedly alert the army of these spirits. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng circumnavigated the lengthy wall, pressing his ear against it every 10 meters. He continued until he reached the upper half of the gourd formation, where he finally heard no more sounds. A flicker of joy surged within him, and he slightly bent his knees. In the next instant, Ye Feng's body soared to a height of 7 meters, just clearing the towering wooden wall. Upon landing inside, he quickly rolled to dissipate the force of his descent. It was not that his legs could not bear the impact, but rather a fear that the noise might attract unwanted attention. Almost as soon as he regained his footing, a native appeared before him. This individual seemed to be an ordinary tribesman, yet he stood in the upper section of the gourd. The ordinary native reacted slowly, staring in confusion at Ye Feng, whose body was caked in mud, mistaking him for a woman from his tribe who had fallen into a mire. "You?" He uttered a single word before Ye Feng lunged forward, gripping his throat. With a crack, the man's windpipe was crushed, and Ye Feng swiftly dragged his lifeless body aside, concealing it with some grass. He refrained from using his dagger unless absolutely necessary, for some powerful beings could detect the scent of blood from great distances. Ye Feng wiped the mud from his eyes, carefully observing the interior of the tribe. A foul odor permeated the air, reminiscent of a mixture of human waste. The natives' excrement trickled from a nearby gutter, flowing slowly beyond the enclosing wall and eventually into a tributary of the Black Tree River. Ye Feng continued to ascend, speculating that Su Yun might be imprisoned within the temple. As he passed a room, he quickly crouched down. The structures here were all constructed from wood, resulting in numerous tiny gaps overhead. Through one of these crevices, Ye Feng peered inside. A fire pit was present, and a heavily tattooed chieftain lay naked on a bed, while a youthful native girl stood at the foot of the bed, her back turned to him. From her silhouette, it was evident that she was slender and likely just reached adulthood. "Anner, if you wish for the blessings of the gods, you must quickly shed your garments. Offer me your first night, and the gods shall bestow their blessings upon you," the chieftain proclaimed solemnly. Though Ye Feng could discern a glimmer of mockery and greed in his eyes, the girl named Anner trembled slightly, and Ye Feng could sense her inner resistance. Yet ultimately, under the chieftain's coercive persuasion, she removed her skin skirt. A beautiful form turned away from Ye Feng, slowly advancing towards the chieftain. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Ye Feng's eyes. Had it not been for the need to rescue others, he would have intervened to save this girl. However, he realized that any action now could jeopardize Su Yun and the others. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Feng circumvented the dwelling and continued his ascent. After traversing several rooms, he discreetly observed that the inhabitants bore at least 4 or 5 tattoos. These leaders indulged in extravagance, sometimes entertaining one man with 2 women, at other times with multiple women, indulging in the utmost decadence. As he proceeded further, Ye Feng suddenly raised his gaze, fixating on the pinnacle of the gourd-shaped entrance. Before him stood a magnificent stone hall, towering and imposing. Above it loomed a statue of a grand man, bare-chested, his garments draped diagonally over his shoulder, revealing a thick tuft of chest hair, and clutching a spear that spanned 10 meters. Merely gazing upon the statue, Ye Feng was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of oppression. While the other indigenous dwellings were constructed from wood, this stone hall was hewn from colossal blocks of stone, each weighing no less than several tons. Ye Feng's expression grew grim. If Su Yun and the others were imprisoned within, what if he recklessly ventured in to rescue them and ended up captured himself? No. He needed to seize an indigenous person and inquire about the exact location of Su Yun and her companions. With this resolve, Ye Feng stealthily approached a wooden hut. Inside resided a prominent leader adorned with 5 tattoos. Ye Feng hesitated briefly before continuing his descent. At last, he identified his target, a minor leader with 4 tattoos, who had just concluded his revelry with 6 women and lay languidly on the bed, his countenance weary. Once the 6 women had dressed in their leather skirts, they exited the room one by one. Ye Feng quickly concealed himself in the shadows. After they had distanced themselves, he cautiously opened the wooden door, which creaked softly. The minor leader remained in a daze, his eyes still shut. Leave. I've had my fill, he murmured, gradually opening his eyes. In the next instant, he jolted upright. But alas, it was too late. Ye Feng had already seized his neck with one hand, pressing a dagger against his throat. Tell me, where are the individuals you captured on the beach? Ye Feng whispered, leaning closer to his ear. The minor leader, constrained and unable to move, had his eyes darting furtively. Now, I shall release your neck, and you will inform me immediately. If you dare to scream, I will slit your throat, Ye Feng warned. The minor leader blinked rapidly. Only then did Ye Feng slightly ease his grip. He gasped for air as if attempting to inhale the entire surrounding atmosphere. Speak quickly, Ye Feng urged, the blade piercing his skin. Help. The minor leader barely managed to utter 2 words before Ye Feng decisively slashed his throat, clasping his mouth with one hand while probing his wound with the other. In a fleeting moment, the minor leader's body convulsed violently, his legs thrashing against the animal hide on the bed. Merely half a minute later, having drained enough of his blood, the minor leader had shriveled to half his former size, becoming a lifeless husk. Concurrently, Ye Feng felt his strength restored to approximately the 4th level. After completing these actions, Ye Feng concealed the lifeless body beneath the bed, flipping over the blood-stained animal hide to cover the entire bedding. Indeed, only by consuming the blood of the powerful could one's own strength ascend rapidly. The blood of ordinary beasts bore little effect, and the daily intake was limited. However, these concerns were secondary. Unexpectedly, these minor leaders exhibited such tenacity. Their indomitable spirit was commendable but misplaced. With this thought, Ye Feng proceeded to the next chamber. This was the room of the previous chief, where the indigenous girl lay weakly upon the bed, while the chief continued to gnaw at her, provoking a pang of discomfort in Ye Feng. He quietly opened the door and charged towards the chief with remarkable speed. In an instant, the chief turned swiftly, spotting Ye Feng. Who are you? The mud-stained Ye Feng momentarily went unrecognized. Yet, as the chief, he sensed the impending threat. Just moments ago, he had felt a faint aura of menace, initially attributing it to the girl, but now realized it emanated from this black man. Die! Ye Feng thrust his dagger forward. The chief reacted swiftly, evading Ye Feng's weapon and wielding his spear in response. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced Ye Feng's abdomen, though it was halted by his blood-scaled defenses. What? You are? Ye Feng. The chief faltered for an instant, allowing Ye Feng to close in, his dagger slashing forth. With a sickening sound, a gaping wound appeared on the chief's belly. Regrettably, there was a fundamental disparity in the strength between the chief and the minor leaders. Even severely wounded, he could still retreat several steps. Ye Feng lunged forward, pinning the chief to the ground. Unfortunately, he only possessed the strength equivalent to his previous 4th level, while the chief was formidable, his power rivaling that of the elders. In a swift movement, the chief rolled over, now pressing Ye Feng into the ground. They grappled, each striving to drive their daggers into the other's throat. The clash of their formidable forces caused the daggers to be forcefully dislodged. With determination, Ye Feng grasped the chief's neck, while the chief retaliated, seizing Ye Feng's throat. Their struggle transformed from technical finesse into a contest of brute strength. Although Ye Feng's power had diminished to a mere 40%, he could have decisively ended the fight within 10 moves if not for the consideration of this being the indigenous people's stronghold. Conversely, the chief showed no such restraint. Both exerted their utmost strength in a desperate attempt to strangle the other. Suddenly, a dagger protruded from the chief's mouth. Ye Feng felt the pressure on his neck diminish. He glanced up to see the girl grasping the dagger, having thrust it into the back of the chief's head, the blade emerging from his mouth. Thank you. Ye Feng exhaled, then thrust his hand into the chief's mouth. The girl released the dagger, gazing at her bloodied hands, her expression shifting uncertainly. Evidently, she had committed an act of betrayal against her tribe, primarily due to the brutal behavior of the chieftain, who had inflicted excruciating pain upon her despite her desperate pleas for mercy. The chieftain remained unyielding and coarse. This ignited a smoldering resentment within her, subconsciously. She recognized the wrongness of her actions, yet it was too late, for she had already slain the chieftain. After a while, the chieftain's form diminished. Ye Feng took the dagger from Anner's trembling hands and asked, "Could you assist me in disposing of the body?" Chapter 204. Silence. Do not attract attention. Anner did not respond, her eyes reflecting a mixture of terror and confusion. "Help me conceal the body, and when I depart, I shall take you with me," Ye Feng added. Having betrayed her tribe, Anna was destined for discovery and execution. Ye Feng's promise of escape was akin to granting her a lifeline. Indeed, with determination, Anna nodded, dragging the corpse beneath the bed and tidying the disordered room. Do you know where captives are usually held? Ye Feng inquired as he rested. Previously, they were confined by the riverbank, but they are no longer kept there, Anna replied, pointing towards the temple's location. Thank you. Once I rescue my companions, I will take you away, Ye Feng said, grasping Anna's hand. She then collapsed into his embrace, her expression one of utter helplessness. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety, he reassured her, gently stroking her hair. She appeared to be merely 14. Yet in the indigenous tribes, she was considered a mature woman. You must take me away, otherwise I will be. Anna's voice trembled. Yes, Ye Feng nodded, quietly slipping out of the wooden hut and making his way towards the temple. An enticing aroma wafted through the air, indescribable yet tantalizing, provoking an insatiable desire for food. Simultaneously, he noticed a colossal object below the temple. To his astonishment, it was a massive bomb, exceeding 3 meters in length, with a rusted tail fin, bound with numerous vines, as if it had been dragged back by the natives beneath the statue. In the center of the immense stone edifice, there lay a broad entrance resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous creature, sending a shiver down Ye Feng's spine. No, I cannot enter. He instinctively refrained from stepping into the stone hall. It was constructed like a dungeon. Should the stone door close behind him, he would be trapped like a turtle in its shell. Considering this, Ye Feng glanced around the stone hall. 7 stone houses encircled the temple, likely inhabited by someone. Stealthily, he approached one of the stone houses. The structure was meticulously built, and Ye Feng could only cautiously pry open a corner of the window to peer inside. A large lamp illuminated the interior, beside which stood a stone bed, not adorned with animal hides, but rather a coarse fabric. The natives can weave cloth? Ye Feng pondered, bemused. In his belief, the Gaha tribe was still in an era of primitive existence, subsisting on raw flesh. It seemed implausible that they could produce such textiles. As he directed his gaze toward the head of the bed, his eyes widened in astonishment. There lay a priestess, unexpectedly engaged in an act that suggested she too possessed needs. One could only ponder whether the high priest shared the same inclinations. Although Ye Feng found himself in opposition to the high priest, her aura and beauty captivated him entirely. Recognizing this as an opportunity, he stealthily pushed open the wooden door, noting that the natives seemed to lack the habit of locking their doors. In an instant, as the door creaked open, Ye Feng rolled forward and lunged onto the bed. Pinning the priestess beneath him, his hand clamped over her mouth. Speak not a word, or I shall slit your throat, he whispered menacingly, his tone laced with a palpable threat. The priestess, her body momentarily frozen in a state of turmoil, suddenly flashed a glimmer of allure in her eyes, employing Brazilian jiu-jitsu to ensnare his waist. You? Ye Feng regarded the priestess, aware that even at a mere 40% of his strength, he was still formidable compared to an ordinary individual. Having consumed the blood-scaled fruit, his physique had transformed into something remarkably robust. Furthermore, the priestess possessed exquisite beauty, her skin pale and supple. While women from the European domain also boasted fair skin, theirs was comparatively coarse, with larger pores, rendering them incomparable to this priestess. Alarmingly, her skin radiated warmth, likely 2 degrees higher than that of an average person. Surely, she could serve as a comforting source of warmth during winter's chill. Ye Feng quickly dispelled the inappropriate thoughts swirling in his mind, repositioning his dagger against her throat. Simultaneously, another dagger pressed against her as well. Now, I demand you lead me to the stone hall and release the captives. Should you dare to raise an alarm, I shall cut your throat without hesitation. Do you understand? Ye Feng spoke coldly. The priestess gazed at him with doe-like eyes. Just as she began to relax, Ye Feng suddenly pressed closer, stirring an involuntary reaction within her. Hey, do you comprehend what I said? If you do, blink twice, he urged, suppressing the fervor within him as he threatened softly. The priestess raised an eyebrow slightly and blinked twice in response. Ye Feng gently released his grip on her mouth, though the dagger still grazed her delicate neck. Regardless of her beauty and allure, should she dare to scream, he would show no mercy. Yet, in the next moment, the priestess unexpectedly wrapped her arms around him, intertwining their forms. Startled, Ye Feng kept the dagger firmly against her slender throat. Time seemed to stretch as the priestess finally relinquished her hold. Ye Feng felt an urge to slap himself. How could he be so distracted at such a critical juncture? He knew he could have refused this entanglement, attributing his lapse to the influence of the blood-scaled fruit, which seemed to awaken primal instincts within him. Ye Feng, let us proceed to the stone hall, but exercise caution. Do not let the high priest become aware of our actions. The temptation was too great for Ye Feng to resist, and he found himself unable to control his right hand. The priestess slowly turned around, her eyes a mixture of annoyance and delight, casting a flirtatious glance towards Ye Feng. Foreigner, I sense your remarkable strength. Might we indulge ourselves shortly? She inquired as she led the way. Silence. Do not attract attention, Ye Feng admonished himself, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety, while the priestess remained remarkably composed. Foreigner, what troubles you? With me as your guide, no one will question your presence. Save for the high priest, she reassured him, casting a sidelong glance at Ye Feng's trousers. Goodness, how extraordinarily robust. What a pity. Soon, they ventured deep into the vast stone hall. As the priestess traversed the path, torches ignited one after another, activated by some advanced mechanism, evidently surpassing the craftsmanship of the God tribe by over a millennium. At last, they reached the center of the hall, where 5 or 6 cages were situated. Ye Feng's gaze immediately fell upon Su Yun and the others imprisoned within a cage, their mouths gagged and hands bound to the bars. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this cage was unlike the wooden ones he had seen before. It appeared to be constructed from a black material emanating a dark luminescence. Open the cage, Ye Feng urged the priestess. She nodded, casually flicking her wrist, and the cage door swung open. Ye Feng crouched, preparing to enter the iron cage. But upon touching the material, he withdrew his hand. The substance was incredibly hard. If the priestess were to lock it behind him, he would find himself trapped, like Su Yun. Go inside and bring her and Raimai out for me, he insisted, giving her a gentle push. The priestess acquiesced with a slight nod, bending at the waist, her form inadvertently presenting itself to Ye Feng. Her lower half was secured only by 2 slender fibers, causing Ye Feng's eyes to widen in astonishment as her trousers appeared to tighten at an alarming rate. Finally, the priestess entered the cage. However, in the next instant, a sharp crack echoed, and before Ye Feng could comprehend the situation, several black iron rods erupted from the ground, encircling him with their pointed tips. What? Ye Feng exclaimed, leaping into the air in an attempt to escape the confines of the iron rods. Yet, a resounding crash reverberated above, as half of the cage descended from the heavens, sealing him in place. He certainly would not resign himself to this fate. With all his might, he charged forward. The heavy iron cage tilted precariously to one side. Ye Feng pulled back and collided with it once more. With a thunderous crash, the cage toppled to the ground. Grasping 2 iron bars, he exerted all his strength. The bars emitted a creaking sound as they began to bend visibly. Simultaneously, a golden dragon illuminated his arms, darting swiftly as he summoned his strength. Ah! With a deafening roar, the iron bars were pulled apart by 20 centimeters. Ye Feng attempted to squeeze out, but while his shoulders had escaped, his head remained trapped within. Suddenly, a multitude of torches ignited around him, illuminating the scene as a throng of indigenous people surrounded him. Each of them was accompanied by 10 to 20 vengeful children. Lock it, commanded the elder, a figure of authority, gesturing with a mighty hand as another iron cage descended from above, reinforcing the enclosure. He, Ye Feng, how dare you venture into the territory of the God tribe? You possess quite the audacity. Do you not realize that even the exotic beasts regard our land as forbidden? The elder's voice dripped with derision, his eyes glinting with boundless mockery. Simultaneously, the female priest emerged from Su Yun's cage, casting a sorrowful glance at Ye Feng. You underestimate the Grand Priest's capabilities, she remarked, before stepping aside. Heavy footsteps echoed behind her, as 4 vengeful children bore a sedan chair into the stone hall, within which sat the Grand Priest, her visage partially concealed by a veil. This time, 2 silver-haired vengeful children flanked the sedan. Observing this, the surrounding indigenous people bowed their heads in a show of respect. Ye Feng grasped the iron bars tightly, casting a fierce gaze towards the woman in the sedan. In the next moment, he unsheathed his pistol without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets flew forth, aimed squarely at the sedan. He had resolved that, even if it meant his demise, he would take down a significant opponent. Without the Grand Priest to anchor the God tribe, He believed the exotic beasts across the river could obliterate them time and again, thus avenging himself and Su Yun in a roundabout manner. However, it seemed the Grand Priest had anticipated this. The two silver-haired, vengeful children stepped forward in unison, their formidable forms shielding the sedan. The bullets struck the silver-haired, vengeful children, akin to darts piercing cotton, eliciting no reaction whatsoever. Moments later, the two silver-haired figures stepped aside, revealing the sedan where the Grand Priest sat. A slender, alabaster leg emerged from the sedan, followed by a cascade of lustrous hair. As the Grand Priest fully stood, both the indigenous people and the vengeful children around her sank to their knees, their faces etched with terror. Who could have foreseen that this extraordinarily graceful and beautiful woman possessed the power to command the submission of indigenous men? Previously, Ye Feng had held a dismissive view of the Grand Priest, believing that regardless of her prowess, she was merely a woman. Yet now, as he found himself consistently outmaneuvered by her, he began to grasp the extent of her formidable nature. Hey, I do not wish to be at odds with your god tribe. Why do you persistently target my team? Ye Feng hurled his empty gun to the ground, vocally questioning them, though his tone rang hollow and devoid of conviction. The Grand Priest cast a calm glance at Ye Feng, her eyes devoid of mockery, disdain, or any emotional fluctuation. This sent a chill through Ye Feng. This woman was chillingly composed. Among the women he knew, whether Su Yun, Susan, or Zhang Yan, they were all creatures governed by emotion, as women are wont to be. However, when a woman ceases to be emotional, she transforms into the most formidable being in the world. The priestess remained, while the others departed. The high priestess's icy voice resonated. The elder exhaled in relief, bowed to the high priestess, and gestured outward. A cacophony of footsteps echoed, as both the indigenous people and the resentful children swiftly exited, leaving only the high priestess and her 6 enchanting maidens behind. Each possessed a distinct charm. Some exuded radiant sunshine, others embodied mature sensuality, while a few were petite and adorable. Yet, in comparison to the high priestess, they paled significantly. Standing there, she resembled a divine goddess, inherently deserving of reverence. It can commence now. Bring forth the, commanded the high priestess, prompting the 6 maidens to spring into action, transporting a basket of crimson fruits to the center of the stone hall. Ye Feng recalled that these red fruits had aphrodisiac properties. Did the high priestess intend to engage with him? Indeed, after the red fruits were placed, the high priestess gradually approached the cage, solemnly retrieving a stone box. In the next moment, a slender green larva emerged from the box, coiling around her delicate fingertip. What do you intend to do? Ye Feng retreated incessantly until his back pressed against the cage. Ye Feng, the cataclysm of 80 years is imminent, and our priestly lineage is utterly powerless. Thus we must cultivate a formidable resentful king, and you are the most fitting candidate. Upon finishing her statement, the high priestess gently pointed at Ye Feng. In an instant, the green larva darted toward him at an astonishing speed. Ye Feng's eyes widened, and with a forceful clap of his hands, he effortlessly captured the green creature. Yet, when he released it, the larva remained intact, its body as resilient as iron wire. Swiftly climbing onto his face, terrified, he felt his spirit leave his body. He had no desire to be cursed and enslaved as the high priestess's servant for eternity. But it was too late. The green larva quickly burrowed into Ye Feng's ear. Ye Feng frantically slapped his ears, attempting to shake out the green larva, but to no avail. He felt a searing energy surge within him, detonating like a nuclear bomb. In an instant, his skin flushed crimson, and his trousers visibly distorted. Most alarmingly, his pituitary gland began to secrete an abundance of fluid, which transformed into spinal fluid, pulsating against his coccyx. Su Yun finally freed herself from the rag in her mouth and shouted at Ye Feng. "Ah Feng, she intends to turn you into a resentful child." Yet, Ye Feng was already in a semi-beastly state. He felt an intense itch at the base of his spine, waves of energy crashing against his tailbone. However, his coccyx was as sturdy as steel, causing the overwhelming energy to manifest in his trousers. With a pop, a hole tore through them. The maidens stepped back simultaneously, watching Ye Feng's trousers with bated breath, while only the high priestess continued to regard him with an impassive gaze. Roar! A roar erupted from Ye Feng's lips, causing the entire stone hall to tremble slightly. In the next moment, a dense mass of black fur sprouted from his body, transforming into silver fur. In an instant, The tips of the silver fur emanated glimmers of golden light. It had finally happened. The expression on the high priestess's face shifted, her eyes alight with surprise as she regarded Ye Feng. But wait, why were his eyes still normal? She scrutinized Ye Feng's gaze once more. Logically, upon becoming a vengeful spirit, one should lose all rationality, heeding only one's own desires. Yet, there remained a flicker of humanity in Ye Feng's eyes. At that moment, within Ye Feng's body, the blood-sucking technique was taking effect, gradually siphoning energy from within. With each absorption, the golden fur on Ye Feng diminished. After a series of over 10 absorptions, the golden fur faded to silver and the silver to black. Ultimately, even the black fur vanished. However, Ye Feng's trousers had become utterly grotesque. He felt as though, given a lever, he could upheave the earth itself. Though the fur had receded, a shimmering golden dragon now manifested, darting swiftly around his form. Panting heavily, Ye Feng's eyes burned crimson as he gazed at the high priestess. "Woman, bring me a woman. Quickly," he implored, extending trembling hands towards the cage, his eyes ablaze with insatiable desire. Yet, the high priestess retreated a step, signaling to 6 female acolytes. The 6 women exchanged glances, simultaneously shedding their garments and performing a provocative dance before the cage. The primal dance stirred the most basic of desires within a man. Ye Feng felt as if his eyes might burst, yet his body remained unable to reach the 6 enchanting figures. "Hasten, bring me a woman," he roared from within the cage, feeling as if he would explode if denied his desires any longer. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, before the 6 acolytes ceased their dance, casting a basket of red fruits into Ye Feng's enclosure. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the red fruits, Ye Feng could not help but salivate. He immediately scooped up the fruits from the ground, devouring them incessantly. After consuming over 30 of the red fruits, the aphrodisiac finally began to take effect. With a sudden surge, his spinal fluid boiled, and a mist of blood erupted from the base of his spine, as if a tail were attempting to emerge. However, just 2 seconds later, the blood-sucking technique acted again, retracting the tail. The potent aphrodisiac overwhelmed Ye Feng's trousers, leaving him with only a smidgen of rationality, teetering on the brink of explosion as he extended his hands forward, mechanically chanting for a woman. Why is it not happening? The high priestess's expression grew grim for the first time. To capture Ye Feng, she had woven an intricate web of plans. Moreover, the green insect she had fed him was cultivated from the essence of an entire beast. Once Ye Feng transformed into a vengeful king, he would wield power rivaling that of a beast fighter. Yet, it appeared that Ye Feng had not only failed to sprout fur, but his tail had also retracted, falling far short of her expectations. What astonished her most was that, despite the tremendous shock he had endured, Ye Feng had not succumbed to despair. His gaze retained a flicker of humanity. A vengeful king with a trace of humanity was a danger she could not afford to keep close. She could only allow him to remain as a trump card if he displayed absolute obedience to her. The high priestess mused that, although Ye Feng had experienced such trauma, the clarity in his eyes suggested he might still be beyond redemption. Should he mutate in an unforeseen direction, it could spell disaster. Perhaps it would be wiser to eliminate him? A female priestess venomously proposed. "No," the high priestess countered, "a great calamity is imminent. He is our last resort. The vengeful king must be nurtured." Upon concluding her words, she stepped forward, unable to resist the impulse to remove her veil. Before Ye Feng appeared a figure of near perfection. In an instant, Ye Feng's entire being trembled. He felt the energy within him surge to its zenith, and simultaneously, his strength was restored to its peak. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the iron bars, thick as his arms, and with a forceful twist, he pried them apart. The metal screeched in protest as it bent under his might. The high priestess's expression shifted, and she instinctively retreated a step. Her intention had been to awaken the primal instincts within Ye Feng, to render him utterly irrational. Yet, unexpectedly, her actions had inadvertently revived his formidable strength. Once more, Ye Feng yanked at the bars, creating a gaping 30-centimeter opening. This is bad. For the first time, the high priestess was gripped by panic, fleeing toward the exit of the stone chamber while calling for the silver-haired, vengeful child. Unfortunately, it was too late. With a thunderous crash, a towering figure obstructed the exit. Ye Feng extended a massive hand to press against a protrusion on the wall, and the heavy stone door, weighing thousands of pounds, began to close slowly. Chapter 207. I promise you anything, vengeful king. Sit down. The high priestess swallowed hard, her voice trembling with terror as she commanded Ye Feng. His eyes blazed crimson, as if the flames they emitted could incinerate the very world. Under such circumstances, to be merely looked at by Ye Feng could induce a state of vulnerability. With a sudden motion, two powerful hands gripped the high priestess's shoulders. No. In the next moment, Ye Feng's mouth silenced hers. The other female priests gasped in shock, frantically circling within the chamber. Ye Feng roughly pressed the high priestess to the ground. Upon her wrist lay a red cord adorned with two silver teeth. Outside the stone door, the roars of the silver-haired, vengeful children echoed, sensing the peril that had befallen the high priestess. They hurled their bodies against the impenetrable stone door, desperate to reach her. Ye Feng, release the high priestess, and I will grant you anything you desire. The voice of an elder resonated from beyond the door. Ye Feng, should you dare to harm even a hair on the high priestess's head, I will set your grand vessel ablaze and slay all your companions. A chieftain's furious roar followed. To them, the high priestess was akin to a goddess. They revered, feared, and adored her in equal measure, with nearly all the indigenous men harboring secret affections for her. Now, the once powerful high priest, devoid of any strength, found herself within the confines of the door, facing the ferocious beast known as Ye Feng. The consequences were all too evident. Ye Feng was engaged in a brutal display of force, and when the high priest attempted to interpose her hand, he easily pinned her against the stone table with a single hand. This violent exertion continued for an hour, leading the high priest to lose consciousness. Yet, the primordial power within Ye Feng remained unspent. He slowly lifted his head, casting his blood-red gaze upon the remaining 6 priestesses. Subsequently, the stone hall echoed with haunting cries of despair. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Ye Feng's eyes finally regained clarity, and he beheld the lifeless forms of 3 priestesses on the ground. Although deceased, their faces bore serene smiles of contentment. The high priest remained in a state of unconsciousness, having endured the brunt of Ye Feng's initial onslaught. The 3 surviving priestesses, though still cognizant, instinctively shielded their lower bodies with trembling hands, recoiling in fear at Ye Feng's gaze. "High priest, are you all right?" came the heart-wrenching voice of Elder Ge from beyond the stone door. Moments prior, they had overheard the unfolding events through the crevice of the door. Initially, the high priest's voice had been one of resistance, but it soon transformed into a sultry, melodic tone, culminating in a piercing scream. The other priestesses' cries were similarly distressing. As seasoned communicators with women, they recognized the implications of those sounds, realizing that several priestesses had met their demise. This revelation filled the indigenous people with profound sorrow, igniting a deep-seated animosity towards Ye Feng. At this moment, Ye Feng had regained a semblance of his humanity. He approached Su Yun, exerting his strength to effortlessly pry open the iron cage. However, both Su Yun and Rimi recoiled in fear, their eyes betraying their terror at what Ye Feng might do, having witnessed the prior scene in its entirety. "Do not be afraid, my senses have returned. We must leave at once," Ye Feng urged, forcibly pulling the 2 women from their confinement. Following them were Chenin, Long Wu, Tuba, Xiao Mei, and 2 individuals from civilization, along with 2 of Tuba's kin. Long Wu lay unconscious, his body seemingly having endured torment, prompting Ye Feng to glare at the high priest with fury. Yet, killing her now was not an option, as she still possessed some utility. "Chenin, carry 5th brother," Ye Feng commanded, hoisting the limp high priest onto his shoulder. Once everyone had gathered, Ye Feng pressed the switch. With a thunderous rumble, the heavy stone door swung open, revealing Elder Ge and a throng of chieftains, along with a dense crowd of indigenous people behind them. Outside the stone hall, the sound of resentful children echoed ominously, indicating that the entire Ge tribe had congregated nearby. "Outsider, you." The elder's gaze fell upon the bloodstains on the high priest's legs, and he regarded Ye Feng with fiery eyes. "Clear a path. I seek only to return home and harbor no desire for conflict. However, should you insist on provoking me, I shall be compelled to sever the high priest's head. I am prepared for the worst," Ye Feng coldly declared. Indeed, the previously eager Ge tribesmen retreated a few steps, a flicker of fear evident in their eyes. Without the high priest, they could be annihilated by the monstrous beings at any moment. "Will you not step back?" Ye Feng bellowed. The elder hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly and waved his hand behind him. The indigenous people reluctantly parted to create a narrow passage. barely wide enough for two to walk side by side. Given the current predicament, Ye Feng had no alternative. He tightened his grip around the high priestess' neck. The dagger pressed firmly against her pristine throat. "Do not mar the skin of the high priest," the elder admonished angrily. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and pushed the dagger forward. Plop! The blade pierced the high priest's neck, as smooth as cream, and a trickle of crimson blood immediately flowed down. The red liquid cascaded slowly over her fair skin. "You!" The elder seethed with rage and raised his spear, but was quickly restrained by two chief warriors. "No, this will harm the high priest. Indeed, now is not the time for rash actions. Once we have rescued the high priest, we shall turn these foreign beings into mincemeat." Under the fiery gazes of the indigenous people, Ye Feng finally emerged from the stone hall, letting out a sigh of relief. However, outside the hall, a swarm of vengeful children lay in wait, led by two silver-haired creatures. Upon seeing Ye Feng carrying their master, the two silver-haired beings rushed over, circling anxiously around him, as if poised to pounce at any moment. "You are the elder, are you not? Command these beasts to stand down, or I might inadvertently take the high priestess' life," Ye Feng warned coldly. "Humph, I cannot control them," the elder gasped, his face twisted with malice as he glared at Ye Feng. Suyin quickly grabbed a stick, attempting to drive the two silver-haired creatures away. However, with a mere swipe of their claws, the wooden stick, as thick as an arm, was effortlessly cleaved into 3 pieces. Their claws were sharper than those of the black-haired, vengeful children. Ye Feng mused that even with his blood-scaled protection, he might not withstand many strikes from the silver-haired creatures. Fortunately, he had taken the high priest hostage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even made it out of the stone hall. Now, the second step was to escape the God tribe, and the third step was to return to the worship. A single misstep would lead to his utter failure. Roar! At that moment, one of the silver-haired beings suddenly lunged, launching a surprise attack towards the rear of the group. Ah! A piercing scream erupted, and when Ye Feng turned to look, he saw a companion from the civilized world cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. This seemed to signal the beginning. The other silver-haired creature also swung its claws. Ah! Xiao Mei let out a shriek as one of her arms was severed, her body collapsing limply to the ground. Chapter 208. A desperate gamble. Ye Feng cursed vehemently and dragged the dagger down, carving a long gash across the high priestess' arm. Now he had truly stirred a hornet's nest, as the other vengeful children swarmed toward them. "No need to hold back, the silver-haired ones are leading. Let us charge as well," the elder declared, raising his spear and lunging at Ye Feng, but was met with Ye Feng using the high priestess' body as a shield. Plop! The spear narrowly grazed the high priestess' wrist, inadvertently knocking a bracelet to the ground. The once ferocious, vengeful spirits paused in their tracks, their emerald glimmers flickering uncertainly. One of the spirits turned its gaze towards the nearest native. Then came the second and the third. They resembled awakened slaves who had finally identified their true adversary. "Quick! Put the bracelet on the high priest. Hurry!" The elder bellowed, his voice cracking with urgency. But it was too late. The first spirit charged towards the native, followed by the second, third, and fourth. The vengeful spirits not only targeted the natives, but also attacked Ye Feng and his companions. "Hurry, this is our chance." Ye Feng leaped forward, narrowly avoiding a dart. Ah! It was Xiao Mei. Her body was riddled with poisonous needles, and it seemed her fate was sealed. "Xiao Mei." Ye Feng contemplated rushing back to save her, but was obstructed by a throng of natives. "Feng Ge, don't save her. If we don't run now, it will be too late." Chunin pulled Ye Feng with all his might. "Yes, Feng, we must flee at once. If the natives regain control of the spirits, we will never escape." Raimaizi tugged at Ye Feng as well. Suddenly, a dart struck Raimaizi's arm. "Ah, Raimaizi," gritting his teeth. Ye Feng hoisted Raimaizi onto his shoulder and sprinted towards the outskirts of the tribe. At that moment, he bore the weight of 2 individuals, Raimaizi and the high priest. After running 100 meters, Ye Feng glanced back, witnessing the multitude of spirits engulfing Xiao Mei. "Let us go." He fought back tears and hurried towards the base of the gourd-shaped valley, where he encountered a row of cages. It appeared that ordinary captives were confined there. Without hesitation, he smashed open the cages, liberating both savages and civilized individuals alike. "Follow me. If you can't keep up, I will not wait for you." With that, Ye Feng hastened ahead. Just as he was about to escape the tribe, a sudden commotion erupted behind him. "Ah! Oh!" 2 anguished cries echoed as a spear pierced through 2 captives, skewering them together. The elder, accompanied by 7 or 8 chieftains, was in pursuit. Ye Feng, release the high priest. I will no longer hold you accountable for anything else. Just free the high priest. The elder's voice was laced with desperation. For only when the bracelet was worn on the high priest's wrist could the spirits be controlled. Go to hell. Ye Feng cursed vehemently, shouldering the high priest as he burst forth from the Ye tribe. However, upon reaching the riverbank, he was met with a group rushing towards him from downstream. Looking weary and travel-worn, it was Luke and 2 other elders, closely followed by a horde of vengeful spirits. Damn it! Ye Feng felt a mix of urgency and anger. Evidently, the high priest had employed some extraordinary means to alert Luke, summoning him back to Ageahe. Now, he found himself cornered. What he initially anticipated to be a bloody massacre transformed into a scene of unexpected submission as Luke knelt halfway before Ye Feng. Ye Feng, I implore you to release the high priest. In the name of Chief Rook, I shall no longer pursue the transgressions of the past and vow to coexist peacefully with you. Rook's voice trembled. Ye Feng seemed to grasp a portion of the situation, likely concerning the matter of the bracelet. Rook, I indeed wish to liberate the high priest and mend ties with you. However, I fear that without this talisman, you may turn against us. Here's my proposition. Allow me to return to the worship, and I shall promptly release the high priest, Ye Feng said slowly. At that moment, the tribal leaders had already encircled him. No, you must release the high priest now. Otherwise, once you reach that so-called worship, I will be powerless against you, Rook asserted, shaking his head resolutely. What if I release the high priest now, and you betray me without remorse? Ye Feng spoke cautiously, his gaze darting among the tribal leaders. Curiously, the resentful children who had returned from afar did not attack the natives, but instead lay submissively on the ground. Ye Feng, as chief, I assure you that should you release the high priest, I will not pursue you and will allow your return to the worship. Can it be that I, a dignified chief, would fail to uphold my word? Rook glared, his eyes bloodshot. I, as captain, offer you my solemn guarantee that if you permit us to return to the worship, I shall return the high priest to you unharmed. Do you think I, as captain, would breach my promise? Under different circumstances, Ye Feng might have conceded, but today's matter was a matter of life and death, and he could not yield an inch. Ah Feng, it hurts so much. On his shoulder, Raimai cried out in agony. Ye Feng could only entrust her to Su Yun, who assisted her alongside one of the natives. Time could not be squandered. Raimai had also been poisoned, and if they did not return to extract the venom, they would lose a vital member of their team. How about this? Let us each take a step back. You allow us to use your canoe to reach the end of the tributary. Upon arrival, you maintain a distance of 200 meters from us. At that point, I will cast the high priest into the river, and you can retrieve him yourselves. After which we shall row away. Ye Feng's voice brimmed with urgency, for Raimai was on the brink of collapse, and he needed to bring her back to Bai Chushue for healing. Rook exchanged glances with the 3 elders, appearing somewhat hesitant as they weighed Ye Feng's credibility. Please respond quickly. If you do not acquiesce, I might as well end the high priestess' life myself, and you can turn me into mincemeat. Ye Feng's voice cracked in desperation, for Raimai's face had become shrouded in darkness. Very well, I agree to your terms, foreigner. I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, our entire Ye tribe will pursue vengeance against you without relent. Having spoken, Rook appeared to have made a considerable resolution and finally opened a path. Ye Feng swiftly raced towards the riverbank, placing the high priest into the canoe before taking Raimai, whose complexion had turned dark. Chunin and the others climbed aboard the canoe, followed by the captives Ye Feng had rescued. Some had already fled into the woods, while others trailed closely behind Ye Feng, approximately 20 or 30 individuals, comprising both natives and civilized folk. What are you all still standing there for? Quickly, get into the other canoe. We must depart. Ye Feng bellowed. The captives, having been imprisoned for too long, were slow to react, but upon hearing his shout, they hurriedly jumped into the canoe. Chapter 209. I must interrogate her severely. Luck followed anxiously along the shore, maintaining a distance of 20 meters from the canoe, his grip on the bow tight. Hurry, row faster. I implore you. Ye Feng shouted. Brother Feng, we haven't eaten in 2 days. Chunin panted as he paddled. With no other option, Ye Feng reluctantly took the oar. Bang! A gunshot rang out from the dense forest on the opposite bank, the bullet striking the high priestess in the thigh, causing her to jolt upright in the canoe. Bang! Another bullet flew forth. No! Ye Feng cried out in alarm. Alas! It was too late. Long Wu's other leg was also shattered. On the shore, Luck witnessed the sparks across the river, concluding that those wielding such weapons must be Ye Feng's allies. You damned foreigner, you truly lack honor. Do not hesitate, kill. With that, Luck drew back, his spear whistling through the air. Ye Feng was taken aback, quickly spreading his body to shield himself from Luck's spear. With a thunderous crash, his form was enveloped in heavy blood scales. Although he managed to block the spear, the tremendous force sent him flying from the canoe. Brother Feng. Shunan reached out instinctively, but he was just a hair's breadth short. With a splash, Ye Feng plunged into the river. On the opposite bank, Ma Sikong ejected the spent cartridge and loaded another bullet, continuing to take aim at the river. His initial intention was to eliminate Ye Feng, but he sensed that Ye Feng had forged some alliance with the natives. This was troubling. Should they unite, his situation would become dire. Thus, without hesitation, he fired at the high priestess's thigh, showing a modicum of mercy, as the bullet merely grazed her delicate skin, leaving her unscathed. After all, such a stunning beauty was not someone he wished to kill outright. He envisioned future opportunities. The four canoes drifted downstream, swiftly disappearing from sight, while Ye Feng found himself in dire straits, left to flounder in the river. Brother Feng, I can't paddle against the current. My strength is insufficient. Shunan struggled valiantly against the flow, but the canoe vanished from view. Countless blow darts and arrows flew toward Ye Feng's position. Clenching his teeth, he submerged beneath the water. It was approximately 5 a.m, and Ye Feng swam beneath the surface, surfacing for air only every 10 minutes. However, the natives pursued relentlessly with the current, and each time Ye Feng emerged, he was met with a barrage of darts and arrows. At last, Ye Feng was swept into a wider tributary. He decided to dive deeper into the river, positioning himself toward the center, now a distance of 500 to 600 meters from the shore. Even with their strength, the natives could scarcely shoot that far, could they? Bang! Ye Feng felt a tremor in his back, and his furious gaze turned toward the riverbank. It was evident that the persistent Ma Sikuan had returned, haunting him yet again. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, striking Ye Feng's shoulder. This time, his blood scales shattered, and a plume of blood sprayed into the river. He realized that if he allowed Ma Sikuan to continue this assault, his blood scales would inevitably vanish. With a sense of urgency, Ye Feng submerged once more. On the bank, the indigenous people erupted into a cacophony of jubilant cheers. After a while, they retreated, allowing Ye Feng to exhale a sigh of relief. Now, only Ma Sikuan remained as an adversary, although Ye Feng yearned to eliminate him. The turbulent waters in the central stream made it impossible for him to swim to the opposite shore. Bang, bang, bang. This time, Ma Sikuan unleashed a trio of shots, causing Ye Feng to taste blood in his throat and cough violently. Fortunately, the high priest's green insect had fully healed his wounds. Otherwise, those 3 bullets would have surely claimed his life. After some time, Ye Feng veered into a secondary stream, lying flat on the water's surface, head downstream, feet pointing upward. At last, he spotted a small dark figure racing along the bank. Was it not that scoundrel Ma Sikuan? After reaching the end of the tributary, Ma Sikuan was now over 700 meters away from Ye Feng, rendering even a sniper rifle ineffective. Damn! In the river, Ye Feng slowly closed his eyes. Time passed, though he could not tell how long it had been before he opened his eyes again. Daylight had arrived, and he had been swept into the main river channel, situated near its center. Here, the current surged more violently, with waves capable of rising 5 or 6 meters. It was time to return home. Ye Feng resolved to transport artillery upon his return and raise the Gaha tribe to the ground. Yet, he felt utterly helpless against Ma Sikuan. After all, the man was an exceptional marksman, adept at concealment, and lacked a fixed base, making it a matter of luck if Ye Feng wished to kill him. With this thought, Ye Feng submerged again, swimming toward the riverbank. Sunlight filtered through the frigid water, casting a hazy glow at depths of 6 to 7 meters. Ye Feng squinted as he swam, attempting to avoid being swept away by larger waves. However, in the next moment, Ye Feng's eyes widened in alarm. Whether it was mere illusion or reality, he sensed something enormous gliding past the riverbed at a depth of 20 meters. This creature's girth surpassed 5 meters, even more robust than the black serpent he had encountered previously. Heaven help me! Ye Feng propelled himself to the surface with all his might, frantically paddling toward the shore, as if pursued by a specter. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached the bank, struggling to grasp the aquatic vegetation dragging his weary body onto the shore. After closing his eyes to rest for a minute, Ye Feng suddenly opened them wide. He could not linger here. If the Gaha people pursued him downstream, he would find himself ensnared once more after narrowly escaping death. Walking a kilometer downstream, Ye Feng's heart soared with joy. He beheld a fire pit rising on the bank, with 4 dugout canoes tethered to the trees. Chunin was engaged in a heated debate with several captives, his face flushed with emotion. Chunin, Suyin? Ye Feng felt a surge of tears welling up. Chunin, too, realized the situation and turned his gaze towards Ye Feng. With a loud thud, the pig's leg he was holding fell to the ground. Brother Feng, Chunin exclaimed. Having narrowly escaped death, the 2 men rushed towards each other in exhilaration, finally reuniting. Who allowed you to start a fire here? Are you unaware that the Gaif people could arrive at any moment? Hurry, we must get to the warship. Ye Feng chastised Chun, and without waiting for an embrace, the captives, who had been devouring meat, turned pale with fear upon hearing this command. They hastily discarded their food and scrambled into the canoe, followed by Ye Feng himself. Let us return to the warship. Although we lost several key figures, we have at least captured the High Priestess. Upon our return, I will ensure she faces rigorous interrogation to reveal the secrets of her sorcery. Chapter 210. Enough? Say nothing more, Ye Feng spoke coldly. Brother Feng, I have already released the High Priestess, Chunin said, his face filled with terror. What? Ye Feng abruptly turned, his icy gaze fixed on Chunin, resembling a fierce tiger ready to pounce. Brother Feng, please don't look at me like that. I'm so scared. At that moment, the vengeful children were relentlessly pursuing us on the shore. I had no choice but to cast the High Priestess into the river. Thankfully, my wise decision forced their retreat. Otherwise, they might have followed us downstream. Chunin stammered, trembling. The murderous intent in Ye Feng's eyes gradually softened until it vanished entirely. He gently patted Chun and shoulder. Chunin, thank you for saving everyone. Brother Feng, it's nothing. Our team has always relied on me to hold us together, hasn't he it? Ye Feng replied. Though they had lost the High Priestess, he managed to save most of the crew, with the only regret being Xiao Mei. By the way, where's Raimai Zi? Ye Feng suddenly recalled. Raimai Zi is in that canoe. Among the captives, there is one skilled with needles. He has sealed several of Sister Mei Zi's acupoints to prevent blood from flowing to her heart and brain. She should be able to hold on until we reach the warship, Chunin explained. Ye Feng stood on tiptoe in the canoe and indeed spotted Raimai Zi lying flat at the back of the canoe. Though her complexion remained ashen, she was still alive. Pick up the pace. Your strength is lacking. Allow me to take over, Ye Feng declared, taking up the oars himself. In the dense forest upstream, Ma Wukong wiped the camouflage paint from his face and splashed water over it. After several days of absence, he had visibly lost weight, and his eyes lacked any spark. In the absence of a team, he had to sleep with one eye open, fearing the unknown creatures might hunt him in his dreams. Chronic sleep deprivation left his eyes bloodshot, and combined with his pallid, peeling skin and disheveled hair, one could easily mistake him for a reincarnated specter. Ye Feng, I will surely kill you and seize the warship, Ma Sikong muttered to himself before vanishing once more into the thicket. In the tribe of the Gaif people, the bracelet was once again adorned on the wrist of the High Priestess. The rebellious child, who had initially displayed defiance, suddenly became subdued, a spark of wildness returning to her gaze. High Priestess, are you unwell? Luke inquired cautiously. Silence. You shall not speak of my condition henceforth, the High Priestess retorted, and with the assistance of 2 priestesses, she made her way back to the stone hall. Upon entering, she immediately submerged her entire body in a wooden tub, fervently scrubbing herself with her hands. How could it be that a dignified High Priestess had been violated by an inferior race? The thought of the repugnant substances that had been forced into her body sent a shiver down her spine. The consequences of potential pregnancy were too horrific to contemplate. As this realization dawned upon her, the High Priestess cast her gaze toward the distant upstream, a flicker of terror gracing her otherwise serene countenance for the first time. She slowly closed her eyes, the steam rising from the tub enveloping her exquisite features. After a mere 5 minutes, she opened her eyes once more, her hand instinctively reaching toward her abdomen. No, it cannot be. As the High Priestess, her body was extraordinarily sensitive, and she could sense something burgeoning within her. You wretched outsider, how dare you? She exclaimed, splashing water in anger. Achoo! Ye Feng wiped his nose. Autumn had arrived, bringing cooler weather. Su Yin draped a bear skin over Ye Feng and surveyed the deck. A Feng, How should we handle these newcomers? Suyin asked. Let them clean the deck of the warship first. Those who comply may stay, while those who do not shall be released, Ye Feng replied, reclining comfortably in his chair. Although he had endured excruciating torment at the hands of the high priestess the previous night, the peculiar insect had simultaneously restored his strength to its zenith. Despite having been shot by Ma Sikong several times thereafter, he still retained approximately 80% of his power. He believed that with a few more days of rest, he would regain his full prowess. At that point, he could transport ammunition to the underground base. The Gave people were aggressive and had taken far too many of his friends. Failing to avenge this would lead him to despise himself. Moreover, he needed to set an example for others, especially the newcomers, instilling confidence in them. Otherwise, how could he manage them effectively? All right, I shall take my leave. Suyin nodded and approached the 27 newcomers. What? You want us to clean? Dream on. Do you know who I am? Shouted a balding man in tattered clothing, causing Suyin to step back in fright. What nonsense is this? Cleaning is out of the question. Just get the ship moving and take us home. If I'm in a good mood when we return, I might just reward you with a few $1,000s, a plump middle-aged woman chimed in. Among the 27 individuals Ye Feng had rescued, 17 were wildlings, some of whom recognized each other, all hailing from the indigenous communities near the Great Marsh. They had initially been inclined to heed Su Yun's request to clean, but the balding man's provocation had sown seeds of doubt among them. Unable to maintain control of the situation, Su Yun looked to Ye Feng for assistance. Chenin go. Ye Feng, indifferent, merely gestured towards the distance. Chenin nodded, brandishing a spear as he approached the bald man. If you know what's good for you, start cleaning up. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Chenin placed one hand on his hip, propping a foot onto the table, striving to project an air of authority. However, his slender arms lacked any real intimidation, failing to command respect from the cultured individuals around him. Who has left their zipper undone, exposing you like that? What do you think you are? The bald man retorted without hesitation. In a fit of rage, Chenin instantly engaged in a scuffle with him. Logically, having consumed the ginkgo fruit, Chenin should have had a strength advantage over the bald man, yet he had been weak for too long. Now, he was only marginally stronger than the average person. Moments later, a few more civilized individuals joined the fray, leaving Chenin with darkened eyes resembling a panda. Just wait. I'll tell Brother Feng. Chenin wiped the blood from his face and hurried towards Ye Feng. TCH. The bald man raised his middle finger. Brother Feng, I'm done here. Don't say anything. Chenin, you are utterly useless. After all this time, you can't even handle these few ruffians. Ye Feng had no choice but to lift the bare skin and step towards the bald man, an overwhelming presence emanating from him. The bald man instinctively took a few steps back, eyeing Ye Feng warily. Sir Mediterranean, we do not tolerate idlers aboard our ship. If you wish to stay here, you must contribute. If you are unwilling, then I shall arrange for a canoe to take you back to the God tribe. Chapter 211, On What Grounds? Ye Feng spoke with refined eloquence, yet the subtle pressure in his tone left the bald man and his companions breathless. In contrast, while Chenin's tone was aggressive, it lacked depth, failing to create any real sense of intimidation. Cleaning is acceptable, but you must also contribute. It cannot be solely on us. As long as you are fair and just, I will heed your words. If you wish to wield privilege, I'm afraid we would rather return to the tribe as captives. Though confinement in a cage is uncomfortable, at least we wouldn't have to work, spending our days eating and sleeping. The bald man's voice trembled slightly, yet his thoughts remained clear. Here, no one enjoys privileges. Everyone has their responsibilities. For instance, I am akin to the commander aboard the ship, the first to face danger. Have you seen Susan the Beauty on the turret? She is our sharpshooter, a skilled technician. And she isn't required to clean. Then there's Chung Li Bean at the bow. He is the captain, adept at navigating and repairing the vessel. And he too is exempt from cleaning duties. Ye Feng enumerated, recognizing the vastness of the ship. Even if all 27 individuals joined, they would still be but a drop in the ocean. He was in dire need of manpower. What about me, Brother Feng? You should mention my value too. Chenin hurriedly approached. Oh, I almost forgot. Chenin, he is my confidant, so he doesn't need to clean either. Ye Feng pondered for a long time, but could not recall any of Chenin's merits. Chenin, this is your confidant, and that is your confidant. How about this, Fenggu? I shall also be your confidant, which means I need not work at all. The balding man asked lazily. Mr. Mediterranean, my patience is limited. First, I saved your lives. and then I provided you with a home. Are you truly unwilling to even tidy up a bit? Ye Feng's tone had turned somewhat frosty. He resolved that if this bald man continued to dawdle, he would not hesitate to make an example of him. All right, brothers, let us attend to the cleaning. The bald man nodded, picking up a shovel and heading towards the edge of the deck. Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he would not need to waste additional manpower. At that moment, Bai Chushue emerged from the cabin. A Feng, Miss Maisie has awakened. A wave of joy swept through the group as they hurriedly rushed back into the cabin, leaving only Susan on the artillery platform, remaining vigilant. Li Maisie had indeed regained consciousness, but she appeared exceedingly frail. A gash marred her arm, and dark blood trickled down from the wound. Sister Maisie, please rest well. Do not worry about anything, all right? Ye Feng gently caressed Li Maisie's cheek. Li Maisie nodded slowly, her eyes fluttering shut. Ye Feng then stood once more, addressing the others in the room. The patient requires a tranquil environment. I kindly ask everyone to step outside. The group hastily exited the quarters. Ye Feng contemplated his plan. In a few days, he would procure some ginkgo along the coastline, but he would not allow others to disembark the warship, opting to undertake this task alone. After all, with his own strength, he could retreat if necessary. But what about the others? Where could they flee? Upon reaching the deck, Ye Feng's nostrils flared in frustration. Before him sat the bald man and a group of 27 individuals, seated on the ground, having spent half an hour to clean less than 2 square meters. Their lethargy rivaled that of his fellow countrymen. Even so, the bald man continued to speak grandiosely. Remember this, where there are people, there exists a hierarchy. On this warship, we newcomers are evidently marginalized. They believe that having saved our lives grants them the right to treat us as their slaves. Not a chance. Therefore, during cleaning, if anyone dares to exert themselves, it is tantamount to opposing me, Wang Zhihai, as well as all fellow newcomers. Such a person shall face collective retribution. And to any among you who dares to act as a traitor, I'm afraid you will incur the wrath of us all. As the bald man concluded his speech, he sensed something amiss at his back. Turning, he was met with Ye Feng's cold, murderous gaze. Alarmed, he hastily grasped his shovel. Brothers, continue working. And remember what I just said. As they resumed their tasks, Ye Feng forcefully suppressed his murderous intent. He reminded himself that the true adversaries were the Ga tribe and Ma Sikong. These were individuals he could potentially win over. He had now positioned himself as a leader, broadening his perspective and tempering his narrow-mindedness. Feng Ge, why do you not cast the Mediterranean overboard for his brazen factionalism? Shunan inquired. Ye Feng reclined once more on the deck chair. The fellow was not entirely mistaken. Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Presently, their 27 newcomers have essentially formed 2 factions, one old and one new. In the absence of this new faction, our old faction would inevitably evolve into 2 separate groups, a reflection of human nature. Ye Feng remarked nonchalantly. So, shall we simply allow them to oppose you? Shunan inquired, rubbing his panda eyes. Inform Master Shi to restrict their food supply to that of 20 individuals, Ye Feng stated with indifference. But they have 27 members. Shunan responded, bewildered. Cleaning is laborious work, requiring strength to shovel the mud and sand into the river. How can one muster energy without adequate nourishment? Ye Feng continued with a sinister smile. Then, discreetly inform them that they will be graded daily. Those who work swiftly and effectively shall receive high scores, while those who labor slowly and poorly shall be penalized. At the end of each day, tally everyone's scores. The bottom 7 shall go hungry. He was confident that these individuals would compete against one another for sustenance, striving to avoid the ignominy of being the lowest ranked, thereby fracturing their new faction from within. Brilliant. I comprehend now. Shunan exclaimed joyfully as he set off to relay the message. As time flowed gently by, night swiftly descended, and Tu Ba and the others kindled a fire on the deck. However, this evening, instead of dancing, they sang mournful melodies, their voices echoing with a haunting resonance, akin to a call to spirits. How outrageous. Why do they enjoy meals while the 7 of us go hungry? From a distance, Wang Zhihai smashed his food bowl against the ground, glaring fiercely at Shi Zhengliang. I apologize, but the ship possesses only a meager supply of food, and some of our people are also without meals. We are all in the same predicament, Shi Zhengliang replied with an unblinking falsehood. You? But I am the leader of the newcomers. If you withhold food from me, you are showing contempt for us. Thus, starting tomorrow, I shall lead them in a collective strike. Let us see who will clean then, Wang Zhihai retorted angrily. That is no concern of mine. I am solely responsible for serving the food, Shi Zhengliang shrugged nonchalantly. As time continued its inexorable march, 3 days slipped by unnoticed. Chapter 212. Strive to work hard. Wang Zhihai, famished to the point of feeling his stomach press against his back, found himself perpetually ranked 7th from the bottom, having gone 3 days without food, though he remained hydrated. Now, as he walked, his stomach gurgled audibly, filled with nothing but water. Due to Ye Feng's targeting, his position as leader was precariously threatened, and soon a middle-aged man supplanted him. Let us all endeavor to work diligently. Merely avoid being the 7th from the bottom, the middle-aged man advised, pointing at Wang Zhihai. Aware that as the new leader, he must suppress the former leader to prevent Wang Zhihai from rising again. Traitors, you shameless betrayers. I fought for your interests, and this is how you repay me. From now on, each of you must do less work to allow me to move into the top 20. Otherwise, I shall starve. Wang Zhihai exclaimed in fury. Mentioning this incited fear among the others, prompting them to work even harder. As night fell, Wang Zhihai found himself ranked 7th from the bottom once more, relegated to the sidelines with nothing but a bowl in hand, sipping water while his companions feasted heartily on meat and soup. It was indeed a miscalculation. Had he known, he would not have taken the lead. Sighing, he lowered his gaze and took a sip of lukewarm water, feeling a fiery pang in his stomach. At that moment, a tantalizing aroma wafted towards him, prompting him to sniff the air and turn his head. A wild chicken leg appeared before him, tantalizingly close, merely 10 centimeters from his lips. Are you hungry? Ye Feng squatted down, gazing at Wang Zhihai with a compassionate expression. I am so hungry, brother Feng. I am utterly famished, Wang Zhihai replied, swallowing hard. His eyes fixed on the chicken leg. Well, there's no helping it. The food aboard the ship is allocated per person, and I only have this one leg. How about this? I've only nibbled half of it. If you don't mind. Before Ye Feng could finish, Wang Zhihai snatched the wild chicken leg with a cry, devouring it whole, bones and all. I'm off now. Don't tell Chunin that I gave you the chicken leg, or I'll be unable to lead anyone else in the future. Ye Feng bestowed upon him a friendly glance. Wang Zhihai felt a jolt throughout his body, tears blurring his vision. Brother Feng, I truly failed to recognize your greatness. I never imagined you would be the most admirable person here. He stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. Meanwhile, Ye Feng had returned to his dormitory, which was lavishly adorned with an array of delicacies: fish, shrimp, crabs, roasted lamb, steamed turtle, and an assortment of fresh fruits. Brother Feng, there are still 2 dishes yet to be served. Please wait a moment, Shi Zhengliang said with a smile. That's unnecessary. I lack an appetite today. Please, sit down and enjoy your meal, Ye Feng replied, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed out the window. Having nearly recovered from his injuries, it was time to venture to the underground base for artillery. At this juncture, he intended to bring along Zhuang Ri and 5 other skilled natives. As for the others on deck, they were simply insufficient. Too many would attract unwanted attention. After all, it is not the quantity of soldiers that matters, but their quality. Brother Feng, I also do not wish to eat. I am on a diet. The tropical rainforest offers an abundance of food, but I intend to focus on my health, Shi Zhengliang remarked. Then dispose of it out the window. Ensure that the newcomers do not see, Ye Feng instructed, not bothering to look back. Understood. Shi Zhengliang pushed the dining table out. Ye Feng exited the dormitory and made his way to the 2nd tier of the prison, bringing Zhuang Ri and the other 5 out, before summoning Susan to his room. This was a discussion between the top leaders and these indigenous individuals. Zhuang Ri and his companions had been faring quite well recently. Their cells were cleaned daily, and food was provided when hunger struck, resulting in a more amiable gaze directed towards Ye Feng, particularly among the smaller leaders. There was even a hint of gratitude in their eyes. Such is human nature. First, they endure hardships, and then when relief is granted, they perceive you as a benevolent figure. Zhuang Ri, tomorrow I need your assistance with something. Would you be willing to help me? Ye Feng inquired. What kind of help? Zhuang Ri asked, his tone cautious. Rest assured, it is not a matter of sending you to your demise, but it will require some effort. Are you willing? Ye Feng pressed on, deliberately avoiding the mention of transporting artillery, uncertain if the high priest might be eavesdropping. Chasing the Sun exchanged resolute glances with the 5 little leaders, nodding in agreement. No problem. Very well, I shall escort you back. Ye Feng confined the 6 individuals once more within the prison cells, allowing them to walk on their own, thereby granting them a semblance of dignity. After securing the cells, He returned to his quarters, closing the doors and windows, and communicated with Susan through written words on the floor. An hour later, Susan departed. Ye Feng had assigned her a critical task to safeguard the warship, ensuring that the vengeful child did not ascend to the deck, while he, on the morrow, intended to lead chasing the sun and the others to the underground base to transport ammunition. The Gaha tribe, I, Ye Feng, shall raise your entire clan to the ground, avenging the fallen. A glimmer of icy malice flickered in Ye Feng's eyes. The night passed uneventfully, and dawn arrived swiftly. Ye Feng opened the armory, only to find the ammunition dwindling. While there were still several hundred rounds for the rifle, the machine gun was absent. With fewer than 100 rifle rounds and less than 200 for the pistol, he nonetheless took a rifle and 2 handguns, securing them to his waist with rope before ascending to the deck. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. Wang Zhihai was there, sleeves rolled up, diligently shoveling refuse into the river. Everyone worked with fervor, striving not to disappoint Brother Feng. I had wronged Brother Feng before. He is truly worthy of leadership. Hey, you lazy bum, stop slacking off. And you, do you need to take a dump again? From now on, bathroom breaks cannot exceed 2 minutes. Don't just stand there. Join me in singing the team song. With that, Wang Zhihai raised his voice. Working like a dog, enduring scorn without barking, like a dog. How amusing. Enduring scorn without barking. Ye Feng mused. Wang Zhihai seems transformed, exhibiting a commendable change. It appears that to lead effectively, one must possess not only a compassionate heart, but also a certain degree of cunning. Otherwise, controlling this group would be impossible. Sure, today, ensure that the newcomers are provided with ample food. Each person must receive their share. Ye Feng whispered. Understood. Shiz Hengliang nodded in agreement. Ye Feng then retrieved, chasing the sun and the others from their cells, unshackling them. However, the safety on his pistol was disengaged. While it was unlikely they would revolt, caution was prudent. Let us proceed to the lower hold. Prepare to board the canoe. An hour later, the canoe docked at the shore, and chasing the sun and the others disembarked first, waiting for Ye Feng. Forward, follow me. I shall guide you from behind. Ye Feng cleverly positioned himself at the rear of the line to avoid any potential ambush from the 6. Go left up ahead. You ought to know the way. Ye Feng stood behind the 6, ready to direct them as needed. In a short while, the 7 reached a pile of rubble. In truth, Ye Feng could have accessed the secret passage to transport the ammunition more swiftly and conveniently, merely needing to hoist it with ropes. However, he opted not to do so. Considering the matter from a deeper perspective, he slipped through the crevices of the stones, and Ye Feng gestured toward the pile of rubble. However, the 5 small leaders' expressions changed drastically as they collectively took a step back, seemingly engulfed by a profound fear of the cavern. After all, they had been indoctrinated from a young age to believe that the cave was the eye of hell, from which the vengeful child had crawled out over 80 years ago. Who could fathom what terrifying creatures lurked within? Did you not comprehend my words? Ye Feng's voice grew more resolute. If these individuals were unwilling to enter the cavern, they would hold no value for him. I shall heed Brother Feng's words. Zhue Ri declared, and without a hint of psychological burden, he directly dove into the pile of stones. Observing this, the other 5 small leaders followed suit, each slipping into the darkness in succession. Ye Feng smiled faintly, brandishing a torch as he trailed behind them. Upon entering, Ye Feng squinted. The ground bore fresh footprints. Judging by their size, they did not belong to the male members of the Ge tribe, as they stood at least 2 meters tall with feet measuring over 42 centimeters. Nor could they belong to the females, whose stature did not exceed 1 meter 50. The footprints before him seemed to measure around 42 centimeters. Masakong, Ye Feng's expression shifted, and he quickly drew his pistol. The prospect of Masakong lying in wait within the cavern posed a threat comparable to that of the enormous black serpent from before. What's wrong, Brother Feng? Zhue Ri inquired, glancing back. Nothing, keep moving forward. Ye Feng raised his pistol, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Nodding in agreement, Zhue Ri cautiously followed Ye Feng's lead until they arrived at a subterranean staircase. The surface was coated with hardened sludge, yet each step sank deeply into the mire. The 7 of them traversed the uneven terrain, soon reaching the location where the shells were stored. Brother Feng, what brings us here? Are we to transport these? Zhue Ri pointed toward the elongated shells. Hold on a moment. Let us conduct a thorough search of the entire underground base first. With that, Ye Feng led the 6 others to explore the entirety of the lower level, passing the torch to the frontmost Zhue Ri while he took up the rear. concealing himself in the shadows with his gun drawn. His objectives were twofold. First, to ascertain the whereabouts of Masakong, and second, to seek out another machine gun. Given the substantial presence of Germans on this desolate island, it was unlikely there was merely one machine gun. If he could uncover an additional one or two, it would compensate for previous losses. They searched from morning until afternoon, thoroughly scouring the entire second level. Not a single machine gun was found, and he had barely managed to collect 200 rounds of both rifle and pistol ammunition. As for the remaining rounds, they had succumbed to dampness and rust, rendering them utterly inoperable. After stowing the usable ammunition in a military backpack, Ye Feng led the 6 to the shell storage. Each of you shall carry one, and then follow me outside. Ye Feng indicated toward the shells on the ground. All right, I'll handle it. Zhuai Ri hoisted one shell onto his shoulder. Though it weighed over 60 kilograms, for an adept like him, carrying 3 at once posed no challenge. He then reached for a second shell. No, just take one at a time, Ye Feng quickly interjected. Brother Feng, this item is so light, I can carry 5 at once. Why only take one? Zhuang Ri exclaimed, promptly dropping the shell with a resounding thud onto the ground. Goodness, be gentle with it. Ye Feng shouted, his spirit nearly startled away. Zhuang Ri, perplexed, could not fathom why Ye Feng was so anxious. I warn you, this object is quite fragile. Do not let it fall. Treat these shells as you would your beloved women. Handle them with utmost tenderness, lifting and placing them with care. Do you understand? Ye Feng illustrated his point. The 6 nodded in agreement, each man shouldering a shell as they made their way out of the cave. Upon exiting, Ye Feng guided them to the riverbank, where he personally placed the 6 shells into the canoe. Susan, Ye Feng called out to the warship. On the deck, Susan nodded and, along with several others, began to pull on the rope. One end was tied to the canoe. Shortly thereafter, Ye Feng witnessed the shells being loaded onto the warship before he led the 6 back into the cave. From afternoon until dusk, Ye Feng tirelessly transported 4 loads, totaling 24 shells. He himself refrained from carrying the shells, opting instead to remain vigilant against any sudden appearances of beasts or marshals. Gentlemen, you have worked hard. Let us return to the warship, Ye Feng said, boarding the canoe and bringing Zhuang Ri and the others onto the deck. This time, he did not confine them, allowing them the freedom to roam and breathe in the fresh air. Tuba and the others ignited a bonfire on the deck and began to dance wildly. However, Ye Feng and Cheng Li Bin could not afford to relax. They calibrated the ship's cannon, aiming it toward the shore. Brother Feng, I have never handled a cannon before. I don't know how to fire it. I'll have to proceed cautiously, Cheng Li Bin admitted nervously. Weighing over 60 kilograms, if the shell were to explode in the chamber, both he and Ye Feng would be obliterated. Susan and the others watched from 30 meters away, fear flickering across their faces. After all, this cannon had not been used in many years, and if the shell were to be triggered and failed to fire, it would detonate on the warship. Ye Feng strained to recall snippets from World War II, pushing the shell into the rear of the cannon, then sealing the chamber door. This device appears to be used for triggering the shell. Cheng Li Bin pointed at a lever nearby, but subtly retreated, having moved 20 meters away by the time he finished his sentence. Wang Zhihai, come here, Ye Feng shouted from a distance. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhihai hurried over, thinking Ye Feng had something to discuss with him. What is it, Brother Feng? Wang Zhihai inquired. I have a bit of a stomachache and need to use the restroom. After you count to 100, pull this lever all the way down, and then cover your ears, Ye Feng said casually. Wang Zhihai regarded him with suspicion. Oh dear, I can't hold it any longer. My stomach really hurts. You should start counting now, and after you reach 100, pull the lever down, Ye Feng added, swiftly darting toward the stern of the warship. Wang Zhihai scratched his balding head, gazing at the cannon barrel stretching over 10 meters long. While casting a furtive glance at the firing pin below, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Yet, this was his moment to shine. The first task bestowed upon him by Brother Feng must be accomplished at all costs. Chapter 214. Trouble, Brother Feng as he counted to 100. Wang Zhihai placed his hand on the firing pin. Ye Feng, ostensibly on his way to the restroom, was actually lurking behind, covertly observing the scene. Upon witnessing this, he quickly crouched down, cradling his head with both hands. With a firm resolve, Wang Zhihai pulled the trigger fully. The rusted firing pin struck the base of the shell with a resounding impact, igniting the primer in an instant. With a sharp crack, it was as if a blade had been unleashed. A fiery tongue erupted from the cannon, shaking the entire warship, causing Wang Zhihai to tumble from the platform with a startled yelp. Ye Feng released his ears, gazing in astonishment at the trail of fire soaring into the sky. This fiery streak traversed vast stretches of tropical rainforest, swiftly vanishing from sight. Boom! In the far distance, a brilliant fireball erupted in the night. Everyone gradually approached the ship's railing, dumbfounded as they beheld the spectacle 20 kilometers away. Ye Feng was equally astonished. The naval cannon could fire over such distances. How terrifying. Did this not imply that they could strike deep into the God tribe from the second tributary? Quick, let's examine the cannon, Ye Feng exclaimed, leaping onto the platform. The entire cannon was emitting smoke, the surrounding temperature having risen by several degrees, with the barrel itself exceeding a scorching 100 degrees. Thank heaven it did not explode within the barrel. Otherwise, their vessel would have been utterly destroyed. Cheng Li Bean approached from a distance, his face alight with astonishment as he caressed the cannon barrel. Ouch! He exclaimed, having burned his palm, forming several blisters. At that moment, Wang Zhihai staggered to his feet, appearing as if intoxicated. He had forgotten to cover his ears during the cannon's discharge, leaving his mind reeling from the shock. Someone, take Wang Zhihai to the cabin to rest. He need not work today and will receive double rations, Ye Feng commanded. Consequently, a group of individuals assisted the dazed Wang Zhihai into the ship's cabin. Let us attempt another shot, Ye Feng declared, having assessed the situation to be safe. As he loaded another shell into the cannon, Cheng Li Bean, seeing no sign of danger, positioned himself behind the cannon, brandishing a stick and gesturing firmly forward. Fire! Ye Feng yanked the trigger down. Crack! Another shell was launched, exploding in the far distance, sending flames soaring nearly 100 meters high. Ye Feng raised his binoculars, observing the explosion from several dozen kilometers away before slowly remarking, "This shell possesses considerable power. It is likely that no one within a 50-meter radius could survive such a strike. Brother Feng, what are we waiting for? Why not sail the warship to the God tribe now and avenge our fallen comrades?" Cheng Li Bean proposed eagerly. Indeed, now is the time, Susan concurred with a nod. However, Ye Feng shook his head, stating that it was too late in the evening to observe the dire circumstances of the God tribe. He resolved to wait until dawn to fully appreciate their plight and ascertain whether the priestess had indeed been killed. The priestess referred to the high priestess. Ye Feng did not fear the indigenous people of the God tribe. While they were formidable, they were primarily brawn over brains. The high priestess, however, was a different matter entirely. She possessed the art of sorcery, elusive and unpredictable, along with the ability to eavesdrop. Ye Feng regarded her as a significant adversary. Additionally, there was the matter of the Masikong. Well then, let us rest for the night. There are 22 cannons on the deck, sufficient to raise the God tribe to the ground, he declared. Cheng Li Bean nodded in agreement. The evening festivities on the deck continued until around midnight. When everyone finally retired to their quarters, Ye Feng turned his attention to the 6 individuals, Chasing Sun and his companions. The high priestess had the capacity to control others, and should she remotely manipulate these 6, it would pose a catastrophic threat to Ye Feng. Thus, he could not allow them the freedom to roam. Thank you, 6 of you, for assisting in transporting the cannonballs today. However, I have some reservations and wish for you to remain in your cells. You may only rest there tonight, and I shall grant you your freedom during the day. What say you? Ye Feng felt a pang of guilt. It was all the high priestess's fault. Had it not been for her, he would have already won over the 6. Yet now, even if Chasing Sun and his companions sincerely wished to follow him, Ye Feng was apprehensive about the possibility of their remote control. As anticipated, the countenance of Chasing Sun and the others darkened, a flicker of humiliation flashing in their eyes. Rest assured, this is only a temporary measure. Once we eliminate the high priestess, I assure you that you shall never again be confined, and I will treat you as brothers, Ye Feng hastily clarified. Humph. Chasing Sun scoffed, leading the way back to their cells, with the other 5 reluctantly trailing behind. After securing the 6, Ye Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow, they would bombard the God tribe, and to be cautious, he stationed himself at the cell door. Fearing any unforeseen circumstances, the high priestess might have already discerned their plans for the day through her means. Ye Feng felt a mix of apprehension and uncertainty. If the high priestess could indeed intercept his intelligence, she would likely flee the God tribe to evade the impending bombardment. No, this cannot stand. Ye Feng rose swiftly and made his way to the captain's quarters. Cheng Li Bean was resting with one foot on the helm, snoring softly. Old Cheng, wake up, Ye Feng urged, rousing him from his slumber. What is it, Feng Go? I was enjoying a delightful dream, Chung Li Bean grumbled. Ye Feng picked up a piece of charcoal and inscribed several words upon the deck. Now is the time. Steer the ship to the tributary of the Ga tribe. We shall bombard their village under the cover of night. The High Priestess may have already eavesdropped on our plans for tomorrow, and she is likely in the process of relocating. We must seize this opportunity. Chung Li Bean instantly grasped the urgency of the situation and hurriedly activated the warship. The journey from their current location to the Ga tribe would take merely 2 hours. Ye Feng stood in the captain's quarters, observing the trees along the shore swiftly recede into the distance. Within the Ga tribe, the High Priestess stood before a ferocious tiger, brandishing a dagger with a swift motion. Roar! The scorching tiger's blood sprayed 2 meters away. In the next moment, a small green worm emerged from the sleeve of the high priest and fell into the tiger's blood. Inside the warship's cell, Zuri suddenly opened his eyes, and his once clear gaze turned murky. He stood up and crashed violently against the iron door of the cell. Bang! A large dent formed in the iron door, and Zuri's shoulder also buckled under the impact. Yet, he seemed impervious to pain, continuing to ram against the iron door. Elder, what is wrong? 5 young leaders rose, their faces filled with terror as they gazed at Zuri. At that moment, he was enveloped in a fierce aura, resembling a ferocious beast hunting its prey. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of violent impacts, the iron door was shattered and Zuri strode out of the cell, racing toward the deck with a speed surpassing even his peak performance by more than double. Not good. Feng, the native is charging toward the deck. Chun and hurriedly raced to the deck. Ye Feng was calculating the cannon's range when he turned to see a figure bursting from the cabin, blood streaming from Zuri's shoulder. Zuri, what are you doing? Ye Feng's expression shifted, sensing something was amiss in Zuri's gaze. However, Zuri did not respond, brandishing a torch. He charged toward the pile of cannonballs. Not good. Ye Feng gasped in shock, swiftly grabbing a spear and hurling it at Zuri's back. Thud! The spear pierced through Zuri's chest effortlessly, yet he seemed unaffected by pain, continuing his relentless advance toward the cannonballs. Trouble. He is under the High Priest's control. Chunin, wake everyone up, start with Susan. After speaking, Ye Feng clashed with Zuri. Zuri, like a soulless machine, swung a fist at Ye Feng. In a swift motion, Ye Feng executed a grappling maneuver, twisting Zuri's left arm behind him and using all his strength to push down, attempting to pin him to the ground. To his astonishment, despite having a fractured left arm, Zuri emitted no cry of pain but retaliated fiercely, swinging the torch at Ye Feng's head. The two engaged in a tumultuous struggle. After 5 exchanges, Ye Feng managed to force Zuri to the ground. However, it seemed as if an inexhaustible strength resided within Zuri. As he crawled toward the cannonballs once more, suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed as Susan and the others rushed onto the deck. What are you waiting for? Find thicker chains to restrain him. He is being controlled by the High Priest. Ye Feng bellowed. The group finally snapped into action, frantically searching for iron chains. After 10 exhausting minutes, Zuri was finally secured with chains as thick as a man's arm, suspended in midair. Otherwise, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he would inevitably head toward the cannonballs again. Should we just kill him? Chenin suggested. It would be easy to kill him, but it's not his fault. He is under the High Priest's control, Ye Feng replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. In the recent confrontation with Zhue Ri, Ye Feng distinctly sensed that Zhue Ri's strength paled in comparison to his own. Yet, the latter's indomitable spirit, unyielding to pain or death, still managed to cause Ye Feng some minor setbacks. At that moment, Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that Zhue Ri had breached the prison door? What of the other minor leaders? Were they still obediently confined within their cells? Ye Feng gazed at Chunin in shock. I don't know, Chunin replied, raising his hands in helplessness. This is bad. Follow me to the 2nd floor at once, Ye Feng declared, hastily making his way toward the ship's cabin. However, after running only a few meters, he halted, his gaze fixated on the munitions stacked on the deck. I cannot leave. I must guard the ammunition. Susan, take a few proficient marksmen with you to the 2nd floor and check if those 5 minor leaders are still in their cells. If they are, swiftly relocate them to another cell, ensuring the door is firmly locked and barricaded. Understood, brother. Mei Mei, Lao Cheng, Chu Shui, you 3 come with me, Susan responded, drawing her pistol and leading the others toward the 2nd floor. Ye Feng raised his rifle, pacing amidst the stacked ammunition. Any members of the Ge tribe that appeared in the vicinity would be met with lethal force, regardless of whether they were under control. If the munitions were detonated, the entire warship would be torn asunder, leaving them to struggle for survival in the treacherous Black Tree River region without even a place to take refuge. After a while, Shonen ascended to the deck, his face etched with terror. Upon seeing his expression, Ye Feng's heart sank. Feng, brother Feng. There is not a soul left in the cells. I have no idea where they have hidden, Shonen stammered, visibly shaken. Damn it. Ye Feng seethed with regret and anger. If only he had executed the high priestess when they first captured her, they would not be facing such dire consequences now. We must search immediately, Ye Feng urged, his temper flaring. How can we search such a vast warship? Moreover, those 5 individuals are formidable. If we split up, they could easily take us down one by one. Conversely, if we search together, our footsteps will be loud enough for them to hide long before we arrive. Shonen lamented, throwing up his hands in defeat. There's no other choice. Gather everyone on deck, every single person, including Rimiko and the unconscious 5th brother. Bring them all up. Otherwise, they will be silently picked off one by one, Ye Feng commanded, before clutching a cannonball and leaping onto the artillery platform. Understood. Shonen hurriedly dashed back into the cabin. Bang! A cannonball was fired from the artillery, soaring several dozen kilometers away. In the distance, a fireball erupted into the sky, though it evidently did not strike the Ye tribe's encampment. The trajectory of the cannon must be meticulously calibrated through extensive practice to achieve precision. Ye Feng, having never been oblivious to the ways of the world, adjusted the cannon's elevation slightly and loaded another shell into the chamber. Bang! Another cannonball was launched. Boom! Once again, a fireball ascended into the heavens from over 10 kilometers away, yet it still failed to penetrate the Ye encampment. Clenching his teeth, Ye Feng elevated the cannon's angle once more. After consecutively firing 10 shells, not a single one found its mark within the Ga tribe's compound. This left Ye Feng's expression grim, as ammunition was running low, with only 12 shells remaining. The accuracy of the artillery was entirely dependent on the calibration by the gunners. Without 2 to 3 years of artillery training, it was nearly impossible to strike the designated target accurately. At this moment, the deck was crowded with people, and Long Wu lay on a makeshift stretcher, still unconscious. However, Rai Mai-zi had regained consciousness, albeit in a weakened state. Ye Feng once again loaded a shell into the chamber and leaped onto the deck. Is there anyone among you who has served in the military? Ye Feng inquired, gazing at the group of civilized individuals. They exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Then, is there anyone with a profound understanding of the principles of projectile motion? He posed another question. At this juncture, Wang Zhihai stepped forward. Brother Feng, I possess a certain understanding of parabolas. Allow me to give it a try? Very well. Come up, Ye Feng encouraged, aiding Wang Zhihai to the artillery platform. Wang Zhihai stood atop the platform, gazing towards the Ga tribe, approximately 7 to 8 kilometers away. Fortunately, it was nighttime, allowing him to faintly discern the torches flickering within the Ga settlement. During the day, even from an elevated position, the distant tribe would remain obscured from view. Are you capable? Ye Feng asked. Patience, this requires precision, Wang Zhihai replied as he gestured from above the platform. Raise the barrel a bit higher. All right, let me assist. Ye Feng donned gloves and lifted the shell higher. A bit more. Lower it slightly. Shift to the left a tad. No, a little to the right. After 10 minutes of meticulous adjustments, Wang Zhihai finally nodded and abruptly pulled the trigger down. Boom. A fiery tongue erupted from the barrel. Ye Feng's eyes widened as he fixated on the distant Ga tribe. Boom. A massive fireball ascended from the riverbank of the Ga people, and faint cries of women and furious roars of men echoed in the air. Chapter 216. As if intoxicated by heavens, Wang Zhihai, I did not foresee this. Continue. Ye Feng exclaimed, elated, giving Wang Zhihai's shoulder a hearty pat. Ouch, brother Feng. You've dislocated my shoulder. Wang Zhihai cried out in agony, clutching his shoulder. My apologies. Shift the barrel half a centimeter to the left. Got it. Once more. A fiery tongue burst forth from the barrel. This shot struck the center of the gourd-shaped terrain, sending 5 or 6 wooden houses soaring into the sky, engulfing the entire Ga tribe in flames. Luck, clutching a spear, burst from his wooden dwelling, witnessing his fleeing kin with bloodshot eyes. It must be that scoundrel Ye Feng. I'll have his head. Luck roared. At that moment, a sharp sound pierced the sky. Luck glanced upward, terrified, and hastily dove into a stinking ditch. Boom. Again, 5 or 6 wooden houses were lifted into the air, sparks scattering in all directions. Luck staggered to his feet from the filthy ditch, clutching his chest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Thankfully, he had been lying on the ground, thus avoiding the shrapnel, but the force of the shockwave had still rattled his insides. Ah, father, mother. The air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries emanating from the tribe. As the indigenous people scurried about like headless flies, the ground strewn with various dismembered limbs. The wailing child was also caught in the chaos, darting back and forth within the tribe. The entire Ga clan was thrown into disarray. Boom! Another shell fell from the heavens. Just as an elder was rushing towards Luck, his body was instantly transformed into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Quick, everyone, leave the tribe and head to the woods. Luck shouted hoarsely. Some heard his voice and hastened to flee the tribe, but the majority, in their panic, continued to run aimlessly within the confines of their home. Boom! Another shell struck. Luck felt a ringing in his ears. Upon touching them, he discovered that a shard had severed one of his ears. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to escape, knowing he could not save the remaining clansmen. As he reached the woods, he heard a piercing sound. Boom! The colossal statue atop the gourd-shaped edifice was shattered, and a rain of small stones cascaded down like raindrops. High Priest. Luck's eyes bulged, bloodshot with horror. Ye Feng wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, contemplating the retrieval of another shell, yet found none left. Simultaneously, the cannon's lengthy barrel glowed red-hot. Brother Feng, at least 7 shells have fallen upon the Ga tribe just now. Given the power of these shells, it is likely that their homes will be incinerated, forcing them to start anew or wander the woods, Wang Zhihai remarked, wiping his sweat, a smirk creeping onto his face. Ye Feng promptly supported him beneath the cannon, gently patting his shoulder. Indeed, listen closely, from this day forth, Wang Zhihai shall officially serve as the artillery squad leader, commanding 6 artillerymen. The squad shall not concern itself with cleaning duties, but will focus daily on honing calibration skills. Specific training will be arranged by squad leader Wang, and I shall no longer intervene. Upon finishing, Ye Feng raised Wang Zhihai's hand. Elated, Wang Zhihai cast a scornful glance at the middle-aged man among the newcomers, the current leader of the new faction. Previously, he had contended for leadership with that man, but now it seemed he had ascended to a higher echelon, leaving behind the menial tasks of the past. The middle-aged man's expression darkened momentarily, yet he quickly donned a pleasing smile towards Wang Zhihai, attempting to curry favor. Brother Feng, I too wish to join the artillery squad. Chunin boldly stepped forward. Ye Feng hesitated momentarily. However, Wang Zhihai coldly interjected, I'm afraid not. The artillery squad is the most critical department aboard the ship and requires rigorous selection, as I only train elites and have no desire to cultivate the incompetent. Do you consider me incompetent? Chunin retorted, seething with anger. No, 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 I am not targeting you. I am referring to everyone present as incompetent. The sounds of commotion erupted as Wang Zhihai was soon overwhelmed by a throng of people. Ye Feng retracted his fists and amended the appointment. Chunin shall be the primary squad leader of the artillery, while Wang Zhihai will serve as the deputy leader. Thank you, Brother Feng. Chunin exclaimed joyfully. Wang Zhihai, what time is it, and you are still playing around? The 5 Gar tribesmen have yet to be found. The warship is so vast that if they choose any random spot to hide, it could take us months to locate them. At this moment, Susan spoke up. A hush fell over the group, and their hearts sank. Indeed, Feng Gu, our immediate priority is to locate those 5 indigenous individuals. Otherwise, while they remain concealed, we are exposed and vulnerable to ambushes, and we could all be doomed. Chunin also grew serious. Ye Feng glanced at the forest across the river, and then at the massive warship, an idea forming in his mind. I have a plan. Come here. The group encircled him, watching as Ye Feng began to write on the deck. 5 minutes later, everyone understood. Chun-en and Shi Zhengliang, accompanied by 20 others, paddled 4 canoes to the shore. Upon landing, they piled wet branches into the canoes, then returned to the warship. Will these branches work? Ye Feng inquired. Rest assured, these trees emit the most unpleasant odor. Once ignited, they will produce a thick cloud of acrid smoke, Shi Zhengliang replied calmly. Action! A few of you, bring the stoves. Upon finishing his command, Ye Feng effortlessly lifted 2 stoves. Before long, the warship's lower deck was equipped with 4 large stoves, even utilizing the boiler. He first placed black fuel inside, then piled the wet branches atop the flames. Within 2 minutes, the lower deck was engulfed in billowing smoke. Run! Ye Feng covered his mouth and nose, sprinting towards the deck. Cough, cough, Feng Gu, wait for me. I can't breathe. Chunin called out from behind. 10 minutes later, everyone was on deck. Susan had already prepared damp cloths to cover each person's mouth and nose. Smoke billowed from every window, door, and stairway exit of the warship. Squeak. A multitude of rats, driven by the smoke, scurried onto the deck in a frenzied manner. Ah! Help! Help! Cough, cough, cough. Su Yun screamed in terror, her high notes rivaling those of an opera singer. Ye Feng patiently stood at the deck's exit, convinced that against this thick smoke, the 5 indigenous individuals could not endure for long. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing erupted, and a figure staggered out from the cabin, seemingly intoxicated. It was one of the minor leaders. This fellow was clever. Upon reaching the deck, he immediately leapt towards the river in a desperate attempt to escape. Chapter 217. Aren't you coming to help? Unfortunately, a chain swung towards him, wrapping around his body multiple times. Find him, Ye Feng commanded. A group of masked individuals swiftly tied the minor leader into a bundle, with Chun and even delivering a playful strike. Cough, cough, cough. The second minor leader also managed to escape to the deck. Within an hour, all 5 were once again bound. Ye Feng waited patiently as the smoke gradually dissipated, finally clearing away. Damn it, weren't you supposed to be good at hiding? You've all been smoked into jerky. Chunin pointed at one of the minor leaders. Brother Feng, under those circumstances, anyone would have fled. However, we sincerely repent now and are willing to follow you unconditionally, the minor leader said earnestly. Ye Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes glimmering with a deadly intent. For the sake of safety, he ought to eliminate these 5 minor leaders. Who could predict when they might cause trouble again? Yet, the ammunition on the warship had run dry, and he still needed to procure more, making these 5 individuals of some utility. With this thought, Ye Feng looked towards the east, where the first light of dawn was beginning to break. If you wish to follow me, you may, but your future depends on your performance. If you excel, I shall keep you. If not, I shall have no choice but to let you go, Ye Feng stated calmly. Yes, yes, we will certainly perform well, the 5 men nodded vigorously. Everyone is weary. Let us rest on the deck. Once the smoke clears, we will retreat to the cabins for sleep. At the riverbank of the Gaha tribe, countless refugees had gathered, most of them injured, some grievously so, missing limbs. Luke, spear in hand, was conducting post-battle consolation efforts. A rough count revealed that the number of casualties from the previous night's bombardment amounted to 1/3 of the entire Gaha tribe. Many had perished in their sleep due to Ye Feng's nighttime assault, leading to devastating losses, comparable to a beastly invasion. With winter approaching, their homes lay largely in ruins, forcing them to endure the cold outdoors, inevitably leading to further illness and death among their ranks. Look, it's the high priest. The high priest has arrived. At that moment, all eyes turned upstream towards the riverbank. Luke felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, the high priest had survived. Had she perished, the vengeful spirits would spiral out of control, wreaking havoc upon the tribe's warriors, an unimaginable disaster. However, as he focused, he noticed the high priest had lost her former grandeur, a lock of hair falling across her forehead, giving her an air of dishevelment. Luke, I need you to take a group to the ghost cave immediately and set fire to the black oil within, destroying the entire cave, the high priest commanded. Yet, Luke narrowed his eyes, a wave of resentment brewing within him. He had once respected the high priest for her foresight and wisdom, yet now she seemed diminished. High priest Duoyen, why not send the vengeful spirits instead? You still have 2 silver vengeful spirits by your side. Don't they deserve to contribute as well? Luke's tone had grown increasingly disrespectful, addressing her by her surname alone. Duoyen Nahe slowly raised her gaze, casting a calm glance at Luke. Since her encounter with Ye Feng, she felt her abilities had been impacted. The high priest must remain unencumbered, focused solely on her duties, yet now her heart was occupied by one person, Ye Feng. After all, he was her first man. And this emotional burden had slowed her foresight, resulting in the calamity that befell the Gaha tribe. Chief Rook, there must still be a considerable number of strange beasts on the opposite shore, right? Doyen Hina spoke lightly. You? Rook felt a heaviness in his heart, a mix of anger and helplessness. Truly, she is the high priestess, adept at pinpointing his vulnerabilities. Indeed, his Gaha tribe relied on her to deter the beasts from crossing the Black Tree River. Otherwise, their arrival would spell catastrophic disaster. When do I set off? Rook asked, suppressing his fury. Immediately, Take along an elder and 5 great leaders. Expedite the process. The sooner the better, Doyen Hina replied calmly. Very well. Rook had no choice but to comply. Increase the pace. Do not linger. I demand speed. Each person must carry 2 shells. Leaf Maple urged the 5 individuals, who each hoisted 2 shells. Previously, Leaf Maple had feared that grasping the tail fins of the shells could trigger an explosion, but after explanations from others, he understood that holding the fins would not detonate them. Thus, he instructed them to carry 2 each, which would result in a total of 10 shells transported in one trip. Today, time was abundant. They could easily make several trips. Several trips would nearly empty the warehouse of shells, though the larger ones were unnecessary to move, for they were shells for the main ship's cannon, each weighing hundreds of kilograms, and the main cannon was already inoperable. The first load finally reached the warship, and the group collapsed onto the deck, utterly spent. Do not slack off. There is another trip ahead. Hurry. Leaf Maple urged them. Reluctantly, they clambered back into the canoe, once again emerging from the underground base. Leaf Maple carried 2 shells as well, making it 6 of them, transporting 12 shells in total. Brother Maple, I believe we have enough of these. Can we resume our work tomorrow? One native inquired. No, we must finish moving the shells today. Otherwise, you will not be worthy to follow me, Leaf Maple declared, as he was the last to emerge from the rubble. However, as he stepped out into the open, Leaf Maple's expression shifted, and he quickly set the shells down gently, seizing his pistol. Ahead, a group appeared, Rook, an elder, and 5 prominent leaders. They brandished torches, their demeanor suspicious and furtive. Rook? Leaf Maple? The sight of adversaries ignited fierce animosity. Without hesitation, Rook's group charged at Leaf Maple. Bang! 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 As Leaf Maple fired 3 shots, Rook had already closed the distance. Together with the elder, they relentlessly thrust their spears toward Leaf Maple, each strike barely grazing, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. The 5 great leaders surrounded him, occasionally hurling spears or releasing arrows. Although they posed little threat to Leaf Maple, he remained vigilant, wary of any projectile that might strike his eyes, for such a fate would be disastrous. The 5 lesser leaders, burdened with shells, stood in confusion, unsure whether to assist Leaf Maple or support their former chief. What are you 5 still dawdling for? Leaf Maple bellowed. Rook has ravaged my God tribe. So many of our people have perished. Are you not coming to assist? As Luke fought vigorously, he vehemently rebuked the 5 individuals before him. Chapter 2:18. It felt as though the apocalypse had arrived. The 5 petty leaders exchanged glances, simultaneously stepping back, clearly reluctant to become embroiled in the conflict. Initially, they had underestimated Ye Feng, believing him easy to subdue, but after some time spent in his presence, they realized that whether through cunning schemes or sheer force, Ye Feng consistently managed to overpower them, leaving them psychologically scarred. Even upon witnessing Ye Feng momentarily falter, they dared not make a rash move. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Ye Feng gritted his teeth, instinctively raising his arm to shield his neck. Clang! The elder's short sword struck Ye Feng's arm, revealing a cascade of blood scales. In a swift motion, Ye Feng seized the elder by the neck, applying pressure with his fingers. The elder's neck was nearly crushed, blood gushing forth, only to be rapidly absorbed by Ye Feng's skin. Elder Bach. The 5 chief leaders seethed with fury, abandoning their ranged harassment and brandishing their short swords to join the fray. The Ga people, accustomed to collective combat, exhibited remarkable coordination. As Ye Feng surged forward, they struck from behind. Yet, when Ye Feng turned to retaliate, they would retreat, only for the front line to launch a surprise attack from behind. Consequently, Ye Feng found his back continually sprouting blood scales. Damn it! Ye Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught of short swords from behind. With a roll forward, he seized one of the chief leaders. You foreigner, you have slain my entire family. I will see you dead. Surprisingly, the chief leader remained defiant. Despite being gripped by Ye Feng, he relentlessly thrust his dagger towards Ye Feng's abdomen. Each emergence of blood scales momentarily halted Ye Feng's movements. Crack! Ye Feng twisted the chief leader's wrist, effectively using him as a makeshift weapon to hurl forward. The other 4 chief leaders instinctively recoiled, fearing for their own safety. Following the bombardment from the previous night, the number of chief leaders among the Ga had been halved, making each one invaluable. Luke, catch him. With that, Ye Feng hoisted the chief leader above his head, his muscles tensing as blood scales adorned his upper body. Simultaneously, A golden dragon silhouette darted across his torso. Boom. The chief leader's body was propelled like a cannonball toward Luke. Gritting his teeth, Luke squatted low, exerting all his strength to catch the chief leader. Thud. Uft. Though Luke managed to catch the chief leader, he was struck heavily in the chest, coughing up blood as he collapsed alongside the chief leader. Luke checked for signs of life in the chief leader. He had been mortally wounded. You cursed foreigner. I will see you dead. Luke staggered to his feet, spitting blood anew. The four chief leaders exchanged glances, unable to suppress their instinctive retreat. Chief, this Ye Feng is too formidable. Perhaps we should return and report to the high priest, suggested one of the chief leaders. Luke touched his wounded chest, casting a reluctant glance at Ye Feng before conceding with a nod. The five of them retreated in unison upstream. Ye Feng clenched his fists, but ultimately released them. At this moment, the transport of the shells was of utmost importance. As for Luke and his companions, they could return for now. He believed that it would not be long before these indigenous people rebuilt their homes, and when they had made sufficient progress, he would bombard them once more, ensuring they remained occupied. Suddenly, a resounding bang startled Ye Feng, compelling him to glance at the shells ahead. He noticed a dent forming on the tip of one of the shells. Blasted! Ye Feng felt a jolt of fear. Another shot rang out, leaving a dent on the tail of the shell. Turning his gaze upstream, he spotted a figure, cloaked in tangled vegetation, perched in a large tree, aiming a rifle at him. Mas Kong. Ye Feng gasped, instinctively shielding the shells with his body. Bang! A spray of blood splattered across Ye Feng's chest, and a trickle of crimson escaped. Bang! Another shot fired, but this time it was not aimed at Ye Feng. Instead, it struck another shell. There were a total of 12 shells, presenting Mas Kong with ample targets. What are you all standing there for? Run! Ye Feng shouted before darting towards the warship. One of the small leaders finally reacted, discarding the shell in his hands, preparing to follow Ye Feng. Unfortunately, it was too late. A bullet struck at an odd angle, piercing the ammunition compartment of the shell. Boom! The small leader was instantly obliterated into a cloud of blood, and his four companions met a similar fate. Torn apart by the explosion, a shockwave surged outward, and Ye Feng felt a violent tremor against his back as a bloodied arm landed on his shoulder. Yet, he did not falter. He sprinted desperately towards the river. The sound of continuous explosions echoed around him, as trees fell like a cascading domino effect, producing a cacophony of creaks and groans. Boom! Countless stones and wooden debris were propelled into the sky, only to plummet back down like rain from hundreds of meters above. Bang! A massive log crashed down upon Ye Feng, pinning him to the ground. He glanced up towards the warship, where Susan and the others were frantically waving at him from the railing. Ye Feng, run! Hurry! Susan shouted. Brother Ye, quickly! Come on! Ding Tuan Tuan jumped about on the deck. Pooh! Ye Feng spewed blood as one foot splashed into the river. Just moments ago, the site of the 12 exploded shells erupted into a towering inferno. One of them had been a firebomb. A massive crater, spanning several dozen meters, formed as the ground began to collapse, finally revealing the long-buried base that had languished underground for 80 years. A torrent of flammable oil flowed into the subterranean base, reacting with the black fuel within. Under the searing heat, the black fuel ignited instantaneously, spreading throughout the underground facility. At this point, Ye Feng had leapt onto a canoe, struggling to paddle with both oars. In the next moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped Ye Feng, stirring profound unease within him. A powerful shockwave erupted from the depths of the earth, causing the ground within a radius of 5 to 6 kilometers to tremble. This was dire. Ye Feng leapt from the canoe, plunging into the water with urgency and swiftly diving into the depths of the river. In an instant, a blinding white light illuminated the cave, transforming the world into a ghastly pallor. Those on the deck hurriedly shut their eyes. Get down! Susan shouted, forcefully pushing Ding Tuan Tuan down onto the deck. In the next moment, a column of fire shot into the sky, the heavens swirling ominously as if the apocalypse had descended. The massive hurricane radiated from the cave, sending waves soaring over 50 meters high, even tilting the enormous warship to one side under the pressure of the shockwave. Help! Save me! The people on the deck suddenly slid towards one side of the ship. Some fell into the water, while others were flung over 20 meters away, crashing into the center of Heishu River. The explosion seemed unrelenting, continuing for a full minute before gradually subsiding into silence. Ye Feng emerged from the river, the water now reaching his thighs, having been displaced by the tremendous shockwave. With a creaking sound, the tilting warship righted itself under the buoyancy of the water. Yet only half of the crew remained on deck. The rest were struggling in the river. Susan swept her damp hair back and pointed below. Quick! Bring the people who fell overboard back. With that, she descended the rope ladder from the opposite side of the deck, anxiously calling out to the river, Ye Feng. Ye Feng, where are you? The recent explosion was akin to a small nuclear blast, and she feared that Ye Feng might have perished. Susan, darling, I'm still alive. What about the others? Ye Feng suddenly surfaced from the water, startling Susan into raising her rifle. Don't shoot, it's me. He struggled to climb back onto the canoe. Although he had survived the blast, the powerful shockwave had taken its toll on him. The protective scales had failed him. One of his arms was charred, emanating a scent of singed flesh. With a gasp, Susan tossed aside the rifle and leapt into Ye Feng's embrace, her soft form pressing against his chest. After a moment, she released him, saying, Let us go to the deck. Many have fallen into the water. All right, darling, Ye Feng replied gently. Previously, calling Susan darling would have earned him a reprimand, but this time, she seemed to accept the term, amplifying Ye Feng's sense of pressure. Upon reaching the deck, a group of people shouted commands, rescuing those from the water one by one. Ye Feng joined the rescue effort. After a long half-day, they finally managed to save everyone. Fortunately, the warship was far from the explosion's epicenter, and thus most sustained only minor injuries, with no serious harm reported. The deck is astonishingly clean, exclaimed the new leader, the middle-aged man, in delight. Moments ago, the warship had capsized, and the debris, dirt, and remnants of life had been swept away by the waves created by the shock. Now, only a few stubborn stains remained on the deck. How wonderful! We will no longer have to worry about cleaning. Unexpectedly, we have turned misfortune into fortune. We are finally liberated. A group of newcomers erupted into cheers, leaving Ye Feng with a look of exasperation. They had yet to retrieve the shells, and he could not comprehend their jubilance. After their celebration subsided, Ye Feng raised his hands to silence them. You may revel for one more day, starting tomorrow. We will commence cleaning the interior of the ship, beginning from the 5th level, he stated flatly. What? Excuse me? Did I hear that correctly? The faces of the newcomers fell in dismay. Wang Zhihai, who had been feeling a twinge of envy towards them, now smirked with schadenfreude at the cleaners. Initially, he had envied their seemingly carefree existence on the deck, enjoying a life of leisure, and for a moment, he had considered rejoining the cleaning crew. Thankfully, he had refrained from voicing that thought. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Furthermore, I must announce a second matter. There are only 10 shells. Hence the artillery team will be officially disbanded, and the regular gunners will return to cleaning duties, Ye Feng continued. No. Please no. Chun En and Wang Zhihai simultaneously grasped Ye Feng's arm, struggling to comprehend how their newfound leadership could vanish so abruptly. Why should we disband? Do you expect me to form an artillery team for a mere 10 shells? Ye Feng furrowed his brow, bemused by their narrow-mindedness. As they focused solely on their own prestige without considering the needs for personnel in other areas, such as sailors, lower deck watchmen, sentries, and kitchen workers, all of which required substantial manpower. Brother Feng, I beg you, I have never held a leadership position. Please allow me to remain the artillery team leader. Chunin pleaded. As you wish. From this moment forth, Chunin will retain his title as artillery team leader, while also serving as a gunner, night watchman, kitchen assistant, and boiler operator, Ye Feng declared with a series of appointments. Brother Feng, I have reconsidered. Let Wang Zhihai take the role of artillery team leader, and I will pursue another path. Chunin dejectedly stepped aside. Very well, Wang Zhihai, you shall be the artillery team leader, if the need arises to fire the cannon. I will assign temporary workers to assist you in transporting the shells. Understood, Wang Zhihai replied weakly. Though he appeared to have been promoted, he had merely become a figurehead, with fewer subordinates than the middle-aged man, who commanded at least 20 individuals. By the way, where are the shells? Ye Feng suddenly recalled the most pressing issue. Indeed. Let us hasten to find them. We cannot allow the shells to fall into the river. The group began searching amidst the chaos on the deck. 2 hours later, shells were secured beneath the artillery platform, while the rest had likely plunged into the river. For shells, what use are they? Wang Zhihai exclaimed in frustration. At this moment, Tubo approached and said, No worries, I will mark a spot on the ship. Once we have fashioned a lengthy rope, we can dive to the riverbed and retrieve it. With that, Tuba produced a dagger and inscribed an equilateral triangle on the deck. Tuba, you truly are quite clever, someone remarked. There's no need for a mark. The artillery shells from World War II lack waterproofing, and it's quite possible that the explosives inside have succumbed to moisture. Nevertheless, we should conserve these 4 shells and refrain from using them unless absolutely necessary. Ye Feng stroked his chin, feeling an urge to return home. Upstream along the Black Tree River, a black man was sprinting rapidly, clutching a sniper rifle in his left hand while his right arm hung limply at his side, blood seeping profusely from his wounds. The recent explosion had scorched Masakong, yet his resolve was formidable. He endured the searing agony and ran 10 miles upstream. Upon reaching the upper bank, Masakong hastily placed his firearm on the ground and splashed his face with river water. His visage was severely burned, and the cold water elicited grimaces of pain. He then submerged his injured right arm in the icy river. The contact with the frigid water prompted a cry of distress from upstream. Chapter 220. The timing feels right by chance. Luke and his companions were in the vicinity and, upon hearing the sound, rushed toward the riverbank, where they found the unconscious black man. This individual looks somewhat familiar, albeit his complexion seems off, mused one of the leaders. He is Mr. Ma. Quickly, let us carry him back to the tribe. He possesses knowledge of Ye Feng's secrets, and presenting him to the high priest may yield significant rewards. Thus, they fashioned a makeshift stretcher and transported Masakong toward the Gay tribe. As time flowed slowly, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Feng returned to the riverbank with Susan and others. Before them lay a massive sinkhole filled with river water, resembling a small lake. I told you there would be no bullets left here. Do you not believe me? Even if there were bullets submerged in water, they would surely be rendered ineffective. Ye Feng pointed toward the waterlogged sinkhole. Susan nodded, her expression tinged with disappointment. Her standing within the team was largely attributed to her commendable marksmanship, but now, it seemed she would need to practice archery and similar skills. After all, the warship carried only a few hundred rounds of ammunition, hardly sufficient to endure a battle's demands. Once the bullets were expended, they would have to rely on primitive weapons like bows and arrows. Brother Feng, shall we return now? Shannon inquired. Having ventured this far, we cannot return empty-handed. Do you see those branches? Let us select some resilient wood and fell them with axes to craft a few bows. As for the bamboo, we should choose the straighter pieces to fashion into arrows. It appears we must revert to primitive ways, Ye Feng sighed. Thus, the group busied themselves. Some chopping trees while others caught chickens, as the feathers from the wild fowl's wings could be fashioned into fletchings for their arrows. After a bustling day, 4 canoes began their return journey. Susan, either intentionally or unintentionally, cast glances at Ye Feng, causing a flutter of unease within him. It was noteworthy that Susan had always worn a cold demeanor, yet ever since 3 days prior, her gaze had transformed, harboring a hint of allure. As Susan continued to observe Ye Feng, she suddenly sensed that the lecherous Ye Feng was avoiding her gaze. Could it be that her sudden change had startled him? This thought saddened Susan. She had previously devoted herself solely to mastering the art of killing, utterly oblivious to the nuances of seducing men. Yet, the reality was undeniable. This desolate island was clearly not of this earth, signifying that the individuals aboard their ship would inevitably age and perish here. This also implied that she would eventually marry and bear children here, and if marriage and procreation were to be her fate, it was only natural to choose a pleasing partner. Ye Feng, without question, was her most ideal candidate. As for her sister, Su Yun, she could no longer afford to be complacent. Certain things must be pursued actively, lest she watch another woman snatch away what could rightfully be hers. Indeed, she had contemplated stepping aside and allowing Ye Feng to be with her sister. However, when she began to consider other suitors, despair quickly enveloped her. Chenin, a mere wretch, lacking the strength she possessed. Chen Libin, while he had some skills as a captain, were he 20 years younger, perhaps she could entertain the notion. But now he appeared nothing more than an old man, barely able to stand upright. As for Shi Zhenliang, he was even less worthy of consideration, being short and barely reaching her shoulders. Long Wu, if not for his broken legs, might have been a suitable candidate. The others were even less appealing. None resembled a man of worth. Thus, she found herself reluctantly fixated on Ye Feng. It wasn't just her. Even Rimiko frequently hinted at her affections for him. Upon arriving on deck, Rimiko approached Ye Feng, offering to massage his shoulders, inadvertently pressing her ample bosom against the back of his head. The soft, tender sensation made Ye Feng squint in pleasure. Ye Feng, I brought you some foot wash, she announced. Ye Feng opened his eyes to see Su Yun approaching with a wooden basin filled with warm water. President Su, please, you are a dignified CEO. I cannot accept such treatment, he replied, feeling increasingly uncomfortable as the behaviors and glances of all the women around him seemed rather peculiar. Ah Feng, drink some water. Ding Tianquan suddenly handed him a water jug. Ye Feng smiled slightly, about to take the jug, when he realized, why the sudden shift in address? You used to call me Brother Leaf. Well, Brother Leaf, she began, I am now an adult woman, so I can no longer call you that. From now on, I shall call you Ah Feng, and you may refer to me as Tianquan, darling. Ding Tianquan leaned closer, her face a mere breath away. Ding Tianquan gazed at Ye Feng, her eyes brimming with affectionate longing. Although she was merely in her early teens, she was far from naive. She had keenly observed the women aboard the warship and their actions. In such circumstances, she knew she could not lag behind. Otherwise, she would forever remain the little sister and never ascend to the role of the mistress. The choices of women differ fundamentally from those of men. Should a man fail to win the heart of the most beautiful girl, he may settle for a lesser option. However, women aspire to choose only the best, the strongest. If they cannot attain that, they would rather remain single than settle for mediocrity. Much like lionesses, in most cases, a pride consists of several lionesses nurturing a single lion. Only in exceptional survival circumstances would they consent to support 2 lions. Ye Feng, evidently, was the strongest of them all. Ye Feng surveyed the cluster of women surrounding him, his heart racing with trepidation. Was he truly on the brink of a life filled with multiple consorts? Yet, he was a man of virtue. The thought of entertaining 10 or 8 women was daunting. In the distance, Chunin watched with envy, devoid of jealousy or resentment. For he had been utterly awed by Ye Feng and had become his devoted admirer. Brother Feng is indeed fortunate, surrounded by so many women. Thankfully, I, Chunin, am not picky. After all, there are plenty of wild women available. Old Chung, cover for me for a while. I shall demonstrate my charm. With that, Chunin strolled confidently towards a wild woman. My dear, I adore you. Will you be mine? He inquired coolly. The wild woman glanced up at him, a flush of color gracing her cheeks. Clearly, despite Chun and slender frame, he possessed a fair complexion and delicate skin, far surpassing the rugged appearance of the men in the tribe. Just then, a robust male wildling approached, his cross-eyed gaze fixed on Chunin. If you wish to marry the lovely Ahua, you must first defeat me. Who fears whom? They exchanged fierce glares, igniting a contest of wills on the deck. Moments later, Chunin lay bruised and battered upon the deck, while the male wildling raised his arms triumphantly, emitting triumphant roars. Wang Zhihai sensed the opportune moment had arrived and stepped into the center of the deck. It is evident that this place bears no resemblance to Earth, which signifies our long-term residence here and the prospect of procreation. Henceforth, if you fancy a girl, be bold in your declarations, and ladies, do not hesitate to drop hints to the gentleman you admire. With that, Wang Zhihai struck a charismatic pose. At that moment, a middle-aged woman with a robust frame approached him, her face awash with shyness as she lowered her gaze. Zhihai, you truly possess the aura of a leader. Though I am already 46, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older can cradle gold bricks. A woman 30 years older can offer kingdoms. Perhaps we could consider sparking a partnership? She said earnestly. Wang Zhihai's expression fell instantly. I apologize, but I have grown weary of home-cooked meals. I yearn for something wild. Chunin is quite a catch. You should pursue him, though he may lack my heroic prowess. At least he is a youthful charmer. Having spoken, Wang Zhihai strode directly towards a female savage. Just then, Shi Zhongliang burst forth from the kitchen, spoon in hand. You bunch of rascals, you didn't even inform me during the pairing. That robust woman is reserved for me. I have a penchant for strong women. With that, Shi Zhongliang let out a roar and charged onto the deck. Ye Feng had intended to make new appointments, but seeing everyone so joyous, he decided to let them revel for the night and announce the new roles the following day. Without rules, there can be no order. Henceforth, they must distinguish between the prominent and the insignificant. The revelry on the deck persisted into the deep of night, and only then did Ye Feng return to his quarters. Just as he prepared to recline, Susan entered, her attire somewhat provocative, merely covering her vital areas with leaves. Her athletic and proportionate figure ignited a fiery gaze within Ye Feng. Ah Feng, we may never return. Do you understand? Susan hesitated. this being her first confession to a man, appearing somewhat flustered, a stark contrast to her usual composure. Please, continue. Ye Feng settled into a comfortable position on his bed. Thus, do you not intend to marry and bear children here? Susan perched at the head of Ye Feng's bed, exuding an enticing fragrance. The scent of a woman is perpetually alluring to a man. However, I am devoid of wealth, not particularly handsome, and rather fickle. Who would be interested in me? Ye Feng shrugged. Why would money matter on a deserted island? Besides, I find you rather handsome. As for being fickle, which man isn't? Susan replied. Sister Susan, I tend to be quite open-hearted, do you understand? Even if I truly adore a woman, I hesitate to declare my love, fearing I may lose control should I encounter someone even more extraordinary. Ye Feng hesitated, wishing to convey his intentions to Susan. Indeed, Susan's body stiffened momentarily, her affection transforming into ire. Men are truly no good. I'm leaving. You should seek out your Raimai. By the way, I've already heard. The High Priestess is with you. You might as well pursue her. She possesses far more grace and beauty than I, Susan declared angrily, seemingly poised to depart, yet lingering, reluctant to push open the door. Not just the High Priestess. You are quite remarkable as well. Ye Feng sensed he must tread lightly, aware that this was likely Susan's first experience of such nature, and he did not wish to wound her heart. The consequences could be dire, especially since Susan was the second in command of the team. Should he be absent, and she were to incite chaos, it would be disastrous. Really? Susan, initially not intending to leave, subsequently sat back down on the bed. Ye Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Susan's eyes. Slowly, Susan raised her head, their eyes locking in mutual understanding. 3 seconds later, their bodies collided, disheveling the bare skin atop the bed. An hour later, Susan rested her head against Ye Feng's sturdy chest, tracing circles with a finger. Ye Feng, do I count as your wife now? Susan inquired. Well, we have yet to obtain our marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Therefore, strictly speaking, we have merely established a verbal agreement between us. Ye Feng felt a twinge of resistance within, for similar words had been uttered by Chushua, rendering his situation quite complex. I knew you would exhibit such behavior, but never mind. While I am present, you are forbidden from flirting with other women, let alone engaging in such intimate conduct. As for when I am not around, you must also restrain yourself. In short, do not let me catch you, otherwise I shall hold you accountable. At this, Susan's gaze turned icy. Oh dear, my wife, fret not, I assure you, I will not. Ye Feng sat up, a look of terror etched upon his face. It is good that you fear. I shall be staying here tonight, and tomorrow morning I will emerge from your room in front of everyone, so they shall know you are already claimed. Susan declared. Very well, I am intimidated by you now. Ye Feng sighed, feeling as though he had boarded a pirate ship. That night, Susan finally became docile, transforming from a steel maiden into a gentle young wife. It was not until midday the following day that they awoke from their blissful slumber. Wife. As Ye Feng opened his eyes, he found Susan lying atop him, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon his. Do not call me wife, it sounds so trite. Address me as Shaner instead, Susan replied, her cheeks flushing once more. Last night, they had nearly explored each other's bodies entirely, yet Susan still blushed. Shaner, the sun has already risen high. Let us rise early, for I must relieve myself. Ye Feng remarked. You are incorrigible. Allow me to assist you in dressing. Upon finishing her words, Susan took the initiative to help Ye Feng don his clothes, kneeling to assist him in pulling up his trousers. These trousers were in tatters, the zipper long broken, and they could only be secured by folding them tightly. Out. Susan suddenly flung open the door. Oh no. A group of men stumbled into the room. Among them were Chun En, Chung Libin, Shi Zhongliang, and Wang Zhihai. To Ye Feng's astonishment, the seemingly honest Tu Ba was also eavesdropping outside. Good morning, everyone. Ye Feng greeted with a smile. Good morning, Feng Ge. We shall be busy with our own matters. Chun En exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he headed for the deck. Ye Feng went to relieve himself and followed suit to the deck, where he found Chun En exuberantly proclaiming his relationship with Susan. Chapter 222. Patience. I have not finished speaking yet. You are unaware, but Feng Ge and Sister Susan have solidified their relationship. I believe only Sister Susan's esteemed reputation could allow her to be our matron. However, as is well known, our laws adhere to a monogamous system, leaving no room for the likes of Sister Su Yun, Miss Li Maisie, and Yang Li to assume such a role. Chen spoke. casting his gaze towards the several women whose faces had turned a shade of stormy blue. Susan, seated nearby, placed a rifle upon the table, causing the women to seethe with indignation yet remain silent. Chenin, from now on, you shall assume the role of the security team leader, primarily overseeing various trivial matters. And Wang Zhihai will also fall under your jurisdiction, Susan remarked with a smile. Chenin had just assisted her in promoting something, so she certainly intended to extend some benefits in return. Thank you, Sister Susan. Oh no, thank you, sister-in-law, Chenin exclaimed joyfully. Flatterer. I can't hold back any longer, Ding Tuanchuan declared, rushing forward with a stick in hand. Ouch, little Tuanchuan, why are you hitting me? Chenin fled around a pillar, with Tuanchuan in hot pursuit. Sister Susan, does Ding Tuanchuan fall under my supervision? Chenin inquired while running. Tuanchuan is a core member. Do you really think you can manage her? Not just her, but also Su Yun, Rai Mai Zi, Engineer Cheng, Master Shi, Tuba, Brother Wu, and Bai Chu Xue. Each has made significant contributions to the team or possesses special skills. They are all core members and are outside your jurisdiction, Susan replied, reclining in her chair with her long, elegant legs propped on the table, exuding a commanding presence. Ultimately, Chenin ended up with a swollen head. Yet he clearly distinguished between the major and minor players. After all, Ding Tuanchuan was the most cherished little sister of Ye Feng. If he retaliated, not only would Susan deal with him, but Brother Feng would not spare him either. Ye Feng felt utterly embarrassed, not anticipating that Chenin would expose all matters concerning him and Susan. Now what to do? Should he go on deck? If he did, how would he face Su Yun, Bai Chu Xue, Rai Mai Zi, and the other women? Never mind. Ye Feng strode decisively onto the deck, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Upon witnessing this, Susan quickly reined in her authoritative demeanor, gently lowering her legs from the table and popping a piece of fruit into Ye Feng's mouth. My dear, come here. Didn't you mention something in bed last night? Without rules, there can be no order. Today, you shall appoint everyone. However, in your absence, I took the liberty of appointing Chun Un as the security team leader, Susan said sweetly, linking her arm with Ye Feng's, while several women looked on, gritting their teeth, particularly by Chu Xue, whose chest heaved with frustration. Fortunately, Susan had held the position of second-in-command for an extended period, earning a measure of respect. Otherwise, she would have faced considerable opposition. Ye Feng, maintaining a serious expression, seated himself. Fellow compatriots, friends, you have likely noticed that this place does not belong to Earth. We must prepare for a long-term existence here. Thus we shall become a small society. A society necessitates rules, and each individual must have their responsibilities. From now on, we shall vote to elect the leader of the team captain. Those in support of me, please raise your hands. Given that 27 newcomers had joined, Ye Feng believed it prudent to be fair, ensuring these newcomers did not perceive him as a tyrant. In a swift motion, everyone raised their hands. Not a single person abstaining, with Ding Tuanchuan even raising both hands. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction, feeling the weight of responsibility grow heavier. It was rare for everyone to hold him in such high regard. Thus, Ye Feng would not shy away from the mantle of leadership. Henceforth, I shall be the team leader, and the second-in-command shall also be elected. Those who wish for Susan to be the second-in-command, please raise your hands. After speaking, Ye Feng was the first to raise his hand. The others exchanged glances, and nearly all the boys followed suit. Yet the women displayed a clear hostility towards Susan, with only a few female wildlings joining in. Nevertheless, the votes still surpassed 50%. I hereby announce that Susan has been appointed as the deputy leader of the team. Ye Feng proclaimed. Brother Feng, now that the leader and deputy have been chosen, the rest can be directly appointed by you, Wang Zhihai interjected, flattering Ye Feng and causing him to feel elated. Let us not rush. I have not finished my words, Ye Feng continued. Although everyone respects me enough to elect me as the leader, I must clarify one point. If my decisions lead to significant losses for the team, anyone may impeach me. Should more than 80% vote for my impeachment, I shall resign, and we will hold a new election for a leader. A silence enveloped the deck for a few seconds before it erupted into enthusiastic applause. The prolonged clapping demonstrated their genuine recognition of Ye Feng. Initially, they had elected him partly due to a sense of conformity, fearing repercussions if they did not raise their hands. However, after hearing Ye Feng's subsequent statements, they felt ashamed of their small-mindedness. They had not anticipated such greatness from Brother Feng, who had willingly placed himself in a precarious position. In that moment, They sincerely wished for Ye Feng to serve indefinitely as their leader. All right, enough with the applause. I shall now appoint key positions within the team, Ye Feng announced. Su Yun, your profession is teaching. You will instruct these wildlings in the use of Mandarin, fostering a common language among us. Cheng Li Bin, you shall be the captain, shortly. You will select 2 first mates and 10 sailors, who will also serve as cleaners. Shi Zhengliang, you will be the head chef, allowed to choose 3 apprentices to assist you. Chenin, you will be the deputy chief of security, maintaining order on the deck. As for the captaincy, it will be concurrently held by our deputy leader, Susan. Tuba, you will serve as the archery instructor, teaching everyone to wield bows and arrows proficiently. As we aim to conserve ammunition for hunting or encounters with less dangerous foes, our primary tools will be bows and spears. Understood. Tuba stepped forward, exhilarated. As most of Ye Feng's appointees were civilized individuals, he was elated to receive a position as a wildling, feeling immensely honored. Narumi Miko, you will be the logistics officer, and I will assign you 5 hunters. Whenever food is needed, you shall arrange for them to hunt onshore and manage the ammunition depot, ensuring that the quantity of bullets is meticulously accounted for, with every usage recorded. Ye Feng then glanced at the middle-aged man, the new leader responsible for sanitation. Your name is Zhang Zicheng, is it not? A fine name. From now on, you will be the supervisor of the cleaning department. Aside from the core members I just mentioned, all others will report to you, for cleanliness is a monumental task. We must not only conduct daily cleaning, but also gradually restore the entire ship. Do you have any objections? Ye Feng inquired. None at all, Zhang Zicheng replied, standing up with excitement, brimming with confidence. Chapter 223. A hint of jealousy. Brother Yi, what about me? Ding Tianxuan leaped forward, her face brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Ye Feng. You? Ye Feng felt a headache coming on, apart from her undeniable cuteness. It seemed Ding Tianxuan possessed little else of value. Haven't I mentioned? Aside from the core members I have designated, all others are under Zhang Zicheng's command. Thus, your role is that of a senior cleaner, Ye Feng stated with utmost seriousness. What? Even Chun and has been promoted to vice captain. And you want me to be a cleaner? I'll. Ding Tianxuan landed a punch, leaving Ye Feng with panda-like eyes. Unsatisfied, she seized a nearby spear and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon him. Hey, stop it. Spare my life. Someone save me. Ye Feng dashed around a pillar, with the furious Ding Tianxuan hot on his heels. Laughter erupted from those on the deck, for it was likely that only Ding Tianxuan would dare to lay hands on Ye Feng aboard the entire warship. Among them, a native laughed the loudest. Ha 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 ha, cough, cough, cough. As he laughed, the wild man suddenly broke into a violent coughing fit, his face turning crimson, and the smile vanished entirely. In the next instant, his eyes rolled back, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the deck, his head striking the cannon platform. What followed was a scene of sheer horror. His head burst open like a watermelon, splattering blood everywhere. A chorus of screams erupted, with the female natives covering their mouths in terror. Ye Feng halted his flight, a grave expression crossing his face as he approached the corpse. Goo worm disease. It's contagious. Tuba stepped back. Fear etched on his face as he regarded the body. Ye Feng picked up a spear and prodded the native's head. To his dismay, 5 slender worms writhed on the spearhead, but upon contact with the air, they quickly perished. Ugh! Ye Feng shuddered, while he feared neither snakes nor tigers. The presence of these minuscule creatures instilled an indescribable discomfort. Is this the parasitic disease? Ye Feng turned to Bai Chushua. Bai Chushua, suppressing her nausea, stepped closer to examine the deceased worms. It appears to be indeed contagious, she declared, shocking everyone present, including Susan, who all retreated from the corpse, fearing infection. Chushua, how can this contagion be cured? Ye Feng inquired, having witnessed the man's head explode firsthand. Logically, a human head striking iron would only result in a dent or a bump at most. Yet, this person's skull had proven so fragile after contracting the goo worm disease that it shattered upon impact. The contagion cannot be cured, it must be quarantined. Moreover, the deck must be cleaned immediately. Maintaining cleanliness will reduce the risk of infection, Bai Chushua advised. And what else? Ye Feng responded, before toppling the furnace onto the corpse. In an instant, flames enveloped the body. Additionally, everyone must bathe regularly, brush their teeth, and frequently wash their clothes. The cleaner one is, the less susceptible they are to infection, Bai Chushua continued. Did everyone hear that? From now on, everyone must bathe daily, and as for the hygiene aboard the warship, We must expedite our efforts. Therefore, after breakfast, everyone, including myself, will join the cleaning crew. The best performers will be rewarded, while the least diligent will face dire consequences. Ye Feng's tone grew stern as he concluded. In chaotic times, strict measures are necessary. He would no longer consider the feelings of others and must hasten the cleaning process. Understood. Thus, after the meal, Ye Feng was the first to rush to the 5th level, wielding a shovel to clear away the filth, mud, and stones, tossing them out of the window. Some individuals used buckets to draw water from the river, hoisting it through the windows to wash the floors. Yet, the warship had endured 80 years of storms, and the stubborn stains were too numerous. Merely washing with clean water proved laborious. Craft brushes from the bamboo. And we shall scrub the floors and walls before rinsing them with water. Otherwise, we shall not achieve cleanliness. Ye Feng continued to issue commands. On the banks of the Ye tribe, 6 corpses had already accumulated. At the high priest's command, flames engulfed the 6 bodies. A native woman coughed twice, instinctively covering her mouth in fear, but the high priest noticed her. Bring her forth. Several native warriors, apprehensive, thrust their spears towards the woman, guiding her to the pyre. In the next moment, they struck, severing her head from her body. Only a small amount of blood remained, as numerous parasites emerged from her neck. Burn them. The high priest coldly instructed, though a flicker of panic danced in his eyes. At that moment, Luke approached. High priest, while the parasitic worms have indeed curtailed the proliferation of the vengeful children, they have also birthed a new calamity. What shall we do next? How can we cure this parasitic infection? Luke's tone was laced with suppressed fury. The high priest has his methods. There is no need for your inquiries. Without the parasites, your Ye tribe would have faced annihilation by other beasts countless times. You refuse to heed guidance. When times are good, you worship us priests daily, yet when misfortune strikes, you shift all blame onto me. Doi and Hina retorted without reservation. Luke fell silent, retreating obediently to the side, though a hint of defiance lingered on his face. Yet in the next moment, Doi and Hina's tone softened. Chief Luke, at this juncture, there is but one course of action. We must depart from the Black Tree River region and journey to the mountains north of the Great Marsh. The climate there is arid, unfriendly to the propagation of the worms. However, to traverse the Great Marsh, we require a large vessel. Do you understand? Doi and Hina inquired. The high priest intends for us to seize Ye Feng's grand ship? Luke's expression shifted. Previously, he had regarded the warship as mere scrap. Yet since Ye Feng had taken to the skies with it, envy rekindled within him. With such a vessel, not only could they reach the northern expanse of the Great Marsh, but they might also have the opportunity to cross to the opposite shore. What precisely should we do? Luke asked. At this moment, the high priest spoke with a calm demeanor, suggesting that several trustworthy individuals should feign expulsion by the Ye tribe and infiltrate Ye Feng's warship to spread rumors of a second grand sacrifice upstream. Given the avaricious nature of the foreign tribes, they would undoubtedly follow suit, and he had his own plans for that eventuality. However, Ye Feng was not so easily deceived. The last emissary he sent, Chasing Sun, had been imprisoned by Ye Feng without yielding any results. Luke shook his head, lamenting that his Ye tribe was dwindling and could not afford further sacrifices. Fear not, this time I shall send Aino along. With her beauty and Ye Feng's notorious lustful disposition, he would surely refrain from harming her, thereby significantly increasing our chances of success, declared Doi and Hina, gesturing towards the sole surviving priestess by her side. Chapter 224. Are they coming for me again? Originally, there were 3 priestesses remaining, but after Ye Feng bombarded the Ye tribe a few days prior, 2 had perished. High priest, I fear my abilities may falter and that Ye Feng will see through my guise, the priestess exclaimed, her face a mask of terror. You have no choice. Doi and Hina replied coldly. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, covered in mud, was diligently shoveling the muck into the river. The others were equally industrious, first scrubbing the area they had cleared with bamboo brushes before rinsing it with water. They toiled from dawn until dusk, and then from dusk until dawn. And after 2 days and nights of relentless effort, everyone except Ye Feng had collapsed from exhaustion. Yet, the results were somewhat disappointing, having only managed to clear a mere 1/10 of the 5th layer. At this pace, it could take 1 to 2 months to completely cleanse the 5th layer. Just then, a middle-aged woman with a face full of flesh coughed several times. Instantly, dozens of eyes were fixed upon her countenance. Don't look at me like that. I merely have a slight cold. I am not infected with parasitic disease, she protested, retreating as she noticed the murderous intent in their gazes. On this deserted island, with no medical facilities or equipment, an infection with the cursed worm disease was a death sentence. Leader Ye, please keep them away from me, the middle-aged woman implored as she approached Ye Feng, whose expression changed, prompting him to step back hastily. A glimmer of despair crossed her face as she turned towards Zhang Ziqing. Zhang Ziqing, you are our supervisor. You must trust me. Zhang Ziqing swiftly grasped his spear and pointed its tip towards the middle-aged woman. Keep your distance, or I shall not hesitate to act. In the face of a contagious disease, everyone remained on high alert. Zhang Ziqing glanced at the spear's tip and, in a sudden panic, hurled the weapon out the window, fearing it too might be tainted by the virus. You all. I told you. I merely have a cold, yet you treat me this way? Very well. I shall show you my demise, the middle-aged woman declared defiantly, abruptly advancing towards the window. In previous quarrels with her husband, she had resorted to such theatrics, expecting him to rush in and pull her back. Coughing violently, her previously rosy complexion turned pale. This is bad. Tuba was taken aback, thrusting the spear in his hand with great force. No, Tuba. Yet, unfortunately, Ye Feng's warning came too late. The spear pierced the chest of the middle-aged woman, but strangely, only a trickle of blood escaped. Ye Feng, infuriated, felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. Tuba's actions were utterly ruthless. He hurriedly took the spear and dislodged it. The blood upon the spear appeared unusual. Normal human blood should be of vivid crimson. Yet the blood of the middle-aged woman was particularly dark and even somewhat viscous. Bring the torch here, Ye Feng commanded. Shannon promptly approached with the torch, illuminating the spear's tip. Everyone leaned in to observe. Oh my goodness! Shannon recoiled several steps in fright. A chill crept up Ye Feng's arm, raising goosebumps. Within the blood, numerous fine, hair-like worms writhed, appearing to be in great agony. After the host's demise, they could no longer draw oxygen from the blood. Burn it, quickly! Ye Feng stepped back, feeling a wave of cold rise from the soles of his feet, an inexplicable discomfort washing over him. How can we possibly prevent this, Chu Shui? Ye Feng turned to look at Bai Chu Shui, whose complexion was equally pale. Under normal circumstances, some infectious diseases can only be overcome by one's immunity. This immunity is unpredictable. It relies on maintaining a healthy diet, ample rest, avoiding excessive labor, and nurturing a happy disposition, Bai Chu Shui explained. Is that so? It seems we have been working too hastily these past few days. Therefore, I declare that starting today, we shall work only 8 hours a day. No, 6 hours. 3 hours in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, and in the evening, we shall gather on deck to celebrate and maintain a joyful spirit, Ye Feng proclaimed decisively. That is wonderful. Brother Feng is truly wise. Long live Brother Feng. The crowd rushed to the deck, inhaling the liberating river breeze. Ye Feng also ascended the deck, calling out to everyone, first, let us take a bath and wash our hands thoroughly. After we are clean, we shall rest well. Tuba, organize some entertainment activities, such as singing and dancing, to help everyone unwind. Ye Feng firmly believed in Bai Chu Shui's words. Previously, Ilian had likely contracted the worm disease, and through his meticulous care, she gradually recovered. Tuba nodded and immediately began to dance on the deck. A group of wild men quickly gathered around, seemingly admiring his movements, while those from civilized society yawned in boredom. Their appreciation levels were not on the same plane. Brother Feng, as the captain of the security team, I feel obliged to arrange some programs for everyone. How about this? I will come up with a few skits in the next few days to entertain us. Shannon suggested. You cannot. Since you have eaten the ginkgo, we too must work for 12 hours each day. After all, we are strong enough to withstand the invasion of the worm disease. Ye Feng pulled Chun into the 5th level. Time passed slowly. On the deck, music and dance flourished while Ye Feng and Chun tidied up on the 5th level. Brother Feng, you must be fair. Didn't Sister Susan also eat ginkgo? Why won't she come down to clean? Chun wiped the sweat from his brow, looking at Ye Feng with a face full of grievance. Well, why don't you summon her down? Provided you have the audacity, Ye Feng provocatively challenged. Come on, Sister Susan would probably chop me up. But Feng Ge, since the white fruit can strengthen the body, why not procure more and distribute it among the crew? If each person gets a white fruit, they could work tirelessly. Perhaps even round the clock, Chun suggested. Ye Feng had indeed entertained this thought, yet he hesitated to disembark the warship. Last time on the beach, he had sought the white fruit, only to be nearly annihilated by the natives. The high priestess was terrifying, seemingly omniscient. The moment he set foot in the Black Tree River area, he could be under her watchful eye. And then there was Ma Sikong, that elusive wretch, whose shadow lurked in every corner. Although Ye Feng possessed blood scales, a bullet to the eye would still cost him his life. Feng Ge, hurry up. Natives have appeared on the shore. At that moment, Bai Chushua's voice rang out from the deck. Ye Feng's heart raced, and he quickly ascended to the deck with Chunin. Upon reaching the ship's railing, they beheld 10 native women standing on the shore, with a particularly fair-skinned priestess leading them. This sight ignited a fire of fury within Ye Feng. Hey, are the gay tribe not finished with us? Do you plan to come after me again? Do you truly believe I am out of ammunition? Ye Feng shouted towards the shore. Chapter 225. Methods of Cruelty. Susan unhesitatingly raised her rifle, aiming at the most striking priestess. Ye Feng, we have been expelled by the gay tribe. We are now homeless. The Black Tree River is about to enter late autumn. Temperatures are dropping, and we shall perish from cold and hunger. Can you allow us to join you? Ina responded loudly. Ah Feng, just kill them. Clearly, this is yet another spy sent by that high priestess. She must think we are fools, Susan declared, chambering around with a click. Ye Feng shook his head, lowering the muzzle of her gun. No, the high priestess is too clever. She would not employ the same tactic twice. Moreover, these native women are all quite lovely, and they could certainly assist with the cleaning, Ye Feng stated seriously. Just cleaning? Susan regarded Ye Feng with skepticism. Certainly, and among them, there are quite a few who are appealing. Chunin is my brother, as are Chung Li Bin and Shi Zhongliang. They are all still single. As the leader of the team, it is my duty to find them wives, so they can serve the crew steadily aboard the warship. Ye Feng asserted earnestly. Once men have families, their hearts will settle, and they will appear more mature. Especially Chunin, who behaves like a fool, always blustering about. I believe that with a wife, he would become somewhat more composed. Spare me. I know you too well, Susan retorted, retracting her rifle and leaving the deck with a displeased expression. Feng Ge, I am at a loss for words. You are considering us so thoroughly. From now on, I, Chunin, will be your staunch fan. Chunin excitedly grasped Ye Feng's sleeve. Why say such things? Personally, I abhor the coercion of women. Once they board the warship, you must ensure they willingly marry you. No force shall be employed, understood? Ye Feng replied. Brother Feng, I thought you were well-meaning. Even under voluntary circumstances, they may not all choose you. With my disposition, how could they possibly be interested in me? Chunin felt he had been deceived by Ye Feng. Shi Zhongliang and Chung Li Bin were already gathered, selecting their preferred companions. That strong woman is reserved for me, and that one with the fuller hips as well. The rest are yours, Shi Zhongliang declared. Very well. Who would have thought that I, Chung Li Bin, in my old age, could still savor some youthful delights? As for the other native women, I shall graciously accept them, but the most beautiful one, we must be sensible. She undoubtedly belongs to Brother Feng. Chung Li Bin nodded in satisfaction. Hey, you two have finished selecting. What about us? I'm still single. Wang Zhihai angrily stepped forward. Indeed, I am still single as well. As for that wild woman from the night before, she was far too unhygienic. I have decided to choose anew. Zhang Ziqing also stepped up. What are you two? Do you even have the right to compete with me? I am the captain. And so what? Occupations hold no hierarchy. We, the sanitation workers, are the backbone. Go to hell. Ouch. You dare strike me? I shall retaliate. Before long, a group of men erupted into a fierce brawl on the deck over the unequal distribution of partners, leaving Ye Feng in shock. Not yet even embarked. And these hormone-fueled fellows are already fighting. Truly enough, I cannot endure you lot. Those women haven't even boarded, and we are at odds amongst ourselves. Is this not an invitation for ridicule? Cease this at once. Ye Feng forcibly separated several men. He cast his gaze back to the shore, where Ina and the beautiful native women were watching him intently. Ye Feng had a particular memory of the priestess. After his last escape, he had shared a remarkable experience with her. Thus, in a strict sense, the priestess could be considered his woman. Chunin, take a few brothers and board the canoe to secure those women. Once bound, bring them aboard the warship, Ye Feng commanded. Understood, Brother Feng. By the way, that priestess is quite lovely. I, Chunin, have taken a liking to her at first sight. May I have her as my wife? Bang. Ouch. Brother Feng. Why did you strike me too? Did you not say we shouldn't provide them with a spectacle? Chunin covered his blackened eye and obediently boarded the canoe. Ye Feng signaled to the others. 6 or 7 rifles were raised, all aimed at the women on the shore, in precaution against any sudden violence. Fortunately, the operation proceeded without incident. as Chun An's group successfully bound the women and escorted them back to the canoe. Ina kept her gaze fixed on Ye Feng, her heart racing with uncertainty. Last time, Ye Feng had shared an intimate moment with her, marking her first night, which left her feeling both fearful and expectant towards him. After all, his prowess had nearly rendered her unconscious. 20 minutes later, the group of indigenous women was ushered onto the deck. Chung Li Bean and the others quickly surrounded them, offering their unsolicited commentary. With lips that full, their desires must be insatiable. I, Chung Li Bean, am rather advanced in years. I fear I may not be able to keep up, so I shall yield to you. I prefer fuller lips. They tend to be quite adept at pleasing. That woman who stands at 1.5 meters is mine. Her petite stature makes for a comfortable embrace at night. The indigenous women lowered their heads, a flicker of humiliation flashing across their faces. Have you never encountered women before? Cease your idle chatter and attend to your own business, Ye Feng admonished. He then turned his gaze to the leading priestess. I am yet to learn your name, he inquired. My name is Ina, she replied. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as memories of their previous encounter in the temple resurfaced. Initially, she had felt some resistance, but as time passed, those vivid images replayed in her mind. Ina, should you genuinely wish to join my crew, you would be most welcome. We operate on a 6-hour workday, and every evening we host gatherings on the deck, fostering a joyful atmosphere for all. However, I must stress one point. If your intentions are ulterior, I regret to inform you that our methods toward adversaries can be quite ruthless. Therefore, I shall ask you once more, what is the purpose of your envoy from the High Priestess? Ye Feng's gaze bore into Ina's eyes. Indeed, the indigenous people, even the priestesses, were not adept at deception. Facing Ye Feng's piercing stare, she blinked several times, betraying her inclination to lie. The High Priestess sent me here. Oh no, rather, we escaped. The High Priestess intends to hold a grand sacrifice near the Great Marsh, and we are to be the offerings, leaving us no choice but to flee, Ina confessed, her eyes fluttering again. Ye Feng had also observed the other indigenous women, who mirrored her nervous blinking. Chapter 226. The men perceived their gaze as unfitting. It was evident that the indigenous people were not skilled in the art of lying. In the harsh environment of the Black Tree River, their honesty became a liability. Yet, in civilized society, such honesty is a rare virtue. Ye Feng's previously fervent gaze gradually turned frigid. While he harbored certain feelings for the woman with whom he had previously shared an encounter, if her purpose was to sabotage his vessel, he would have no qualms about exploiting these women and, once his objectives were fulfilled, disposing of them without remorse. Ina, I shall trust your words. But to join my crew, there is a stipulation. You and your 9 sisters must clean the 5th level within a month, and I shall accept you, Ye Feng stated, crossing his arms and casually stepping back a few paces. Ina slowly lifted her head, gazing at Ye Feng with a pair of innocent, pleading eyes that seemed to communicate unspoken words, subtly alluding to their shared past. Confronted by such a heart-wrenching expression, any normal man would instinctively feel compelled to protect and cherish her. Yet, Ye Feng had to steel his heart. Please, Zhang Zicheng, take them to the 5th floor to clean, he called out to Zhang Zicheng in the distance. Thank you, Brother Feng, for your generosity, Zhang Zicheng replied, his hair standing on end with excitement. One look at him revealed his intentions for the 5th floor. Wait, I warn you. Do not engage in any coercive acts towards the women unless they consent. Even if they belong to our adversaries, they must not be forced, otherwise I will personally end you. Ye Feng's tone turned icy at the last words. Zhang Zicheng shrank back, clearly sensing the intense aura of threat emanating from Ye Feng, nearly causing him to falter. Yes, Brother Feng, I am, after all, a person of civilized society. How could I possibly force them? You can rest assured. With that, he led 10 women to the 5th floor. However, Ye Feng remained uneasy. Since these 10 women were sent by the high priest, they likely possessed abilities beyond those of ordinary individuals. Maisie, for the days to come, please carry a handgun and monitor the 10 women below. Do not let them engage in any trickery, and if anything seems amiss, report to me immediately, Ye Feng instructed. Maisie nodded and took the gun to the 5th floor. Although she had previously been poisoned, the comforts of life aboard the ship had allowed her to recover, and in just a few days, her health had returned. Ye Feng's decision to send Maisie for oversight stemmed from his own concerns. He could not send Susan, fearing she might act out of jealousy and eliminate the 10 women. Nor could he entrust the task to other men, as they would likely be swayed by the allure of the beautiful indigenous women. Most others were unreliable, leaving only Maisie as a viable option. She was not only dependable, but also possessed a degree of self-control. Brother Feng, do you suspect those women? Shunan inquired. Indeed, they are problematic. Most likely sent by the high priest. However, do not torment them unnecessarily. If they were to perish, you would be the ones tasked with cleaning up. Moreover, let them work 6 hours daily, and allow them to participate in the evening gatherings on the deck. As for provisions, do not create any hierarchy. They should eat the same as we do, Ye Feng stated, then turned to Shi Zhengliang. Brother Feng, you are inviting trouble. Shi Zhengliang sighed. Just follow my orders. I have my own plans, Ye Feng replied, casting a deep gaze towards the opposite shore. Is it permissible for your high priest to scheme against me while I am not allowed to counteract? He has sent these women as undercover agents, most likely intending to use them as pawns. Utilizing the camaraderie within my team, I shall gradually influence these women, ensuring that after experiencing the warmth of our collective spirit, they become reluctant to leave their vessel and willingly acknowledge their covert intentions. In times of conflict between nations, it is not always necessary to resort to violence. Sometimes, it suffices to persuade these infiltrators that remaining with us is far more comfortable than enduring the rigors of their own faction. Notably, Ye Feng has had an encounter with the priestess. Even he, with his steely resolve, would find it difficult to harm a woman with whom he has shared intimacy. As for the other indigenous women, each possesses a remarkable beauty, likely handpicked by the high priestess herself. Their demise would indeed be a tragic loss. We must hasten our tasks. The rooms must be prepared by the end of the day, lest we find ourselves without sustenance. Zhang Ziqing is a perceptive individual. He adhered strictly to Ye Feng's orders and refrained from any inappropriate actions toward these women. On the sweltering 5th floor, Aina labored profusely alongside 9 other indigenous women, swiftly clearing the rooms. Yet, she had resigned herself to her fate. At that moment, Shi Zhengliang stealthily descended, whispering a few words to Zhang Ziqing. Ayane's heart sank. The gazes of these men felt ominous. Could it be that they intended to take her? Chapter 227. Let them come at me at present. A sense of dread enveloped her. Enduring Ye Feng's advances was one thing, but if she were to be subjected to the whims of so many men, she would prefer death over the disgrace of being sullied by these inferior beings. Understanding Shi's intent, Zhang Ziqing nodded and stepped forward, assessing Aina with a scrutinizing gaze. Now, heed my command and proceed to the deck. With no choice left, Aina complied and joined the line of 9 beautiful women ascending to the deck, where Raimai had long awaited their arrival. A door swung open, releasing a wave of steam, revealing numerous wooden tubs filled with water heated to approximately 40 degrees. It is time to bathe. Our custom dictates that one must cleanse themselves thoroughly before nightfall, Raimai instructed, gesturing towards the tubs. Ayane's anxiety intensified. Must she cleanse herself only to present herself to those men? The other indigenous women shared her trepidation. After all, they were the chosen beauties of their tribe, possessing fine figures despite their shorter stature. The dominance of the Ga tribe over the Blacktree River Basin had instilled a sense of superiority in them, leading them to look down upon the so-called savages residing by the Great Marsh, including Ye Feng and his band of newcomers. After bathing, Raimai ushered them back onto the deck. There, Tuba was singing and dancing, while Shi Zhengliang and several apprentices prepared skewers of meat, generously seasoning them. The enticing aromas of various dishes wafted through the air, causing Aina to swallow hard. She quickly scanned the crowd, spotting Ye Feng seated comfortably, mingling with the ordinary folk, utterly devoid of the demeanor expected of a leader. What are you standing around for? After 3 hours of work, aren't you hungry? Come and eat, Chenin beckoned, guiding them to the barbecue station. For Aina, this was bearable, but the other indigenous women were beside themselves with excitement. It felt as though they had been transported to paradise. In the past, within their tribe, the women would wait for the robust men of their households to finish their meals before the children could eat. Following the children, the elders would partake, and only after that would the adult women have their turn. At night, they were tasked with swatting away mosquitoes for the strong laborers, burdened with endless chores. However, aboard the warship, they found themselves dining alongside Ye Feng, consuming food that bore little difference from their own. In that moment, the native women began to question their existence. Jimei, this does not align with the chief's description, does it? Did he not say that Ye Feng is a demon, one who consumes human hearts and drinks blood, demanding us to serve as his carpets? I too sense discrepancies. Could it be an illusion? This is far superior to life in our tribe. Some of the native women began to converse cautiously, yet their words fell upon Ye Feng's attentive ears. Since consuming the blood scales, Ye Feng's senses, both sight and hearing, had heightened beyond that of an ordinary person. Tuba, with a skewer in one hand and an embrace around a female savage with the other, began to dance wildly on the deck, prompting others to join in. Even Chun En and other civilized individuals found themselves drawn to the dance floor, reveling in a carefree spirit. Gradually, the joyous atmosphere captivated the undercover group led by Ina, who began to sway in rhythm with the music. Should you wish to dance, then do so without restraint, embracing your innermost desires, Ye Feng encouraged, playfully pushing one of the native women into the fray. Don't go, come back, Ina called out, torn between her yearning to join the dance and the mission bestowed upon her by the high priestess. Come on, let loose, Shonen exclaimed as he enacted drunken boxing in the dance area, where the savage dances were devoid of strict rules, allowing anyone to participate. Soon, 2 more native women joined the revelry. Ina sighed, feeling an impending sense of moral erosion. As the evening progressed into the late hours, the attendees reluctantly departed the deck. Particularly, Shonen had indulged in a fair share of flirtation on the dance floor, accompanied by the sounds of women's laughter and shrieks. Ina and her companions stood in stunned silence on the deck, uncertain of how Ye Feng would proceed with them. Come with me. I shall lead you to your sleeping quarters, Ye Feng smiled, revealing his gleaming teeth. The native women instinctively huddled together in fear. The inevitable had finally come. Ye Feng indeed bore the traits of a beast, and how could he possibly spare them? Ye Feng, please let them be, they are still innocent maidens. If there's anything to be done, let it be directed towards me. Ina stepped forward, resigned to her fate, having already endured such an experience once before. What are you saying? Ye Feng responded, guiding them towards the second level, where several cells had been prepared, all secured with iron doors. However, considering their need for relief during the night, Ye Feng had left 2 openings in the windows, allowing them to relieve themselves into the river. This is drinking water. You may drink it if you become thirsty at night. This is water for sanitation purposes. As for this torch, I shall leave it here. Extinguish it once you retire for the night, Ye Feng instructed, placing the torch against the wall. Now depart. The heavy iron gate was shut, and Ye Feng, recalling how he had previously forced it open during his pursuit of the sun, reinforced it once more. In the dimly lit cell, 10 women formed a circle. Priestess, this is not what the chieftain described. Their cell is cleaner than our living quarters, one remarked. Indeed, and Ye Feng has treated us well. He eats the same food we do. Faced with the inquiries of the 9 women, Ina felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Yet, she quickly steeled her resolve. Do not forget the task entrusted to us by the high priestess. Regardless of circumstances, Ye Feng is, and will always be, a villain. After deliberating for some time, Ina could not pinpoint any flaws in Ye Feng, so she settled on branding him with the title of a bad person. As time passed and autumn deepened, Ye Feng and his companions donned thick bare skins and surveyed their surroundings from the deck. It was midday, and Ina and the others had 3 hours to rest. Over the past month, they had enjoyed a 6-hour workday and danced with the core members in the evenings. In their former tribe, any hint of indulgence would have been met with brutal punishment, but after a month aboard the military vessel, Ye Feng had never laid a hand on them. This leniency had caused their previously frail bodies to gain a bit of fullness. Ina, we should clean the 4th level tomorrow, right? Asked one of the indigenous women. Yes, the 4th level is quite filthy. We must put in the effort since we will be residing here, Ina replied, surprised by her own words. She realized she had begun to think of the ship as home. No, Ye Feng is a villain. I must not forget the mission assigned by the high priestess. Just then, a violent cough seized Ina, causing her to clutch her chest. The other women stared in shock and quickly stepped back. Ina, you aren't infected, are you? Please keep your distance. The others on the deck also heard Ina's coughing and gathered around her. Pale and shaken, Ina understood the dread of the cursed disease. Once discovered, it usually led to execution. At least, that was how it was handled in her tribe. But she could not afford to die. The high priestess's task remained unfulfilled. Ye Feng, I accept my fate. Do what you must, Ina thought, closing her eyes. However, Ye Feng grasped her hand firmly and gently felt her forehead. It seems you are infected. From today onward, you cannot stay with the others. I will prepare a separate cell for you and arrange for a doctor to guard you day and night, he said earnestly. After a month of exploration, Ye Feng and his team had developed a protocol for dealing with infectious diseases. The first step was isolation, ensuring the patient received ample nourishment, followed by companionship to alleviate their spirits. 15 days prior, Chung Li Bin had also coughed, and Ye Feng had used this very method to aid in her recovery. However, as the weather grew colder, the potency of the cursed disease intensified. Thus, Ye Feng has prepared several furnaces, intending to place one in each room to ensure that the temperature remains above 20 degrees at all times. Only by doing so can one combat the dreadful contagion. Aina was personally escorted by Ye Feng to a brand new cell, meticulously cleaned and adorned with soft, pristine crocodile skin, beneath which lay tender hay. In the center of the room stood a furnace, maintaining a warmth reminiscent of early autumn. Ayane's eyes widened as she caressed every corner of the chamber. Ye Feng, I must confess that there is no grand sacrifice. The High Priestess has sent us to disseminate false information, intending to lure you upstream, where she would employ her own means to eliminate you and seize your worship. Unable to contain herself any longer, Aina embraced Ye Feng tightly. He paused, partially anticipating this revelation, yet he had not foreseen the High Priestess's desire to usurp his vessel. What purpose could she have for it? Rise, he said. In truth, I have long been aware, but I wish to demonstrate that I am not the irredeemable fiend you may believe. Now I ask you, what does your High Priestess desire with the worship? Ye Feng helped Aina to her feet. Chapter 229. A harmonious life on the banks of the Ga tribe. Duoyen Hina sat within a modest wooden hut, her 10 fingers deftly manipulating an array of items, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. After a prolonged moment, she struggled to open her eyes. This is bad. Has Aina also betrayed us? The color drained from Duoyen Hina's face as she perceived the difficulty of this latest divination. Since her encounter with Ye Feng, her abilities had been rapidly diminishing, possibly due to her condition. Reflecting on this, she instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen, her heart heavy with conflict. She contemplated eradicating the seed within her, yet the radiance of motherhood overshadowed her irrational thoughts. Inside the humble wooden hut, a small fire burned, maintaining a comfortable warmth of over 20 degrees. This was the privilege afforded to her as a high priestess, yet outside the hut, others lacked such comforts. The ordinary indigenous people huddled together in the open air along the riverbank, relying on body heat to stave off the chill, while several women shivered uncontrollably. During late autumn, with temperatures hovering around 12 to 13 degrees, robust indigenous men could endure, but the women and priests were different. In strict terms, their constitution resembled that of ordinary women. Luck, clad in 2 layers of animal hide, paced the riverbank, urging some elders and women to stack wood in the designated area. Hurry! We must construct enough shelters before winter sets in. Once the houses are built, we must also hunt to store provisions for the cold months ahead. Ordinarily, the construction of houses would not require Luck's direct encouragement, but circumstances had changed. Building shelters had become a matter of utmost importance. In the wilderness, warmth took precedence over food. Chief, when shall we hunt? Many animals have migrated northward. The High Priestess has foreseen that this harsh winter may last 3 to 5 years. Having houses will be futile if we do not stockpile sufficient food. An anxious chief approached, concern etched upon his face. The seasons in the Black Tree River region are notoriously unpredictable. At times, they embody the essence of all 4 seasons within a single year, while at other moments, they may stretch into a singular season lasting 3 or even 5 years. Ruck vaguely recalls 2 decades ago, during his childhood at the tender age of 10, when summer lingered for an astonishing 2.5 years, and winter extended over 1,000 days and nights. During that grim period, the tribe suffered immensely, with more than half of its members succumbing to frostbite and starvation. Take some people to hunt. Do not allow those animals to migrate to the warmer north, Ruck commanded. Yes, replied the chief, leading a group of 20 upstream. In the Black Tree River basin, the climate grows increasingly temperate as one travels northward. However, the journey is obstructed by a vast marshland, forcing them to remain in the southern part of the river. The opposite bank is shielded from climatic extremes. Yet the main current of the Black Tree River presents a formidable barrier, with turbulent waters flowing at speeds reaching dozens of kilometers per hour. Warriors from the Ga tribe often challenge the Black Tree River, attempting to cross in canoes. Yet most are either swept beneath the surface or devoured by colossal creatures lurking within. Consequently, the Ga people are confined to a mere 100 kilometers downstream of the vast marsh, unable to reach the opposite shore of the Black Tree River. Accelerate construction. You craftsmen are woefully inadequate, far inferior to the artisans of old. Those seasoned craftsmen could erect 50 houses in a month, yet you have barely managed 30. How do you expect to survive the winter? Ruck gestured emphatically at the workers. The tributary of the god tribe was now home to a colossal warship. Ye Feng leapt onto the gun turret, peering through binoculars toward a distant point several kilometers away. Can you see anything, Brother Feng? Wang Zhihai inquired from below. It's too far. We shall wait until nightfall. They will surely light torches, and at that point, they will be sitting ducks for us to bombard, Ye Feng replied, lowering the binoculars and allowing the warship to remain anchored in its position. He had already gleaned from Aina the god tribe's insidious plot, which involved seizing their warship and heading northward into the marsh. Apologies, but if you intend to deceive me, I shall reciprocate. While you are busy constructing your rudimentary dwellings, I shall unleash a few cannonades upon you. One must ponder how they would react if, after dedicating a month to building their homes, those structures were obliterated. Would their morale not shatter? At that moment, Aina sat on the deck, opting not to descend to the lower levels for cleaning. Ye Feng adhered to a principle of clear rewards and punishments. Since she had willingly revealed the truth, he granted her freedom to roam the deck, exempting her from daily labor. Yet, Aina grappled with inner turmoil, feeling as though she had betrayed the high priest, even as life with Ye Feng proved exceedingly comfortable. On Ruck's side, the tribe's population, both male and female, had dwindled to fewer than 2,000. Once a thriving community of 5,000, they had been decimated by Ye Feng's assaults. Some succumbed to the parasitic plague, dealt with on the spot, while others perished from the relentless cold or exhaustion. Ruck had imposed grueling 18-hour workdays upon these indigenous people, regardless of age or gender, as a means of combating the harsh winter. After a month of diligent effort, their house had finally taken shape. With just another month, it would be completed, providing them with a modest shelter. However, hunting needed to accelerate. For once the animals migrated to the northern swamps, their chances would be lost. Maple, we must quickly stockpile food, Tuba urged, gesturing towards the fish in the river and the deer along the shore. Upon closer inspection, Ye Feng noticed a herd of deer heading northward. Even the fish in the river were not exempt, most swimming upstream against the current. Would these fish also seek warmer waters after winter? Ye Feng's expression shifted slightly, realizing that their ship had not yet stored sufficient provisions. To preserve food, they would first need a substantial supply of salt. Otherwise, the meat would spoil over time. Indeed, and the duration of harsh winter is uncertain. When I was 5, that severe winter lasted over 1,000 days and nights, Tuba recounted. What? 3 years of bitter cold? Ye Feng truly felt a sense of urgency. Tonight, we'll fire 2 cannon shots at the Ga tribe. Then we shall head downstream to gather salt, capturing some sea fish and land game along the way. We need at least a 4-year food supply, Ye Feng commanded. Understood, came the swift replies from the others. Aina absorbed Ye Feng's words, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Thankfully, she had been sent aboard the warship by the high priest. Otherwise, she might have faced hunger in the tribe. Maple, there's no need to be overly anxious. Our ship is large enough to venture into the northern swamps for hunting. But the Ga tribe cannot cross the swamp, Tuba reassured him. I see. That's a relief, Ye Feng smiled, envisioning a harmonious life during winter. Chapter 230. The happiest days time swiftly passed to evening, and Ye Feng ascended the artillery platform once more, aiming his telescope at the Ga tribe's location. Indeed, numerous bonfires flickered along the riverbank. The natives were likely working overtime. Wang Zhihai, we have only 4 shells left. Today, I permit you to use 2. But ensure you aim precisely, Ye Feng instructed, leaving the main gunner position for him. Wang Zhihai nodded, shaking off his previous nonchalance, raising his thumbs in determination as he focused on the Ga tribe's position. A bit lower, too much, go up a tad, 1 centimeter to the left. Half a centimeter more to the left. After meticulous adjustments, Wang Zhihai nodded at Ye Feng. Load the shell, Ye Feng commanded. 2 wild men loaded the shell into the chamber and sealed the hatch. Clang. The sound of a blade being unsheathed resonated. Ye Feng quickly raised the telescope to observe the Ga tribe, now several kilometers away. A burst of flames erupted into the sky. Quick, prepare the second shell, Ye Feng ordered. Rook stood in stunned silence, watching the inferno on the riverbank, the cacophony of screams filling his ears. Ye Feng, you scoundrel! I will have you torn to shreds. Rook's eyes reddened with tears. The high priestess stood in stunned silence, gazing at the devastation along the riverbank. Half of the remaining artisans had perished in the explosion, and the wooden structures they had painstakingly constructed lay in ruins. A sharp, Piercing sound cut through the air, followed by another eruption of flames reaching skyward. Even the high priestess's dwelling was lifted into the heavens, and a massive crater formed at the river's center, causing torrents of water to surge back in. Rook collapsed onto the ground, a furious roar echoing through the dense night forest. After firing 2 rounds, Ye Feng wasted no time, commanding the warship to drift downstream, preparing to gather salt by the sea. However, with the sun's temperature so low, alternative methods for salt extraction would be necessary. The vessel reached the shoreline in just 3 hours, and as a brisk sea breeze blew in, everyone tightened their animal skins. The wind from the ocean was fierce. We must hasten to collect salt, Ye Feng declared. The crew lowered barrels into the sea, drawing salt water onto the deck. Ye Feng abandoned the idea of harvesting salt on the beach, deeming it too perilous. The high priestess might be laying traps there, and it was far safer to dry the salt on the deck. At that moment, Ina suddenly clutched her head, sinking to the ground in agony. A piercing scream escaped her lips, and in the next instant, something appeared to be pushing against her forehead. Ye Feng quickly enveloped her in his arms. This is bad. The high priestess is casting a distant curse. Ye Feng's voice trembled, clearly aware that the high priestess had placed a curse on all members of the God tribe. Angering her could lead to dire consequences. Not only Ina, but also the 9 indigenous women working on the 5th tier let out cries of distress, as if something were trying to force its way out of their foreheads. Yet, within minutes, their foreheads returned to calm, though they still bore expressions of weakness. Beside the riverbank of the God tribe, the high priestess chanted incantations rapidly, her complexion growing increasingly pale. This is terrible. Has the power of my curse diminished so significantly? A wave of despair washed over Duoyanhina. Her previous attempt at casting the curse had failed. It seemed that Ye Feng's seed had taken root within her. Once it successfully germinated, she would lose her powers as the high priestess unless she managed to give birth to the child. Has the high priestess succeeded? Rook asked through gritted teeth, his voice laced with impatience. After a moment's contemplation, Duoyanhina composed herself and nodded calmly. Has this priestess ever failed when she intervenes? She resolved not to disclose the weakening of her powers to Rook, for doing so would strip her of any means to threaten them. One must ponder, what fate awaits a beautiful high priestess devoid of cursing abilities? That is reassuring. Rook exhaled, yet upon surveying the chaotic riverbank, he let out another furious roar towards the sky. Everyone, let us retreat into the woods and swiftly rebuild our home. We must act quickly, for winter approaches. As time flowed once more, a month swiftly passed. Ye Feng had successfully procured an ample supply of salt, and also caught dozens of large sea fish. Each of these fish weighs over 200 kilograms, their size comparable to that of a tuna. Maple, these fish need to be salted, otherwise, they will spoil, Tuba remarked. Well, the task of curing them is entrusted to you. As the indigenous people here, you should know how to preserve the catch, Ye Feng replied, nodding as he observed the rapidly retreating trees along the shore. At that moment, although some wild animals still lingered by the bank, most of them had thick fur, while those with thinner coats had already migrated toward the vast marshlands. Once they reached the marsh, the animals possessed their own means of traversing it, but humanity was different. Fearing death, they dared not cross the treacherous swamps. Chushua, how many patients are currently aboard the warship? Ye Feng turned to Chushua beside him. Approximately 20. They have been isolated, and I have arranged for 2 caregivers for each patient, Chushua responded. Has Wang Zhihai been infected as well? Ye Feng inquired further. Indeed. Alas, Ye Feng sighed. As the temperature dropped, the potency of the parasitic disease intensified, and the infection rate soared. The isolation rooms were on the 2nd floor, with an average of 4 individuals per room. Wang Zhihai sat on his bed, wearing a smug expression. Hee, have you all learned? Just pretend to be sick, and you can escape work, living a life of luxury with 8 people attending to you. It couldn't be more delightful, Wang Zhihai chuckled mischievously. After observing Ye Feng's treatment of the patients, he had decided to feign illness himself, thus avoiding work each day. It's all thanks to you. These past few days have been the happiest of my life. And look, I've even gained some weight, he said. Brother Wang, shall we continue this charade? That way, we can avoid work every day. However, Wang Zhihai shook his head. We can't maintain this facade indefinitely. Feigning illness every 5 or 6 days should suffice. A person who proves to be of no value will inevitably be discarded by the team. We must gauge Maple's mindset. He is merely putting on a show, seeking to foster a sense of warmth within the group, and we can leverage this policy for our own benefit. Opportunities are always reserved for the astute, and clearly, I am the cleverest among us, while you all are my followers. But we must not test Maple's patience. If we become entirely devoid of utility, we will be cast aside. Upon hearing Wang Zhihai's words, the three individuals in the room gave him a thumbs up. This scene was inadvertently overheard by Susan outside the door. Chapter 231. Close the door. Let us hold a small meeting. She discreetly returned to her room. Half a month prior, she had brazenly moved in with Ye Feng, and they resided together in a dormitory on the 5th floor. The room had been meticulously decorated. "Ah Feng, there are some matters I need to discuss with you," Susan said, looking at Ye Feng, who wore a troubled expression as he lay on the bed, leaning closer to him. 10 minutes later, Ye Feng stood up, his face flushed with anger. "Wang Zhihai, that scoundrel, truly cannot change his ways. I have been pondering why, of late, numerous individuals have fallen ill, only to recover shortly thereafter, only to relapse again. It seems they have been exploiting my policies." Ye Feng is now driven to the brink of murder against Wang Zhihai. The ship's sanitation remains unattended on 6 entire decks, while the number of patients exceeds a dozen, necessitating over 20 caregivers, effectively depleting our manpower by a significant margin. It is clear that Wang Zhihai is the source of this mischief. Summon the heads of each department. I intend to establish new regulations, Ye Feng declared coldly. Susan nodded and went to gather everyone adorned with flowers. Once Chun In, Su Yun, Ding Tuan Tuan, Ri Meizi, Cheng Li Bin, Shi Zheng Liang, and all others had assembled, Ye Feng disclosed Wang Zhihai's transgressions to the group. "What? Feng Ge, leave this matter to me. I will handle it," Chun In asserted, seizing his pistol, only to be restrained by Ye Feng. "Hold on. Now nearly everyone is feigning illness. We cannot execute them all, can we? Henceforth, all personnel aboard the ship will begin accumulating points. In the future, housing will no longer be free, nor will meals. All shall require points for redemption. However, I, Ye Feng, possess a sense of justice and will initially grant each individual 4,000 points. Should one fall ill and require assistance, the patient must compensate the caregiver a minimum of 200 points daily. Naturally, this will vary by service quality. Basic service at 200 points, intermediate service at 300 points, and premium service at 500 points. Come now, do not leave me to speak alone. Everyone must devise a strategy to rouse this slothful lot. Otherwise, if this continues, our team will come to a standstill, Ye Feng urged. At this moment, Su Yun interjected. "Ah Feng, what if we gather those feigning illness and enlighten them about the consequences of collective idleness? If they come to their senses, we need not resort to such measures. Otherwise, what distinguishes us from capitalists? Very well, you, Susan, and I shall engage in some ideological work with them. If they remain unresponsive, we will have no choice but to employ capitalist methods to motivate them," Ye Feng replied, leading the group toward the second deck. He had hoped to foster an environment of mutual care, yet there were always a few black sheep intent on wielding privilege and causing disruption. Moreover, once laziness spreads, even the virtuous may fall prey to its contagion, proving more insidious than any infectious disease. Meanwhile, Wang Zhihai reclined in bed, propping his leg up casually, humming a carefree tune. Life was indeed delightful for him. However, Ye Feng's foolish policies had allowed this group to taste the fruits of idleness. In the coming days, feigning illness would become a frequent occurrence, promising a brighter future for him. "Hey, you three, stop dozing. Let us play a game of chess. Look, during these 2 days of illness, I carved a chess set from wood," Wang Zhihai exclaimed excitedly, retrieving the pieces from beneath his bed. "I do not know how," one of the wildlings protested. "Then learn from the side," came the reply as the group eagerly began their game of chess. "Brother Wang, not only are you a master at chess, but your laziness is also unparalleled. Look, I'm left with only a general," praised a man beside him. "Of course, just take a look. Ye Feng is merely a general now, with his pawns and elephants gone, reduced to a mere figurehead, completely at our mercy." Wang Zhihai chuckled, promptly capturing the general. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Quick!" Wang Zhihai's expression shifted, and he swiftly concealed the chess pieces beneath the bed. The others slumped back onto the bed, feigning illness with exaggerated groans. "Zhihai, it's me. Open the door," Ye Feng called from outside. "Brother Feng, we've caught a contagion and feel utterly miserable. Please, just come in yourself," Wang Zhihai replied weakly. Ye Feng, irritated, kicked the door open with a bang. He had heard Wang Zhihai's hearty laughter moments earlier, and now they were pretending to be sick. Upon entering, he found the four men sprawled on the bed like defeated dogs, while Wang Zhihai continued to writhe. Bring the other patients in here, Ye Feng instructed Chunin, who stood behind him. Before long, all the patients were gathered in room 1. Ye Feng had Su Yun sit by the door to address them. Dear friends, we are a team, yet our efforts have come to a standstill. The sanitation is neglected, and daily tasks have fallen upon us, even with Ye Feng personally involved. Yes, our team is founded on love, fostering a positive environment, but love can fade. Therefore, I urge those who are well to contribute to our work. The benefits of a team are predicated on a collective sense of social responsibility. For instance, if we provide generous subsidies for the elderly, sick, and disabled, yet everyone feigns illness or incapacity, then the benefits will ultimately vanish, as everyone seeks subsidies while shirking responsibility. Do you understand my point? Su Yun implored earnestly. Teacher Su, you're absolutely right. Once I recover, I will definitely return to work. Rest assured, I, Wang Zhihai, possess a broad perspective, he replied weakly. Ye Feng noticed a flicker of guilt on the faces of the wild men, whereas the educated ones continued their charade. Comparatively, the wild men exhibited a certain straightforwardness, while the educated individuals appeared shameless. Simultaneously, Su Yun's words garnered Ye Feng's respect. He had previously perceived her as inept, but now recognized her unique insights into management. I trust you all understood what Su Yun conveyed. For now, we shall take our leave. Do rest. And I hope to review you on the deck this evening, Ye Feng concluded, leading the others out. In room 1, all eyes turned towards Wang Zhihai, who had evidently assumed the role of leader among the patients. Close the door. Let us hold a brief meeting, Wang Zhihai commanded, and with that, the door slammed shut. Brother Wang, I find some merit in what Teacher Su has stated. If everyone were to fall ill and become incapacitated, there would be no one left to care for us, nor to safeguard the battleships, remarked a savage. Chapter 232. Have you perhaps consumed too much tender grass? Humph. Do not heed his absurdity. He merely wishes for us to continue to toil like beasts of burden. From this moment forth, we shall persist in feigning illness. After all, we have a few genuine patients among us. I do not believe that by Chushue, without any equipment, can discern who among us is truly ill. This is what one might call the interplay of truth and deception. Wang Zhihai declared his final decision. The group promptly returned to their respective abodes, seeking comfort from their mothers. Night swiftly approached, and Ye Feng paced the deck, observing that not a single patient had come up. This rendered his expression rather grim. Brother Feng, let us execute the plan, Chunin suggested. Indeed. First, let us dismiss the attendants, and then I shall inform Master Shi, Ye Feng replied, his gaze icy as he nodded. It was already mealtime, and Wang Zhihai and his companions meandered about the infirmary. It has been over an hour. Why have the attendants not delivered our meals? A patient inquired. Do not fret. Perhaps Master Shi has dropped the pot, Wang Zhihai replied, attempting to maintain his composure. As time passed once more, another hour slipped by, and the four were left with rumbling stomachs. At last, Wang Zhihai could no longer contain himself and forcefully rapped on the door. Where are the attendants? Why have they not brought our meals? If this continues, I shall lodge a complaint of mistreatment against you. Yet, outside, there was only silence, no one responding to him. In a fit of anger, Wang Zhihai flung the door open and stepped into the adjacent room. The 8 attendants had long since departed, yet Chunin remained inside, gnawing on a wild chicken leg. Captain Chun, where are the attendants? Wang Zhihai queried. Oh, our team as currency has begun to circulate. Each member initially receives 4,000 points. If you wish to secure an attendant, you must, of course, spend points, Chunin replied ambiguously, seeking to ensnare Wang Zhihai. Are you suggesting that by spending points, I can have someone attend to me? Wang Zhihai's eyes flickered. In his recollection, points seemed rather inconsequential. Indeed, it depends on the level of service you desire. Class A service costs 500 points per day, while Class B service is 300 points per day. Enough of this. I am willing to pay 500 points immediately. Hurry and summon an attendant. Wang Zhihai impatiently waved his hand. At that moment, he was yet unaware of the significance of the point system. Before long, Chunin procured a female savage to assist. Hey Lon, you shall be his attendant from now on. I shall register you now. Your initial points total 4,000. With the 500 points Wang Zhihai has just paid you, your total becomes 4,500 points, while Wang Zhihai, you now possess 3,500 points, Chunin stated, closing his ledger. Wang Zhihai felt a vague sense of foreboding, yet thought little of it. Hey Lon, quickly prepare some food for me. I am famished, Wang Zhihai commanded. Taking a seat in the attendant room. May I inquire, Mr. Wang, what meal package would you like to choose? We have categorized our packages into 4 distinct tiers. The first tier requires merely 20 points, the second 30 points, the third 40 points, and the fourth 50 points. Highland inquired. Having undergone training, surely, the best package is the one to choose? Wang Zhihai replied, his hunger palpable. After finishing his meal, he found himself with a mere 3,450 points remaining. Captain Chun, by the way, are there any special services? Wang Zhihai chuckled mischievously. He mistakenly believed that 4,000 points were dispersed daily, unaware that it represented a month's salary. Indeed, for instance, we can assist you with laundry or maintain the cleanliness of your ward, all payable with points, Chunin remarked with a grin. All right, I shall retire for the night. Subsequently, others approached Chunin, each utilizing their points for premium companionship, indulging in the highest tier packages, where a single meal cost 50 points, totaling 150 points for 3 meals. The Gay tribe had relocated to a nearby forest. Pressed for time, they constructed their dwellings against the trees, thereby saving considerable effort. Simultaneously, they dared not allocate all their manpower to building, needing to assign dozens to remain vigilant against any sudden aggression from Ye Feng, fearing he might unleash cannon fire. They were unaware of how many shells remained aboard Ye Feng's warship, but they estimated at least a dozen still existed. Within a humble wooden cabin, the high priest and Luke, among others, gathered around a bed where lay an unsightly figure. After a moment, the grotesque individual slowly opened his eyes. His face bore the scars of severe burns, fortunately sparing his eyes. Mr. Ma, you have finally awakened. The high priest's cold voice resonated. Startled, Ma Sikong instinctively reached for a weapon, only to find his side empty. Do not worry, Mr. Ma. We rescued you in hopes that you might assist us in uncovering Ye Feng's vulnerabilities or perhaps the weaknesses of his warship. In these circumstances, only through cooperation can we seize the vessel, the high priest stated matter-of-factly. Well, let me ponder this. The warship's fuel is propelled by that black substance. However, it has been entirely consumed. Thus, I surmise that Ye Feng will seek alternative fuel sources, for without them, the warship's fuel would only support a journey of a few hundred kilometers at most. Ma Sikong, exhibiting his keen intellect, quickly identified Ye Feng's critical weakness. Downstream of the Black Tree River, Ye Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, listening intently to Chun An's report. Brother Feng, Wang Zhihai has only 600 points remaining. That fellow enjoys showing off. Last night he treated everyone to a meal, thus his points are at their lowest. Chunin conveyed. No matter, we shall wait until tomorrow. After that, his points should be exhausted. Let's allow him to go hungry for a few meals. Then arrange a small loan for him, with daily interest set at 1%, Ye Feng coldly replied. Understood. Chunin proceeded to the second level. At times, dealing with such scoundrels necessitates employing stratagems, as they are beyond redemption. Just then, Chung Li Bean approached with a troubled expression. Old Chung, have you been indulging in too much tender grass? Your complexion appears rather grim. Ye Feng jested. No, Maple, the fuel. Our fuel can only allow the warship to travel 50 kilometers, and we cannot maintain full speed. Chung Li Bean's words shattered Ye Feng's good mood in an instant. What? Only 50 kilometers? Ye Feng felt despair creeping in. He should have anticipated this situation. Now, with the black fuel completely destroyed, what alternatives do we have? Ye Feng inquired anxiously. We can only use charcoal, but producing charcoal requires a significant amount of time, and its potency pales in comparison to that of the black fuel. It cannot sustain the warship's speed of 11 kilometers for even an hour, Chung Li Bean replied with resignation. By the way, didn't Master Sure mention he could extract solid alcohol through distillation? Quickly, let us seek him out. With that, the two made their way to the kitchen. Chapter 233. The weak have no right to speak of dignity. Shi Zhongliang was currently the wealthiest person aboard the warship, for he was the head chef, earning a daily wage of 1,000 points. Now, on the 4th day of point distribution, he had amassed a staggering fortune of 8,000 points. Upon reaching the kitchen door, Ye Feng overheard a wild woman negotiating with Shi Zhongliang. Master Shi, I only have 2,000 points left. I fear I won't last until the end of the month. Could you lend me 1,000? Not a chance. These points were earned through my own efforts. If you want 1,000 points, you must offer something in exchange. After saying this, Shi Zhongliang scrutinized the wild woman's figure with a mischievous gaze. The woman smiled seductively and promptly removed her clothing. Ye Feng coughed at the doorway, prompting Shi Zhengliang to quickly adopt a facade of righteousness. Young lady, put your clothes back on. Who do you think I am? If you need money, I can lend it to you, but I will charge a 5% interest daily. Shi Zhengliang stated sternly. Master Shi, could you please join us in the conference room? We need to hold a meeting, Ye Feng said politely. All right, I will be right there. After tidying up, Shi Zhengliang followed Ye Feng to the conference room, which was merely the dining area. Brother Feng, my earlier suggestion was merely a hypothesis. While solid alcohol is indeed sustainable, do you realize how many fruits we need to gather? It may take several tons of fruit to refine less than 20 pounds of solid alcohol. Do you believe we have sufficient manpower? Shi Zhengliang's face was etched with concern. He had not expected the fuel to deplete so rapidly. The warship's ability to traverse the Heishu River relied entirely on its power. Without propulsion, the Ge tribe could easily swarm the deck and wreak havoc. Although Ye Feng's team was not small in number, they were no match for the Ge tribe, especially considering the thousands of vengeful children at their disposal. Sigh, from today onward, we must strive to conserve fuel. Tomorrow, we will head to the shore to chop down trees for charcoal production. Ye Feng sighed heavily. Indeed, maintaining a small society's operation required numerous improvements, with difficulties arising one after another. When would this ever end? I am well versed in charcoal production. I shall personally teach them how to make it tomorrow, Shi Zhengliang declared. No, I shall instruct them myself. As for you, there are more pressing duties that require your attention. You and Chushue shall delve into researching alternatives to black fuel using various chemical substances. You will have half a day for your studies, while the other half must be devoted to your routine tasks. Ye Feng patted Shi Zhengliang on the shoulder. Very well. With great power comes great responsibility. If I were absent, this family would have long since disbanded. Shi Zhengliang nodded in profound agreement. Ye Feng, Cheng Li Bin, the situation within the Gaha tribe regarding food has become increasingly dire. Despite being bombarded by Ye Feng twice, their population remains over 2,000, with approximately 200 to 300 robust warriors. Daily, they require sustenance, and the food supply is gradually dwindling. Moreover, they must also care for over 2,000 wanhai, whose consumption is significant, demanding nearly half their body weight in food each day. Chieftain, the animals have largely migrated upstream, making our daily hunts exceedingly difficult. It is estimated that for the next 60 days and nights, we will only manage 2 meals a day, and the elderly and weak may have to survive on just one. A chief spoke with a grave expression. That accursed Ye Feng has obliterated all our winter provisions. Relay my orders. Craftsmen shall maintain 3 meals a day, strong men too, and as for the old and weak, we must ensure they do not starve. Luca responded, his face clouded with worry. But chieftain, what about the wanhai? They are the largest burden. As the weather turns colder, their appetite grows even larger. I fear we may run out of food, and the high priest cannot control them. The chief reiterated. What if we simply release them? Lucas suggested. Would the high priest consent? Moreover, if we set the wanhai free and the beasts from across the river venture this way, our Gaha tribe could face annihilation. An elder cautioned. Luca, agitated, rose to pace within the wooden hut. At this moment, they had constructed over a dozen wooden houses, providing shelter for those of chief rank and above. Yet, the ordinary tribespeople could only huddle by the fire for warmth. The temperature had dropped to 5 or 6 degrees. Although they had prepared numerous animal skins for the winter, all had been destroyed by Ye Feng's explosions. Just then, Duoyan Hina entered. Her belly was slightly rounded, though constricted by her fitted garments. I have met with the high priest, she announced. The others lowered their heads, feigning respect while harboring discontent. I overheard your earlier conversation. We must negotiate with Ye Feng. Duoyan Hina's gaze shifted toward the downstream of the Black Tree River. What? High priest, Ye Feng harbors a deep-seated enmity against us. You wish to negotiate with him? The leaders in the room widened their eyes in shock, flames of anger igniting within them. What else can we do? Only Ye Feng's warships can navigate freely through the vast marshes, and only upstream lies the game. Henceforth, we shall request his provision of prey in exchange for 10 of our tribe's maidens each month. Given Ye Feng's well-known proclivities, he is bound to acquiesce. Duoyan Hina concluded. What? The high priest intends to offer our women to that scoundrel Ye Feng for his debauchery? Luke felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. Otherwise, what do you think we possess that could be exchanged with him? I hope this harsh winter passes swiftly. Once spring arrives, we can allow other women to multiply abundantly, and before long, Our population will be restored, Duo Yanhina stated calmly. High Priest, why not directly assault Ye Feng's worship? We would rather perish than endure such humiliation. Luke retorted angrily. Chief Luke, I nearly forgot. You have a sister, do you not? Ye Feng is rather discerning. The women brought to him must possess some standing. In a few days, take your sister along with 9 other women to negotiate with Ye Feng and see if he is amenable. If he refuses, we shall devise another plan. After Duo Yanhina spoke, she slowly departed from the wooden cabin. Luke sank down onto the ground. To offer his sister to the enemy of his clan? Chief, you must come to terms with this. The weak have no right to dignity. But rest assured, when spring arrives, we will storm the warship and exact 1,000-fold vengeance upon Ye Feng's ilk, cleansing the shame of our gay tribe with their blood. One of the chieftains advised. Chapter 234. I, Ye Feng, am a man of integrity. Early the next morning, Ye Feng arose, accompanied by over 20 men and women, preparing to embark on a canoe to the forest to fell trees and produce charcoal. This is an exceedingly intricate process and will likely consume a considerable amount of time. Brother Feng, wait up. Wang Zhihai, accompanied by a group of patients, rushed onto the deck, each one appearing vigorous. Oh, is that not Mr. Wang Zhihai from Ward 1? Might I inquire what service you require, Mr. Wang? Ye Feng taunted without reservation. Wang Zhihai's face flushed crimson as he stammered, Brother Feng, I didn't eat anything last night or this morning. Must I use points to redeem a meal? Indeed, points are our currency. You have exhausted your 4,000 points. Who can you blame for that? Ye Feng replied coldly, shouldering his rifle and preparing to descend the rope ladder. Wait, Brother Feng, please let me have a warm meal first. The weather is growing colder, and I fear I might truly contract the worm disease, Wang Zhihai pleaded. Ye Feng smirked icily. I'm afraid the cafeteria fare is not complimentary. You should use your points to redeem it. Do not seek me out. I have little left as well. I spent 300 points these past few days, and there are still over 20 days until month end. I must conserve my resources. But you cannot just watch us starve, can you? Wang Zhihai implored pitifully. Alas, this is a cruel fate. Here's what I'll do. I'll arrange a new job for you. Those wishing to earn points, come with me to the shore to fell trees. No slacking off. If you perform well, you will earn 300 points for a day's work, Ye Feng declared with a grand gesture. I'll do it. I will too. Brother Feng, we wish to sign up as well. A group of the idle, realizing the importance of points, finally panicked. I'm afraid our lumber team is only hiring 10 workers. As for the others, we shall see tomorrow. Ye Feng picked at the grime beneath his fingernails, adopting the demeanor of a capitalist. Ultimately, he selected 10 individuals. Among them Wang Zhihai. These individuals, who indulged in a life of lethargy, had grown corpulent, making them ideal for the logging task at hand. For canoes made 3 trips before successfully transporting everyone to the shore. Meanwhile, Susan and her companions took up rifles, vigilantly guarding the logging team's safety. As the Gay tribe was notorious for ambushes, unbeknownst to Ye Feng, Ma Sikong lay severely injured on the Gay's bed. As time trickled away, these civilized individuals took an entire day to fell a mere dozen trees, subsequently using mud to construct several makeshift pits along the shore. Wang Zhihai and the others wielded axes, chopping the timber into appropriately sized firewood, meticulously stacking it within the pits, then covering them with earth while igniting a slight flame beneath. They anticipated that in 2 to 3 days, once the smoke had dissipated, they would procure fresh charcoal. Returning to the canoes, Ye Feng cast his gaze upon the 6 constructed pits. In 3 days, they would return to collect the charcoal, hoping that rain or adverse weather would not thwart their efforts, as failure would necessitate starting anew. Even so, the combined yield of charcoal from the 6 pits would only suffice for the warship to travel a few dozen kilometers, and the charcoal would occupy considerable space, proving significantly inferior to black fuel. Wang Zhihai and the other 10 were ravenously hungry, having endured unbearable hunger while logging, resorting to nibbling on some grass by the shore. Now, at last, the moment for settlement had arrived, and they all stared eagerly at Ye Feng. Now, let us settle your wages. Wang Zhihai, 300 points. Go buy something delicious, but be frugal with it. Ye Feng stated, pulling out a small notebook to allocate 300 points to Wang Zhihai, broadcasting the information across the deck, synchronizing with the kitchen and various departments. Li Daniu, 300 points, spend wisely. In no time, Ye Feng had completed the distribution, totaling 3,000 points. The remaining 3 individuals without assigned work could only begrudgingly head to the kitchen, each ordering a basic meal to fill their stomachs. Look, By the shore, Susan shouted from the battlements. Alarm surged through everyone, and they swiftly aimed their weapons at the shoreline. Dozens of torches emerged, led by Rook, flanked by 10 indigenous women, one of whom was notably attractive. Behind them stood 20 indigenous warriors and nearly 100 wailing children. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Ye Feng's eyes as he chambered a bullet into his rifle. Capturing the leader was paramount. Eliminating Rook would significantly diminish his troubles. These individuals were truly obstinate, seemingly determined to bring about their own demise. How could they dare approach at such a critical moment? Ye Feng, do not resort to violence. I, representing the noble Ye tribe, come to negotiate and offer you assistance, Rook proclaimed, attempting to cloak himself in an air of importance. What is there left to discuss? We find ourselves in an irreconcilable predicament. Ye Feng caressed the trigger with his finger, ever ready to fire. Ye Feng, our Ye tribe is numerous and exceptionally hospitable. As outsiders, it is imperative for us to assist you. Let us commence by attempting a trade of provisions. If you can provide us with 10 boats of fish and 10 boats of meat daily, we shall offer you 10 beautiful women in return. Do not regard me in such a manner. Our Ye tribe lacks for nothing in terms of sustenance. This is merely an act of goodwill towards you. Luck's heart bled, yet his words boasted bravado. What would I do with beautiful women? Ye Feng inquired coldly. Are you not a man? Do you not appreciate beauty? Luck raised an eyebrow. His desire to rush forth and dismember Ye Feng surging within him. Forgive me, it is well known that I, Ye Feng, am a man of integrity, not the lecherous type you presume. However, those women behind you shall surely not receive kind treatment in your tribe. In the spirit of humanitarianism, I shall allow them to reside aboard my ship. Ye Feng responded loudly. Susan could not resist turning around to cast a fierce glare at him. That will not suffice. You must offer something in exchange, such as food. Although we do not lack provisions, we are attending to your needs. Luck's stomach grumbled. Yet the dignity of the chieftain compelled him to maintain his facade. Ah Feng, why not have them assist us in felling some trees, and, according to standard, fashioning the timber into appropriately sized lumber? This requires labor and effort, and in return, we shall provide them with food, Susan proposed. Is that so? What of the 10 women on the shore? Shall we not rescue them? Ye Feng's brow furrowed in concern. Spare me your objections. I know you all too well. Do as I say, or you shall face dire consequences this evening, Susan threatened. Very well, I concede. We shall proceed as you suggest, Ye Feng nodded. Directing his gaze once more towards the shore, the natives on the bank listened attentively. If you require us to supply food, then let us also gather some red fruits for our brewing, and we shall fell a considerable amount of timber, 1,000 pounds of wood, in exchange for 100 pounds of food. Moreover, should you find white, silver, or even golden fruits, 1 white fruit shall yield 100 pounds of food, 1 silver fruit 1,000, and 1 golden fruit 10,000. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Ye Feng. Perhaps along the coastline, these fruits could indeed be discovered. It was worth a try. With such divine fruits, he could bestow a certain immunity upon everyone, alleviating the fear of infectious diseases in the future. Luck felt a surge of relief, realizing he would not have to part with his sister after all. Are you suggesting we fell these trees? I agree, but I expect you to honor your promise. Should you deceive me henceforth, I will mobilize my entire tribe to ensure you pay a grievous price. Luck's tone was laden with menace. Do not meddle. If you are unwilling to trade, then please depart. I am capable of felling trees myself, Ye Feng replied coldly. You? Very well, I shall take charge. Luck nodded and personally led his team into the woods. Before long, Ye Feng observed numerous trees collapsing, accompanied by various creaking sounds from the riverbank. The indigenous people's efficiency was astonishing. Ye Feng pondered whether he should further negotiate the price. As night fell completely, several bonfires ignited along the shore, where Luke and his crew were diligently working overtime, as their tribe was in dire need of food. Furthermore, the orphaned children required sustenance. Otherwise, they could easily spiral out of control and turn against their benefactors. In stark contrast, the deck was alive with a bonfire party, where tuba and others sang and danced joyously. Shi Zhengliang expertly grilled various meat skewers, their tantalizing aroma wafting several miles downriver. On the bank, Luke's sister, Baya, sniffed the air and exchanged glances with several other women. Since they had not secured any trade, they joined the logging effort, now exhausted, their stomachs growling in protest. Look, their boat is laden with food, and they seem so merry. We can only enjoy such luxury during the summer harvest, remarked a beautiful indigenous woman, pointing to the deck. Aya swallowed hard, a flicker of envy crossing her eyes, but she quickly shook her head. They are not of our kin, their hearts must differ. We must not gaze upon the deck, let us focus on our labor. Many in our tribe still require nourishment. Thus, the 10 women resumed their arduous work. Yet every few minutes, they would glance up, casting envious looks toward the warship's deck. Not just them, even the male indigenous members occasionally twitched their noses, longing for wings to fly to the deck and partake in the feast. Do not look at the warship or face punishment for treason, which could entail flaying and execution. Luke felt a sudden chill and hastily resorted to brutal measures to suppress any dissent. The festivities on the deck continued late into the night, and it was not until Ye Feng allowed them to retire for the evening that he and Susan remained awake, wary of Luke's potential mischief from the shore. At dawn, Susan roused Ye Feng. "Wake up, look at the riverbank," she urged, pointing ahead. Ye Feng rubbed his eyes and glanced toward the shore, nearly startled. The indigenous people's efficiency was remarkable. Countless logs were stacked neatly, their sizes and lengths remarkably uniform. A cursory glance suggested they had accumulated 5 to 6 tons of wood. Luke stood on the bank, visibly fatigued. "Ye Feng, we have chopped the wood. Where is your food?" Ye Feng's heart leapt with joy. With these helpers, he no longer worried about fuel. "Rest assured, I will send food over immediately." An hour later, Chunin, accompanied by 7 others, paddled a canoe to the shore, laden with an abundance of fish, meat, and even spices prepared by Shi Zhongliang. On the deck, Ye Feng and his companions kept their rifles trained on Luke and the others, prepared to fire at the slightest hint of treachery. In his line of sight, the indigenous people leaped onto the canoe, transferring various fish and meats to the shore, while Luke, evidently famished, took a hearty bite of raw fish. Chunin kept his hand firmly on the pistol, his face as pale as death. Eventually, Luke completed the inspection and waved his hand at the God tribesmen, instructing them to carry the food back to their village. A group of weary natives dragged their tired bodies upstream with the provisions. Although they had exerted themselves the previous night, the food could not be consumed immediately. It was first designated for the village's high priest, followed by the indigenous men. And lastly, the women of the tribe. "Ye Feng, will you require timber tomorrow?" Luke suddenly turned back to inquire. "In 3 days. You may return to this location to fell trees, and I will ensure sufficient food for trade." Ye Feng replied earnestly, recognizing that such inexpensive labor was too valuable to overlook. If Luke and his crew maintained today's productivity, he could accumulate enough fuel for the warship for half a year within a month, provided the charcoal produced met the necessary standards. "Shan I will also head to the shore to prepare charcoal," Ye Feng stated. "Go ahead, but do take care. I will remain on the deck to protect you," Susan replied with a smile, and Ye Feng sensed her relief. "Brother Feng, yesterday Wang Zhihai and the others earned 300 points. Today it should be our turn, right?" 3 ailing individuals eagerly emerged, gazing at Ye Feng with anticipation. Today, there were 300 points available. The high pay yesterday was due to the arduous timber felling. Today, we will only be building a kiln with mud, so the wage will be 250 points. Are you willing to work for that? Ye Feng countered. Absolutely, we are. Thus, the trio followed Ye Feng to the shore. Wang Zhihai had earned 300 points the previous day and still had over 200 remaining. He felt this would last him for another couple of days, so he wasn't in a hurry to earn more. In his mind, working for 1 day would allow him to enjoy 3 days of leisure, a delightful existence. Moreover, points were not cash. Accumulating them held little value, so he preferred to spend them before returning to work. At that moment, Chung Libin approached, saying, "Wang Zhihai, please settle your rent for the past 5 days, totaling 100 points. Brother Feng has stated that rent must be paid, 20 points per day." "What? We have to pay rent for the house. Is there no justice left?" Wang Zhihai exclaimed in fury, grabbing Chung Libin by the collar. However, Susan was observing him with a cold gaze. Chapter 236, Rest Assured. It will not happen. Wang Zhihai felt a surge of indignation rising within him, but ultimately decided against unnecessary conflict, releasing Chung Libin's collar. "Are there any cheaper rooms available?" Wang Zhihai inquired. "Indeed, there are uncleaned rooms. If you tidy one up, you may stay for free for a week. After that, charges will apply," Chung Libin responded. "Humph, you think to exploit me? It won't be that easy. Let us go clean a room on the 4th floor, and then the 8 of us can stay together," Wang Zhihai retorted with a cold snort. "Apologies, but a room can accommodate only 1 person. If 8 people stay together, we will reclaim the house and charge from that day onward," Chung Libin stated bluntly. "Ugh, A roar of anger erupted from the deck. 2 hours later, Wang Zhihai led the remaining individuals to the shore to build a shelter. Ultimately, he succumbed to reality and had no choice but to earn points diligently. Oh, Brother Wang, you're here to build a shelter too? You earn 250 points daily. If you keep this up for a month, you can enjoy a few days of treatment in the infirmary, Shonen teased nearby. Are you mocking me? Do you think I wouldn't dare to hit you? If you have the guts, come at me. Those who don't fight are nothing but curs, Ye Feng retorted, just as he finished stacking the wood. Shonen engaged Wang Zhihai in a brawl, and soon they were wrestling in the mud, resembling two clay warriors. He felt a sudden headache. Are you two gluttons for punishment? If you continue, I'll impose a fine of 50 points. Ye Feng shouted angrily. The two combatants, startled, scrambled back to the shore to continue their work on the shelter. 3 days passed swiftly, during which Ye Feng and his companions managed to catch a considerable amount of fish by the seaside. Given the cold weather, the fish piled on the deck would not spoil. However, the charcoal burning was not as successful, yielding only a 50% good product rate. Nonetheless, overall, Ye Feng and his companions still made a profit and believed that with time, their charcoal-making skills would mature, increasing the good product rate to 80%. Luck and his group arrived punctually at the shore where the warship was docked, despite Ye Feng having provided them with ample food, with thousands in their ranks. Their supplies had dwindled significantly by the second day. Yet, to maintain the facade of not lacking provisions, Luck delayed trading until the third day. Ye Feng, I'm here to trade again. This time, I brought the elderly, women, and children from my tribe. I wonder if you have sufficient food for exchange. Luck spoke, casting a glance at the deck where mountains of fish lay stacked. Ye Feng observed coldly. Luck appeared noticeably thinner than 3 days prior. And those trailing behind him, the frail and elderly, were tightly cinched in their belts, their emaciated bodies on display. Especially a few elderly natives, who looked severely malnourished. Get to work. No more idle chatter, Ye Feng commanded, though he could have used this opportunity to negotiate a lower price. The sight of the frail native women stirred a sense of compassion within him, prompting him to proceed with a normal transaction. While directing his tribesmen in lumbering, Luck's covetous gaze lingered on Ye Feng's warship. It was imperative to seize the ship. Winter had not fully set in yet, so there was still some food available. Once winter arrived in earnest, the consequences would be dire. Ye Feng's group would have to venture upstream into the Great Marsh to find food. At that point, trading lumber for food would place them at a severe disadvantage. Ye Feng could easily starve Luck's entire tribe if he wished. Moreover, as a proud race, how could they allow themselves to be subjugated? They must demonstrate their superiority to these inferior tribes. They toiled from noon until nightfall. When Luck turned back, he noticed that a celebration had commenced on Ye Feng's deck. Those outsiders were feasting and reveling, living such blissful lives, while the indigenous people endured hardship. Luck's anger surged. Intense jealousy compelled him to take reckless risks. Azur, gather 20 men and swim from 5 kilometers upstream to the opposite side of the warship. Then stealthily board and eliminate a few formidable foes, ideally, take down Ye Feng. Once we hear the commotion, we will lead the remaining 300 in a frontal assault to divert their attention, and with the presence of so many vengeful spirits, we shall also receive their assistance. Capturing the warship hinges on this decisive action. Luke patted the shoulder of a chief. The chief immediately stood tall. Fear not, chief. The warship rightfully belongs to us. I shall reclaim it. However, should we spare those skilled in navigation? Otherwise, we will be at a loss on how to operate the vessel. Indeed, it would be prudent to retain them, yet if the battle becomes too fierce, let go of such concerns. If you find yourselves encircled, seize a few key individuals. Once our men have boarded the warship, we will gain the upper hand. Moreover, Mr. Ma will surely know how to navigate, as he shares the same kin as Ye Feng. Luke spoke solemnly. Understood. Azur promptly set off upstream with 20 elite warriors. After 5 kilometers, with a commanding shout, he ordered all the natives to strip down to their undergarments and plunge into the icy river. Swim vigorously. This will prevent you from succumbing to the cold. Azur led the way, occasionally diving beneath the surface. Fortunately, the cold weather had rendered many leeches and parasitic catfish lethargic, sparing them from peril before reaching the warship. On the deck of the warship, Ye Feng vigilantly surveyed the shoreline. For some reason, he sensed an unusual stillness in the woods along the bank. The natives seemed to have ceased their labor. What could they possibly be planning? Chenin, stop loitering and take the brothers to patrol the entire warship. Maintain a watch every 2 hours, Ye Feng instructed. Brother Feng, Is there overtime pay? Chun retorted with dissatisfaction. Well, yes. The patrolling brothers will earn 100 points each, but they must remain vigilant. Ye Feng conceded after deliberation. How could I miss out on overtime pay? I'll join a few men for the patrol as well, Wang Zhihai chimed in. Recently, he had been deeply troubled as the natives had usurped the logging work, fearing he would be left to beg for survival on the deck. Fine, but I warn you, be diligent during your patrol. If I catch you slacking off in the corners, I'll ensure you receive no further opportunities for any task, Ye Feng cautioned. Wang Zhihai's face flushed. His earlier thoughts had been exposed. Rest assured, that will not happen. You three, come with me for the patrol below. With that, Chun Zhihai and 3 others, along with Chun and his group, began their rounds along the massive warship. Chapter 237. Go below and investigate what's happening in the woods along the shore. Luke understood that their success hinged on this moment. Thus he ordered his tribe to cease their logging activities. Once they succeeded, there would be no need for further woodwork. Listen closely, everyone. At my command, the warship shall be ours, and we can live as they do. Do you have confidence? Luke inquired softly. Yes. Hundreds of natives gazed eagerly at the deck, their eyes gleaming with intense greed. Wang Zhihai had learned his lesson this time, patrolling from the lower deck to the 7th level, always passing by the deck. For the 6th and 7th levels are above the deck, while the 5 levels below are beneath it. Finally, during his 4th patrol of the lower deck, Wang Zhihai reverted to his old ways. Let us take a moment to rest. After climbing so many stairs, we are utterly exhausted. With that, he found a relatively clean spot to sit down. Brother Wang, Feng has noticed, and we are doomed. We will have to beg on the deck from now on, one of the wild men said anxiously. What are you afraid of? This massive warship is not the work of a god. How could Feng know we are slacking off? Sit down and relax, Wang Zhihai sighed, and the 3 hesitantly took their seats. Brother Wang, although Feng may not discover our laziness, what if we encounter the patrolling Chunin? He has always been Feng's sycophant and would surely report us, especially since you two have had a fight. Humph, that Chunin is probably slacking off as well. No need to worry, Wang Zhihai chuckled. Just then, he heard a noise emanating from the side of the warship. I suspect Chun and his companions are slacking off next door. Let us take the initiative to surprise him and then intimidate him. Wang Zhihai felt a surge of excitement and was the first to head towards the side of the warship. The river breeze battered against the vessel, causing it to sway slightly. Wang Zhihai checked the side room, but saw no sign of Chun and the others. Only some excrement and gravel remained inside. How peculiar. That did not sound like wind. Suddenly, Wang Zhihai leaned out the window, only to find himself staring at the vast river, utterly devoid of anything. Could they be below? At that moment, a rope ensnared his neck, and an immense force pulled him downward. This is bad. Wang Zhihai felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Bracing himself against the window to steady his body, yet he could not make a sound. Below was a pitch-black abyss, and his 3 companions had not noticed Wang Zhihai's predicament, continuing to pace in the room, searching for a clean spot to hide. In the river, a native felt that his rope had snagged something, and he began to climb upwards. Unbeknownst to him, his rope had caught around Wang Zhihai's neck. In the darkness, neither could see the other. Finally reaching the window, the native caught sight of Wang Zhihai by the fire's glow. Oh, such accuracy! The native swiftly squeezed through and pressed a dagger against Wang Zhihai's throat. This is not good. One of the men immediately raised his pistol. Don't make a move, or I will kill him, the native warned, using Wang Zhihai as a shield. Shadows flickered as a group of 21 agile indigenous individuals leapt into the room. At the forefront stood a robust figure, exuding an explosive sense of power. Quick, notify Brother Feng. The trio was taken aback and hastily sprinted towards the deck. Don't let them escape. We must catch them off guard. One of the indigenous warriors knocked Wang Zhihai unconscious with a single blow and pursued the fleeing trio. Towering at nearly 2 meters, the warriors surrounded the 3 in no time. Hurry, fire your weapons to alert Brother Feng. A gunshot reverberated through the 2nd level. On the deck, Tuba was belting out a song, and Ye Feng furrowed his brow, sensing he had heard a gunshot amidst Tuba's melody. On the 2nd level, the indigenous people paid a price, capturing Wang Zhihai and his companions, binding them tightly with ropes, stuffing their mouths with foul rags that resembled their undergarments. Let us move upward. Once we reach the deck, we will unleash a massacre. Upon hearing the commotion, the chief will launch a full-scale assault on the warship. Osor declared, leading the charge upward. Upon reaching the 4th level, they collided with Chun and startled, Chen quickly raised his dual pistols. Fire! The gunfire echoed through the narrow corridor. Ye Feng sprang to his feet on the deck. This is bad. I heard gunfire. The others abandoned their dancing, hastily arming themselves and rushing below. Just as Ye Feng was about to enter the 5th level, he suddenly pivoted. Countless torches illuminated the shore as a multitude of indigenous people brandished torches, leaping into the water and swimming frantically towards the warship. Old Chung, start the ship, Ye Feng bellowed. Chung Li Bin, alarmed, rushed to the captain's cabin, pulling the bell in the hold with a rope. 2 crew members stationed in the hold, upon hearing the bell, sluggishly rose to their feet, loading black fuel into the boiler and slowly igniting it with a small flame. This process would undoubtedly take several minutes. Previously, there had been no fuel shortage, with the boiler kept alight 24 hours a day. However, in recent days, Brother Feng had advised them to extinguish the fire when the ship was idle, a strategy that now led to calamity for the warship. Gunfire erupted as Susan raised her rifle, taking potshots at the indigenous individuals in the water. Yet, the sheer number of them, hundreds strong, was overwhelming, with a dense swarm of vengeful youths following closely behind. Damn it, Susan, go below and see what is happening, but be cautious. I'll handle the deck. Ye Feng seized a massive bow, each arrow he loosed driving the indigenous warriors to the riverbed with immense force. The others followed suit, unleashing a barrage of gunfire and arrows into the waters. The lifeless bodies of the indigenous floated to the surface, while leeches and carnivorous creatures were roused by the blood, initiating an even more savage slaughter. After releasing several arrows, Ye Feng hurled a torch skyward. The river's surface, illuminated by the flames, transformed into a vivid crimson hue. The indigenous people, heedless of their own lives, launched a fervent assault on the warship, incurring severe losses from the outset. Particularly, the vengeful creatures, known as Yuanhai, exhibited remarkable swimming speed. Several had already ascended to the portholes of the lower deck and were rapidly making their way toward the deck. Everyone spread out along the ship's railing, stationed every 10 meters, ready to thrust their spears down at any creature that attempted to climb aboard. Disperse, Ye Feng commanded loudly. The cacophony of the indigenous warriors' battle cries reverberated through the air as they recklessly charged toward the warship. Old Chung, why haven't we set sail yet? Ye Feng bellowed toward the bow. How should I know? Without fire in the lower deck, turning the helm is futile. The propellers haven't even begun to turn. Chung Li Bin replied, his face flushed with urgency. Heavens! Those rascals in the lower deck. Once I fend off the indigenous, I shall throw them overboard. Ye Feng roared, loosing another arrow into the river. At that moment, a Yuanhai leaped through the 5th deck's window, launching itself directly at Ye Feng, its tail agilely thrashing in midair. Die! Ye Feng retaliated with a spear, sending the creature tumbling back into the river. Meanwhile, Tuba also dispatched a Yuanhai back into the water. These creatures outpaced the indigenous people by far and were steadily encroaching upon the deck. Within the lower deck, 2 duty personnel seemed to have heard the commotion. Peering through the fist-sized windows, they were instantly struck with terror. Hurry! Yuanhai are assaulting the warship. Quick, pour all the fuel on. In their haste, they tipped an entire barrel of fuel onto the fire. Now look what you've done. The fire is extinguished. You fool, get the fire going again. They scrambled to fetch torches. Ye Feng had already taken down 2 indigenous warriors. Glancing back, he saw that Yuanhai had begun to leap onto the deck from the left side. Which 2 imbeciles are on duty in the lower deck? I'll turn them into pulp. Ye Feng roared. The warship's maneuverability had been utterly compromised by those 2 in the lower deck. At this point, over 20 Yuanhai had surged onto the deck, compelling Ye Feng to abandon his bow and wield an iron rod. This rod, removed from the ship's railing, weighed over 80 pounds, far too heavy for an ordinary person to wield, yet in Ye Feng's hands, it unleashed its full potential. As several Yuanhai clambered onto the deck, they clutched their blowpipes. Should their venomous darts be unleashed, the consequences would be dire. Ye Feng swung the iron rod with force. Squeak! 3 Yuanhai were simultaneously cleaved in half, green blood splattering everywhere. Brother Feng, Tuba was cornered by an indigenous warrior, even with his enhanced abilities. He was at a disadvantage against the towering 2-meter-tall foe. Ye Feng couldn't afford to hesitate. He lunged forward and brought the iron rod crashing down, shattering the warrior's skull. Meanwhile, on the 3rd level, Susan and her companions were fighting while retreating. In the pitch darkness, the indigenous warriors lurked, forcing Susan to refrain from firing, as their ammunition was severely limited. Even so, her marksmanship had already claimed a third of the lives of the 20 elite natives. The remaining few natives occasionally loosed arrows from the shadows, and soon, 2 individuals on Susan's side fell to the ground. All 3 patrolmen led by Wang Zhihai had been eliminated, leaving only him hiding in the darkness, anxiously observing the fierce battle at the spiral staircase. A piercing scream echoed as Chun-En was struck by an arrow in the arm. Susan quickly dragged Chun-En behind her and fired 2 shots into the darkness. "We must retreat to the deck," Raimai shouted. "But the deck is also engulfed in chaos. If we cannot eliminate the enemies here, we will be of no help up there." Susan resolutely guarded the staircase, preventing those on the deck from being attacked from both sides. Another native was hit, his body swaying as he tumbled down the stairs. The natives, seasoned from countless battles, knew how to utilize the terrain for cover. Fortunately, they were unaware that the lower deck housed the ship's power source. Otherwise, they would have targeted the steam engine and boiler immediately. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble shook the entire warship as thick smoke billowed from the 2 large chimneys at the stern. Luke was still submerged in the river. As the commander, he could not join the fray on the deck. "Hurry up! Why haven't you made it to the deck?" Luke bellowed from the river. Once the warship was operational, those rushing onto the deck would be swiftly dealt with by Ye Feng, and they would no longer be able to exert pressure on the ship. "We're doomed. We will all perish here today," Chun-En murmured in terror, clutching his arm as he gazed into the inky darkness below. "Shut your mouth." Susan, enraged, delivered a sharp slap. On the deck, Ye Feng had just dispatched several dozen vengeful children when even more emerged, including a formidable chief. The 2 charged at each other like turtles racing towards a mung bean. Clang! The iron rod sent the chief's short sword flying. Yet, the chief possessed some skill, rolling to shield a female wildling with his body. "Ye Feng, we only desire the warship. Relinquish it, or I shall slay her," the chief said with insidious intent. Ye Feng's expression hardened as he swept his iron rod forward. Bang! The female wildling and the chief were sent flying more than 10 meters away. 5 seconds later, the chief struggled to his feet, spitting blood, while the female wildling he had used as leverage lay dead. At such a critical moment, Ye Feng showed no mercy. Otherwise, the deck would soon be overrun. Suddenly, a poisoned dart shot in from afar, striking Ye Feng's artery with precision. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and turned to see a silver-haired, vengeful child standing at the ship's railing, slowly lowering a blowpipe. To his dismay, despite his blood-scaled protection, he had been pierced by the dart. It seemed the speed had been too great for the blood scales to react in time. Ye Feng staggered towards the silver specter, but was suddenly jolted by a strike from the formidable chief's sword, fortunately deflected by his blood-scaled armor. "Die!" Ye Feng retaliated, gripping his short sword and yanking it forcefully backwards. Recognizing Ye Feng's strength, the chief relinquished the short sword and seized a spear from the ground. Just then, a poison dart struck Ye Feng's neck. The venom coursed through him, clouding his mind. Despite the excruciating pain, he hurled the short sword with all his might. Alas! The blade, imbued with the weight of 1,000 pounds, severed the chief's spear, cleaving him in twain. With the chief vanquished, Ye Feng charged towards the silver specter, determined to extinguish its life. Yet, the specter seemed to possess a supernatural awareness. It tilted its body and leaped down towards the deck below. After a drop of 5 or 6 meters, its agile arms grasped a window on the 4th floor, flipping itself inside. Upon entry, it encountered Susan. With a swift motion, its razor-sharp claws grazed Susan's delicate neck, leaving 2 shallow crimson lines. Susan was paralyzed with fear, instinctively raising her hand to summon fire. Bang! 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 Within moments, her pistol was emptied, one bullet piercing the specter's forehead and exiting through the back of its skull. Remarkably, despite its head being blown apart, the silver specter clung desperately to the window ledge, suspended in midair. Chun-En delivered a decisive kick, and with a resounding splash, the specter plummeted into the river. Rumbling. Chapter 239. Does your neck feel uncomfortable? The warship finally set sail, gliding downstream. "No, please." Luke, submerged in the water, looked on in despair at the awakening warship. He longed to ascend to the vessel, yet feared the bullets that might claim his life. Below, over 200 native individuals and nearly 1,000 specters lingered in the water. Upon witnessing the warship's departure, Ye Feng exhaled a sigh of relief and renewed his assault against the foes. The battle on the deck raged until dawn, and at long last. Ye Feng and his companions, battered yet unyielding, dispatched all of their adversaries. However, in the fourth floor, the skirmish persisted, as a dozen or so natives continued to ambush them from the shadows, leaving Susan and her allies in disarray. Ina. Ye Feng approached a corpse, none other than the priestess, her abdomen nearly hollowed out by the specters. She was not alone. 5 or 6 other native women lay lifeless in pools of blood, including 2 of Tuba's kin. Bang! Bang! Gunfire erupted from below once more. Ye Feng could not afford to grieve. He hurried towards the cabin. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he found Susan and Raimai, with Chun and wounded by an arrow, yet refusing to abandon his post. How many enemies remain below? Ye Feng inquired. I have no idea. It's pitch black down there. We dare not descend, nor do they dare ascend, resulting in this stalemate. Chun and replied weakly. Chunin, you must go to the deck. I shall handle things here. Ye Feng picked up an iron rod and cautiously approached the staircase leading down. Startled, Susan positioned herself protectively behind him. Rico initially intended to descend, but Ye Feng called out to her. Sister Maisie, you should remain here and keep watch. Once they reveal themselves, shoot immediately. Susan and I will go down to eliminate those natives. After saying this, Ye Feng continued his descent. Wait, I'll phone. Bai Chushua handed him a torch. What are you doing? Ye Feng declined the torch. It's too dark down there. A torch would be beneficial. Bai Chushua said with concern. Please take the torch back. If we carry it, we would essentially become live targets. They are in the dark while we are exposed. Ye Feng explained. Oh, I apologize. I didn't realize, Bai Chushua responded, startled, as she quickly retrieved the torch. Without further ado, utilizing his familiarity with the ship's layout, Ye Feng ventured into the darkness with Susan. In the next moment, Ye Feng widened his eyes. Logically, the 4th level contained only a few small windows, allowing no moonlight to penetrate. Yet, he discerned some shapes in the darkness. There was a bed, a stair railing, and a corpse. Feng, I can't see anything. Perhaps we should wait until dawn? Susan whispered close to Ye Feng's ear, fearful of being overheard by the natives lurking in the shadows. You should go up. I can handle this alone, Ye Feng asserted, gently pushing Susan away. She did not insist further. Instead, she handed her pistol to Ye Feng before quietly ascending to the upper level. Once Susan had departed, Ye Feng resumed his exploration of the 4th level. Under normal circumstances, visibility would be virtually non-existent, yet Ye Feng's extraordinary eyesight enabled him to see roughly 3 meters ahead. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, wood splintering beneath a foot, and then came several hurried footsteps. Ye Feng's acute hearing led him towards the source of the noise, revealing a shadowy figure with arms outstretched, fumbling in the darkness. Judging by the physique, it was likely a native. A flash of murderous intent crossed Ye Feng's eyes as he drew his dagger from his waist. At that moment, the shadowy figure stiffened, seemingly sensing an inexplicable omen. Yet, it was too late. With a swift motion, the dagger pierced through the nape of his neck and was quickly withdrawn. The native flailed his arms in the air before collapsing to the ground with a thud. After dispatching this foe, Ye Feng continued his search towards the stern of the ship. As he ventured further into the center, his vision became increasingly restricted due to the distance from the windows. Ye Feng's ears perked up. He had just heard a faint squeaking sound, akin to a rope being pulled taut. Although subtle, his keen hearing detected it. In the next instant, Ye Feng's expression shifted as he immediately dropped to the floor. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept over his head. 7 meters away, Azur knocked another feathered arrow, his large nose twitching with anticipation. Though he lacked Ye Feng's terrifying eyesight, he possessed a natural sensitivity to the scent of blood. Just moments ago, he had released an arrow guided solely by this instinct. Did it miss? Asso's expression slightly altered as he discerned the familiar scent of blood, unchanged in intensity, indicating no fresh blood had been spilled. He took another sniff, drawing his bowstring taut. Squeak! Ye Feng once again heard the familiar sound and hastily began to dance on the 4th level. Left, right, forward, backward. He mustn't allow the enemy to take aim. How formidable are the natives? Can they truly see me in this darkness? Ye Feng's heart sank. He remained unaware of Asso's innate talent, believing instead that the natives possessed some extraordinary ability akin to that of the high priest. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed past him. Clang! A large patch of blood scales emerged on Ye Feng's arm. This is not a safe place to linger. With this thought, he decided against further delay and swiftly retreated to the 5th level. Dawn had already passed. Once daylight broke, he would gather the remaining individuals, arm each with a gun, and seal the 2 exits of the 4th level before methodically capturing those below. Clang. Another wave of blood scales appeared on Ye Feng's back. Curse it. He could no longer afford to hesitate and sprinted toward the junction of the 5th and 4th levels. How many enemies are below? Susan inquired. I don't know. They seem able to see in the dark. We shouldn't descend, but rather hold our ground here. If the natives dare to approach the 5th level, we shoot on sight. I need to rest for a moment. Once day breaks, it will be their end. After uttering these words, Ye Feng disregarded the filthy floor and collapsed into slumber. Susan also seated herself, resting Ye Feng's head upon her soft lap. Ye Feng had scarcely closed his eyes when he felt an intense itch on his neck, as though a chilling entity were burrowing into his mind. What is happening? He abruptly opened his eyes and began to swat at his neck. Feng, is your neck bothering you? Susan asked. No, I can sense. Just as Ye Feng spoke, a sudden explosion echoed in his mind, compelling him to step back in terror, his gaze fixed on Susan. Before him, Susan had grotesquely transformed into a horrific creature, its claws caressing his cheek. You? Chapter 240. Do you believe I would allow you to survive until nightfall? Ye Feng suddenly drew his dagger, astonished as he beheld Susan. Turning his head, he saw that Raimai, Bai Chuxue, and Chunin had all morphed into monsters, slowly advancing towards him. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Chunin stepped forward, anxiously watching Ye Feng, sensing a ferocity within him akin to that of a predator. Ye Feng suppressed the urge to strike, understanding this was an illusion, yet it felt all too real. Bang! He discarded the dagger and forcefully shoved one of the creatures. It emitted a wretched cry and plummeted into the river with a splash. Chunin. Susan quickly retreated, casting a wary glance at Ye Feng. Feng, what on earth is happening? Please don't frighten us. Raimai stared at Ye Feng in shock. Ye Feng felt the chilling sensation surging into his mind, an inexplicable phenomenon that seemed to impair his vision. Yet, within a mere minute, his skin began to contract, and a powerful suction drew the cold air into his stomach, subsequently permeating throughout his body. After a shiver coursed through him, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. Susan remained Susan, and Raimai Z was still Raimai Z. I apologize. It appears I was under the remote control of the High Priest just now. Ye Feng's voice trembled, for the High Priest was terrifying, as if capable of anything. Clearly, his recent loss of control was linked to the 2 poison needles wielded by the silver-haired figure. Could it be that the venomous insects had crawled into his body through the needles, seeking to dominate his mind? Quickly, save Chunin. He is still submerged in the water. Upon Susan's command, a rope was cast into the river. Shortly thereafter, Chunin was pulled up. Yet his gaze towards Ye Feng was laden with profound fear. Chunin, I am truly sorry for what just transpired. It was unintentional. Ye Feng stepped forward, intending to pat Chun and shoulder. Whoosh. Chunin recoiled, maintaining a wary distance. The day has broken. It is time to descend and clear the remaining debris. Those indigenous people must perish. With that, Ye Feng seized a metal rod and strode purposefully towards the 4th level. At that moment, the warship had reached a 0.5 kilometers from shore, where the waters were exceedingly tumultuous. Azur, accompanied by the remaining 10 elite warriors, gazed out at the raging river, their expressions grim. What shall we do, great chief? Jumping into the river now is a matter of life and death. Such turbulent waters could drown us all. Not to mention the myriad of monsters lurking within, one indigenous warrior inquired. They had now arrived at the 2nd level of the warship. Descending further would lead them to where the steam engines were housed. Thankfully, the indigenous people were oblivious to the function of the steam engines. Otherwise, they would have destroyed the system the moment they boarded the vessel yesterday. Merg, you shall jump first. Azur suddenly turned, her icy gaze fixed upon the speaking warrior. Me? Jump? Indeed. Without further ado, Azur drew her short sword, her demeanor threatening. Plop. Merg plunged into the frigid waters, attempting to swim using a dog paddle, but was immediately met with a series of crashing waves that choked him. He endeavored to swim on his back, yet more water invaded his lungs. Splash. A shadow emerged from the depths, revealing golden scales, and in an instant, it seized Merg, dragging him to the riverbed. The remaining indigenous warriors turned pale with fear. Great Chief, there are numerous large creatures in the middle of the river. Can we not return? Great Chief, we must devise a plan. We cannot await our fate here. Dawn has arrived, and we can no longer conceal ourselves in the darkness. Faced with the terror of his subordinates, Azure forced herself to remain composed. What is there to panic about? Let us descend further. There are many things below, and we shall find a place to hide. Perhaps they will take a day to locate us. If we can endure until nightfall, we shall have another chance. Azure spoke with calm assurance. Just then, a chilling voice resonated from behind them. Do you truly believe I would allow you to survive until dusk? The indigenous people's expressions shifted dramatically as their gaze turned toward the back. There stood Ye Feng, wielding an iron rod, a solitary figure effectively sealing off the room. Capturing him alive was the only option. Then we could coerce the higher-ups to bring the ship to shore, commanded Azure. The two indigenous warriors exchanged knowing glances and lunged at Ye Feng. They were indeed elite fighters, their speed and strength surpassing that of ordinary soldiers, bolstered by considerable combat experience. Alas, they fell short in the face of Ye Feng's overwhelming prowess. Thud! The punch from the indigenous warrior struck Ye Feng's face, producing a resounding noise. Blood scales emerged, and the warrior's finger bones shattered upon impact. He clutched his injured hand in agony, writhing on the floor. In the next moment, Ye Feng seized him and slammed him against the iron wall. Crack! The warrior's skull burst, resulting in instant death. The second indigenous fighter barely made it in time, thrusting his short sword fiercely toward Ye Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Feng grasped the warrior's wrist, swinging him down like a whip, crashing him into the ground. Crunch! The sound of shattered bones echoed as the indigenous fighter, feeling his entire body fracture, could not even muster a scream before succumbing to death. Humph! Ye Feng stepped forward, with a resounding clang, closed the iron door, and used the short sword to secure the door rings. With a powerful twist of his arms, he contorted the sword into a twisted shape, confining everyone within the cramped space. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily, even on Azure's heart. Go! He is alone. Azure urged the three warriors ahead. The trio swallowed hard and shouted in unison. Bang! 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 3 swift punches, under the influence of blood scales, struck like hammers. The trio could not withstand even a single blow, collapsing to the ground instantly. Azure's eyes twitched, glancing back at his remaining comrades. Only 5 left. Follow me, he commanded, charging toward Ye Feng first. Just as he approached, he suddenly ducked low, slipping through Ye Feng's legs and darting towards the exit. However, the 5 warriors behind him were not prepared and collided directly with Ye Feng, followed by a chorus of anguished screams. With the enhancement of blood scales, Ye Feng was impervious, resembling a human weapon. The elite indigenous fighters stood no chance against him. Azure sought to buy time for his kin, quickly grasping the twisted short sword, attempting to escape through the door. Unfortunately, just as he managed to untwist the sword, Ye Feng had already concluded the battle. You are quite clever, but it is of no use. With that, Ye Feng delivered a fierce punch to Azure's shoulder. Crack! Azure's shoulder exploded, a fragment of bone piercing through his skin. Ye Feng then seized his other arm, delivering a knee strike. Crack! Another scream echoed through the air. Azure's arms were both fractured, yet Ye Feng remained unconvinced and lifted his right foot. Despite being gravely injured, Azure, undeterred by the pain, retaliated fiercely. At the precise moment Ye Feng raised his leg, Azure delivered a powerful kick to his chin with the other leg. Although Ye Feng was shielded by his blood scales, the chin is one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. The impact caused him to experience at least 2 seconds of dizziness. Despite his strength, he appeared momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Azure, like an elusive eel, slid along the blood-soaked floor towards the window and, without hesitation, leaped down. With a thud, Ye Feng quickly regained his senses and rushed to the window for a glimpse. All that remained in the river was a patch of crimson. Azure had vanished without a trace. Having sustained such severe injuries, returning would be an arduous task, if not entirely impossible. After this, Ye Feng began to dispose of the bodies one by one through the window. Once the grim task was complete, he proceeded towards the lower cabin. There, he observed a middle-aged man and a young man placing black fuel into the furnace. This durable fuel was running low, with roughly 30 barrels remaining. Upon seeing Ye Feng's arrival, the two stood up obediently, sensing the palpable aura of menace he exuded. Do not waste fuel any longer. You both. Accompany me to the deck, Ye Feng commanded, his tone devoid of emotion. On the deck, Susan and her team were engaged in clearing the battlefield. The ground stained with red, green, and white, creating a foul stench that permeated the air. Sister Susan, we have accounted for our losses. We lost 17 individuals. 10 sustained minor injuries, and 2 suffered severe injuries, Rimiko reported, her role as logistics officer now encompassing the tally of casualties. Sister Susan, what about our fallen comrades? Should we also cast their bodies into the river? Shunin inquired. Then let us do so. Susan nodded, weary from the night's fierce battle. At that moment, Ye Feng's voice resonated from behind. Do not discard our own just yet. The warship will dock shortly, and we must erect a tombstone for them. With that, Ye Feng led the 2 boiler workers up to the deck. Have the indigenous people hidden in the cabin been dealt with? Susan hurried over. They have been cleared. Summon everyone. And remember, it must be everyone, Ye Feng replied, casting a cold gaze at the 2 boiler workers. Chapter 242. We shall inspect once more previously. He had endeavored to motivate his team through affection, but this approach rendered them complacent. Henceforth, he must establish a system of rewards and punishments, or else the team would lack any sense of vigilance. Before long, all stood beneath the gun platform, their weary eyes fixed on Ye Feng. Last night, we suffered such significant losses due to the warship's failure to launch in a timely manner. Today, we shall identify those responsible. Zhang Chong, Lin Xuebing, step forward and remove your trousers. Ye Feng pointed at the 2 boiler workers. Brother Feng, what does this have to do with us? Why should we be punished? Zhang Chong and Lin Xuebing vigorously shook their heads, retreating their bodies in defiance. Chenin, undeterred by their protests, along with Tuba, forcibly brought the 2 men to the center of the bastion. As the boiler workers on duty the previous night, they had inexplicably delayed the ship's activation by 10 minutes. Consequently, it was decreed that each would receive 100 strokes on their posteriors. After Li Feng's declaration, Chun Un and Tuba lowered the 2 men's trousers to their knees. Brother Feng, this isn't our fault. You mentioned that when the ship is not in operation, we must extinguish the fire in the boiler. Restarting the fuel will naturally take considerable time. You cannot do this. The 2 men protested, but soon 5 or 6 others joined in, pinning them firmly to the deck. Strike! The deck was immediately filled with their anguished cries. Li Feng was aware that he too bore some responsibility. However, there are times when one must overlook such matters. To enforce authority, one must accept the consequences of mistakes. After the 100 lashes were administered, the 2 men's backsides were left bloodied, and they cast resentful glances at Li Feng. Having received their punishment, it is now my turn. Indeed, I also erred by instructing them to extinguish the fire. Now, let the punishment be directed at me. With that, Li Feng willingly prostrated himself on the floor, presenting his backside to them. The 2 boiler workers, witnessing this, underwent a transformation in their demeanor, from defiance to submission, ultimately evolving into respect. A leader who accepts personal accountability demonstrates the fairness and integrity of the team, making their 100 strokes seem justified. Chenin, come forth to administer the punishment. They received 100 lashes. As the leader who erred, I must receive 3 times that. Strike me with 300. Upon finishing his sentence, Li Feng buried his head against the deck. Brother Feng, who would dare strike you? Wouldn't they be subjected to your retribution? Chenin protested. Instead, how about you make amends next time? Sister Susan chimed in, supporting Chun and S' suggestion. Chun cast a pleading glance towards Susan, who was gazing at Li Feng with evident concern. Upon hearing Chun and S' words, her expression brightened. Feng, Chun is right. Let us record this for now. You can atone for it next time, Susan affirmed, casting a grateful glance towards Chun for his support. In Susan's heart, she had already considered Li Feng as her partner in this world. Enough with the excuses. There is no accounting for this. Just strike quickly. I can endure it, Li Feng urged, determined to establish order. With his blood-scaled armor, he felt confident that he could withstand even 3,000 lashes without complaint. Chenin, you shall strike. If you do not, I will strike you. Li Feng continued to call out names. I refuse. Chenin hastily retreated. Susan, you take the strike. As the second in command, you hold the authority to enforce this, Li Feng pressed on. I refuse as well. Susan shook her head in defiance. Chuxue, you will strike. Bai Chuxue quickly shrank back. Those who are civilized understand the nuances of human relations. To strike a leader could result in unforeseen repercussions. You all lack awareness. This is about establishing rules. The emperor is no different from the commoner when it comes to punishment. If you do not strike, this rule becomes meaningless. Do you comprehend? Ye Feng gazed at the group of inept individuals with a mixture of disappointment and determination. If they were to establish a small society, he must lead by example. Otherwise, the subordinates would merely imitate one another, and this fledgling community would inevitably collapse. Brother Feng, allow me. Tuba stepped forward, his expression resolute. Very well, Tuba, you shall take the lead. Remember, 300 lashes, not a single one less, and strike with full force. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. However, Susan narrowed her eyes, casting a menacing glare at Tuba. Yet, Tuba, being straightforward to a fault, paid no heed to Susan's threat and grasped a metal rod firmly. Brother Feng, each time you are struck, blood scales appear on your body. We should use this tool, otherwise, the blows won't have any effect on you. With that, Tuba raised the iron rod high. Ye Feng felt a heaviness in his heart. This man's bluntness was excessive. You? Ye Feng's expression shifted slightly, realizing that with Tuba's straightforward nature, he would likely exert his utmost strength with every strike, especially after having consumed ginkgo nuts. Brother Feng, here I come. Tuba lifted the iron rod, his arms adorned with bulging veins. Ye Feng's countenance changed dramatically. Wait, I nearly forgot. There may still be some indigenous people below. Now, listen to my command. Let us thoroughly inspect every room without leaving any stone unturned. Ye Feng adjusted his trousers. Indeed, we must conduct another inspection. Susan was the second to respond, and a group of bewildered individuals followed them to the lower deck. Chapter 243. Su Yun, I apologize this time. Ye Feng brought along two companions, Bai Chuxue and Su Yun, who lacked any experience in searching. Ye Feng planned to instruct them patiently. Susan also had two newcomers in her charge, teaching them how to search the military vessel swiftly and effectively. These individuals had previously lived sheltered lives and needed to be taught from the ground up. Observe, when three people are searching, one should guard the exit while the other two advance into the interior, maintaining a distance of 2 meters between each other to avoid being caught off guard. Ye Feng instructed Su Yun and Bai Chuxue. Yet, in the next moment, Ye Feng's expression shifted again. He watched as Su Yun slowly peeled off her clothing, approaching him step by step. Not only her, but Bai Chuxue also wore a seductive expression, casting alluring glances toward Ye Feng. What is happening all of a sudden? Ye Feng's face flushed crimson, and his trousers felt increasingly uncomfortable. He distinctly sensed that this was yet another illusion, but he could not control his body's instinctive reactions. Do not do this, Su Yun, Chuxue, we are in the midst of a search. Ye Feng hurriedly closed his eyes, but enchanting whispers filled his ears. Ah Feng, there's no one here. Come on, Su Yun's voice resonated in his ear. Yes, Brother Feng, Sister Susan will never find out. We will keep your secret. Bai Chuxue whispered in his other ear. Is this truly acceptable? Ye Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze now a fierce crimson. In reality, Su Yun and Bai Chuxue regarded him with vigilant expressions. Ah Feng, what is wrong with you? Su Yun retreated slowly. Are you running a fever? Bai Chuxue stepped closer, placing her hand on Ye Feng's forehead. In Ye Feng's reverie, two women were liberating themselves from their bindings, approaching him in a state of undress, adorned with a myriad of enticing gestures. He could no longer restrain himself and lunged forward with a primal cry. No, Ye Feng, you scoundrel! How dare you be here? Su Yun exclaimed, striking his back with all her might. Yet Ye Feng was as unyielding as a ferocious beast, impervious to her efforts. In mere moments, Su Yun found herself torn apart like delicate mutton fat. This cannot continue. Stop calling out, he thought as, within his illusion, he saw Su Yun approaching him willingly. He lost all sense of control, feeling a heaviness in his waist and back. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from the second layer. Time became indistinguishable as Ye Feng felt his skin begin to constrict, a powerful suction drawing the coldness from his brain into his body, gradually dissipating. When he opened his eyes again, he found Su Yun and Bai Chuxue huddled in a corner, clad in scant clothing. Su Yun sobbed softly while Bai Chuxue offered gentle comfort. It's all right, Susan will never know. This is a secret between the three of us. Bai Chuxue soothingly patted Su Yun's back. Ye Feng glanced at the crimson stain on the ground, his heart filled with regret. That cursed high priestess. It was all her fault. What a mess this had become. Did Su Yun not despise herself enough? If she were to reveal this to Susan, it would ignite chaos in the backyard. Su Yun, I am truly sorry. I think I was controlled by something just now. Rest assured, I shall not speak of this to anyone. Ye Feng crouched down, sincerely apologizing to Su Yun. Slap. A resounding slap echoed across his face. Ah! Su Yun cried out, feeling her hand swell. You vile creature. You brought all that disgusting filth upon me. What am I to do now? What do you suggest? Su Yun glared at Ye Feng in sheer fury, as though she were ready to kill. On the deserted island, there were no medicines. With Ye Feng's robust physique, it was highly likely that he could become a father. Chu Xue, I beg of you, think of a solution. You both should rest here. I shall search alone. He replied, his head hung low like a remorseful schoolboy. He did not wish for this outcome, but that high priestess was utterly despicable, employing such tactics to disrupt the harmony within their team. One day, he vowed to capture her aboard a warship and torment her for 24 hours, making her wish for death. With this thought, Ye Feng made his way towards the bow of the ship. Although it was daytime, the second layer remained shrouded in darkness. He widened his eyes, feeling an unquenched fire simmering within him. Just then, he noticed a flicker of movement in the corner. Ye Feng wasted no time and seized his spear. Ow! Who is stabbing my posterior region? A voice emerged from the shadows. It was Wang Zhihai. Since his patrol had gone awry, he had been hiding there, too ashamed to face the deck, fearing Ye Feng's retribution. Now, he had been concealed for a full day and night, and just as hunger became unbearable, he attempted to sneak into the kitchen for a bite, only to be ambushed by Ye Feng from behind. Zhihai, you are still alive. Ye Feng was elated, unaware of Wang Zhihai's sloth. Why are you being so rude? Brother Feng? Wang Zhihai grimaced in pain, clutching his posterior as he gazed at Ye Feng. My apologies, I thought you were an indigenous person. Allow me to assist you to the deck for some bandaging, Ye Feng replied. He helped Wang Zhihai to the deck, recognizing the latter's significant value due to his profound understanding of the principles of projectile motion. Even if artillery was not required in the future, other applications of these principles would be essential, such as the angle of elevation for archery. Ye Feng also contemplated constructing large crossbows and siege engines, all of which necessitated an understanding of projectile trajectories. Just as he finished bandaging Wang Zhihai, Bai Chuxue appeared, supporting Su Yun as they ascended to the deck, albeit with evident difficulty in Su Yun's gait. A few penetrating glances were cast toward her, leaving her feeling mortified, wishing she could vanish into the ground. What are you staring at? Ye Feng suddenly glared, causing everyone to avert their gaze. Susan was still below, scouring the entire warship, and would likely be joining them shortly. This made Ye Feng uneasy. What if Su Yun couldn't restrain herself and reported to her sister? Moreover, he had employed coercive means earlier, which he found increasingly difficult to accept. The search party gradually returned to the deck, with several girls gravitating towards Su Yun, seemingly inquiring with concern. At that moment, Tuba's group also returned. Brother Feng, we have completed our search and found no other Ga people. Should we now proceed with the 300 strikes? Tuba inquired. Get lost. Ye Feng kicked Tuba away. Lao Cheng, bring the ship to shore, place our fallen comrades on the bank, and erect gravestones for them, Ye Feng commanded. Whatever happens, let it come. We will face challenges as they arise. Meanwhile, within the Gaha tribe, Ruk was undergoing a trial. The high priest sat at the head of the assembly, with the final elder at his side, while Ruk occupied the center, much like a prisoner. Surrounding him were various tribal leaders, both prominent and lesser. Among them was Azur, whose arms were in casts. He had managed to return. Chapter 244. Unable to endure any longer, Ruk, you acted unilaterally and launched an assault on Ye Feng's warship. Now, Ye Feng will no longer negotiate with us, who will provide the sustenance for over 2,000 tribespeople and 3,000 orphan children in this clan. The high priest inquired coldly. She had anticipated Ruk's rash attack on the warship, but had not foreseen his failure. Since the endeavor had failed, someone must bear the consequences. Chief, the 20 elite warriors I brought are all lost. They were seasoned fighters. Azur began to question Ruk as well. The chief of the Gaha tribe was not hereditary, but was instead determined by the strongest warrior within the tribe. However, during these extraordinary times, even the most formidable warriors would face severe repercussions for their errors. Ruk could not help but glance outside the wooden hut, where the Gaha people shivered in the biting wind. Several women clutched their children, queuing to receive food. Yet, there was no food left. Certainly, they may now venture into hunting, but the fauna in the Black Tree River Basin has dwindled significantly, leaving fishing as their sole recourse. However, the fishing nets have been entirely destroyed, and if they wish to catch fish, they must resort to wading into the frigid waters with their bare hands. Setting aside the uncertainty of capturing any fish, enduring prolonged exposure to such cold water could easily lead to illness, even for the mightiest of leaders. High Priest, this was indeed my oversight. Let us take advantage of the sea before it freezes over. I shall lead a group to the beach in hopes of catching some marine fish, Luke said. You would do well to be swift. I grant you but 2 days to procure sustenance to appease the vengeful children, lest they spiral into chaos, Doyen Hina replied coldly. She, too, felt a sense of urgency. In fact, while Luke was engaged in attacking the warship, she had dispatched a silver-haired envoy to launch a surprise assault, intending to implant the cursed insects within Ye Feng. Yet, for reasons unknown, the cursed insects lost their connection within him. 3 days prior, she had managed to exert a feeble control over Ye Feng, but since then, she had been utterly unable to sense the cursed insects. Could it be that Ye Feng is also a master of curses? After the trial concluded, Luke emerged from the wooden hut, selecting 40 warriors from the tribe, along with 80 young men around the age of 13 and a few elders. The number of warriors was regrettably insufficient, compelling him to enlist some underage males into the ranks. Let us proceed to the sea to catch fish, Luke declared, leading a formidable entourage of 120, accompanied by 300 vengeful children, as they surged downstream. On Ye Feng's side, several solitary graves had already been erected. He stood before Ina's grave, his heart heavy with emotion. Regardless of the circumstances, he and Ina had shared a moment. She, on the brink of a brighter future, had perished in the skirmish aboard the warship 3 days prior. Ina, may you find happiness in the other realm, Ye Feng whispered, bowing deeply in respect. Suddenly, an alarm rang out, enemy attack. Chunin shouted from his lookout in the trees, hastily sliding down. The others turned pale, swiftly boarding their canoes. As their 4 canoes reached the vicinity of the warship, Luke's forces had already arrived at that stretch of the river. He immediately spotted Ye Feng aboard the canoe, his eyes narrowing slightly. On the deck, Susan and the others simultaneously drew their bows. With fewer than 100 bullets remaining, they dared not waste them, and thus resorted to the most primitive of weapons, bows and arrows. Quickly ascend, Ye Feng commanded, maintaining a composed demeanor as he climbed the rope ladder to the deck. Luke stood at the riverbank, his gaze fixed on Ye Feng on the deck, his lips twitching slightly. He longed to resume their trade. For Ye Feng possessed a warship capable of capturing the enormous deep-sea fish and exploring the northern swamps for other fish and creatures. Once, the bounty had been inexhaustible. Now it was exceedingly scarce. As for the large vessel they had captured, much of it lay in disrepair, collecting dust on the riverbank of the tribe. Moreover, the vessel's power was insufficient to navigate the turbulent waters. Only the warship had the prowess to do so. Ye Feng raised his rifle without hesitation, aiming at Luke's head. However, the man swayed from side to side, obscured by the dense crowd. Never mind. Conserve ammunition. I now hope he will launch an assault on the warship. Ultimately, Ye Feng lowered his rifle. After a poignant moment of mutual gaze, Luke waved his hand, and his ragged troops continued towards the beach. According to the calculations on Earth, it should now be the onset of winter, with temperatures plummeting to 0 degrees and a thin layer of ice forming at the river's edge. At last, Luke and his men reached the sea, where the frigid coastal winds howled, penetrating to their very bones. While these formidable warriors could endure the chill, the ordinary natives cried out in discomfort, their winter furs having perished in the cataclysmic bombardment. Enter the water and spread out the remaining fishing nets, commanded Luke. The native warriors shed their furs, left clad in little more than shorts. Brr, so cold, they exclaimed, unable to withstand it. Before even stepping into the water, they began to jump in place, hastily donning their furs once more. With no other choice, Luke took it upon himself to join a chief. Wading into the ocean while holding the fishing net, the icy seawater lashed against their skin, a sensation both invigorating and excruciating. The chief has entered the sea. We shall follow. Some of the younger natives, gritting their teeth, plunged into the water, spears poised to strike any fish that ventured close. The fishing continued until dusk, with temperatures dropping another 3 to 4 degrees. Let us return, Luke declared, hoisting a 20-pound fish onto his shoulder, a testament to the labor of over 100 individuals throughout the day, enough to feed merely 2. Truly, amid the thunderous storms, the rain is but a drizzle. How shall we survive in the days to come? At that moment, the resentful children grew increasingly agitated, encroaching upon Luke, almost pressing their noses against the fish. Chief, these children of resentment are losing control. Perhaps we should feed them first? Suggested the chief nearby, alarmed. The resentful children resembled a force of extreme pressure. Should one rebel, the rest would follow suit. Luke felt a pang of anxiety and swiftly used his dagger to divide the fish, tossing the pieces into the throng of resentful children. The children squealed in a frenzy, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Yet, for their insatiable appetites, a single fish was hardly sufficient. Quick, back to the tribe. Let the high priest devise a plan, Luke urged, his heart racing as he broke into a jog, fearing that prolonged delay might incite rebellion among the children. Meanwhile, Ye Feng and his crew had cleared the deck and were savoring roasted meat and fruit wine, bracing against the river breeze. With a warship at his disposal, a single hunt could sustain his entire team for half a month. Were it not for concerns over food storage, Ye Feng could easily procure enough provisions for 2 months in one go. Brother Feng, may I borrow 200 points? Fear not, my salary will arrive next month, and I shall repay you promptly. I, Wang Zhihai, am a man of my word. Chapter 245. You'd better bring sufficient sincerity. Wang Zhihai approached with a gulp, having indulged in laziness and exhausted his points over the past few days. Such a sin. I have some unfinished food here. Take it and eat. You must strive to work hard in the future. Ye Feng gazed at Wang Zhihai with a look of pity as he devoured the food voraciously. Rest assured, Brother Feng. I shall head to the shore to work as a lumberjack tomorrow, Wang Zhihai mumbled in response. Currently, there are 2 most lucrative professions aboard the warship. One is to lumber at the shore and subsequently produce charcoal, while the other is to work as a cleaner. Wang Zhihai, possessing a hint of pride, preferred to be a lumberjack rather than engage in cleaning duties, for the lumberjack's wages amounted to 300 points a day, whereas the charcoal worker earned 250, and the cleaner received merely 100. Well, we have already severed ties with the Gar tribe. Thus lumbering is a task we must undertake ourselves. Charcoal is vital for the warship's propulsion, and the more we have, the better. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. At that moment, he squinted his eyes. He noticed the arrival of Luca's group at the shore, their lips a ghastly blue and faces ashen. Among them, several indigenous people cast envious glances toward the deck. Luca's lips twitched once more. He yearned to set aside his dignity and negotiate with Ye Feng again. However, after his previous breach of contract and aggressive assault on the warship, Ye Feng would undoubtedly refuse any dealings with him. Do not gaze at the warship. Return to the tribe and allow the high priest to resolve the issue of the cursed child, Luca commanded, initiating a rapid march. One elderly indigenous man had barely run 2 kilometers before he was seized by a violent cough. With each cough, his complexion grew increasingly pallid. Cough, cough, cough. The relentless fits nearly expelled his lungs. He had not eaten for 2 days, having nibbled on some grass the previous night, and now he felt faint from hunger. His immune system had weakened, allowing the cursed worm disease to take hold. This is bad. He has been infected. The chief's expression darkened as he thrust the elderly man out of the group with his spear. Chief, I merely caught a chill. I am not infected. The elderly man stammered, but he was interrupted by another bout of intense coughing. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air and pierced the elderly man, pinning him to the shore. Luca retracted his bow, exclaiming, Mogul, have you grown sluggish? In such situations, one must act swiftly, otherwise, the others will suffer the consequences. Mogul could only nod in agreement. At that moment, a cursed child suddenly fixed its green gaze upon the corpse of the elderly man, as if tempted to approach. Cursed child, fall in line, Luca warned sharply, keenly aware of its intentions. Should a cursed child consume human flesh, the others would undoubtedly be influenced by this subtle atmosphere, leading to dire repercussions. Ultimately, the cursed child cast a reluctant glance at the corpse before reluctantly rejoining the group. Luca slowed his pace to accommodate the elderly and weak, and after a grueling 5 hours, they returned empty-handed. Duoyi and Hina had been waiting in the woods. Upon seeing Luca and the others return without spoils, disappointment was etched across her face. The high priest, I apologize, but the winds on the beach are too fierce for us to endure. We must devise alternative means, especially since the vengeful child, Rook, hesitates to speak. There is no need for Rook to voice it explicitly. Doi Hina has also perceived that the vengeful child has been behaving unusually of late. The army requires provisions, and the vengeful child's forces equally depend on sustenance for survival. Should the food supply run dry, even the most domesticated beasts may turn against their masters. For there are times when an animal's innate instincts can break free from the constraints of sorcery. High priest, please come and take a look. At that moment, a minor chieftain approached, his expression grim. What is the matter? Doi Hina inquired. Please, come this way. A group of high-ranking members of the Ga tribe gathered at the northern bank of the river, where a multitude of infected corpses had previously amassed. Now, however, these bodies were gnawed upon, rendered incomplete, with many of their innards hollowed out. What is this? Rook's eyes widened in terror as he glanced around at the vengeful children, a chill rising from his feet and surging to his head. Doi and Hina's hands trembled uncontrollably. Rook, summon all the leaders above the minor chieftain to the wooden house. Doi and Hina strode determinedly towards the wooden house. The group, without a moment's hesitation, led the tribe's elite into the dwelling. Doi and Hina hesitated briefly before dismissing the remaining silver-haired, vengeful child. Within the wooden house now sat fewer than 40 individuals, all of whom were the finest of the tribe's elite. Rook, starting tomorrow, let the craftsmen construct a wall centered around this house. To isolate the vengeful children completely, Doi and Hina commanded. Her intentions were clear. The vengeful children had become increasingly uncontrollable. Should the temperature drop a few more degrees, they would turn against their masters. She needed to establish the fortifications promptly to at least create a barrier. I understand. I will arrange it immediately, Rook nodded. High Priest, if it comes to that, should we banish the vengeful children to the north of the Great Marsh? Otherwise, if they spiral out of control, their numbers would far exceed those of the Ga people, also proposed. No, the vengeful children must never be sent to the north of the Great Marsh, Doi and Hina replied firmly, shaking her head with a hint of reverence as she gazed towards the north. There lie some far more formidable entities, and her powers stemmed from the mountains beyond the Great Marsh. What should we do if another falls ill? Rook inquired. If another succumbs to illness, we shall cremate them on the spot, leaving no corpses behind, lest we allow the vengeful children to savor the spoils, Doi and Hina decreed. Indeed, the leaders nodded in agreement. We must urgently seek out food, otherwise, our adversaries will not only be Ye Feng, but will also include the vengeful children. Doi and Hina rose, pacing within the wooden house. She could only ensure that the silver-haired child remained obedient, for she had infused it with the strongest sorcery. As for the ordinary vengeful children, she had only employed a standard sorcery, which was adequate for control amidst plentiful food. Yet, should the food supply falter, these enchantments would spiral into chaos. Due to the parasitic nature of the curse residing within the vengeful child, it necessitates sustenance for its survival. Should nourishment cease, the first to suffer its wrath will be the one who nourishes it, primarily the one who cast the curse, followed closely by the Ga tribespeople who can command it. Great Priest, if all else fails, should I attempt to negotiate with Ye Feng once more? Rook spoke with great difficulty. In the face of survival, the dignity of the chieftain seemed utterly worthless. Perhaps you should try, but this time, you must bring forth ample sincerity. Take your sister and your wife with you. Doi and Hina advised. What? My wife? Rook's face flushed crimson. Otherwise, without sufficient sincerity, Ye Feng will never engage in negotiations with you again, especially since you were the one to breach the agreement, Doi and Hina sighed. Chapter 246. I wouldn't accept it even if it were given freely in another wooden cabin. Ma Sikon was awakened by hunger. He was perplexed as to how his previous routine of 3 meals a day had dwindled to merely 2. This cannot continue. I must seek out the great priest to assist her in seizing Ye Feng's warship, he muttered to himself, staggering outside, only to encounter 2 vengeful children. With a swift motion, their malicious gazes fixed upon him. Ma Sikon tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. On the deck of the warship, a bonfire party had commenced. However, in order to partake in the barbecue and fruit wine, one must pay 20 points. Ye Feng had set the threshold quite low. Yet only a handful were willing to spend. They preferred to dance on empty stomachs rather than squander points on food. Bah, this fish is a bit overcooked, Ye Feng exclaimed, tossing the fish into the river. I thought you enjoyed such crispy delicacies. I shall grill it more tenderly next time, Shi Zhengliang chuckled. This action of discarding the fish was witnessed by Rook, who lay in ambush within the dense forest. He swallowed hard, glancing at his wife and sister beside him. The chieftain's wife was undoubtedly the most exquisite and fit woman in the tribe. Baya, Shuang Shui, for the survival of our tribe, I must regrettably offer you both. I hope Ye Feng will continue our trade, Rook declared, his heart bleeding with sorrow. Shuang Shui, a Ga tribeswoman in her 30s, was the granddaughter of the former chieftain and acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the tribe, with a curvaceous figure and alluring movements. Nearly every indigenous man harbored desires for her. After a moment of hesitation, the 2 women nodded, feigning sorrow on their faces. Ah, Rook, I cannot bear to part with you. Shuang Shui caressed Rook's rough cheek, yet her gaze quietly drifted towards the deck of the warship. Only aboard the vessel could she hope for a better life. Rook recoiled inwardly, his heart torn asunder. What am I saying? I must call out to Ye Feng for the ship. Resolutely, Rook stood tall. Ye Feng, this is Rook. His booming voice drew the attention of everyone on the deck. Various bows and arrows were aimed at the shore, while Ye Feng, with his specially crafted giant bow, strained to locate the source of the sound. Rook, you remain unrepentant in your ways, still seeking to cause discord? A fierce glint of malice flickered in Ye Feng's eyes. Ye Feng, I am not here to assault the warship. The previous attempt was not my design. It was orchestrated by others in my absence, under the guidance of the High Priest. We wish to restore our trade with you. Rook called out from the shadows of the forest, wary of igniting a torch lest he become a target. Trade? Ye Feng lowered his great bow. Deep within, he too desired to renew commerce with the God tribe, for the timbering required considerable manpower, with only a handful of them. The charcoal production was painfully slow, typically taking months to allow the warship to operate at full capacity for merely 3 to 5 days. Had he known to procure more of that black fuel earlier, it would not be so dire now. Indeed, we Ga are known for our hospitality. As outsiders, we are obliged to assist you, and we possess ample manpower, Rook boasted, attempting to inflate his own stature. Ye Feng, who was already wavering, found himself incensed upon hearing this. How dare he pretend to be generous when he himself was barely scraping by? I appreciate your God tribe's supposed assistance, yet I find it unnecessary. Timbering is a simple task. We can manage it ourselves, albeit at a slower pace. We are lacking in many things. Yet time is not one of them, Ye Feng retorted with a cold smirk. You? Rook's breath quickened, torn between a desire to abandon his pride and plead for cooperation. Ye Feng, should we reach an agreement, it would benefit us all. You lack manpower, while I possess it in abundance. As for food, we are not particularly deficient, though we could still use some. Consider this carefully. If you miss this opportunity, I shall not trade with you in the future, Rook persisted, struggling to maintain his composure. The nearby chieftains could hardly contain their frustration, wishing to engage Ye Feng directly without Rook's interference. So, the God tribe is indeed warm-hearted. However, your previous assault on the warship cost us dearly, resulting in the loss of several lives. You must surrender the mastermind behind that attack for me to deal with, or there shall be no negotiations, Ye Feng declared loudly. He too yearned for a trade, yet conceding too readily would paint him as overly accommodating. The mastermind? Rook's countenance darkened, realizing he was indeed the architect of the scheme. How do you intend to deal with him? He inquired. Naturally, he must be executed. Would you have me spare him? Ye Feng replied. The mastermind has already been executed within our ranks, but to demonstrate my sincerity, I, Rook, propose to offer my wife and sister as compensation to be sent to your warship. Would that be acceptable? Rook's voice trembled, straining against the edge of desperation. Apologies, but who knows what your wife and sister look like? Or, for that matter, whether they are industrious. If they are slothful, I would not want them even as a gift, Ye Feng remarked, glancing at Susan's expression, hastily retracting his words. Chapter 247. Watch as I deal with you suddenly. 2 torches flared to life along the shore, illuminating the positions of the 2 women. Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. While the young girl was one thing, the indigenous woman, appearing to be around 30, possessed an alluring figure that could easily evoke the most primal desires in a man with just a mere glance. Chung Li Bin likewise seized the binoculars, his chest rising and falling, nearly causing him to bleed from the nose. Let me have a look as well, Chunin implored, snatching the binoculars and gazing towards the shore. Oh my goodness, Fenggu, just agree to him. That woman is truly captivating, Chunin pleaded. Indeed, Fenggu, she is extraordinarily alluring. I have a particular fondness for such women. Zhang Ziqing joined in the entreaty. Ye Feng nodded, then turned to Susan, Shaner. It is Chun In and the others who are beseeching me, not that I am inclined to allow them aboard. Susan shot him an exasperated glare, deciding to relinquish control, having realized it was futile to rein in Ye Feng. Luke, I am dispatching a canoe. You shall personally place them aboard, no tricks. After speaking, Ye Feng cast a knowing glance at Chun and Chun-un, his excitement palpable, hurried to the lower deck. Before long, he was paddling the canoe with vigor. Ye Feng watched intently as the 2 women gracefully boarded the canoe. Only then did he lower his rifle. As Chun-un rowed, he stole glances at the 2 enchanting figures ahead. It must be said, The chief's women are indeed stunning, truly the epitome of beauty. They could even be compared to Rimai. Rest assured, my lovely ladies, we shall not mistreat captives, and we have an abundance of food aboard. However, do keep a wary eye on Fenggu. That fellow tends to think with his lower instincts. For the sake of your honor, once you reach the deck, tell Fenggu that you are willing to marry me. Chenin. That way, he will be too embarrassed to act against you. Chenin coaxed from the rear. Bai Ye and Shuang Shui exchanged glances, a subtle heaviness settling in their hearts. Though they had anticipated this, they were nonetheless surprised that Ye Feng truly lived up to the tribe's reputation as a lecher, leaving them to wonder if he might harbor more sinister intentions. Is Ye Feng merely lecherous? Shuang Shui asked with concern, wishing to ascertain whether he possessed a predatory nature. Not only lecherous, but also fickle in affection, lacking loyalty and love. I, Chenin, have yet to find a girlfriend, so I assure you, should you choose to be with me, I will take full responsibility. Chenin stated earnestly while rowing. This was an opportunity. Once on deck, he would hardly dare speak ill of Ye Feng. To their surprise, upon learning that Chenin had never been with a woman, a flicker of disdain crossed the women's eyes. The values of indigenous women differ significantly. They prefer men who are promiscuous, as such behavior suggests vigor and strength. The foremost criterion for indigenous women when selecting a partner is strength, and it was clear that Ye Feng met their expectations. Chenin's admission of inexperience marked him as weak, thus rendering him unworthy of their consideration. The canoe finally docked alongside the warship, and Ye Feng lowered the rope ladder, pulling Chenin and the two women onto the deck. From a distance, Shuang Shui was utterly irresistible, and up close, her figure was exquisite, her gaze imbued with deep allure. Most notably, she exuded a natural fragrance. Truly, she was a rare gem, befitting the chief's status. A group of men quickly gathered around, pointing at the two women, particularly one named Shi Zhengliang, who had even crouched down to gaze up at them from beneath their skirts. What are you doing? Ye Feng glared at Shi Zhengliang. Bro Feng, I merely wish to ascertain their gender. By the way, this woman possesses a delightful fragrance. We could arrange for her to tread upon fruit to produce a unique beverage. Shi Zhengliang exclaimed as he rose from the deck. Let us discuss such matters later. For now, I must impart the rules to them. With that, Ye Feng plopped down into a chair, but Ding Tuanshuan swiftly pulled it away. Ouch! Little Tuanshuan, you little rascal, just wait until I deal with you. Ye Feng awkwardly scrambled to his feet, cautiously taking a seat once more. Bai Ye and Shuang Shui exchanged glances, their faces marked with confusion. How could that little girl dare to disrespect the leader? Why had Ye Feng not punished her? It seemed to contradict the tribe's teachings. Ladies, you are not our captives. First and foremost, you must understand this. However, for the next 3 months, you may roam freely by day, but at night, you must reside in the cells. After the 3-month probation, I will assess whether you are genuinely loyal. If you are truly devoted, I shall not confine you at night, and we will live as family. However, one condition remains. Each member of the team must contribute labor to earn points. As for you two, I shall grant you 4,000 points to begin with. These points are distributed monthly and can be exchanged for food and various services. Ye Feng spent an hour detailing the team's regulations. Chapter 248. Ding Tuanshuan's excitement. Is this true? Ye Feng, you wouldn't deceive us, would you? Bai Ye exclaimed in astonishment. If Ye Feng spoke the truth, it implied that she and he would be treated as equals, a notion utterly unfathomable within the Gaha tribe. In Gaha, a patriarchal system prevails. Even the chief's sister, upon marriage, must endure a life worse than that of livestock, her status beneath that of the tribe's robust men, elderly men, and even children, essentially, the lowest of the low. Whether it is true or not, you may observe for yourselves. In 3 months, I shall grant you legal status, and you will gradually experience the atmosphere here. Ye Feng said with a kind smile. At that moment, Chenin interjected, Bro Feng, the two ladies have already agreed to be mine. Though having both at once is somewhat challenging, but it was their insistence that compelled me to acquiesce. By the way, when shall we hold our wedding? Ridiculous. You think they would choose someone like you? Cheng Li Bin retorted before stepping forward with a gentlemanly demeanor. Greetings, ladies. I am Cheng Li Bin, the captain of this vessel. Akin to the deputy chief of your tribe, ranking just below Bro Feng. As for Chenin, his status is comparable to that of a women's director. 3 levels below me. Shi Zhengliang, unwilling to be left behind, squeezed his way into the crowd. Ladies, I am the head chef here, responsible for supplying your meals. As for my status, it is second only to Feng Gu and Sister Susan, surpassing even these two fellows. Old sure, you need not elevate yourself at my expense. Chung Li Bin retorted angrily. What do you mean by at your expense? The head chef's position aboard a warship is inherently superior to yours. Superior? Nonsense. Go to hell. Instantly. The two old men exchanged blows on the deck, creating a lively commotion. Laughter erupted intermittently, and the atmosphere gradually lightened. Ye Feng, with a resigned glance at the moon above, remarked, just 5 more minutes. We have timber to fell tomorrow. Maisie, please escort the two newcomers to the holding cells. Old sure, if you still have the energy, prepare a late-night snack for them. With that, a large number of men vanished from the deck, eager to impress the newly arrived women. At this moment, Ye Feng finally had the opportunity to turn his attention to the shore, where Luke awaited his response. Luke, since you are so sincere, I shall acquiesce. Tomorrow, bring your people to fell timber. However, from this moment forth, 100 pounds of wood will only exchange for 1 pound of food, and the wood must be of good quality and of appropriate length. On the shore, Luke initially sighed in relief, but upon hearing Ye Feng's terms, he erupted in fury. Ye Feng, do not push your luck. 100 pounds of timber for merely 1 pound of food? That's a tenth of our previous deal. Then we have no agreement. If you are unwilling, let it be, Ye Feng replied, arms crossed, showing no leniency. This arrangement meant that Luke's men would have to labor incessantly just to scrape by, which, in a way, would prevent them from harboring ill intentions. I need to return and discuss this with the high priest. Ye Feng, please release my 2 women, Luke shouted from the shore. In the dining hall, Bai Ye and Shuang Xue nearly bit their tongues in astonishment. They had never tasted such exquisite food, far surpassing anything made in their tribe. Take your time. If it's not enough, I'll prepare more. This is braised pork knuckle. This is bamboo tube tender meat. This is boiled wild vegetables. And this is steamed soft-shelled turtle. Shi Zhongliang introduced his culinary creations, occasionally casting provocative glances at his competitors. Chun En and Chung Li Bin remained silent, their faces darkened. In this round, Shi Zhongliang had triumphed. Are you finished? Do try my personally brewed fruit wine. It has a hint of sweetness. Shi Zhongliang poured 2 glasses of fruit wine for them. After savoring the wine, the 2 women's cheeks flushed alluringly, enhancing their charm. At that moment, Shi Zhongliang felt victorious. Moderate your intake, ladies. Overeating may lead to weight gain. I shall now escort you to the holding cells, Chung Li Bin declared, and the 3 men led the women to the holding area. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped them, and a fire pit sat in the center of the room, which was impeccably clean. Frost and snow gently caressed the pristine walls. Glancing at the somewhat soiled animal skin draped over her form, her heart swelling with exhilaration. This must be the abode of the divine. Indeed, only a deity could reside in such immaculate surroundings, cleaner even than the high priest's quarters. Baya, overwhelmed with emotion, found herself at a loss for words. She pressed her hand against the soft bedding, her eyes sparkling with joy. Sister, I wish to dwell here. I long to remain in this place forever. Yes, this is undoubtedly a temple. No, even more immaculate than a temple. Tears of excitement streamed down the cheeks of both women, for surely there would come a day when women like them would rise. At that moment, Ding Tuanshuan entered the cell, her face aglow with excitement. Chunin, Feng Gu has instructed that you take these 2 ladies to the deck, she declared. Why take them to the deck? The 3 men exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 249. Accompanying 2 beauties in search of the cleanest quarters. It seemed a negotiation with Luke had faltered. He sought the return of his tribute. Ding Tuanshuan regarded the 2 women with hostility. Susan may have claimed Ye Feng, and I can accept that, given her considerable contributions. But since these 2 women boarded, Yi Ji's gaze has been fixated upon them, which deeply unsettles me. Please, no? Chunin cried out in despair. Frost and Snow exchanged reluctant glances, their expressions laden with unwillingness. Ye Feng's commands were not to be defied, and thus they were compelled to accompany the 2 beauties to the deck. A gust of river wind swept through, causing Frost and Snow to tighten their grip on the dirty animal skins they wore. Ye Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, engaged in discussions with Luke on the shore. Very well, I, Ye Feng, am a man of principle. Since you wish to reclaim your tribute, I shall not press the matter. He then turned his gaze toward Frost and Snow. Ladies, though I would dearly love to retain your presence aboard my warship, your husbands and brother insist upon your return. Thus, With a heart full of sorrow, I must kindly ask you to depart from my vessel, Ye Feng spoke slowly. Ye Feng, are you truly sending us away? Frost discerned the unspoken implications in his tone. I do not wish to expel you. Do you not desire to reunite with your husband? Ye Feng retorted. Well, we women of the Ga clan have always followed the strong, yet now. Luke no longer qualifies as such, while you are the mightiest man I have encountered. Frost gazed intently toward the shore before resolutely declaring her stance. Baya, torn within, finally spoke up. Ye Feng, I wish to acknowledge you as my leader. Please do not cast me away. I long to reside on the warship. Faced with their declarations, Ye Feng found himself in a predicament. This course of action may not be appropriate. Instead, how about you speak directly with Luke to clarify matters? Lest he accuse me of detaining you against your will? Ye Feng suggested, gesturing toward the shore. Frost nodded, striding confidently to the ship's edge. Luke, I have fared splendidly aboard this warship. There is an abundance of food and warm quarters, in stark contrast to the drafty wooden huts. Therefore, I wish to remain here. Rest assured, I shall find a strong man to care for me. You need not worry. Luke, standing on the shore, was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the deck in disbelief. You are my wife, and you dare to utter such words in my presence? Regardless, return to me at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure you pay the price for this affront. After much contemplation, Luke could devise no means to confront Frosty. Brother, I am well here, do not worry. I will find a strong man to protect me. You should return, Bea interjected. The bond of sibling affection ran deep, and Luke silently shed tears, casting his reddened eyes towards the deck where Leaf Maple stood. Leaf Maple, I, Luke, shall not forget the humiliation of today. One day, I shall wash away this disgrace with your blood, Luke declared through gritted teeth. Leaf Maple, casually picking his teeth with a bamboo skewer, responded nonchalantly, stop being so melodramatic. Hurry back to find the high priest. I must say, Luke, as the chief of your tribe, how shameful it is to be commanded by a woman. Have you not lived in disgrace all this while? His words struck Luke like a steel needle, piercing his heart. He too had pondered escaping the high priest's grasp. Yet at times, one is bound by circumstances beyond their control. Leaf Maple, I shall return to consult the high priest. Please take care of my sister, and do not force her into anything against her will. As for that Frosty, you may deal with her as you please. Rest assured, I will take good care of your wife and sister, Leaf Maple replied, waving his hand towards the shore. With a violent cough, Luke spat out blood, his face a mask of indignation as he swam upstream. Splendid, Brother Feng. Finally, we need not send them away. Now, can I send them to the prison? Chun-En exclaimed joyfully. What prison? I, Leaf Maple, formally declare that they have obtained legal status and shall be assigned to a dormitory. Do not lock the doors, Leaf Maple stated. Having severed ties with Luke, the two women felt it necessary to make their stance clear. Although there was a modicum of risk, it was entirely worth it. After all, the fruit wine produced by fragrant women would surely be delightful. Leaf Maple, are you saying we will no longer be confined? We are free? Frosty stepped forward. Indeed, you are now free. Starting tomorrow, you may collect your wages from the logistics department, totaling 4,000 points. Leaf Maple nodded with a smile. Frosty, her eyes glinting with mischief, suddenly locked her gaze onto Leaf Maple's. Leaf Maple, where do you sleep? Do you need me tonight? Leaf Maple was taken aback, quickly scanning the deck to ensure Susan was not present. Otherwise, Frosty might find herself in trouble. He had not anticipated that indigenous women could be so bold in front of so many onlookers. Apologies, but I, Leaf Maple, am a man of virtue. Let us postpone discussions of sharing a bed for another time. Chun-En, please escort the two lovely ladies to the cleanest dormitory. Oh, Chun-En replied, his spirits dampened. Chapter 250. Everyone else returned to sleep. Leaf Maple dared not sleep that night, having offended Luke so gravely. He feared that the man, in a fit of rage, might attempt to assault the ship. Tuba, stay with me. The rest of you may return to sleep. Those who were meant to keep watch rejoiced at this announcement, and, yawning widely, returned to their dormitories for rest. On the vast deck, only Ye Feng and Tuba remained. Tuba, while being straightforward is commendable at times, one must not be too stubborn, do you understand? Ye Feng remarked, patting Tuba on the shoulder. This individual possessed remarkable execution capabilities. Whatever Ye Feng instructed him to do, he executed with unwavering dedication, leaving no room for doubt. However, there are moments when such unwavering commitment may be inappropriate in the nascent stages of a team. During the early formation of a small society, interpersonal relationships should take precedence. One cannot impose penalties today and then again tomorrow. They are not yet formidable enough. Such actions could drive the team apart. Brother Feng, I understand, Tu Ba nodded. You should also return to rest. There have been too many upheavals these days. Look at you. You've lost weight. Ye Feng chuckled, gently patting Tu Ba's face. Everyone appreciates someone who obeys without question. Indeed, Brother Feng, Tu Ba affirmed, striding back towards the cabin. Now, the deck was devoid of company, leaving only Ye Feng. He tightened his bare fur coat and strolled along the deck, occasionally glancing down towards the water, wary of any lurking dangers below. Just then, Ye Feng suddenly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance towards the dining area. A woman emerged from the cabin. Su Yun, are you not going to sleep? Ye Feng's tone bore an air of awkwardness. Su Yun remained silent, standing beside him draped in fur. As night deepened, the temperature dropped a few more degrees, hovering around -3 to 5 degrees Celsius. Ye Feng, are you really going to downplay what happened last time? After a moment, Su Yun finally spoke. Having once held the position of president, she was not one to suffer in silence. Regardless, she was eager to hear Ye Feng's explanation. Su Yun, let me clarify. I was truly under some form of control last time. I had no agency in the matter. You must understand, Ye Feng fervently explained. Yet Su Yun's expression grew increasingly stormy. Do not say another word. Let us pretend this incident never occurred. Do you understand? With that, Su Yun stormed off the deck. Her feelings towards Ye Feng in turmoil. On one hand, she relied on him for survival, while on the other, she had developed genuine affection for him. Had Ye Feng admitted to intentionality, perhaps she would have felt a flicker of joy. However, Ye Feng's insistence on being controlled left her feeling utterly unattractive in his eyes, a profound humiliation for any woman. As she approached the dining area, Su Yun suddenly turned back, noticing Ye Feng standing at the entrance, gazing intently at her. Su Yun, Ye Feng strode towards her and enveloped her in an embrace. What are you trying to do? She asked, allowing him to hold her, her heart racing. In truth, even while under control, I retained a sliver of awareness. Yet I still acted as I did with you. Do you know why? Ye Feng whispered into her ear. Why? Su Yun's heart raced with surprise and joy, realizing that Ye Feng had long harbored desires for her. Because I like you, but you must understand about Susan, Ye Feng confessed. Su Yun felt her entire being soften, instinctively wrapping her arms around Ye Feng's neck. Ah Feng, I comprehend. I shall clarify this matter with my sister. She will undoubtedly understand. After all, we are not in our homeland, and the constraints of monogamous law need not concern us. Upon finishing her words, Su Yun eagerly leaned in closer. The restaurant instantly transformed into a battlefield. Unlike the previous occasion when Su Yun had been somewhat resistant, feeling that Ye Feng's advances were too sudden, this time, the situation flowed seamlessly, and both of them reached a marvelous state of harmony. An hour later, Ye Feng tenderly assisted Su Yun in donning her bare fur coat. Yun, you should return to sleep. Don't catch a chill. I still have to keep watch tonight, he said, gently pinching her small nose. I'll keep you company, Su Yun replied, resting her head on Ye Feng's shoulder. No, you are too delicate. I would be heartbroken if you caught a cold. Ye Feng, now quite experienced in matters of the heart, had a repertoire of charming techniques to soothe a woman. Well, then I shall return to sleep. You must also keep warm, Su Yun said, and on tiptoe, she planted a soft kiss on Ye Feng's cheek. Watching her retreating figure, Ye Feng wore a fond smile, surprised by Su Yun's obedience. Though she appeared to be earnestly cooperating earlier, she was still quite naive in the ways of intimacy. No worries, I shall take my time to guide her. We will surely find our rhythm. Truth be told, Ye Feng had not fully indulged earlier. Given his current vigor, he could likely withstand the ardor of 5 or 6 Su Yuns. Fortunately, there were also Susan, Bai Chuxue, and several other women to share the burden. Ye Feng began to patrol the entire deck, his mind occupied with various thoughts. They could not remain on the ship indefinitely. The foundation was unstable, which would adversely affect the growth of the children, particularly Ding Tuanshuan, who might suffer from developmental issues if confined to the vessel for too long. Finding a base on land posed challenges as well. Once they established a foothold, the Gay tribe would incessantly harass them, alongside the elusive, vengeful children, which would undoubtedly exhaust him. He intended to live here for a lifetime, and the future growth of the team would require expansion. Without immediate concerns, there will surely be distant troubles. Soon, dawn broke, and individuals began to ascend the deck. Su Yun was among the first to arrive, draping a new fur coat over Ye Feng's shoulders as soon as she stepped onto the deck. "It's cold. You've been out all night. Don't catch a chill," she said, her cheeks flushing. Ye Feng nodded, gently caressing the fur coat, his hardened heart enveloped by Su Yun's tenderness. Clearly newly stitched. The meticulous needlework revealed the effort she had invested. Had she been sewing through the night to make him this garment? Unlike Susan's assertive demeanor, Su Yun had grown more thoughtful and considerate since transitioning from girlhood to womanhood, imparting to Ye Feng a sense of homeliness. "I cannot continue to be so indulgent. Ye Feng, must also become a devoted man." However, he decided to postpone such thoughts for a later time. "Old Chung, steer the ship upstream." Ye Feng called out towards the bow. "Brother Feng, where are we headed?" Chung Li Bin poked his head out of the captain's cabin. "As long as we head upstream, we'll be fine. A quick tour of the tributaries will feel like a leisurely excursion," Ye Feng remarked with a smile. "What speed are we operating at?" Chung Li Bin inquired. Previously, their warship could reach a velocity of 6 knots per hour. "Of course, we're aiming for 6 knots, Ye Feng replied, moving closer to the captain's cabin. "I can only give it a try. Previously, we utilized black fuel to achieve 6 knots, but now we are using charcoal. So I cannot guarantee we will reach that speed," Chung Li Bin stated, pulling the ropes 6 times in succession. The crew in the lower cabin immediately understood and began to feed charcoal into the 2 massive furnaces. The entire warship shuddered as thick smoke billowed from the chimney. Ye Feng stood at the bow, observing the rapidly retreating banks. On the deck behind him, Shuangxue and Baya had also risen, happily enjoying their breakfast. Shi Zhengliang exhibited a slight bias, serving them with a steady hand, but when it came to Wang Zhihai, his hand trembled as if afflicted by a stroke. The speed of the warship finally peaked. "Brother Feng, the ship is currently only reaching about 5 knots, which is roughly 9 kilometers per hour, Chung Li Bin shook his head. "Let's make do with it for now. Once we develop alternative fuels, we'll push the ship to 10 knots. Ye Feng reassured Chung Li Bin before heading down to the lower cabin. Upon entering, he saw 2 boiler workers, bare-chested, pouring box after box of charcoal into the fire pit. "Hey, are you really that wasteful?" Ye Feng exclaimed in astonishment, knowing that each box of charcoal cost him at least 500 points in labor alone. Not to mention the 3 days required for preparation. First, they had to fell trees, then cut the wood into appropriate sizes, and finally, they needed 3 days to gradually burn the charcoal, with a significant portion likely being substandard. There's no other way. "We need to dump box after box to keep the warship at full speed." The 2 boiler workers wiped the sweat from their brows. "How often do you pour in a box of charcoal?" Ye Feng approached the fire pit, pained at the sight of the charcoal. "We need to pour in a box every 2 minutes. Otherwise, how can such a large warship generate power? Let us change it to every 5 minutes. And instead of dumping whole boxes, just toss in the pieces one by one," he suggested. "But if we do that, the ship will move at a snail's pace." One of the workers protested. "Forget about the speed. Conserve it." Ye Feng glanced at the stack of charcoal, noting that over 30 boxes had already been emptied. At this rate, running 200 kilometers would deplete all their fuel. It's worth noting that this fuel represented the fruits of 7 days of hard work, and, to be fair, half of it was due to the efforts of the Gaif people, who were now unlikely to trade with them again. The 2 workers could only nod, tossing the charcoal piece by piece into the furnace. Chung Li Bin was at the helm when he suddenly felt the ship's speed diminish, and the chimney emitted only a small amount of smoke. "Why has it slowed down so drastically?" Ye Feng, with a troubled expression, ascended to the deck, gazing anxiously at the shore. Charcoal is rather ephemeral in its combustion and occupies considerable space. Even if we were to fill the entire cargo hold with charcoal, it would likely suffice for the warship to traverse merely 500 kilometers. With a creak, the warship veered into one of the tributaries. Although this tributary was not as wide as the main river, it spanned about 7 or 8 kilometers, with a tumultuous current in its midst. "Hey, Feng Gu. It seems there is a very small island in the center of this tributary." Chung Li Bin pointed toward the heart of the stream. Ye Feng squinted and indeed spotted a diminutive island, roughly less than 1 hectare in size, smaller than a team from his village. "Old Chung, maneuver the warship closer to the island to assess the water levels around it, to see if it can accommodate our vessel," Ye Feng urged. "All right, I shall give it a try," Chung Li Bin replied, pulling on the ropes 6 more times. Observing this, the boiler technician began to pour box after box of charcoal into the furnace. At a speed of 9 kilometers an hour, they finally escaped the turbulent waters of the river's center, anchoring beside the small island. yet still 50 meters away. Advancing further would risk grounding the ship. Why are we stopping here? Cheng Li Bean inquired. Ha ha ha. Old Cheng, do you not feel a tad uncomfortable after being on the ship for so long? Ye Feng chuckled. A little, but I can easily adapt. Cheng Li Bean shrugged nonchalantly. You may endure it, but others might experience some seasickness. Look at that small island, surrounded by water, with a higher southern end and a lower northern end, densely covered with trees. If we were to fell the trees and construct some small houses, wouldn't that establish a solid encampment? Ye Feng asked with a smile. Oh, indeed. We can't drift in the water indefinitely. We must find a stable foothold. The riverbank is out of the question, as the Ge tribe could launch surprise attacks at any moment, and there are various wild animals in the forests. But here, it's different. The northern shore is approximately 4 kilometers away, while the southern shore is about 5 or 6 kilometers distant. Coupled with the turbulent waters of the river's center, it's improbable that the natives could swim over, Cheng Li Bean exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Drop the anchor and secure the warship here. After breakfast, I'll take a few brave souls to the island to clear it of any lurking creatures, in case there are venomous snakes or such. Ye Feng declared before heading to the dining hall, where he shared his thoughts with everyone while eating. This is marvelous. We finally have our own base. Although the warship is stable, it feels somewhat unsettling to drift on it all day. Chenin was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Following him were the wild men from Tuba, who had long been accustomed to life on land. Feng Gu, as a plant specialist, I believe the island is suitable for cultivating some crops. Although we lack seeds, I can employ my expertise to devise a method of grafting to cultivate wheat, corn, and rice, though it may take some time. At that moment, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s, stepped forward. Why did you not mention this sooner? Are you still merely a cleaner? Ye Feng's eyes sparkled as he playfully patted the middle-aged man's shoulder. Enough already, Brother Feng, that hurts. The middle-aged man quickly replied. What is your name? I am Yuan Yishan. Ye Feng nodded and raised Yuan Yishan's hand, declaring, everyone listen closely. Yuan Yishan shall henceforth dedicate himself to the cultivation of crops. Thus he will be exempt from any labor, including cleaning duties. I, Ye Feng, have decided to grant him a monthly stipend of 6,000 points. Does anyone object? No objections at all. The crowd from the civilized society erupted in excitement. With a daily diet of abundant meat, they still felt something was lacking. If crops could be cultivated, they would no longer need to endure a primitive existence. However, Tu Ba and his companions wore expressions of discontent, for in their minds, meat was the true staple. Chapter 252. You are not qualified to negotiate after breakfast. Ye Feng donned a thick bear skin and, accompanied by 20 men, embarked on 4 canoes. It's so cold, Brother Feng. The wind on this little island is fierce. I fear we might catch a cold while setting up camp here. Chenin tightened his clothing. Fear not. The terrain of this island is elevated in the south and lower in the north. If we establish our camp near that small hill, we can shield ourselves from the wind and rain. Ye Feng felt a slight chill as well. Finally, the 4 canoes sequentially reached the island. Splash! Ye Feng's bare feet sank into the soft, dark soil. The entire island was nearly enveloped by mangrove trees. Suddenly, a few water ducks burst from the foliage, squawking in alarm. I thought the birds had migrated, but it seems they still inhabit this island. Aren't they afraid of the cold? Chenin questioned, puzzled. Indeed, perhaps this island harbors secrets. We should enter in groups and thoroughly explore it to see if there are any venomous snakes or fierce beasts lurking about. After saying this, Ye Feng led the way into a specific area. The trees here grew remarkably resilient. It was their toughness that enabled them to withstand the strong winds at the river's center. The ground was littered with bird droppings and mud, and within just 5 minutes, Ye Feng arrived at the heart of the island. There, he discovered a small fountain bubbling and emitting warm steam. We struck gold, Brother Feng. This is a hot spring. Chenin exclaimed as he tested the water temperature and promptly submerged himself. The others rejoiced, and soon the small hot spring, barely 10 square meters, was crowded with people. Ye Feng gauged the temperature, estimating it to be around 50 degrees Celsius. While unsuitable for summer bathing, indulging in a 50-degree hot spring during winter was sheer bliss. Naturally, for those who could not tolerate such heat, they could excavate a lower pool to allow the spring water to flow down for a secondary cooling. Brother Feng, this hot spring is so invigorating. The water keeps bubbling up. No wonder those water ducks haven migrated. Chenin scrubbed vigorously at the mud on his body. After the hot water softens the dirt, It can be easily scrubbed away. Ye Feng contemplated first claiming this small island, then constructing 2 pools, one for the girls above and one for the boys below. This way, during the frigid winter, everyone could enjoy soaking in the hot springs daily, undoubtedly enhancing their immunity. However, he reminded himself not to celebrate too soon. Shortly, he would summon Chushue to test the water for harmful substances, for some hot springs contain significant amounts of sulfur, which may harm the skin with prolonged exposure. Ye Feng was also scrubbing the grime from his arms, thinking that sulfur might indeed cleanse the mites on his skin. Brother Feng, this island shall be our stronghold. You must give it a name, Zhang Zicheng remarked, reclining in the hot spring like a lifeless body. How about calling it Hot Spring Island, given the springs here? Ye Feng suggested. Agreed, it shall be Hot Spring Island. They all cheered, merrily scrubbing themselves. Yet, Ye Feng felt a nagging unease. A soak is sufficient. Let us get to work, for there are still many areas of this island that remain unscoured. If a venomous snake appears, we are all doomed. After saying this, Ye Feng stood up from the hot spring, only to retreat as a chill swept over him. Chunin, Tuba, and Zhang Zicheng, stay behind. I have matters to discuss with you too. Wang Zhihai, you take the others to scour the entire island, Ye Feng commanded. Why me? Wang Zhihai grumbled as he emerged from the hot spring with a displeased expression. Once everyone had departed, Tuba turned to Ye Feng. Brother Feng, what is it you wish to discuss? However, Ye Feng settled comfortably in the hot spring, his eyes half closed, appearing quite lazy. Chunin interjected, Tuba, you truly are dense. Brother Feng is granting us a favor, allowing us to relish the hot spring a little longer. Chunin, you should join the scavenging crew. Be swift, Ye Feng said. I still shut. What? Chunin's face fell in dismay. Some matters are better left unspoken. Once voiced, they become difficult to retract. Meanwhile, Luke was leading hundreds toward the upstream of the Black Tree River. Having already explored the downstream, he found Ye Feng's warship had vanished. He divided his men into 2 groups, one heading toward the sea while he moved upstream. At last, he spotted Ye Feng's massive ship at the edge of a tributary. Chief, the ship is too far. Ye Feng cannot see us, a prominent leader remarked. Indeed, let's start a great fire on the shore to attract the ship. We must procure food, Luke commanded, casting a glance at a tall, dark figure behind him. This shadow was cloaked in thick animal hides, obscuring its face entirely. Brother Feng, are you comfortable? Chunin asked as he massaged Ye Feng's back in the hot spring. Feeling something. What was your previous occupation? Ye Feng inquired, resting his head on a clean stone, reveling in Chunin's ministrations. Actually, I was a male masseur, number 18, working at a spa, Chunin replied. No wonder you are so emaciated. You must have been thoroughly drained. There remains just a modicum, sufficient for the propagation of your kind. At that moment, the voice of Susan echoed from the warship. Ah Feng, return. Ye Feng was taken aback and hastily donned his animal skin before traversing the dense mangrove thicket back to the ship. As he ascended, he beheld a towering inferno igniting along the shore. What on earth is this? Did the Ga people set this fire? With a flicker of insight, Ye Feng discerned the underlying truth. Let us proceed. These Ga people can still be of use. With that, he cast a glance at the small island behind him. Realizing the plethora of tasks that awaited him, felling trees, constructing shelters from timber, and leveling the ground with stones, all of which would demand considerable manpower. Although Ye Feng had a sizable contingent, even with everyone laboring together, it would likely take a year to transform the island into an ideal habitat. At this juncture, the utility of the Ga people became evident. They surely had craftsmen among them. The warship emitted a mighty roar and gradually steered toward the shore. 5 minutes later, Ye Feng found himself a mere 200 meters from Luke. The two stood across the river from one another, neither uttering a word. Ultimately, it was the disadvantaged Luke who broke the silence. Ye Feng, the high priest has acquiesced to your terms. 100 pounds of wood in exchange for 1 pound of food. However, could we possibly receive the food first? Yesterday, over a dozen vengeful children attacked humans, and they have been secretly executed. There may very well be more rampaging today. We simply cannot afford to endure further losses. You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Summon your high priest, Ye Feng replied coldly, arms crossed. Chapter 253. Now we can trade. Negotiations demand a display of authority. Since Luke had previously failed to reach an agreement with him, he intended to assert some demands this time to avoid further complications. You? I am a dignified chief, and I lack standing? Luke's eyes blazed with fury. as if he wished to devour Ye Feng whole. In my eyes, a chief is inconsequential. If you do not summon the high priest, begone. We, Brother Feng, shall not engage in trade with you, interjected Chun, and Luke glared at Chun and with bared teeth, but eventually nodded slowly. Bring forth the high priest. Summon him upstream with utmost haste. Immediately, for natives ventured downstream. Fortunately, the Ga tribe was only a little over 10 miles away, although they would need to navigate 2 tributaries along the way, which would take some time. Ye Feng, is my sister well? Luke continued to inquire. Ye Feng shook his head and turned away, unwilling to engage in idle conversation with Luke, who was not the primary decision-maker. You are unworthy to converse with Brother Feng. From now on, as your second-in-command, you shall negotiate with me, Chunin. Your wife and sister are faring quite well above. Enjoying 3 meals a day and sleeping in warm quarters, Chunin replied loudly. Initially enraged, Luke sighed in relief after Chun finished speaking. As long as his sister was well, that was sufficient. As for that wretched frost snow, she would meet her end sooner or later. When spring arrived, his people would be well fed, and then they would decisively seize the warship. At the edge of the hot spring island, the trees swayed, and a massive white python slithered forth. Its forked tongue flicked in and out, swiftly locating the hot spring, where it coiled its immense body, leaving only its nostrils exposed for breath. The serpent's size was a testament to the abundance of food in the tropical rainforest, allowing it to thrive without hibernation during winter, as it relied on the springs to sustain its vitality. Chunin was engaged in negotiations with Rook, considering himself the second-in-command of the team. Rook, your sister is quite the beauty, which makes you my brother-in-law by default. Henceforth, we are bound by kinship. Chunin employed the conventions of civilized society, leaving Rook perplexed. Laughter erupted on the deck intermittently. Although Rook did not grasp the meaning of brother-in-law, he could discern from Chun-An's flippant demeanor that it was hardly a compliment. Chun-An, you frail man, resembling a stray dog in the forest, dare not harbor ill intentions toward my sister, or I, Rook, shall be the first to confront you. Rook's words elicited another round of laughter from the deck. Chun-An had intended to tease Rook, but found himself outmaneuvered instead. Brother-in-law, why speak such nonsense? Though I may be lean, I am not weak. Rest assured, one day your sister will reside with me, and then we shall have a multitude of children. Chun-An retorted. Behind him, Baya listened with visible discomfort. She held Chun-An in low regard. The indigenous women were far more pragmatic. Should they seek a partner, they would undoubtedly choose the strongest among them. Clearly, Ye Feng was her ideal choice. As time passed, several hours slipped by. Suddenly, the woods parted, revealing 4 resentful children bearing a palanquin that appeared at the water's edge. Duoyen Hina emerged from within, her delicate, fair feet touching the filthy black earth. The stark contrast of light and dark widened Ye Feng's eyes in awe. Brother Feng, the most stunning woman has arrived. Why not entice her aboard with some food? Then she shall be yours, Chun-An whispered slyly. Silence. Must you always think with your lower instincts? Ye Feng reprimanded, steadying himself against the railing. Finally, a capable individual had arrived. High Priest, we can commence our trade now, Ye Feng called out. Duoyen Hina, upon seeing this, signaled to Rook. The High Priest wishes to convey that she is willing to negotiate with you. Could you lend us 5 ships of provisions for the time being? Rook relayed the message to the High Priest. Apologies, but we too are short on supplies. Let us first achieve results, shall we? Currently, we require 100 laborers to cut timber on Hot Spring Island and construct dwellings. Their daily remuneration will be 20 pounds of food. They shall consume 5, and the remaining 15 can be sent to your tribe, Ye Feng stated. Initially, he intended to offer only 10 pounds as compensation. But recognizing the future utility of these indigenous people for charcoal production, he deemed it unwise to starve them completely. Our High Priest has consented. Ye Feng, please bring the warship to shore. I shall promptly select 100 individuals to board, Rook called out. It is impossible to dock, at most. The warship can advance a mere 100 meters. Subsequently, you shall instruct 100 laborers to swim over, and we will utilize ropes to hoist them aboard, securing them before exiling them to Hot Spring Island. As long as they perform well, they shall not want for 20 pounds of sustenance daily. Ye Feng shook his head. Jesting perhaps. The High Priest is right on the shore. Who knows what incredible means that woman possesses? Luke turned back to seek the High Priest's counsel once more. Very well, please steer the warship 100 meters closer to the shore. Shortly thereafter, the warship began to move, inching closer to the land. Soon, Ye Feng observed nearly 100 indigenous individuals approaching, tools in hand, swimming towards the vessel. All hands on deck. Susan, take 20 individuals armed with pistols. The rest of you, prepare ample ropes and chains. Haul them up one by one, and do not allow them to roam freely aboard the warship, Ye Feng commanded. Chapter 254. Hurry, bind them with chains. In no time, 100 natives had swum beneath the warship, treading water and gazing eagerly at Ye Feng on the deck. Lower the ropes. Ye Feng cast a penetrating glance at the 100 individuals, ensuring none were of chief stature before allowing the ropes to be dropped. The first native to ascend the deck was met with the cold barrels of 20 guns. What do you want? Bind him. At Ye Feng's command, the native found his hands and feet restrained, forced to lie prostrate upon the deck. Just then, a figure towering 3 meters high was hoisted aboard, wearing an iron mask. His eyes glowing crimson like blood, resembling a wild beast. Yang Li, standing behind, felt a weight in her heart upon first sight of the creature. Now, upon another glance, she could not help but retreat several steps. With a feral roar, the creature bellowed, "Release me." Ye Feng, taken aback, hurled several iron chains towards it. However, the beast swayed its shoulders, uttering a hoarse plea. "Let me go?" Though Ye Feng could barely discern its words, they were mumbled and unclear. Doi and Hina, observing the commotion on the deck, softly intoned an incantation. In an instant, the 3-meter-tall creature knelt, obediently squatting. "I ask you, is this creature human?" Ye Feng pointed at the kneeling figure. "Indeed, he is human. He possesses great strength and works swiftly, which is why the high priest summoned him." A native craftsman promptly explained. "That is true. We shall be undertaking laborious tasks henceforth, and I indeed require such talent." Ye Feng nodded, choosing not to dwell on the details. In his presence, size was no longer a concern, especially as he wielded firearms. One by one, the 100 indigenous individuals were secured on the deck, gathering in a cluster, their eager gazes fixed upon the several individuals present. After enduring continuous losses and reinforcements, Ye Feng's team now numbered only 42, with women comprising a small fraction. Truth be told, Ye Feng was quite eager to tame these 100 individuals. After all, given the size of his warship, it could easily accommodate not just 100, but even 200 people without issue. However, the Gaur people have become mortal enemies, and there can be no hope of subjugation. "Master Shi, please take your disciples to prepare provisions." Old Chung set sail. With a wave of his hand, Ye Feng rallied the crew aboard the vessel, yet those armed with firearms remained motionless, tasked with surveilling the 100 Gaur individuals. Though these men, resembling weapons of flesh, were bound hand and foot, their potential for rebellion loomed ominously. Even Ye Feng hesitated to depart from the deck. The warship gradually commenced its journey, and after a brief passage, they finally arrived at Hot Spring Island. "Anchor the ship," Ye Feng commanded, gesturing towards the indigenous people. He first untied one of them and pointed downwards. Below lay a canoe. "Take this dagger," he instructed, "and shortly, I shall throw each of these individuals into the river, where you will cut their bonds and guide them to the island. We will lower provisions for you on ropes. Once you are well fed, you may commence your tasks." After delivering his instructions, Ye Feng carefully handed the dagger to the most frail indigenous man. A glimmer of lethal intent flickered in the man's eyes as he grasped the weapon. With a sharp click, Susan pressed the barrel of her gun against his temple. Indeed, only firearms could ensure the compliance of these natives. He cast a deep gaze at Ye Feng before ascending the rope ladder to the canoe below. It was now Ye Feng's turn. "Esteemed guests, we find ourselves in extraordinary circumstances. Do not take offense at my abruptness." With that, he seized 2 indigenous individuals and unceremoniously hurled them into the river. Just as they teetered on the brink of drowning, the initial native utilized the dagger to sever their bonds. 1, 2, 3. Before long, all 100 natives had been cast into the river, where they freed themselves from their restraints and formed a cluster on the island, gazing upward at Ye Feng aboard the warship. "Brother Feng, the food is ready. Since they are foes, I simply boiled the meat in water with a pinch of salt," Shi Zhengliang announced as he directed a group onto the deck. Upon glancing down, he nearly lost his wits at the sight of 100 fierce natives, all fixated upon him. The weight of their gaze caused his heart to race uncontrollably. "Lower the provisions." Immediately, barrels of food were hoisted down. The famished natives, dizzy with hunger, surged forward like chickens. Barrels toppled, food splattered everywhere, and the ropes were violently torn apart. After lowering 30 barrels, The natives barely managed to satiate their appetites. Now that you have eaten your fill, I shall assign your first task, deforestation. You are to clear all the trees from the island. As for the hot springs, they are strictly off limits. Should you use them, there will be no food. Ye Feng proclaimed from his elevated position. The indigenous people exchanged glances, remaining motionless. A sense of unease settled within Ye Feng. The Gara people were known for their pride, and what if they resorted to idleness on Hot Spring Island? I warn you, by nightfall, all the trees on this island must be felled, and they must be stacked properly. Do not cast them into the river, or you shall find yourselves without sustenance this evening. Ye Feng emphasized his warning. Chapter 255. Do you have any other solutions? The indigenous people finally exhibited a change in expression as one individual ventured into the woods, wielding a crude stone axe. With one taking action, others gradually followed suit. Brother Feng, these savages are beyond redemption. Should we consider executing them collectively once they have constructed their island? Tuba suddenly approached. Do you harbor such hatred for them? Ye Feng retorted. How could I not? The Ga people have hunted us in the Great Marsh for 80 years. The enmity between our tribes cannot be resolved with mere words. Tuba's eyes flickered with a murderous intent. In the past, Ga tribesmen would capture wild men near the marsh whenever they offered sacrifices. At least 80% of Tuba's kin had perished at the hands of the Ga, resulting in an average lifespan for wild men of no more than 25 years. Despite Tuba's weathered appearance, he was merely 17. Very well, if any of them disobey, I will let you execute them personally. Take this bow and arrow. Ye Feng stated earnestly. To tame a useful individual, one must fulfill not only their physical needs, but also their psychological ones. The indigenous people worked with remarkable efficiency, and before nightfall, their progress in felling trees had reached the hot spring. One of the natives wiped the sweat from his brow and approached the spring. His eyes filled with intense desire. Hey, I have warned you, do not approach the hot spring. It is a source of drinking water. Ye Feng kept a vigilant watch over the savages, fearful that they might contaminate the spring. Although the hot water continued to bubble forth, the thought of the savages bathing in it made Ye Feng uneasy. As darkness enveloped the land, the indigenous people ceased their work, standing expectantly beneath the warship. Brother Feng, since they did not finish cutting down the trees on Hot Spring Island before nightfall, according to our agreement, we need not provide them with food, Tuba suggested. No. Although they did not complete the task, each of them exerted their utmost effort. Sure, lower the food for them. After dark, we will move the warship into deeper waters, away from the island and the shore, Ye Feng instructed. Understood. After the indigenous people received the buckets, they seemed uncertain about how to return them. Reluctantly, Shi Zhengliang poured the food from the buckets into the canoe, as if feeding pigs. The natives were not particular, plunging their heads into the buckets and devouring the food voraciously. In the dense forest by the shore, Ma Sikong squatted on the ground, sketching a rough blueprint of the warship. Being the king of small boats, he possessed a certain understanding of warships from various eras. High Priest, this section here is the lower hold, the source of the ship's power. Without those black fuels, they have resorted to using charcoal instead. Given the size of the warship, a single circuit would likely consume several tons of charcoal, and producing charcoal will certainly need to occur on the shore. Thus, we have leverage over them. When they start producing charcoal, we can seize their pits and force them to surrender a significant amount of food. Ma Sikong calmly analyzed, articulating his points with clarity. Even Doi and Hina cast him an unusual glance. Mr. Ma, your intellect is truly remarkable. Why did I not conceive of this idea myself? After they felled the trees, they indeed constructed several storages along the shore. Rook suddenly experienced an epiphany, his eyes gleaming with understanding. However, there remains a concern. I am uncertain about the number of shells aboard Ye Feng's warship. Should he decide to bombard the shore, the Ga clan would suffer significant losses, articulated Ma Sikong, expressing his anxieties. We need not dwell on that. I estimate the quantity will be minimal. We shall proceed according to Mr. Ma's method. Once our 100 clansmen return, we will renegotiate with Ye Feng, offering 10 pounds of timber in exchange for 1 pound of food. If he is unwilling, we shall seize the storages or even destroy them outright. Rook promptly made a sagacious decision. No, let us wait until Ye Feng has delivered the initial batch of food before we present this demand, countered Duo and Hina, offering a more advantageous suggestion. Simultaneously, she could not resist pressing her abdomen. 2 months had passed, and her condition had become somewhat conspicuous. Fortunately, she had donned loose animal hides to conceal her secret. Yet, time could not be delayed. Should her pregnancy be discovered by the Ga clansmen, they would surmise a decline in her abilities. Thus, she needed to consider not only the welfare of the Ga clan, but her own as well. It would be optimal to reclaim the warship within a month, and then she could live aboard with 30 resentful children for a year, ensuring that no one saw her condition during that time. The high priest is wise. This way, we can initially secure a portion of food and subsequently use the storages to threaten Ye Feng, as charcoal is likely the sole power source for the warship at present. Rook could not help but commend. Indeed, while the high priest may not belong to a civilized society, in terms of intellect, I cannot help but feel inferior. Added Ma Xikong. However, Duo and Hina remained furrowed in thought. Your focus on immediate comfort is futile, even if we intimidate Ye Feng with charcoal. It merely results in acquiring a bit more food, without addressing the fundamental issue. Reclaiming the warship is paramount. Her words left several men feeling ashamed. Indeed, they possessed only trivial wits, while Duo and Hina demonstrated profound wisdom, recognizing the root of the problem. High Priest, do you have any alternative strategies? Rook inquired. As a proud chieftain, he had never bowed to anyone in his life, save for the High Priest. Chapter 256, Sister Susan, where did you emerge from? Duo and Hina ignored him and turned to Ma Xikong. Mr. Ma, the crossbow you crafted previously was indeed powerful. Now, I am assigning all craftsmen to you. Can you manufacture a more formidable crossbow? How did I not think of this? If we construct a sufficiently large crossbow and affix hooks at the front, we could ensnare the entire warship. Then, all members of the Ga clan, along with the resentful children, would charge towards the vessel. Surely, Ye Feng, with his mere few dozen men, cannot withstand an enemy several times their number? Ma Xikong exclaimed, enlightened. If you deem this plan feasible, then hasten to implement it. Rook, dispatch individuals downstream to summon all craftsmen and bring along any usable tools to fully support Mr. Ma. Doi and Hina spoke calmly, her expression devoid of any joy. She was uncertain whether she could command the army of vengeful children. Immediately, the natives went to the back to collect centuries-old vines, intending to bind these vines to the crossbow bolts so that when the bolts ensnared the warship, they could rely on these ropes for support. Ma Xikong also wasted no time, swiftly heading to the rear to direct the natives in constructing a massive siege crossbow within the woods. At that moment, Ye Feng's warship approached them. A tightness gripped Luke's heart. Had the high priest discerned the truth? It seemed unlikely. Doi and Hina glanced at the deck and touched her abdomen once more. She was a strong-willed woman, even though she was carrying Ye Feng's child. She had no intention of revealing this to him. On the shore, those 100 workers toiled diligently, having consumed 5 pounds of food today. With the remaining 15 pounds multiplied by 100 people, that amounted to 1,500 pounds of provisions, which I shall send over to you now. Upon saying this, Ye Feng signaled to Chunin. In Luke's line of sight, for canoes paddled towards them, the aroma of meat wafting through the air. Was Ye Feng truly this trustworthy? Doi and Hina's emotions grew complex, yet in the next instant, her gaze turned cold once more. Chunin directed 7 individuals, swiftly bringing the 4 canoes to the shore. He stepped boldly onto the land and approached Luke with his head held high. Luke, our brother Feng is indeed a man of his word. He has brought along 1,500 pounds of food. Please accept it. With this, Chunin gestured towards the rear, adopting an air befitting a nobleman. Humph. Luke, seeing that Chunin had delivered the provisions, refrained from striking him. Bring the food to the shore and give a portion to the vengeful children, Luke commanded. A group of Gaha people, their eyes sparkling with excitement, rushed forward to retrieve the food. Meanwhile, Chunin respectfully approached the high priest. Are you the esteemed high priest? Good heavens, you are even more breathtaking up close. Chunin's eyes widened in awe. Doi and Hina cast a cold glance at him. High priest, the Gaha tribe is both impoverished and filthy. It would be better for you to go aboard the warship. After all, you have already been subdued by our brother Feng. You might as well become his concubine and enjoy endless wealth and glory in the future. Look at the Gaha tribe, so destitute that they can scarcely afford a meal. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry up. Our brother Feng has a weakness for beauty, and if you utter a few sweet words, he will surely overlook past grievances and share a bed with you. Chunin chattered incessantly. You speak too much. Luke, let him learn a lesson, Doi and Hina interjected. Turning away, Luke, unable to contain himself any longer, approached with a sinister grin. What are you doing? I am merely delivering food. If you strike me, who will bring provisions to you in the future? Shannon threatened firmly. Indeed, Luke turned an inquiring gaze towards Doyenhina. Do not concern yourself with that. Our relationship with Ye Feng is one of mutual benefit. Even if you strike him, Ye Feng will still send him to deliver food next time, Doyenhina replied calmly. Fully aware of human nature, and she had accurately predicted this. I will strike. Luke raised his fist. On the deck, Ye Feng waited anxiously until he finally spotted four canoes returning. He exhaled a long sigh of relief, having feared that the natives had detained Chun and Quick. Bring Chun up. This lad has done a remarkable deed by daring to take people to meet the high priest. Upon finishing his words, Ye Feng personally grasped the rope. Soon, a battered Chunin appeared on the deck, his face resembling that of a bruised pig. Chunin, who could be so cruel as to do this to you? Ye Feng stared at him in astonishment. Brother Feng, it was the high priest's orders. I merely advised her to come aboard the warship to live a good life with you, considering you two have already been together once. Yet, my good intentions earn me a beating instead. You must stand up for me. Chunin collapsed into Ye Feng's arms. Alas, you should have chosen your words more wisely. Weren't there many natives present at that moment? Even if she was willing, she could not possibly agree right there. You were merely inviting trouble, Ye Feng said while patting Chun-En's back. At that moment, Susan approached with a displeased expression. Chun-En, did you consider my feelings when you spoke those words? Oh, Sister Susan, where did you come from? Chun-En's face turned pale, and soon thereafter, his cries echoed across the deck once more. Chapter 257. My distrust persists. The first day swiftly passed, and as night fell, Ye Feng first provided fire to the 100 people on the island, then maneuvered the warship far away to prevent them from climbing aboard during the night. Nevertheless, Ye Feng and Susan decided to keep watch themselves. Under normal circumstances, the natives posed no threat to them, but with the high priest on the shore, Ye Feng felt an unusual trepidation. Who knew what extraordinary powers she might possess? On the deck in the dead of night, Ye Feng and Susan patrolled side by side, occasionally casting vigilant glances toward the high priest's camp across the water. The natives had lit several large bonfires along the shore, and after having food, a sense of harmony enveloped their tribe. Ah Feng, is there something you haven't told me? Susan suddenly inquired. Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze flickering. What is there to hide? Are you still trying to evade? Do I not see how she has been looking at you lately? Susan's eyes bore into Ye Feng. That's entirely normal. I'm the most handsome on the entire warship, so it's only natural for everyone to look at me strangely. Ye Feng mumbled, lowering his head. Are you still pretending? Su Yin has grown up before my eyes. She cannot conceal any troubles from me, Susan asserted, gripping Ye Feng's ear tightly. All right, I confess. Once, I accidentally brushed against her hand, Ye Feng explained cautiously. Nonsense. Have you already? Absolutely not. Fine, but if I find out otherwise, I shall take drastic measures, Susan declared, her voice laced with indignation as she stormed off to the stern of the ship. That night, Ye Feng and Susan fell into a silence that lingered until the following day when Logistics Officer Raimai appeared on the deck. A Feng at present must sustain 100 indigenous individuals, each requiring 20 pounds of sustenance daily. Among this, 5 pounds are for their personal consumption, while the remaining 15 pounds are allocated to their tribe, culminating in a daily consumption of 2 tons. The provisions aboard our warship would only suffice for 2 to 3 days. Upon finishing her statement, Remy handed a list crafted from animal hide to Ye Feng. Had I known earlier, I would have provided them with 10 pounds of food daily. Now that the words have been spoken, I cannot retract them, Ye Feng lamented. Caught in a dilemma. Perhaps we should take advantage of the still mild weather to explore the coastline in hopes of catching larger fish. As for the sustenance in the rainforest, I fear it has largely diminished, Remy suggested. Ye Feng felt a jolt of concern. With the cold intensifying, food would become scarcer. He must seize the opportunity to procure more provisions. Otherwise, sustaining 100 workers would become untenable. The consequence would be that they would have to personally undertake the construction of their settlement on the island. To adequately develop the hot spring island, logging would only be the initial phase. Subsequently, they would need to cover the entire island with leveled stones, followed by establishing a sewage system to prevent the island from becoming foul-smelling. Ultimately, wooden houses must be constructed, alongside watchtowers reaching 10 meters in height. Furthermore, the island lacked sufficient stones, necessitating the transport of materials from the mainland by the Gaha people, which would also require food provisions, as the Gachi people would not assist without compensation. After breakfast, Ye Feng summoned all those adorned with flowers on their shoulders for a meeting. He expressed his frustrations. As he possessed limited knowledge of construction, he sought to identify any team members with experience in building to transform the island into a home. An hour later, the dining hall was filled with individuals from civilized society, with only one wild man, Tuba, present. What vision do you have for the construction of Hot Spring Island? I mean, are there any among you who possess knowledge of feng shui or hold degrees in civil engineering? Ye Feng inquired. Chung Li Bin raised his hand. Brother Feng, while I am not a civil engineering graduate, I believe that building houses is somewhat akin to shipbuilding. Transforming Hot Spring Island into a modern village will require a substantial amount of time. Firstly, the trees on the island have yet to be fully cleared. Even after the trees are felled, we must level the ground to create a rammed earth layer and subsequently cover it with stone slabs or wooden boards. This undertaking alone will consume approximately a month, especially since we will need to transport materials from the mainland. These stones will also require processing by the indigenous people, necessitating the sustenance of at least 50 additional individuals, not to mention the subsequent construction of wooden houses. I recommend employing a stonewood structure, as these homes are less susceptible to being uprooted by strong winds, though this will extend the timeline considerably. In summary, to transform Hot Spring Island into the ideal abode, we shall require at least a year and the cooperation of no fewer than 200 indigenous laborers, Chung Li Bin concluded. Ye Feng furrowed his brow in dismay. He had anticipated completing the island's construction within 2 months, but the reality of a year was startling. Did this mean they would need to sustain 200 indigenous individuals for over a year? 365 days, with 200 mouths to feed, equating to a daily requirement of 4 tons of food, resulting in a staggering total of 1,500 tons of provisions for the year? Brother Feng, I have noticed that the climate here varies. It is warm in the north and cold in the south. The fish we once caught along the coastline have become scarce. Perhaps we should navigate the warship to the northern regions of the Great Marsh, where many animals have begun to migrate. Tuba suddenly interjected. You are right. We should indeed venture northward to the Great Marsh, as its climate is conducive for wildlife. Susan, the second in command, nodded in agreement. What could Li Feng say in response? Very well. Chunin, you shall take the canoe and inform the high priest of our decision. Tell him we intend to head upstream for hunting. As for the indigenous people on the island, prepare 3 days' worth of provisions for them. We shall return from the Great Marsh in 3 days. Li Feng promptly made his decision. Chunin, accompanied by 2 others, boarded the canoe while Li Feng stood at the edge of the deck, gazing at the 100 laborers on the island. Recently, they had been well fed and motivated, yet their efforts seemed negligible in the grand scheme of the enormous undertaking. Listen closely. We are going upstream to hunt for your sustenance, so I will instruct Master Shi to prepare 3 days' worth of food for you. Within these 3 days, you must fell all the trees and clear away the branches. Once cleared, use stones to compact the soil beneath. Li Feng believed these tasks would adequately occupy them for 3 days. Among the 100 natives was a small leader named Al-Liar. What if you do not return in 3 days? Shall we be left to perish here? Al-Liar raised his gaze to the towering warship. Rest assured, we shall return within 3 days, Li Feng assured him. However, in the northern regions of the Great Marsh, there are far more formidable creatures. Should you encounter them, how would we return to the land? The waters here are treacherous. Al-Liar expressed his skepticism. Fear not. Our warship is equipped with cannons and firearms. What creature could possibly threaten my vessel? No, I still do not trust you. First, take us back to land before you embark on your hunt. Chapter 258. Exhausted and frustrated, I have shown you leniency. Remain here and work diligently, or I shall leave you stranded. Li Feng's anger flared. Being too accommodating can indeed be a fault. Before long, faced with Li Feng's assertiveness, Al-Liar fell silent, his expression darkening as he resumed his work. After a while, Chunin returned in the canoe. Brother Feng, Luku stated that since we will be away for 3 days, we must provide each person with 15 pounds of food. In total, that amounts to approximately 4.5 tons. Chunin reported. Very well, that is reasonable. Maisie, how much food do we currently have? Li Feng inquired. Less than 2 tons, Rimaizi replied. Then we shall send all 2 tons, but wait. First ensure that the laborers on the island have enough provisions. The remainder will be sent to the mainland. Li Feng commanded. The ensuing negotiations were fraught with difficulty, yet the indigenous people ultimately begrudgingly accepted the terms. Otherwise, Li Feng would be unable to hunt upstream, and they too would face hunger. At noon, The magnificent warship finally set sail, making its way toward the upstream location. The charcoal stored in the hold is sufficient for the warship to traverse over 400 kilometers, allowing for 2 round trips under normal circumstances, provided no unforeseen events occur. 2 smokestacks belched forth thick clouds of smoke as the ship's power was pushed to its limits, achieving a speed of 9 kilometers per hour. It is believed that within 7 hours, they could reach the northern expanse of the Great Marsh. Maple brother, are you cold? It was then that Ye Feng felt a warmth enveloping his back. A striking fur coat was draped over his shoulders. It was Frost Snow who had approached, now addressing him as brother. Indeed, the coat was quite impressive. Ye Feng paced the deck a few times, donning the fur garment. The indigenous women, in their manual sewing, exhibited a natural talent far surpassing that of their civilized counterparts, where sewing machines had replaced handcraft. Maple brother, as a leader, can you only possess one woman? Frost Snow suddenly inquired. What is the matter? Do you? Ye Feng cast a cautious glance around, relieved that Susan, who had kept watch the previous night, had since returned to rest. Indeed, we women seek to bear offspring with the strongest men. If Maple brother is interested, you may find me at any time. I have heard that in your civilized society, one man is only paired with one woman, but I shall be discreet. Your primary partner need not know, Frost Snow added, tugging the fur coat slightly lower. Ye Feng's trousers became suddenly ill-fitting. As a young man bursting with vitality, he found himself tempted by Frost Snow, whose figure and grace epitomized the fantasies of many men, complemented by her alluring fragrance. Perhaps we should postpone this discussion. My focus must remain on the development of the island, Ye Feng replied with difficulty, aware that he must also consider the feelings of Susan and Su Yun. Maple brother, I believe we can repair the fishing nets aboard the warship, allowing us to catch some fish resting at the bottom of the water, especially as winter approaches when many fish hibernate, including some substantial ones. At that moment, Tuba approached, dragging a fishing net behind him. You are familiar with this environment. I trust you to handle this matter, Ye Feng said, patting Tuba on the shoulder. Yes, with the warship, we can indeed retrieve deep-water fish. In the past, even if we were aware of fish beneath the surface, we were powerless to act, Tuba remarked, having recently mingled with Chun-Un and absorbed some idioms from civilized society. All depends on you then, Ye Feng affirmed with an encouraging glance at Tuba. The warship continued its journey from noon until dark, and Ye Feng took note of the temperature around him. It seemed to be 2 degrees warmer than downstream. One should not underestimate such a slight temperature difference, as it could enable countless creatures to find sustenance. Goo-goo-goo. The long-forgotten calls of birds echoed from the shore, accompanied by the sounds of animals hunting. They were nearing the north. Beyond lay a vast marshland, nearly 100 miles devoid of human presence, where even birds hesitated to linger. At last, the final sliver of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon, and the sky darkened. In the east, a cool crescent moon hung in the heavens. Maple. That area ahead is the Great Marsh, a realm that our wild kin can never surpass. Otherwise, we would have long since migrated north to escape the Gachiri people. Tuba gestured toward the vast expanse before them, a flicker of trepidation flashing in his eyes. Has no wild person ever crossed the Great Marsh in generations? Ye Feng inquired. Unless one transforms into a bird. Yet, even as a bird, there is no assurance of enduring flight for 100 kilometers. Thus, it remains a biological forbidden zone. It seems only the beast fighters can traverse that territory, Tuba replied. Very well, Ye Feng proclaimed, standing at the edge of the deck, admiring the serene beauty of the Great Marsh. This was an area severely afflicted by soil erosion, with the warship navigating northward alongside it, occasionally revealing a swimming elk in the river. The elk, displaying remarkable intelligence, preferred to swim north rather than attempt to cross the treacherous marsh. The aquatic prowess of animals, in terms of endurance and tenacity, far surpasses that of humans. Stop. No. Ye Feng attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Tuba had already unleashed an arrow that struck down the elk. Maple, this elk must weigh several 100 pounds. Why not procure it? Tuba inquired as he lowered a rope to ensnare the elk's lifeless body. Ah, forget it. Ye Feng sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy as he observed the elk, which had swum for over 10 kilometers, nearing the boundary of the Great Marsh. The warship continued its ascent into the darkening waters, with temperatures rising steadily. Along their journey, they encountered numerous animals swimming northward: deer, water buffalo, tigers, otters, and a multitude of serpents. Maple, shall we strike while they are exhausted from swimming? Tuba suggested eagerly. Perhaps it is best to wait until they come ashore. Ye Feng shook his head. Once a team gains strength, the mentality of its members tends to shift. For instance, if an individual possesses the power to obliterate all life on a planet, a sense of compassion naturally arises within, akin to a societal responsibility. In the real world, we often see affluent figures who, having satisfied their material needs and grown weary of superficial pleasures, instinctively assume greater societal responsibilities in pursuit of honor and admiration. While Ye Feng indeed lacked provisions, he felt discomfort at the thought of slaying these animals, already fatigued and weary. Let them reach the northern part of the Great Marsh first, he mused. After all, for Ye Feng's team, hunting these creatures would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Chapter 259. The vast expanse. At that moment, he sought to uphold a sense of fairness. Maple, I sense an abundance of fish in these waters. May we cast our nets now? Tuba asked excitedly. Yes, but strive to avoid harming the land-dwelling creatures. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Eventually, the warship docked beside the Great Marsh, and Tuba and his companions worked together to cast a massive net into the river. The buoys below the vessel formed a grand circle. Set sail. The warship, dragging an enormous fishing net, continued its journey northward, gradually reducing its speed, indicating that the net was already brimming with a plethora of fish. As they neared the heart of the Great Marsh, the entire vessel suddenly shook. Everyone rushed to the stern, witnessing the frothy waves of the net, as if it had ensnared some colossal creature. Now's the time, said Tuba, prompting all hands to mobilize. They grasped the net with their hands, slowly dragging the weighty catch, which must have weighed several tons, onto the deck. Within lay a dense mass of fish, carp, crucian carp, eel, snakehead, and salmon, each of substantial size and exquisite plumpness. By the heavens, look at this! Shunan exclaimed, raising a gigantic lobster above his head. Ye Feng, upon seeing it, gasped, Goodness, it must weigh at least 10 pounds. Brother Ye, look at this fish, it's even larger than I am. Ding Tuanshuan tugged at the tail of a brilliant red fish. Upon closer inspection, Ye Feng realized it was an extraordinarily large carp, nearly double Ding Tuanshuan's size. From now on, refrain from playing near the edge of the deck. If you fall in, a fish of this size could swallow you whole, Ye Feng gently admonished, patting Ding Tuanshuan on the head. At that moment, Tuba let out a shriek as he lifted a vividly colored shrimp. Brother Feng, what kind of shrimp is this? I've never seen anything like it. Its tiny fists just left my nails black. With that, he tossed a mantis shrimp at Ye Feng's feet. This creature packs quite a punch. Let us leave it to Master Sure to handle. In the future, whenever we encounter shellfish, let it crack the shells for us. Essentially our kitchen assistant, Ye Feng chuckled. The bounty from this net was indeed abundant. Ye Feng estimated that there were at least 2 tons of fish, with some crabs mixed in as well. After removing the shells, the amount of edible food would be roughly around a ton. In a civilized society, such a haul would easily be worth several $1,000s. Chung Li Bean gazed at the mountainous pile of river delicacies on the deck. Enough chatter. Let us categorize these river catches, eviscerate them, salt them for preservation, and cast the net again. Perhaps we won't even need to reach the northern part of the marsh to secure enough food. Ye Feng laughed heartily. It was a night of great harvest, and the crew toiled until dawn, casting the net 3 times in total. Each haul yielded nearly 2 tons of fish. But during the final cast, a highly venomous silver-ringed snake appeared in the net, nearly delivering a fatal bite. Everyone must be exhausted. Let us return to rest. Those who didn't stand watch last night should come and help sort the fish, then proceed with eviscerating and curing them. Ye Feng waved his hand. At that moment, Ding Tuanshuan emerged clad in fish scale armor, brandishing a spear, resembling a warrior maiden. What are you doing? Ye Feng pinched his nose, overwhelmed by the pungent smell of fish emanating from her. Brother Ye, I've skinned the large carp, and these scales are incredibly tough. I fashioned them into armor. Ding Tuanshuan proudly declared. Upon inspection, Ye Feng confirmed that her armor was indeed made of fish scales. A tap revealed its formidable hardness, capable of withstanding the venomous stings of vengeful spirits. The idea is commendable, but the fishy odor is rather overwhelming. Please remove it for now, and after it has been dried, you may don it again, Leaf Maple remarked. Oh, Ding Tuanshuan hurried off to the kitchen. The others had succumbed to slumber. Yet Leaf Maple found himself unable to rest. As the leader, the burden was considerable. Thus, he ambled into the kitchen, where Shi Zhengliang was supervising a group of women as they meticulously cleared the fish of their innards. Master, sure, you've worked hard. Aren't we supposed to have 6 tons of goods? Why is there so little in the kitchen? Leaf Maple inquired with genuine concern. Oh, the fish are exceedingly pungent, and the quantity is overwhelming, so I piled them up on the 3rd tier, Shi Zhongliang replied without lifting his gaze. What? The 3rd tier is still uncleaned, and the floor is littered with the excrement of younglings and the remains of animals. How can we possibly eat like this? Leaf Maple exclaimed, a wave of nausea rising within him. Fear not, the fish stacked on the floor are intended for the Gaur people. Our own provisions are hung up and remain uncontaminated. Shi Zhongliang assured him calmly. That's a relief. However, your method seems somewhat unethical. Once conditions improve, all our food should be equal, Leaf Maple conceded, feeling reassured. Although the food lying on the ground was unsanitary, it mattered little. The indigenous people were starving, and they would surely scramble for it regardless of any filth. Everything was progressing positively. It was not until noon that Leaf Maple finally retreated to his quarters for a much-needed rest. Upon opening the door, he found Susan still asleep in bed, her smooth, fair back exposed as she delighted in her slumber. Unable to resist, he too disrobed and embraced her from behind. Brother Maple, wake up. We have finally reached the northern part of the Great Marsh. Chenin called out from outside. Leaf Maple slowly opened his eyes, the covers having been kicked aside, a sheen of perspiration forming on his body. Susan remained beside him, her alluring figure on display. A glance out the window caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. A resplendent sun hung high in the sky, showering the earth with golden rays. Simultaneously, the temperature had astonishingly risen to around 15 or 16 degrees, significantly warmer than the southern part of the marsh. No wonder he had felt such sudden vigor. It was the rising temperature igniting the primal instincts of male creatures. Leaf Maple murmured, nudging Susan gently, Shauner, awaken. We have arrived at the northern side of the Great Marsh. After a while, Susan opened her eyes in confusion, having been deep in her dreams when Leaf Maple's unexpected entrance stirred her. Dressing swiftly, the leader and his second ascended to the deck. There, they found Tuba and the others clad in light garments, gesturing animatedly as they observed the surroundings. Look, there's a herd of elephants, and lurking in the grass should be lions. Chenin exclaimed excitedly. Leaf Maple swiftly approached the ship's railing, casting his gaze across the banks. The main river upstream was at most 10 kilometers wide, narrower than the tributary at the very end. He could clearly discern the towering plants on the opposite shore, along with some shadowy figures of animals. Meanwhile, the landscape on this side had transformed, the terrain stretching out into a vast expanse. The vast expanse may be termed a prairie, yet it is interspersed with forests, forming a harmonious amalgamation of woodland and grassland. Herds of large herbivores graze here, lifting their heads warily after every few bites. Chapter 260, a little insufficient. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Ye Feng turned his head, a sly smile gracing his lips. The rope ladder descended, and Ye Feng, shouldering his rifle and massive bow, was the first to leap onto the canoe. Following him were Tuba and 10 other men, equipped with ropes, bows, and rifles, their faces radiating joy. A recent cold wave had driven all the animals of the Heishu River to the northern regions, resulting in an astonishing density of wildlife, nearly occupying every inch of land. In the downstream area, additional animals could be seen swimming towards this fertile ground, making it a veritable treasure trove. The 4 canoes soon reached the shore, with Tuba being the first to leap out. He knelt on the ground, kissing the rich earth. What a fertile land, Feng Gu. Why don't we make our home here? Tuba exclaimed with a smile. Ye Feng had already disembarked, casting a vigilant gaze around. A few deer were merely 10 meters away, glancing at Ye Feng before resuming their grazing. Let us first assess the area. Settling here is not out of the question, Ye Feng mused, suddenly drawing his bow. With a swift release, his powerful tinstone bow discharged an arrow that struck a water buffalo, causing it to leap 5 meters into the air, a gushing torrent of blood erupting from its chest. Yet, the creature's vitality was tenacious. It sprinted several meters before collapsing. Let us skin it and remove the innards, bringing back pure beef to the ship. Tonight, we feast on steak. The group erupted in excited shouts as they rushed forward. This substantial water buffalo, weighing over 700 pounds, would yield over 400 pounds of pure meat after processing. Tuba quickly extracted a blood-soaked bone. As a wild man, he possessed greater skill in dissection than Ye Feng and his companions. Brother Feng, we can make soup from the bones, Tuba suggested. No bones, just pure meat. Ye Feng replied, shaking his head. The objective was to fill the ship with meat. Inedible parts should be avoided, focusing solely on the prime cuts. After half an hour of diligent work, the buffalo was meticulously divided, with Ye Feng slicing the meat into strips, each weighing approximately 20 pounds. Let us tie these strips onto the jungle sled. We can drag them across the grasslands, Ye Feng commanded. While a person may only carry 200 pounds, leveraging the sled allows for the transportation of around 500 pounds. At this juncture, the jungle sled proved invaluable. The group secured the meat to the sled and began their trek deeper into the wilderness. After traversing a few hundred meters, a spotted hyena emerged from the thicket, followed by a second and a third. Known as the scavengers of the prairie, they specialize in clearing away animal remains, thereby preventing the spread of disease. Meanwhile, a few vultures began to circle in the sky, accompanied by larger griffin vultures. It is said that venison is quite delectable. After Chun spoke, he raised his bow. Wait, venison has little fat. Our primary targets are water buffalo, wild boar, or even elephants. Upon saying this, Ye Feng cast his gaze a kilometer away. There, a herd of 9 elephants surrounded a cluster of trees, using their long trunks to grasp tender branches. Indeed, an elephant can yield at least 2 tons of meat. We should pursue the elephants. However, hunting them will require us to expend ammunition, Chenin remarked, slinging his bow over his shoulder and drawing out his rifle. With fewer than 100 bullets remaining, it was imperative to aim for the head, striving to fell an elephant with a single shot. After Ye Feng echoed this sentiment, he too drew his rifle and secured the mighty bow on his back. Although these jungle elephants were not as large as their African counterparts, the largest male still weighed at least 3 to 4 tons. The entire elephant family consisted of 5 adults, 2 subadults, and 2 calves. Sensing danger, they formed a protective circle around the 2 calves. Ye Feng was now only 50 meters from the herd. Everyone crouched down. I'll take the largest male. Each of you choose an elephant. Remember, at my command, fire simultaneously. Otherwise, the elephants will scatter, making it impossible to aim for their heads, Ye Feng stated calmly. Should they fail to strike the vital area, the elephants could rampage, leading to disastrous consequences. The others lined up, rifles trained on the heads of the elephants. Ready, fire. Ye Feng concluded, being the first to pull the trigger. The bullet struck the massive male squarely in the head. Bang, bang, bang. The others followed suit, firing within a mere tenth of a second. The great bull trembled, its thick legs buckling as it let out a thunderous cry of anguish. Within 3 seconds, the colossal creature collapsed to the ground. Yet, the marksmanship of the others was not as proficient. 3 elephants did not succumb immediately, enduring their pain as they charged toward Ye Feng and his companions. Run, Ye Feng shouted, leading the frantic escape. The ground trembled beneath them, leaving one wild man frozen in fear. Widno, Tuba called out, but it was too late. Widno was struck down by a powerful kick from an elephant's leg, and the creature's enormous body fell, crushing him beneath its weight. After fleeing a short distance, the remaining wounded elephants succumbed one by one, crashing to the earth like a landslide, creating a terrifying spectacle. Ye Feng gasped for breath, his heart heavy as he gazed at the crushed wild man. He had thought hunting wild animals would be straightforward. Little did he know that even such a simple task could result in sacrifice. Brother, Tuba rushed forward, attempting to move the elephant's carcass, but it was far too heavy. Tuba, grieve not. Quickly dismember all the elephants and transport the meat to the ship, Ye Feng shouted to the remaining 10. The group, gathering their shattered spirits, began to carve into the elephants. Fortunately, Ye Feng had procured a considerable number of fire axes and various military daggers from the underground base. The quality of these iron tools was exceptional, rendering the dismemberment of elephants entirely feasible. Were they to rely on ordinary civilian knives, they would likely become dull in no time. Despite this advantage, their progress remained agonizingly slow. It took them 2 hours to completely dismember the first elephant, piling the meat onto the jungle sled. I will remain here with Chun and to guard the carcass. The 8 of you should methodically load the elephant meat onto the canoe. Then let the crew aboard the warship pull the canoe back, commanded Ye Feng. Tuba nodded, and the 8 of them simultaneously lifted the jungle sled. This was a lengthy endeavor. It took 5 trips for Tuba and his team to transport the meat of the first elephant, panting heavily by the end. Ye Feng and Chun did not idle during this time. They utilized the opportunity to dismember the second elephant. In total, 7 elephants could yield approximately 13 to 14 tons of meat, sufficient to sustain 100 laborers for about a week. However, if they intended to recruit more workers, this amount would prove insufficient. Chapter 261. Relentlessly pursuing Ye Feng. By the time the meat of the second elephant was transported back to the warship, darkness had descended. Do not rest. Ignite the torches to prevent the surrounding vultures from devouring the elephant meat, Ye Feng instructed. Planting a torch beside the pile of meat and charging forward with the fire axe once more. After a brief period of dismemberment, Susan arrived with 10 individuals to assist. A multitude of green lanterns gathered nearby, representing prides of lions, packs of hyenas, wild dogs, and other unknown creatures. They refrained from approaching the feast primarily due to the abundance of food in the area, which made it easy for them to hunt, and also out of fear of Ye Feng and his team's firepower. Animals possess a keen instinct. They discern what poses a threat and what does not. However, should hunger become overwhelming, they would disregard their caution and approach, even if it meant confronting Ye Feng's firearms. The labor continued until 9 o'clock at night, and once the last of the elephants had been transported, only 7 carcasses and their enormous tusks remained. 2 young elephants lingered by the bodies, reluctant to part from their family. Clearly, elephants possess emotions. Without the protection of adult elephants, it was unlikely the 2 calves would survive long. After much hesitation, Ye Feng finally raised his rifle. Bang! Bang! The gunfire echoed, marking the end of this elephant family. He proceeded to dismember the bodies of the calves. Let us work through the night, Ye Feng declared, setting down his rifle. Those hailing from civilized society felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet Tuba and the other savages were filled with enthusiasm, hastening to dismember the young elephants. When the balance of weaponry is unequal, compassion often arises in the hearts of men. We will split into 2 groups. Chun In, Tuba, you 5 accompany me to hunt larger game. Susan, take the remaining individuals to the other side and strive to hunt larger animals such as buffalo, elephants, or rhinoceroses, but do not hunt deer, as deer meat is nearly devoid of fat. Having spoken, Ye Feng led several individuals towards the edge of the vast swamp. He had often heard tales of its formidable power, but had never witnessed it with his own eyes. Brother Feng, do not advance any further, Tuba cautioned. Positioning himself before Ye Feng, he casually picked up a stone and hurled it forcefully ahead. With a splat, mud erupted 10 meters away. And though the stone was initially visible, it was swiftly engulfed by the creeping mire. That is the great swamp, Tuba stated gravely. If a person sinks to their waist, the powerful suction requires at least 3 individuals to extract them. Although he had previously resided to the south of the swamp, he had lost kin to its depths, and the suffocating despair felt in such moments was far more frightening than a swift death. Nodding in understanding, Ye Feng turned back. That night, the landscape, a blend of savanna and rainforest, was devoid of moonlight, yet the sky was adorned with countless stars, casting a veil of ethereal blue light upon the land. Ye Feng could vaguely discern the outline of the northern terrain. Herbivores had retreated to the center of the grassy expanse, their backs pressed together, heads facing outward to guard against predators lurking in the thicket. Suddenly, a commotion arose near the riverbank. A few long-legged antelopes dashed toward Ye Feng, followed closely by several elks fleeing in the same direction. Their frantic movements triggered a chain reaction among the other herbivores. From the branches above, alarmed birds emitted sharp cries and fluttered their wings, retreating deeper into the grasslands. Is it a tiger? Chunin inquired. It shouldn't be. Although tigers are formidable, we have already encountered 2. They wouldn't incite such chaos. Raise your rifles and disengage the safeties, Ye Feng replied, strapping his great bow to his back and retrieving his firearm. Moments later, Ye Feng suddenly squinted, hearing a deep roar in the distance. 7 or 8 lions fled towards the swamp, their mouths emitting terrified wails. This is bad. It must be a monstrous beast. Ye Feng hastily dropped to the ground. Unfortunately, it was too late. The disturbance among the animals had escalated into a stampede. Though they did not comprehend the cause of the turmoil, the leading animals set the rest into a frenzy. In an instant, the earth reverberated with a thunderous sound. This is dire, Susan. Quickly, lead everyone back to the warship. Move swiftly, or we shall be trampled into a pulp. Ye Feng shouted towards the distant torches. He then observed the torches begin to move, a group fleeing towards the vessel. However, after barely 100 meters, the flames veered back, some torches even extinguished as they fell. What is happening? Ye Feng called out. Something enormous has emerged from the water, larger than an elephant, Susan replied just as a colossal roar echoed from afar. The sound seemed to create a shockwave, leaving Ye Feng's eardrums buzzing. If even he, a formidable warrior, was rattled, it was unimaginable what the others were experiencing. The individuals were all clasping their ears, their faces contorted in agony, as though their heads were on the brink of exploding. In a moment of reckless abandon, Ye Feng dashed towards the position of the animals. After only a few steps, 5 or 6 water buffaloes charged towards him. Bang! A shot rang out, bringing down the lead bull. Yet Ye Feng was struck by another buffalo, lifting him off the ground and sending him crashing to the earth. Shortly thereafter, several hooves trampled over him. Fortunately, the blood scale manifested, saving his life. A thunderous rumble echoed as more creatures surged towards the vast swamp, swiftly creating a chain reaction. Ye Feng hastily regained his footing and aimed his rifle at the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy gunfire erupted. Indeed, the leading beasts, startled by the shots, veered off in a different direction. A deafening roar filled the air, prompting Ye Feng to look up. There, at a height of 5 or 6 meters, 2 yellowish vertical pupils emerged. A colossal creature swayed into view, revealing itself to be an enormous crocodile, its scaly skin resembling rock, adorned with several bony spikes along its back. Godzilla? Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to flee. One could only surmise that the crocodile had consumed countless ginkgos, leading to its grotesque size. A mere glance had revealed its length to be no less than 8 or 9 meters, outweighing even an elephant. With such a formidable size and corresponding speed, ordinary animals would be mere trifles in its presence. Bro Feng, we are heading back. Why are you running towards the swamp again? After sprinting a mere 20 meters, Ye Feng encountered Chun Un and the others returning. Look behind. What? Chun An's eyes widened in shock, and he took off towards the swamp. The giant crocodile seemed to have caught the scent of a strong opponent, relentlessly pursuing Ye Feng. Chapter 262. What should we search for? We can't run any further. The swamp lies ahead. Before Tuba could finish his warning, Ye Feng's foot had already stepped into the mire. In an instant, his entire calf sank into the muck. Damn it! Ye Feng swiftly extricated his leg and darted in another direction. The massive crocodile had seemingly set its sights on him. Its enormous tail swept past, creating a gust that straightened his tousled hair. Chunin, what should we do? Hurry and shoot it, Tuba urged from the side. Chunin nodded, leveling his rifle. Bang! The bullet struck the crocodile's back, igniting a shower of sparks. This won't do. Its hide is too thick for the bullets to penetrate, Chunin lamented, loading another round. Bang! This shot hit the giant crocodile's hind leg, finally eliciting a slight effect. It abruptly turned, revealing a gaping maw capable of swallowing a small car whole. Get out of the way. Chunan's face paled as he led the retreat. Don't be afraid. We fight it off to buy Brother Feng some time to escape. Tuba, however, grabbed a spear, ready to face the crocodile in a desperate last stand. Fool, don't throw your life away. Chun Li Bin yanked Tuba away, preventing his reckless sacrifice. As Ye Feng observed the giant crocodile pivot, a slight sense of relief washed over him. This creature was colossal, having undoubtedly consumed more than 5 silver fruits to have grown to such an immense size. Furthermore, it likely swam across from the opposite bank of the Black Tree River, not belonging to this side. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng raised his rifle, aiming for the crocodile's underbelly, initially intending to target its eyes. He realized that the creature's towering stature forced him to shoot from below. Bang! The rifle's formidable power propelled the bullet, striking the crocodile's neck. Roar! The giant reptile twisted its head once more, its slit-like pupils fixating on Ye Feng below. I must evade. Ye Feng dashed forward again, but the crocodile's speed was relentless, always staying a step ahead. As it pursued him, the beast opened its massive jaws, snapping at Ye Feng's rear. Damn it! Ye Feng turned and thrust his spear into the creature's mouth. Regrettably, the crocodile appeared devoid of pain receptors, continuing to clamp down on him without relent. Brother, I haven't bathed in days. Why do you persist in chasing me? There are water buffalo over there. Go feast on them. I possess barely enough flesh to fill your gaps. Ye Feng sprinted at breakneck speed, yet the crocodile's size made each of its strides equivalent to 10 of his. Suddenly, a steel tail swept towards him from behind. Just as Ye Feng dropped his head, his entire body jolted, scales of blood covering him completely. In an instant, he was propelled more than 20 meters, crashing violently to the ground. Ye Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite the protective scales, The force of that tail inflicted internal injuries. Damn it! Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he continued to flee, the relentless crocodile in hot pursuit. As a creature that had lived for over a century, its sense of smell was extraordinarily acute. After consuming the blood-scale fruit, Ye Feng emitted powerful waves that only formidable creatures, like the crocodile, would find appealing. This time, Ye Feng had learned his lesson. He consistently veered into the wooded areas of the prairie. However, the crocodile's armor was no trifling matter. It effortlessly demolished entire patches of forest. After crashing through 5 or 6 times, the beast finally felt the pressure. Whenever Ye Feng darted into the trees, it would circumvent them to corner him. After 5 minutes of frantic flight, Ye Feng was breathless, yet the crocodile showed little sign of fatigue. With each step it took, Ye Feng had to sprint 10, resulting in a stark disparity in their energy expenditure. Eventually, Ye Feng found himself cornered near a marsh, where the terrain formed a small peninsula, granting the crocodile a decisive advantage. Damn it, just because the tiger doesn't roar, do you think I'm a sickly cat? Ye Feng had discarded his rifle, spear, and bow during his desperate escape. He drew the only dagger he had left and prepared to confront the monstrous crocodile. If he didn't stand his ground, he would have no choice but to leap into the marsh, where the soft earth would offer no leverage, even for one of his strength. Roar! The crocodile opened its cavernous maw, lunging toward Ye Feng's position. I must evade. In a moment of peril, Ye Feng narrowly evaded the jaws of the colossal crocodile and swiftly maneuvered to its underbelly. With a decisive thrust, the dagger plunged deeply into the creature's flesh. And as he pulled back, a gaping wound of nearly a meter appeared, blood gushing forth in a torrent. Yet, as the crimson liquid made contact with Ye Feng's skin, it was instantly absorbed, leaving no trace behind. Without uttering a word, he plunged his hand into the wound. Given the massive size of the crocodile, the injury was akin to a mere centimeter cut on a human hand, hardly a significant blow. However, Ye Feng's vampiric technique proved unbearable for the beast. The crocodile thrashed its immense body, attempting to shake him off, but it was futile. Ye Feng's grip on its muscle remained unyielding. After 5 minutes of resistance, the crocodile emitted a reluctant roar and turned to flee towards the riverbank. Yet, Ye Feng clung tenaciously to its belly, refusing to let go. After running over 200 meters, the creature suddenly began to roll violently on the ground, pressing Ye Feng deeper into the wound. It struggled for another 3 minutes before finally revealing its white underbelly. Moments later, covered in blood, Ye Feng emerged from the wound, his body resembling a canvas soaked in crimson. He had indeed mastered the art of blood-sucking, but the crocodile's blood was so abundant that he could only consume half of it, leaving him drenched in gore. Exhausted, Ye Feng collapsed onto the crocodile's belly, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, the blood scales on his body thickened, subtly emanating a faint golden glow. Brother Feng. At that moment, a group of torches approached, led by Tuba, who rushed to Ye Feng's side. Brother Feng, are you alive? Tuba exclaimed, anxiously scrutinizing the blood-soaked figure before him. After a moment, Ye Feng opened his eyes and replied, Is there any depth to your dialogue? Of course, I'm not dead. In fact, I've killed this crocodile. Prepare the tools to butcher its meat and bring it aboard the warship. With a weary expression, Ye Feng descended from the crocodile's carcass. Even in repose, it stood at an imposing height of 5 meters and weighed over 6 tons. Once skinned and deboned, it would still yield around 4 tons of pure meat. Brother Feng, considering the size of this crocodile, it must belong to the category of extraordinary beasts. Do you understand? Tuba marveled at the immense creature. Susan and the others approached, caressing the crocodile's formidable armor. Indeed, it qualifies as an extraordinary beast. Let us hasten to dismember it, Ye Feng declared as he settled onto the grass. Wait, Brother Feng. This extraordinary beast may contain a crystal core. Shouldn't we investigate? Tuba's suggestion piqued Ye Feng's interest. Grasping the dagger, he advanced towards the crocodile's belly, swiftly cutting a 2-meter-long incision. In fantastical tales, it is often said that a monster's core resides within its belly, so Ye Feng aimed to explore that very area. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing of interest, only 2 kidney-sized organs. Chunin, your constitution is rather weak. Take these 2 kidneys back and let Master Sure roast them for you, suggested Ye Feng, tossing the 2 enormous organs to Chunin. Perhaps it's best to refrain. After consuming such a thing, I would have no outlet for the aftermath. You should keep them for yourself, replied Chunin, shaking his head and setting the kidneys aside. Everyone began to work together, searching for those hard, granular substances without damaging them, so I can examine them, Ye Feng commanded. Tuba nodded, leading a group of over 10 individuals as they climbed atop the giant crocodile's carcass, commencing a complex dissection. At that moment, a wild man let out a piercing scream, leaping over 2 meters in fright. What happened? Ye Feng hurried over. My leg, something bit me. Before the wild man could finish, his body convulsed on the grass, his face rapidly darkening. Ye Feng, alarmed, shouted, "Scatter! There must be a venomous snake on the ground." Startled, everyone thrust their torches into the earth. Ye Feng's keen eyes caught sight of a slender shadow slithering towards the vast swamp, quickly vanishing from view. Brother! Tuba shook the wild man's body. However, the wild man's form began to stiffen, his skin turning pitch black. Release the body. Ye Feng kicked Tuba away. Upon glancing back at the corpse, a putrid odor emanated from it. Logically, a freshly deceased individual could not decompose so swiftly. Surely the black mamba, isn't that venomous? Tuba, do you know what kind of snake that was? Ye Feng turned to Tuba, who appeared lost in despair. It could be the legendary corruption immortal. I've only heard of it, but that creature hasn't been seen in the Black Tree River region for centuries. Tuba forced himself to suppress his sorrow, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. Ye Feng had never heard of such a snake. It must be a species unique to the Black Tree River area, yet it thrived in the northern swamps. Looking back at the wild man's corpse, it had blackened beyond recognition, as if it had been dead for 7 or 8 days. Quick, drag all the crocodile meat away. We must cut it up together. This place is no longer safe. Ye Feng decisively declared. He was the first to leap onto the giant crocodile's head, swiftly hollowing out its skull from the eye sockets. Brother Feng, this resembles a crystal pill. At that moment, Chunin retrieved a black object from the crocodile's tail, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball. Ye Feng quickly took it, squeezing it in his hand. It was incredibly hard, yet emitted a fragrant aroma, devoid of any bloody scent. I will keep this for now and take it back for Chushua to study. Perhaps it can be eaten raw. With that, Ye Feng placed the crystal pill into his backpack. The giant crocodile was far too massive. Ye Feng and his companions worked tirelessly until midnight before they finally dismembered the entire creature. Let us go? Ye Feng dragged a jungle sled carrying over 1,000 pounds of crocodile meat. The others grouped into teams of 4, struggling to pull the remaining sleds. In total, there were over 3 tons of pure meat, but Ye Feng did not intend to continue hunting along the shore. As the vessel approached the warship, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted. Alarmed, it became apparent that something had breached the warship's perimeter. It was Raimai who screamed in terror. The sound of gunshots intensified, echoing like a relentless drumbeat. Ye Feng, taken aback, discarded the sled and sprinted towards the warship with the speed of an arrow. Upon leaping into the canoe, his eyes widened in shock. A dark figure frantically emerged from the hold's window, swiftly disappearing into the river below. Judging by its size, it was at least 10 meters long, likely a creature akin to a giant python. Almost forgetting, the distance to the opposite shore was less than 10 kilometers. Many aquatic beasts could easily traverse this stretch, and serpentine creatures were particularly adept at infiltrating the warship through its windows. Quick, place the meat in the canoe. Ye Feng commanded. He meticulously arranged 30 kilograms of meat into the canoe, and with the collective effort of the others, they spent half an hour completing the task. Let us return, Ye Feng declared, and he, along with 7 others, jumped into the canoe. After several trips, they finally transported the remaining individuals aboard the warship. Raimai rushed over, unable to contain her emotions as she threw herself into Ye Feng's embrace. Ah Feng, just now a giant python entered and swallowed 2 of our companions. I failed to protect them. Tears shimmered in her eyes, a mixture of fear and guilt. It is not your fault. You did your utmost, Ye Feng reassured her, patting her back as his gaze swept across the others. Their faces were equally pale, the terror lingering in their eyes. After comforting Raimai, Ye Feng returned to the deck. Chunin, how much food have we managed to procure this time? Is it several tons? Ye Feng inquired. I'm not sure, Chunin shrugged. Raimai, how much food do we currently possess? Ye Feng turned to the logistics officer. Brother Feng, the meat, fish, and these crocodile parts combined amount to nearly 20 tons. Raimai replied. Ye Feng calculated briefly. 20 tons of pure meat would require 2 tons daily to sustain the Ye tribe, with some reserved for their own consumption. If they rationed carefully, it might last about 10 days. However, he recalled that upon their return, he needed to hire an additional 100 natives to assist in charcoal production. Their northern expedition had consumed 1/3 to 1/4 of their charcoal fuel. Without it, their warship would be rendered powerless. Thus, this nearly 20 tons of food would suffice to pay the natives for merely 5 days of labor. Repair the fishing nets, then spread them out. In the days to come, we shall refrain from going ashore, Ye Feng ordered. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier dangers on land had claimed 2 brothers, and 2 more had perished aboard the ship. For the sake of this 20 tons of food, Ye Feng's team had suffered the loss of 4 members. They had incurred a significant loss. A group began mending the fishing nets, which had sustained damage every time they brought in a catch, requiring manual repairs. Brother Feng, Chung Libin remarked, once the fishing nets are repaired, we must utilize a large vessel to maneuver them. Only then can we expect a bountiful catch. However, our supply of charcoal cannot sustain such expenditure. Ye Feng, feeling utterly fatigued, sank into a chair. Indeed, being in command was far from simple. In that case, he deliberated, when our charcoal consumption reaches half, we will cease hunting and allow the warship to drift downstream, thus conserving fuel. After much contemplation, he spoke slowly. Previously, he had lived extravagantly, but now he was compelled to live frugally. Otherwise, he would be unable to afford the services of the gay people. Understood, Chung Libin replied earnestly, taking the helm. They had considered establishing a home upstream, yet this notion seemed somewhat impractical given the terrifying creatures that resided there. As for the exotic beasts, Ye Feng was not particularly intimidated. After all, their massive size rendered them vulnerable to the firepower of a rifle. However, the recent encounter with the corrupted immortal serpent left him feeling utterly powerless. The serpent's slender body allowed it to escape into the murky depths of the swamps after striking, a realm that humans could not dare to traverse. There might be even more formidable venomous serpents lurking within that forbidding expanse, and Ye Feng could no longer afford to expend resources. Susan, please tally our remaining ammunition, Ye Feng continued. There is no need for a count. We have nearly exhausted our supply. I have just over 10 rounds left on me, Susan replied, shaking the pouch at her waist, which produced a crisp sound of bullets clinking together. Ye Feng also shook his pouch, revealing a mere 3 rounds remaining. And you all? Brother Feng, we have long run out of ammunition. We used the last of it on the crocodile, the others chimed in, emptying their pockets. Damn it, what a loss. This is catastrophic, Ye Feng exclaimed, delivering a furious blow to the ship's railing. While they had procured 20 tons of meat, they had lost 4 men and consumed nearly 1/3 of their fuel. Most critically, their ammunition was nearly depleted. Bullets were a non-renewable resource. And given the industrial capabilities of this desolate island, even a millennium would not suffice to manufacture more. Susan, I'll give you my remaining rounds. From now on, you will be the sole gun user in our team. The rest should rely on bows and spears as much as possible. Upon saying this, Ye Feng willingly surrendered his ammunition. Among the crew, Susan possessed the finest marksmanship, ensuring that her use of bullets would not go to waste. Susan accepted the bullets, gently leaning against Ye Feng's side. She was aware of his penchant for flirtation, yet in critical moments, he placed his utmost trust in her, which instilled a sense of superiority within Susan. It was akin to a wealthy lord from days of yore, who delighted in taking concubines, despite having many. There was only ever one rightful spouse. Brother Feng, shall we construct 4 crossbows around the warship? Ordinary arrows cannot penetrate the thick armor of those exotic beasts. Chung Libin suggested. That is precisely my intention. Once we return downstream, we shall immediately commence the fabrication of crossbows. Ideally ones that can rotate a full 360 degrees. They must be agile. Ye Feng nodded, realizing that under the constraint of conserving ammunition, only the crossbow could pose a threat to the monstrous beasts. Alas, had he known, he should have procured more weaponry from the underground base. Chenin lamented, his face etched with regret. What is the point of lamenting now? Let us hasten to patrol, lest the beasts find their way onto the warship. Moreover, seal all the windows near the water, leaving merely a 10-centimeter gap. A sudden thought struck Ye Feng. He had just witnessed that colossal python, roughly half a meter in diameter. If the gaps in the compartment windows were maintained at 10 centimeters, it would be unable to slither through, unless they could somehow swim directly to the deck, a scenario highly improbable given that the deck was situated several meters above the water's surface. Even a 30-meter-long python could not instantaneously ascend to the deck. The warship traversed the waters continuously, capturing various fish in its nets. By the following morning, they had managed to haul in fish 3 times. Roughly estimating, they had about 5 tons, which would amount to 3 tons after cleaning and peeling. Ye Feng glanced towards the rising sun in the east before swiftly making his way to the lower compartment. Here, a significant portion of the charcoal had been depleted, yet 2 boiler workers were still pouring boxes of charcoal into the furnace. "Stop pouring. Just toss them in one by one," Ye Feng exclaimed, his expression pained. However, tossing them in individually would not generate sufficient power to propel the warship. The two exchanged weary glances, fatigue evident on their faces. "How much charcoal have we consumed since our departure?" Ye Feng inquired about another matter. "We've burned through nearly half. 5 out of the total 10 units have been expended." The two counted the empty boxes and provided an accurate response. Ye Feng then proceeded to the captain's quarters. "Old Chung Hardright, let us turn the warship around and prepare to head home," he instructed. "Brother Feng, we still have less than 25 tons of food. Are we truly returning now?" Chung Libin asked, his face reflecting reluctance. "It feels like a loss to leave after finally venturing upstream. What other choice do we have? Half of our charcoal is already consumed. We must navigate downstream judiciously, ensuring we retain enough to allow the warship to travel 30 kilometers upon reaching Hot Spring Island. Otherwise, we risk losing mobility, and the Gaur people may pose a threat." Ye Feng explained, his tone weary. "All right," Chung Libin conceded, reluctantly steering the ship hard right. With nothing else to attend to, Ye Feng decided to return to his quarters for rest, having gone a day and night without sleep. Meanwhile, Tuba and the others could not afford to rest. They seized the opportunity as the warship drifted downstream to cast their nets once more. Although the catch was meager, it was better than nothing. It was unclear how long he slept, but Ye Feng jolted awake from a shiver, hastily pulling the blanket over him. Upon reaching the lower waters, the temperature plummeted below freezing once more, and the warship arrived at the vicinity of Hot Spring Island. Originally, the plan was to hunt upstream for 3 days, but Ye Feng and his companions returned in less than 2 days, all due to the fuel crisis. Had it been the former black fuel, they could have comfortably lingered in the upstream for a month. However, regrettably, it was too late now. Black fuel was a non-renewable resource, leaving them to make do with charcoal. Upon reaching the deck, Ye Feng surveyed the entirety of Hot Spring Island. The next moment, his nose wrinkled in displeasure. According to his calculations, the indigenous laborers had nearly felled all the trees on the island by the first day, yet 2 days had passed, and they were still busy chopping wood, clearly slacking off in his absence. "Arlie's son, come out here," Ye Feng bellowed from the deck. Arlie's son emerged from the crowd, meeting Ye Feng's gaze without fear. "What is the matter? I thought you would be compacting the earth by now. Instead, 2 days have passed, and you're still chopping wood. Do you truly take me for a fool?" Ye Feng questioned loudly. "Not at all. When you left, we suddenly caught a chill, so I took the liberty of allowing them a 2-day rest. Oddly enough, now that you are back, we have all recovered," Arlie's son retorted, rubbing Ye Feng's intelligence into the ground. "How fortuitous. The moment I depart, you all fall ill, and upon my return, you are miraculously well?" Ye Feng replied with a cold smile. "Brother Feng, why waste time with them? Just execute a few exemplary cases. Otherwise, they won't work diligently." Tuber suggested from the side. "That would be too wasteful of manpower. Besides, I suspect the Gahad tribe is dwindling in number. Such actions would lead to their extinction." Ye Feng shook his head and turned once more to Arlie's Sunday. "Fine. I shall assume you were ill for the past 2 days. From now on, you are to work diligently. As for the days you were unwell, that translates to no work done, and your food rations will be halved." He contemplated eliminating their rations entirely, but feared it would incite a strike, detrimental to both sides. "What? Only half the food? How are our kin on the shore supposed to survive?" Arlie's son erupted in fury. "Indeed, only half the food. We have so many kin on the shore. What will become of them? Ye Feng, do not go too far. Everyone gets sick. If you continue like this, we won't be able to work at all." The indigenous people raised their fists in protest. Their protests fell on deaf ears. "Regardless, I will deduct your food for 2 days, having the rations each day, totaling 10 pounds. Ye Feng crossed his arms, coldly observing the group of indigenous people. In the end, the indigenous laborers, unable to contend with the authority, reluctantly returned to their tasks. After all, the initiative rested with Ye Feng. As tensions escalated, Ye Feng decided to assign his own people to construct Hot Spring Island, merely prolonging the process. However, the indigenous people faced dire consequences, as they would all starve in the absence of adequate provisions. At that moment, Chushua approached, holding a crystal pill. Brother Feng, this item has a fragrant aroma, but it is rather hard. I am uncertain if it is edible. Upon finishing her words, she extended the crystal pill to Ye Feng. But is it poisonous? Ye Feng retorted, suggesting that as long as it was not poisonous, he might as well give it a try. He pondered whether the substance extracted from the crocodile's tail was indeed harmless, though uncertainty lingered, especially in the absence of laboratory mice for experimentation. Chushua shrugged her shoulders, expressing that without medical instruments, her expertise as a doctor was confined to theoretical deductions, devoid of practical application. Without laboratory mice? Ye Feng remarked, casting a sweeping glance over the crew on the deck. A palpable tension settled among them as they regarded him warily. Chinan, come here for a moment. What for? Chinan instinctively took a few steps back. This is a crystal elixir, extraordinarily nourishing. Once consumed, you might transform into Ultraman. Come and give it a try, Ye Feng stated with a serious demeanor. Is it truly that miraculous? Perhaps we should let Wang Zhihai test it first. Who knows, he might sprout hair on his head afterwards, Chinan jested, pointing at Wang Zhihai's balding crown. To hell with you. Why don't you try it yourself? Wang Zhihai retorted angrily. After much deliberation, Ye Feng resolved to find a native to serve as a test subject. Listen, the inhabitants of this island, I require a volunteer to sample this elixir. In return, you shall have 3 days of respite aboard the warship, along with continuous provisions during that time. As soon as he finished speaking, the natives gathered beneath the deck, adopting a posture reminiscent of a dog gazing at the moon. The laborious tasks on the island had exhausted them to the point where they were willing to take risks to escape their toil. After careful selection, Ye Feng finally chose a native who appeared to be of similar age, approximately 24 or 25 years old. I shall cut you a small piece for you to taste. By the way, how old are you? Ye Feng inquired, observing the native who seemed a few years his senior. I am 15, the native replied. What? Ye Feng sighed, lamenting that these gauge people appeared far more mature than their years. A 15-year-old looked like a 25-year-old. Young man, we are unsure of the potency of this elixir, so we must bind you first. You have no objections, I hope? No objections. You promised me 3 days of rest after I consume it. With your intellect, do you think I could trick you? Fair point. After securing the native, Ye Feng scraped a small portion of the elixir with a dagger, dissolved it in hot water, and administered it to the native. Initially, there were no noticeable effects, but after 5 minutes, the native became evidently agitated, his body writhing uncontrollably. The iron chains binding him rattled ominously as he struggled. Worm-like sensations coursed through his body, and in the next moment, his eyes blazed crimson as he wrenched himself free. The iron chains, thick as his fingers, snapped under his exertion. Remarkably, he retained a semblance of reason, refraining from attacking those aboard the ship. Otherwise, the consequence would have been a swift demise at Ye Feng's hands. After a brief interval, the native's body returned to a semblance of normalcy, yet he gazed at himself in disbelief. How do you feel now? Ye Feng inquired, remaining vigilant. I feel significantly stronger. My strength surpasses what it once was. The native exclaimed, greedily eyeing the remaining elixir. Human nature is such that once a taste of sweetness is experienced, the desire for a second serving becomes irresistible. Thank you for your contributions to medicine. For the next 3 days, you will reside in a cell at night, but during the day, you may roam freely aboard the warship. You are now a free man. Please step aside, as I need to discuss certain matters with my core members, Ye Feng stated. Very well, ha ha ha. The indigenous people erupted in laughter and promptly moved to another area. A group of leaders gathered around, their gazes fixated on the crystal pill in Ye Feng's hand. Brother Feng, this pill might have side effects, but it doesn't matter. If I don't venture into hell, who will? I, Chinan, am willing to risk my life to try this crystal pill. Enough. Brother Feng, you know my plight of being bald. It has been a lifelong anguish. Perhaps after taking the pill, I might regrow a luscious mane. Please allow me to try the medicine. Brother Feng, as the captain, I toil daily. If I take the crystal pill, I might serve for several more decades. Brother Feng, I satisfy your appetites daily. Surely I deserve to benefit from this. They all gazed longingly at Ye Feng. His expression darkened. The crystal pill was but a small morsel. If everyone were to partake, what would remain for him? Yet, as the leader, he could not hoard it for himself. After all, everyone was watching intently. Should he choose to keep it all, the consequences would be dire. Let us wait a few more days to observe the indigenous person's reaction. Once we are certain there are no side effects, we shall distribute it, Chushua suggested. Chushua is right. Rest assured, this crystal pill will be shared with you. We must first see how the indigenous person reacts. It would benefit no one if he were to suddenly transform into a beast or an aberration. Ye Feng acquiesced. Very well, Brother Feng. You must ensure I receive my share. The crowd dispersed immediately. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Chuxue. Chapter 266. I am hungry. Now the two approached the indigenous person who was to test the medicine. What do you want? You promised I could play for 3 days. You're not going to kick me off the warship now, are you? The indigenous man was on high alert. Not at all. Even if I said 3 days, I would allow you 7. However, I require your cooperation for a matter. Please proceed to the 5th level, Ye Feng said, smiling as he patted the man's shoulder. Chun-un and the others huddled together, excitedly discussing the crystal pill. I am certain that after consuming this pill, I will be as strong as Brother Feng. At that point, I shall be the mightiest man aboard the warship, and the female savages will surely line up at my bed, Chun-un exclaimed with enthusiasm. With your skinny frame, it would be a waste to give you the pill. If it were given to me, I could grow a full head of hair. Imagine, with my handsome visage, if I were to have a thick mane, the beauties would come flocking to me without any effort, Wang Zhihai mused, stroking his bald head. Enough of your chatter. I, Shi Zhongliang, am exceptionally handsome and dignified, with a thick head of hair. My only regret is my height. Perhaps after taking the crystal pill, I might reach 1.60 meters. While that may not be tall, at least I would possess the stature of a man. Just as the group indulged in their dreams of the future, suddenly, a figure burst forth from the cabin. His skin was pitch black, his eyes a ghastly crimson, and large tufts of hair had fallen away, emitting a low, guttural growl from his lips. This is bad. The creature has mutated, and that crystal pill is to blame. Ye Feng shouted anxiously from behind. Indeed, it is terrifying. The crystal pill is toxic, and this indigenous person has transformed. Bai Chuxue also cried out from the rear. Chun-un and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they knocked their arrows. Do not shoot, Ye Feng interposed, positioning himself in front of the mutated individual. Brother Feng, he has mutated. Why not kill him? Chun-un questioned, bewildered. Well, you see, he is still a living being, isn't he? Moreover, he belongs to the Gaith tribe, not our people. If he is to be executed, it should be by the Gaith themselves, Ye Feng stammered, grasping for an excuse. Indeed. And this is merely the initial stage of mutation. We wish to observe the later stages, which could significantly contribute to medical research, Bai Chuxue added, stepping in front of the indigenous man as well. Chun-un lowered his bow, perplexed. Brother Feng might be acceptable, protected by his blood scales. But when did Sister Chuxue become so brave? How could she expose her back to the mutated creature, unafraid of a surprise attack? Ultimately, Ye Feng exerted tremendous effort to escort the mutated indigenous man back to the cabin, then wearily ascended to the deck. Chun-un, old Chung, Zhihai, after much contemplation. I believe you should consume this crystal pill, Ye Feng declared, offering it to them. The others gasped, quickly retreating 3 meters away, unwilling to approach the object after witnessing the indigenous man's horrifying state. They feared even a whiff might lead to mutation. Chun-un complied, opening his mouth. Ye Feng leaned in closer. Brother Feng, let Zhihai have it. Perhaps after mutation, his hair will grow back. What the hell? Why don't you eat it? Give it to Chung Li Bean. I refuse to consume it. After a round of reluctant exchanges, Ye Feng and Bai Chuxue returned to the laboratory, a converted dormitory on the warship. With a decisive slam, the door shut. Ye Feng hesitated briefly before slicing the crystal pill in half with his dagger. Chuxue, let us split it evenly. However, for safety, I will test the potency first. If it proves too strong, you should take your half in 10 doses. Once divided, Ye Feng tossed his half into his mouth. Shortly after, a surge of warmth enveloped him, and the blood scales on his body began to shimmer erratically. Most astonishingly, the golden light emanating from these scales intensified. This indicated that their defensive capabilities had significantly improved. At that moment, the laboratory door was kicked open, and Chung Li Bean stood outside, wearing an unhappy expression as he gazed at Ye Feng. Ah, old Chung, what brings you here? Ye Feng's face flushed, hastily covering the crystal pill on the table. Brother Feng, you are quite inconsiderate. The act you put on with the indigenous man may have fooled Chun-un, but it certainly cannot deceive me. With that, Chung Li Bean firmly shut the laboratory door behind him. Ye Feng and Bai Chuxue exchanged a glance, and with a heavy heart, he divided the remaining fragment of the crystal elixir once more, presenting it to Cheng Libin. An hour later, the trio stealthily exited the laboratory. Brother Feng, do I appear normal? Cheng Libin inquired. Not quite. Your complexion suggests an abundance of vitality, as if you've just consumed a nourishing tonic, Ye Feng replied. After a brief discussion, they dispersed to avoid detection by Chun Un and his group. Ye Feng proceeded to the kitchen, where Shi Zhenliang was preparing a meal for the crew. The dishes for his comrades were crafted with care, bursting with color, aroma, and flavor. In stark contrast, the meals for the indigenous people were hastily prepared, water-boiled, salt sprinkled, and simply poured into a bucket. Brother Feng, you look well. What brings you to the kitchen for an inspection? Shi Zhenliang remarked, pouring fruit wine into the pot. The delightful aroma of the wine mingled with the savory scent of the meat, causing Ye Feng to salivate. What inspection? By the way, I'm taking this braised carp and this bamboo tube of tender meat, as they're already prepared, and I'm quite hungry, Ye Feng chuckled. No problem. You're the boss. Take what you like, Shi Zhenliang replied with pride. It was quite a skill to entice the boss with delectable dishes. However, Ye Feng discreetly carried the 2 plates to the indigenous people's cell. Brother, these dishes have been prepared by our chef as a token of gratitude for your assistance earlier. But after enjoying this meal, you must keep your lips sealed. Otherwise, there will be no more food in the future. With that, Ye Feng placed the dishes down and quietly exited the cell. After completing his mischief, Ye Feng returned to the deck, where Chun En and others were discussing the crystal elixir with visible trepidation. Fortunately, I didn't sample it. Otherwise, I would have been doomed, one remarked. Indeed, consuming it might have turned us into monsters, another added. Cheng Libin chimed in. Right? You two are quite clever. I've benefited from your insight. Old Cheng, you look well. Did you indulge in some youthful pleasures last night? Ye Feng teased, stifling a laugh before approaching them. Chen En Jihai, earlier Chushua needed someone to test the medicine. I thought it unwise to send our own brothers, so I volunteered. After all, who better than me to brave the peril? Ye Feng stated earnestly. The group quickly stepped back, eyeing Ye Feng warily, fearing any transformation. Brother Feng, are you not afraid of becoming a monster? Chen En asked. Concern etched on his face. What can be done? If it is a blessing, I shall embrace it. If it is a curse, I cannot evade it. I hope my body can withstand the toxicity. Do not worry. Even if I transform into a monster, I shall accept my fate. With that, Ye Feng clasped his hands behind his back and resolutely returned to the cabin. After all, the indigenous people would remain aboard the warship for several days. He could deceive them temporarily, but not indefinitely. It was prudent to inform them that the elixir was depleted to prevent further speculation when they observed no adverse effects in the indigenous individuals after a few days. Brother Feng is truly remarkable. Indeed, with such a leader, how can our team not thrive? Cheng Libin, however, merely scoffed dismissively. In the northern expanse of the great marsh, 2 figures emerged from the mountains, clad in thin linen garments, wielding finely forged iron spears, and adorned with curved blades at their waists. Baron, I never imagined that Duoyan Hina would find herself in such a predicament, carrying another's child. Enough of this trivial chatter, Mahiduo, you beast fighter. It seems you were selected from the Gay tribe. It appears you harbor a grudge against Duoyan Hina? Indeed, I do hold animosity. Ever since this woman became pregnant with another's offspring, I have cast aside all restraint. Then let us proceed. The Grand Beast Master has not sent us for vengeance, but rather to appoint a new high priest. Having spoken, the 2 figures transformed into fleeting shadows, racing toward the great marsh. In but a brief moment, they stood at the edge of the marsh. Ordinarily, this swamp is a place where monstrous creatures dwell, impervious to human passage. Yet, the 2 before us are bona fide beast fighters. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously plunged into the marsh, their steps swift and purposeful as they headed southward. Their speed was such that the marsh had yet to react, allowing them to advance several meters forward. Meanwhile, Ye Feng sat alone in his chamber, attuned to the crystal core within him. This object was remarkably resilient. He had only absorbed a mere 1/10 of its energy thus far. Even so, it had significantly bolstered his defenses, his blood scales shimmering with an increasingly radiant golden light. Moreover, digesting this crystal core would require considerable time. It could not be fully assimilated in a single day. After 5 hours, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. Approximately 7/7 of the crystal core had been consumed, a surge of vibrant energy coursing through him. Thus, he exited his cell and descended to the lower deck. Within this space lay 4 massive steam engines. though only 2 were in operation. Approaching one of the steam engines, he exerted his arms, causing the colossal machine, weighing thousands of pounds, to tremble slightly. Boom! Ye Feng released the steam engine, reveling in the newfound power within him. My arm strength must now reach 8,000 pounds, coupled with the protection of my blood scales. I doubt even 5 ruck could stand against me. A satisfied smile graced Ye Feng's face as he narcissistically caressed his own skin, which had grown increasingly smooth, as if a divine glow radiated from within. Vitality, energy, spirit. Nurturing vitality fosters energy, while abundant energy nourishes the spirit. Ye Feng radiated vigor, and with each of his movements, he exuded an immense aura, enough to compel even a tiger to retreat in deference. Amidst the dense thicket along the shore, Duo Yanhina was inspecting the massive crossbow of the Marskong. Its base was constructed from 5 enormous trees, each capable of being embraced by 3 men, rendering it immobile and suitable solely for fixed shooting. The bowstring was crafted from the vine of a century-old tree, intertwined with 5 strands of bull sinew, making it impossible for even a ruck utilizing all their strength to draw it back. 5 bows were combined to create the formidable quintuple bow crossbow. Once the string was drawn, the combined force of the 5 bows would unleash tremendous recoil. At Marskong's command, a native approached, bearing a crossbow bolt measuring 4 meters in length. The crossbow bolt is crafted from a single piece of mottled bamboo, with as many as 40 feathers adorning its rear. The arrowhead features a barbed design. Once it strikes its target, it ensnares it, allowing others to rotate the ship and gradually retrieve the object. High Priestess, you may fire a shot, but refrain from aiming at the river, lest Ye Feng discovers us. Ma Sikong gazed at Duo Yanhina with an expression of infatuation. After spending several days together, he realized he had fallen deeply in love with this high priestess. Her every gesture and utterance seemed to emanate an inexhaustible charm. Furthermore, as they shared a common adversary in Ye Feng, Ma Sikong believed that he and Duo Yanhina were destined to be together. He suggested they aim for a tree in the woods instead. Duo Yanhina nodded in agreement. Ma Sikong, filled with excitement, leaped into the center of the massive crossbow. With a forceful pull of his arms, the bow's mechanism emitted a tremendous creaking sound as it turned toward the interior. Begin. At the command, 8 indigenous men commenced the arduous task of turning the immense wheel. This wheel, connected to the thick bowstring, required the strength of all 8 to operate. Time seemed to stretch as the bowstring was drawn to its limit, emitting a high-pitched squeal. Should it snap, the sheer force could cleave a bull in 2. Ma Sikong hastily wedged an iron rod against the bowstring, which began to warp under the immense tension. This caused a tightening in his chest, prompting him to quickly place the bolt into the crossbow's groove. High Priestess, our target is that great tree ahead, he declared, pointing to a towering giant over 60 meters tall, which would require the embrace of 7 adults to encircle. Duo Yanhina nodded, retreating 7 or 8 paces while fixing her gaze intently on the distant tree. After taking aim, Ma Sikong suddenly pressed down on the pedal beneath him. With a hum, the iron rod was flung aside as the powerful bowstring propelled the bolt, producing a thunderous boom. It was as if the air itself had been torn asunder. In the next moment, the bolt struck the great tree, unleashing a sound akin to a sonic boom. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, everyone cautiously approached. They beheld a large hole blasted into the tree's center, with flames flickering within. This was due to the arrowhead generating high temperatures through friction with the air. The sheer size of the crossbow, with a base spanning over 100 square meters and supported by several massive trees, was essential for such formidable power. Excellent work, Mr. Ma. Manufacture several more bolts. We must launch 3 consecutive shots at the warship, ensuring each one finds its mark, Duo Yanhina instructed. She could no longer afford failure. Should they falter now, executing a surprise attack on the warship would become increasingly difficult, especially considering her condition. In just a month, even a fur coat would no longer conceal her burgeoning belly. Very well, High Priestess, but the mobility of this crossbow is rather limited. I intend to make further improvements. Ma Sikong replied with excitement. This was the first time the High Priestess had praised him, filling him with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Although he had received compliments from many in the past, for the proud Ma Sikong, such accolades had previously held little value. The High Priest's praise was markedly different, instilling within him a formidable motivation. It was conceivable that, upon vanquishing Ye Feng, The high priest might even offer himself as a token of gratitude. Chapter 268. Veiled intentions. There is no need for refinement. What I seek is progress. Do you understand? Duoyen Hina's voice turned icy in an instant. Ma Sikuin was taken aback. Just moments ago, everything was fine, and now her demeanor had shifted unexpectedly. The woman I, Ma Sikuin, have set my sights on is indeed extraordinary. On board the warship, Ye Feng leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance. Ever since striking a deal with the Ga tribe, these rascals had been shrouded in secrecy within the dense forest, and it remained unclear what schemes they were concocting. However, he was wary of the high priest being present on the shore, which deterred him from conducting reconnaissance personally. Brother Feng, should I handle the negotiations today, or will you? Shunan inquired. Of course, it should be you. You have already negotiated with them twice and are quite familiar with the process. Inform them that we require an additional 100 workers specifically for charcoal production. No, scratch that. Tell them we desire high-quality charcoal. We are prepared to exchange 1 pound of food for 5 pounds of charcoal, provided the charcoal meets our standards, Ye Feng instructed Shunan. If we recruit workers, they might easily slack off. It would be more straightforward to simply barter food for charcoal directly with the Ga tribe, he continued. But can the natives even produce charcoal? Unless I remain at their camp 24 hours a day, their yield will scarcely reach 1/10 of what we need, Shunan shrugged in response. Go clarify our requirements with them and assess their production capability. If necessary, I will dispatch a technical supervisor to the shore to provide guidance on charcoal production. Ye Feng sighed. Very well, Brother Feng, I shall take my leave. Shunan descended the rope ladder into the dugout canoe, accompanied by 2 subordinates as they began to paddle. Brethren, it seems Brother Feng assigns you all the perilous tasks. I feel as though he regards you as a mere pawn, remarked a member of the civilized society, expressing his discontent with the assignment. Shunan turned around and coldly regarded him. Wu Tao, would you care to repeat what you just said? Was my statement incorrect? Brother Feng clearly treats you as a tool, Wu Tao retorted. With a sharp slap, Shunan struck Wu Tao across the face. Do not be misled by the playful banter between me and Brother Feng. Our bond is not something you can undermine. Now, get off the boat and swim. You are not permitted to remain on board. Shunan pointed towards the water. Ultimately, Wu Tao was forced into the river, left to cling to the canoe in the frigid waters. Upon reaching the shore, Shunan placed his hands on his hips, surveying the indigenous people with a steely gaze. The natives glared back at him, both sides harboring mutual disdain and an eagerness to clash. However, necessity dictated that Ye Feng required laborers, and the natives needed sustenance. Have your high priest come forth to meet me, and do so expeditiously, Shunan declared with an air of arrogance. He arrived bearing substantial orders, confident that the high priest would treat him with deference. And who do you think you are to summon the high priest? Lu Ku emerged from the woods, his crimson eyes fixed intently upon Shunan. What are you staring at? The captain of our team has arrived with a substantial order. Now, instruct your kin to fell trees and produce charcoal. 5 pounds of charcoal can be exchanged for 1 pound of food. Do not claim that I am neglecting your needs. This time, you stand to gain significantly. After Shunan finished speaking, he nonchalantly seated himself upon a stone. 5 pounds of charcoal for 1 pound of food. Luke was taken aback. This was an extraordinary bargain. Food was scarce along the Black Tree River, yet trees were plentiful. Very well, I understand. You may leave now, Luke said, not wishing to witness the smug expression on Shunan's face. I shall depart, but can your tribe truly produce charcoal? Gather those among your clan with an intelligence surpassing 50. I wish to personally instruct them in charcoal production to ensure we do not end up with worthless byproducts, as those cannot be exchanged for food. Shunan rose to his feet. What? For me, Luke. To engage in such a lengthy conversation with you is already a tremendous concession, and you dare to? Luke exclaimed in fury. If you lay a finger on me, this order will be nullified, and you may await starvation, Shunan taunted, leaning closer, confident that Luke would not strike him. Fine, I concede to your intimidation. Now, enlighten me on the process of charcoal production. Now that is more agreeable. First, select high-quality timber, avoiding any that has been infested by pests. Then, cut the wood into suitably sized pieces. Here, construct a pit using yellow clay, ensuring it is well sealed, for this is essential for successful charcoal carbonization. Shunan began to guide Luke through the process, step by step. Ye Feng had been observing the riverbank through binoculars, and upon seeing that no conflict arose between Chun-Un and Luke, he finally felt at ease. Sure, send someone to classify the meat, separating the inferior cuts. Once the He tribe has produced the charcoal, we shall trade these lower-quality meats with them, Ye Feng instructed. Rest assured, Brother Feng. I shall even add some seasoning to the meat, Shi Zhengliang chuckled mischievously. Do not. That would be too despicable. Simply give them the inferior cuts. We shall reserve the good meat for ourselves. I must check on the progress of Chu Shui's medicinal research in the laboratory. With that, Ye Feng made his way to the lab. Upon entering, his eyes widened in astonishment. There stood Bai Chu Shui, unexpectedly having removed her outer garment and applying a powder to a particular part of her body. When she noticed Ye Feng's entrance, she was momentarily startled, hastily covering herself. Yet, after a mere 2 seconds, a glint of allure sparkled in her eyes, and she lifted her garment once more, revealing herself to Ye Feng unabashedly. Since their last encounter, Ye Feng had refrained from any further intimacy with her. Bai Chu Shui had been seeking an opportunity, but Ye Feng was surrounded by numerous women, particularly Susan, his primary partner, which made it difficult for her to approach him. Ah Feng, please lock the door, Bai Chu Shui said, sashaying towards him, her animal hide slipping gracefully to the floor. Ye Feng swallowed hard, unable to resist the urge to secure the door. Their bodies collided with fervor, followed by an entangled embrace. After what felt like an eternity, they finally managed to part. Chu Shui, I sense that your strength has increased significantly, and your skin appears even more taut than before. Ye Feng gently caressed Bai Chu Shui's smooth visage. Indeed, ever since I consumed that crystal elixir, I have felt an extraordinary transformation within my body, accompanied by an intense warmth. Would you care to feel for yourself? Upon finishing her words, Bai Chu Shui grasped Ye Feng's hand and let it beneath her garments. Indeed, it was both warm and silky. Ye Feng's hand began to move on its own accord. A foam, the elixir must contain some stimulating ingredients. You cannot imagine how restless I was last night, unable to sleep, as your image filled my mind. Bai Chu Shui gazed at Ye Feng with her glistening eyes. Chapter 269. Increasing the power, I too felt it. Last night was indeed quite unbearable. Ye Feng nodded. The previous night, he had kept Susan occupied until the wee hours, and ultimately, she could no longer endure and escaped to the girls' dormitory to sleep. There's no one here. They are all on the deck. What do you say? Bai Chu Shui suggested, her eyes brimming with anticipation. However, there is no bed in the laboratory, Ye Feng replied, glancing at the tables and a solitary iron chair, which was adorned with a black animal hide. I can kneel on the chair, Bai Chu Shui declared, immediately taking her position on the chair. The ensuing sensations were ineffable. Ye Feng experienced an unprecedented feeling, evidently due to Bai Chu Shui having consumed the elixir, as they both reached a near-perfect state of ecstasy. Just as they had finished their intimate encounter, the laboratory door was suddenly kicked open. Susan stormed in, followed by Su Yun, Rimi Ko, and a throng of others. What on earth? The two hurriedly scrambled to don their garments. Ye Feng, as leaders of the team, how could you engage in such disgraceful acts in the laboratory? Speak up, what shall be done next? Susan inquired loudly. She had sensed Ye Feng's pent-up energy the previous night, and it was evident that he had been caught red-handed by daybreak. Allow me to explain. I was merely conducting research on some pharmaceuticals with Chu Shui, and we have achieved a breakthrough. This is a contribution to medicine. Still trying to argue? Come here. Susan seized Ye Feng by the ear and led him to the conference room in the dining hall. Seated nearby were Wang Zhihai, Zhang Ziqing, Tuba, and others, who exchanged whispers and stifled laughter. Bai Chu Shui's cheeks flushed crimson as she fashioned a mask from the animal hide to conceal her embarrassment. Meanwhile, Ye Feng sat innocently at the front, a picture of naivety. Thus commenced the public trial. Ye Feng and Bai Chu Shui, one the ship's doctor and the other the captain, have dared to engage in misconduct in broad daylight in a public space. Henceforth, we shall vote to elect a new leader for the team, Susan declared, hands on her hips, casting a jealous glance at Bai Chu Shui. While she could tolerate Ye Feng's indiscretions, she felt compelled to exert some pressure. Otherwise, her position as the primary wife would be jeopardized. Moreover, having interacted with Bai Chu Shui, she knew this woman was formidable and could potentially usurp her status. Sister Susan, I believe it is quite normal for men to possess such desires. Hence, I shall cast my vote for Feng. Wang Zhihai is quite astute. He understands that today marks a disagreement between the young couple. If he were to take advantage of this situation, one cannot foresee how Ye Feng might retaliate against him. The others quickly grasped the situation and unanimously voted for Ye Feng. However, a few women refrained from supporting him, as they harbored jealousy towards Bai Chuxue. Ultimately, the results of the voting revealed that Ye Feng secured 31 votes, thereby retaining his position as the leader. Shaner, you see, justice resides within the hearts of the people. My votes still command an overwhelming majority. Shall we cease our quarrel? Ye Feng was absent-mindedly picking his teeth with a bamboo skewer. Just then, the entire warship shuddered, causing Wang Zhihai to tumble from his chair. What has happened? This does not bode well. It appears that a beast is colliding with the vessel. Quickly, let us go outside to investigate. Ye Feng, startled, was the first to rush out of the dining hall and onto the deck. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. A thick rope, as wide as a wrist, extended from the shore to the side of the warship, swaying slightly. Damn those Ga people. They truly seem impervious to consequences. Ye Feng seethed with rage as he seized a bow and arrow. At this moment, the shore was teeming with Gaha individuals, brandishing spears and bows, surging into the river like a tidal wave. Loose the arrows. Wait. Ye Feng retracted his bow, focusing on the forefront of the natives. He noticed 3 individuals bound at their wrists, being used as shields and driven forward by the savages. This is bad. It's Chun-En and the others. What shall we do? Susan hesitated, her finger hovering over the trigger. I will dive into the water and rescue Chun-En and the others, Ye Feng declared, shedding his animal hide. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the woods along the shore. Everyone felt a sudden darkness envelop them as the warship trembled violently. They soon realized that a massive crossbow had been fired, its tail affixed with a thick, century-old vine. Simultaneously, the rope emitted a creaking sound, exerting a powerful pull that gradually drew the warship toward the shore. Damn it! Lao Chung, hurry, set sail. Do not let them drag the vessel to the bank. Ye Feng shouted furiously, launching himself into the water like a cannonball. Behind the natives, a swarm of vengeful children emerged, each clutching a blowing tube. Their bodies submerged beneath the river, propelling themselves toward the warship with astonishing speed. Ye Feng grasped a vine, straining his arms. Yet, in the next moment, he discovered the vine to be remarkably resilient, encased in layers of tough sinew. Even a knife would struggle to sever it swiftly. Bang! Susan fired her weapon, striking the rope, which frayed slightly. The immense force continued to draw the warship toward the shore at a rate of 2 meters per second. Feng, do not concern yourself with us. Save yourself. Those wretches bound me without provocation. Although Chun-En's hands were tied, his mouth remained unrestrained. I shall come to your aid immediately. With a powerful thrust of his arms, Ye Feng surged towards Chun-En's position with the swiftness of a shark. Quick! He is Ye Feng. Release the arrows, commanded Luke from the shore, as the sky darkened ominously. Thousands of arrows descended like a torrential downpour. Clang, clang, clang. Ye Feng's skin tightened, and the blood scales enveloped his entire body, shimmering with a faint golden light. Ordinary arrows could no longer inflict even the slightest harm upon him. However, the 2 ropes continued to strain, pulling the warship closer to the shore. If they drew nearer, the natives' rain of arrows would surely blanket the deck. The others lacked the protection of blood scales and were utterly defenseless against the barrage. Boom! Susan fired again, but her shot struck the rope binding Chun-En. At last, he freed one hand from its restraints and dove headfirst into the water. Ango, what about us? The other 2 exclaimed in shock. Kill! The natives behind them brandished their spears, and before the 2 could react, they were pierced through with chilling precision. Rumbling, the warship's stern belched forth thick smoke. Chun-Li Bean, drenched in sweat, executed a sharp turn, aligning the ship's rear towards the shore and accelerating towards the center of the river. Chapter 270. Ye Feng. Do not dally in battle creek. Creak. The 2 massive ropes snapped taut, emitting a groan before the impending rupture. Boom. Another colossal crossbow emerged from the dense foliage, piercing the corroded hull and hanging precariously from it. Now, 3 ropes were straining to pull the warship. Below deck, 2 stokers were recklessly shoveling charcoal into the furnace. The 3 ropes tightened once more as a fierce contest unfolded between the steam engine and the imposing crossbow. Chun-En burst from the water, seizing Ye Feng's arm. Brother Feng, they've constructed a massive siege crossbow in the thicket. We must flee. No sooner had Chun-En spoken than a poisoned dart struck his shoulder. With the vengeful children now merely 10 meters away. You go ahead, I'll hold them off. With that, Ye Feng snatched a spear from the water and charged into the thick of the vengeful horde. With a sweep of his spear, 5 or 6 of the vengeful children were sent flying, their green blood splattering everywhere. Ye Feng moved like a tiger among sheep, quickly carving a path through the throng. Yet the vengeful children scattered upon contact, their sights set on the warship behind. "Hand me the bow." Luke extended his hand, and two natives approached, carrying a gigantic bow. With one hand, Luke drew the bowstring, knocking a massive arrow. Whoosh! The arrow was released, striking Ye Feng squarely in the chest and knocking him back several steps. A torrent of golden blood scales erupted from his chest, easily deflecting the arrow. "What is happening?" Luke gasped, quickly knocking another arrow. This massive bow had only just been crafted to counter Ye Feng, yet he had not anticipated the evolution of Ye Feng's blood scales. At that moment, the forest trembled again. A thick bolt shot forth from within. Whoosh! Before Ye Feng could react, the bolt grazed his shoulder, sending a spray of blood forth, only for the blood scales to emerge afterward. The speed at which the crossbow bolt was launched surpassed that of a bullet, leaving Ye Feng's blood scales unable to react in time for protection, resulting in a breach of his defenses. In the dense forest, Ma Sikong hoisted another crossbow bolt. Bellowing at the 8 indigenous people, "Draw back the bowstring." The 8 natives promptly began to turn the wheel. Sitting nearby, Duoyan Hina maintained her composure, while the silver-haired creature stood steadfast behind her like a guardian, its green eyes radiating a menacing aura. With a splash, Ye Feng leaped out of the water, wreaking havoc on the shore. His blood scales rendered him impervious to the weapons of the natives, who fell before him like chickens awaiting slaughter. After dispatching 7 or 8 foes, a spear struck him fiercely in the back, akin to a venomous snake striking its prey. Clang! The blood scales manifested. After thrusting his spear, Luke swiftly retreated, evading any chance for Ye Feng to seize him. Meanwhile, the remaining chieftains lurked among the natives, occasionally darting out to stab at Ye Feng. "Is stealth all you know?" Ye Feng seethed, charging forward several meters and crushing 10 natives in his path. Yet, the chieftain's movements were too elusive. Even with the blood scales activated, Ye Feng found his speed hindered, preventing him from capturing them swiftly. Not only the natives, but also some vengeful children darted out, inflicting minor wounds upon him. Should the blood scales manifest too frequently, Ye Feng would soon exhaust his stamina. Turning back, he observed the remaining natives and vengeful children scrambling toward the warship. Some natives reached the portholes of the hold, wielding short swords to dismantle the wooden and iron barriers. Simultaneously, 3 thick ropes pulled the warship closer to the shore, now less than 100 meters from land. If they drew any nearer, the propeller would become ensnared in the aquatic vegetation. Delay was not an option. Ye Feng feigned an attack and plunged into the river with a splash, intent on severing the ropes. At Luke's command, the 2 chieftains in front exchanged glances and leaped into the river as well. Should the ropes be severed, the warship would break free, heading toward the center of the great river, making any attempt to reclaim it a distant hope. On the deck, Tu Ba and his companions ceaselessly loosed arrows. Susan remained busy, occasionally firing arrows while lifting her rifle. Her bullets were primarily reserved for the troublesome chieftains, while she relied on her bow to eliminate ordinary natives and vengeful children. At that moment, a dark cloud drifted overhead, and a light rain began to fall upon the river's surface. Some slumbering creatures were roused by the scent of blood, surfacing intermittently to drag a few natives beneath the water. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, anguished screams, and the whistling of arrows. Streams of blood surged from the riverbed, staining the area a deep crimson. In this moment, the great river boiled with chaos. "Ye Feng, do not linger in battle. Return to the warship." Susan shouted at him from the riverbank as she shot arrows, her arm already pierced by an arrow, with a toxic dart lodged in her chest and shoulder. As the vengeful child arrived beneath the warship, he unleashed a relentless barrage of toxic needles upwards, an assault nearly impossible to evade, resulting in numerous casualties. "Hold your ground. I shall return shortly," Ye Feng declared, firmly stepping on a floating corpse before leaping into the air. In mid-flight, he executed a somersault, his dagger slicing downwards with ferocity. A sharp sound echoed as one of the ropes was severed halfway, yet the other half remained taut between the shore and the warship, generating continuous tension. Once more, after plunging into the water, Ye Feng harnessed the momentum to propel himself skyward again. Yet at that moment, an arrow flew from a distance, striking his dagger and sending it tumbling away. Luke, who had learned from experience, knowing he could not pierce Ye Feng's defenses, he opted instead to target Ye Feng's weapon. Deprived of his dagger, Ye Feng found himself without means to sever the rope. Simultaneously, two formidable leaders swam into his vicinity. Ye Feng, your worship is beyond salvation, one declared, thrusting a spear towards him. Curse you, Ye Feng retorted, grasping the spear tip and yanking it forcefully. However, the cunning leader, sensing the futility of the struggle, relinquished the spear and drew a short sword instead. The clash of metal rang out as Ye Feng's spear pierced through the leader's mouth. Emerging from the back of his head, the remaining leader's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively began to retreat. Die! Ye Feng, filled with both urgency and fury, hurled his spear. The weapon struck the leader in the chest, who struggled to flee towards the shore. At such a high caliber, even a chest wound would not prove fatal for some time. Witnessing this, the other leaders retreated several paces, distancing themselves from Ye Feng. The Garers certainly exhibited a fearless disposition, yet even the most dauntless would feel trepidation in the presence of a god of death impervious to blades and bullets. Ye Feng had no time for confrontation. He plunged into the depths, searching fervently. Moments later, he retrieved a short sword. You worthless fools, stop Ye Feng. He intends to sever the rope. Lu Ku shouted, loosing another arrow that struck Ye Feng's back without effect. Chapter 271, Bloodshed Kill. The natives surged forward in unison, charging at Ye Feng. He swiftly pulled back, and in the next instant, the short sword flew from his hand, cleaving through the rope with brutal precision. The thick rope now hung by mere strands. As the warship and shore engaged in a tug of war, these strands held for but 3 seconds before snapping violently. The immense recoil surged back towards the shore and the warship, catching several natives unawares, their bodies torn asunder under the tremendous force, blood splattering everywhere. Ack! Lu Ku screamed in agony, staring in shock at his right arm. The rope's recoil had severed his entire right arm along with his shoulder, revealing the writhing flesh beneath. Chief, this is dire. Several leaders rushed to support Lu Ku as he swayed, disoriented. With great effort, he pushed away a few leaders and pointed his remaining left hand towards Ye Feng. Kill him. Do not allow him to sever the remaining 2 ropes. Upon uttering these words, Luke's complexion turned ashen, and he collapsed onto the riverbank. The chieftain, gravely wounded, had caused the morale of the indigenous people to plummet. Some even began to flee. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Though only 2 ropes remained, the warship continued to be pulled toward the shore, with the propellers sending forth a cascade of water, indicating entanglement with some vegetation. Should a substantial mass of aquatic plants ensnare the propeller, the entire vessel would come to a standstill. Cut it! Ye Feng hurled his dagger once more. Thud! The second rope was slightly severed, as Ye Feng's aim was not precise. Damn it, an ordinary dagger won't suffice. I must employ a superior blade to sever the ropes. Ye Feng lowered his head, searching the water for a sharper weapon. Boom! At that moment, the riverbank trembled once again. Before Ye Feng could react, he was propelled into the air, soaring 20 meters before crashing into the water with a resounding splash. Ah Feng! Brother Feng! Brother Ye! Cries of alarm echoed from the warship. Ye Feng felt his abdomen go completely numb, the force of the impact having violently jostled his internal organs. As he opened his mouth, a torrent of blood gushed forth, and he instinctively reached for his midsection. A crossbow bolt, as thick as an arm, had pierced through his abdomen, staining the surrounding river with crimson. Ye Feng struggled to maintain his balance in the water, yet the severity of his injury, compounded by the weight of the bolt, dragged him toward the riverbed. I cannot perish yet. If I die, the warship will fall into the hands of the indigenous people. The men aboard will be slaughtered, and the fate of the women. He dared not contemplate further, summoning every ounce of willpower to grip the crossbow bolt firmly. Thud, thud, thud. The bolt was slowly extracted from his flesh, the skin peeling outward. A flurry of bubbles erupted from the water. Just as he was about to remove the entire bolt, a sudden constriction seized his back. The bolt, it seemed, had barbed tips. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not extract it completely. Is this how I meet my end? In the murky depths, Ye Feng felt his feet touch the riverbed. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had underestimated the high priestess. He was destined to die far from home. With that thought, he slowly closed his eyes. His wounds were dire. He had lost over a quarter of his blood, and his internal organs had been compromised. Yet, merely 3 seconds later, he abruptly opened his eyes beneath the water. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. Gritting his teeth, Ye Feng forcefully yanked the bolt toward his left side. He could almost hear the sound of his flesh tearing. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. But he could not relent, for the oxygen in his lungs was dwindling. Thus, he switched to grasping the bolt with both hands and pulled once more toward his left waist. Thud! A copious amount of blood surged forth, simultaneously tearing apart his left side. Miraculously, he extracted the bolt horizontally. Having accomplished this, Ye Feng could not afford to faint. He bore the agonizing pain and swam upward, clutching the bolt tightly. On the deck, Ding Tuan Tuan burst into tears. Chen, with bloodshot eyes, gazed at the blood bubbling from the riverbed. Those scoundrels, Sister Susan. Spare no bullets. Eliminate every last one of them. We must avenge Brother Feng. Chen roared. Tu Ba's eyes were also red with fury as he cast a vengeful glare towards the shore. In the next moment, he seized Ye Feng's massive bow, straining his legs backward. Come help me. Pull the bowstring. He's men have killed us, and we must shoot Lu Ku dead. Just as Tu Ba finished shouting, his strength waned. With a splash, Ye Feng emerged from the depths. He looked at the approaching warship, inhaled deeply, and hurled the crossbow bolt towards the second rope. It struck with a thud, the barbed tip snagging onto the cord. Yet, this alone was insufficient to sever it. Ye Feng turned his weary gaze towards the vessel. Oh, Brother Ye, wonderful news. Feng Gu is still alive. Sister Susan, Feng Gu is alive. Cheers erupted on the deck. Ye Feng forced a bitter smile. He felt vitality draining rapidly, but he could not succumb just yet. He had to cut the second rope, for the remaining one would not hold the massive ship. With this thought, he stepped onto a floating corpse and leapt into the air. Alas, the flesh on his left side had nearly rotted away, leaving no muscular support, causing him to fall back into the water after rising only 2 meters. Ye Feng is gravely injured. Finish him off. Lu Ku, despite his severe wounds, stubbornly continued to command from the shore. Chief, rest well. Leave this to me, said the remaining tribal leader, as he gripped his spear tightly and hurled it at Ye Feng. The spear pierced through Ye Feng's back, yet only a trickle of blood flowed out. His blood scales are gone. Archers, get ready, the tribal leader stammered. With a flurry of arrows, 5 or 6 shot towards Ye Feng. Now, relying solely on instinct, he shielded his chest, but numerous arrows and poisoned darts struck his skin. After losing too much blood, his protective scales could no longer defend him. Just then, 3 gunshots rang out. In a moment of peril, Susan unleashed a terrifying focus, her 3 shots striking the rope simultaneously. The rope snapped taut as the warship pulled, breaking apart with a resounding crack. The recoil swept back towards the shore and the ship. The charging tribal leader, caught off guard, was abruptly severed by the rope, his upper body flying back to the shore while his lower half remained in the river. Feng Gu, hurry, board the warship, Chen shouted. Just then, Tu Ba plunged into the river, swimming swiftly towards Ye Feng. Chapter 272, Hastening to the Kitchen. The last rope could no longer withstand the strain from the warship and the siege crossbow. With a loud snap, it broke, tragically shattering 2 more natives. Tu Ba swiftly grasped one of Ye Feng's arms, exerting all his strength to push him towards the warship. Susan had already lowered the rope ladder, watching intently as Ye Feng and Tu Ba drew closer. We have seized the rope ladder. Have Old Cheng steer the warship upstream, quickly, Tu Ba shouted from the water, one hand clutching Ye Feng and the other gripping the ladder. A thunderous roar erupted from the warship, akin to a colossal beast breaking free, surging towards the center of the river. However, at the stern, several vengeful spirits and the remains of indigenous people still hung. You worthless lot. Luke watched helplessly as the warship departed, his rage overwhelming him to the point of fainting. After a while, Duoyan Hina emerged from the dense forest, her complexion pale, followed closely by silver-haired vengeful spirits and several others. Great priest, the chief is gravely injured. I fear he may not survive much longer, a chief lamented, his voice tinged with sorrow. Duoyan Hina took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. It seems this is fate. Brother Feng, please drink some water. You've lost so much blood. Bai Chushue held a basin of cool water, attempting to feed it to Ye Feng. Ye Feng felt a burning sensation in his throat. He shifted his head and opened his mouth to receive the water. Yet, as soon as he swallowed, he expelled it once more. Brother Feng, why won't you drink after losing so much blood? Chen grasped Ye Feng's arm. At that moment, Ye Feng lay on a makeshift stretcher in the middle of the deck, surrounded by concerned onlookers. Chen, he has lost too much blood. Blood does not nourish the liver. Brother Feng no longer possesses sufficient blood to process this water, Bai Chuxue remarked, a single tear glistening in her eye. Everyone could see the severity of Ye Feng's injuries, which nearly severed him in half. They all understood the grim fate that awaited him. Yet no one dared to voice it aloud. Quickly, take off Feng to the cabin. Xiaoxue, I have never asked anyone for anything. You must save off Feng. I saved you. Susan grasped Bai Chuxue's hand tightly. Rest assured, I will surely save brother Feng. Bai Chuxue nodded, though her confidence wavered. Tuba and Chun and lifted the stretcher and began to carry Ye Feng toward the cabin. They used numerous animal skins in an attempt to staunch Ye Feng's wounds. But the blood quickly soaked through, turning the skins crimson. Ye Feng weakly glanced at the group before gradually closing his eyes. On board the warship, apart from Chung Li Bin and 2 boiler workers, everyone else was gathered around Ye Feng, using basin after basin of hot water to cleanse his wounds. Bai Chuxue, Susan, Ding Tuanshuan, and Ilian kept the vigil by Ye Feng's side for 24 hours. In the dead of night, Ye Feng coughed, struggling to open his eyes. Ah Feng, you're awake? Quickly, drink some hot water. Susan hurriedly brought the warm water to his lips, gently resting his head on her lap. Ye Feng nodded, managing to sip a small amount of hot water. However, as soon as the water entered his throat, his liver reacted, forcing his stomach to reject it. Once blood could no longer nourish the liver, it could not detoxify the hot water, rendering Ye Feng unable to retain anything in his stomach. Ah Feng. Susan pressed her forehead against Li Feng's, her heart aching with despair. Brother Leaf. Ding Tuanshuan buried her head in Li Feng's broad palm. Susan, Tuanshuan, please do not weep. I am aware that my time is short, and I must convey some matters. Li Feng suddenly felt a surge of spirit, managing to speak. Brother Feng, do not speak of such things. Rest well. Bai Chuxue grasped Li Feng's other hand. No, if I do not speak now, I shall never have the chance again. While I am away, steer the warship into the sea, cough, and sail eastward. There may be a glimmer of hope to escape this place and return to Earth. Furthermore, from now on, Susan shall be the leader of the team. She is more composed. What about Maisie? Where is she? Li Feng suddenly reached out into the air. I am here. I have always been. Maisie entered from outside, tears blurring her vision. Maisie, you shall be the second in command. You are as steady as Susan. Lead them to survive and leave this place. Even with a warship, you cannot contend with the High Priestess. She is far too cunning. And Tuanshuan, while I am gone, you must listen to Susan and the others. Do not be so mischievous. Li Feng coughed while imparting his final wishes. Ding Tuanshuan absorbed none of it, large tears falling into Li Feng's palm. The women wept openly. At the doorway, Tuba's eyes were red, lips tightly pressed. Chenin squatted at the entrance, gripping his hair with both hands. They all realized that the most pivotal figure in their group was about to depart this world. 10 minutes later, Li Feng had completed all his instructions. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and his complexion turned ashen. Brother Feng? Ah Feng. Brother Leaf. They shook Li Feng's body. Chuxue. Has Li Feng lost the ability to consume food? Ramaizi looked at Bai Chuxue. Indeed. If he could take in nourishment, perhaps he could be saved, but now, it is too late. Bai Chuxue wiped her tears. I understand. It must be that the blood fails to nourish the liver, and the liver cannot detoxify. Therefore, he can only take the purest sustenance. After Ramaizi spoke, she turned to Susan. Sister Susan, please take everyone out of the room and lock the door. I might have a way to save Li Feng. The women halted their sobbing simultaneously, casting a mixture of surprise and skepticism towards Ramaizi. Very well, Maisie. You are typically composed and not one to speak frivolously. We shall step outside. With that, Susan took Ding Tuanshuan's hand. In a short while, the door was securely shut. Ramaizi glanced at Li Feng, resolutely unfastened the beast's skin, and leaned closer. Milk, the purest food in the world. An infant's liver lacks the ability to detoxify. Thus it can only consume milk. Perhaps this method can save Li Feng's life. Not expelled, Ramaizi exclaimed in delight, then continued to squeeze with determination. Though Susan claimed Ramaizi was steady, in Li Feng's final moments, she could not bear to leave, so she remained at the door, listening intently. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Enrico realized that her granary was devoid of sustenance. With a gentle motion, she laid Ye Feng's head upon the pillow and tucked him in securely. As she opened the door, she encountered Susan and the others. You must have heard the news. From now on, sure, please prepare more crucian carp soup for me. As it is known to stimulate lactation, Rico instructed. Oh, certainly. I shall start making the soup at once. Shi Zhengliang replied, delighted, as he hurried to the kitchen. Chapter 273. The hunger becomes unbearable as long as it would save Brother Feng. He could brew soup tirelessly for 24 hours, replenishing Rico's strength. Throughout this period of unconsciousness, Ye Feng felt a crystal within him rapidly mending the wound in his waist, causing an unbearable itch he could not scratch. Moreover, he sensed various viscous substances entering his mouth, swiftly absorbed by his stomach. On Hot Spring Island, despair reigned as 100 indigenous people found themselves trapped. In the preceding 3 days, they had consumed all available food. A few daring souls attempted to swim back to shore, but were swiftly engulfed by the raging currents. The chief and the leaders recklessly engaged in battle with Ye Feng, disregarding our lives. Now we are all on the brink of starvation, lamented Aorai, who wandered the island. Gaunt and emaciated. Do not despair, chief. I still have some food here. Please, take this to stave off your hunger, one of the natives offered, handing over a piece of skin. There are no rats left on the island. Where did you find this? Aorai inquired. Ah, chief. I am of advanced age and suffer from poor digestion. This skin is what I expelled, not yet fully digested, the native explained. Begone. Aorai dismissed the native's hand and turned his gaze toward the distant shore, for kilometers away. It was not that Luke was unwilling to rescue them. Rather, he lay gravely injured and unconscious, sprawled on the ground, as Duoyen Hina performed a transformation upon him. A green worm emerged from her fingertip and swiftly entered Luke's mouth. The leaders nearby seethed with anger, but felt powerless. Do not look at me that way. Luke's injuries are beyond healing. At this point, we can only transform him into a vengeful king. Given his physical condition, there is a 30% chance he will succeed, Duoyen Hina stated, reciting another incantation. The high priest is correct. We must support her decision. Moskong was the first to align himself with Duoyen Hina. He had resolved that now, with no female priestess by her side, assisting her in her moment of vulnerability might cultivate a deeper bond between them. Trouble has arisen. Several vengeful children have lost control and are attacking our people. Another cried, Great priestess, even if we ration our meat, it will only suffice for today. Tomorrow, we will have no food left. What of the 100 members of our tribe stranded on Hot Spring Island? Without Luke, the burden of responsibility fell squarely upon Duoyen Hina's shoulders. Sensing her agitation, Moskong stepped forward. What is there to panic about? The high priest is nurturing a formidable vengeful king, and I shall assist you in organizing matters. For now, everyone is to return to the tribe, leaving the vengeful child in the woods, for it is unwise to bring it back to the tribe. As for sustenance, we must be frugal. The warrior's food supply must take precedence, while the others may subsist on a single meal every 3 days. If hunger becomes unbearable, they can gnaw on tree bark. The 100 individuals on Hot Spring Island, who have toiled for Ye Feng for so long, have met their due end. We need not concern ourselves with them, allowing them to fend for themselves. Ma Sikong's words provoked the ire of the chieftains. Do you truly consider yourself a chief, Ma? How dare you abandon our kin at will? One chieftain shot a malevolent glance at Ma Sikong. This man named Ma is of no use to us. Perhaps he could suffice for a meal. Indeed, let us butcher him. The natives raised their fists, their eyes glinting ominously at Ma Sikong. Alarmed, he discreetly retreated behind Duoyen Hina, who had just completed her incantation and slowly opened her eyes. Do you all revel in chaos? Though Ma Sikong's remarks were harsh, they represented the only viable course of action at present. We must abandon all vengeful children, retaining only the silver-haired one, and then return to the tribe to fortify our defenses against the other vengeful children. It was upon the high priest's declaration that the natives began to calm. Let us depart, back to the tribe. As Osoer stepped forward, it became apparent that only 4 chieftains remained in the Ga tribe, with his stature the most esteemed among them. While he had lost both arms, his nose still held utility. 10 days swiftly passed. In his chamber, Ye Feng suddenly opened his eyes, only to instinctively shield them from the blinding light. Having been deprived of illumination for so long, his eyes struggled to adjust. The room was empty, and Ye Feng quietly lifted the animal hide blanket. His waist was swathed tightly, obscuring the state of his wounds. However, he sensed a partial restoration of strength in his left side, which would have to suffice for now. Creak. Rimiko entered, still unfastening her bodice. A Feng is awake. A Feng is awake. She called out to those outside. Chunin, overjoyed, peeked in. He then raised his voice. Brother Feng is awake. Brother Feng is awake. Within mere minutes, Ye Feng's room was filled with people. Ding Tianchuan rested his head on Ye Feng's thigh, purring like a contented cat. Susan supported Ye Feng's left arm, careful not to jostle his waist. Brother Feng, I woo woo woo. Shunan leaped into Ye Feng's embrace, but was promptly kicked away by Susan. Do not touch his wounds. My apologies, Sister Susan. I was completely overwhelmed. Ye Feng felt a swell of emotion. Although he had been in a state of unconsciousness, he could sense the team's care for him. Firstly, the animal hide wrapping his wounds was cleaned every day and a half, and Bai Chuxue would gently wash his entire body with warm water. Rimiko, every night, would soak her feet in warm water. Every evening, Ding Tianxuan would enter the dormitory, clasping his hands together and singing lullabies to himself. This meticulous care, combined with Raimai's provisions, ultimately pulled Ye Feng back from the brink of death. Of course, the most crucial factor was that half of the crystal pill within him. Its extraordinary properties enabled Ye Feng's wounds to heal at an astonishing rate, tenfold. Otherwise, the wounds would have festered long before they had the chance to mend. Brother Feng, I have prepared some meat soup for you. Please try a sip, Shi Zhengliang said as he entered with a bowl of steaming broth. Ye Feng swallowed hard. He had been relying on Raimai for sustenance these past few days, but she could not meet his energy needs, and he was on the verge of starvation. Rest assured, Brother Feng, I only added a pinch of salt and no excessive seasonings. Your liver cannot yet detoxify those additives, Shi Zhengliang added, bringing the soup closer to Ye Feng's lips. Very well, I shall give it a try and see if I will still vomit, Ye Feng replied, taking the initiative to sip the soup. Chapter 274. Benevolence and Justice. All eyes were fixed on him, filled with weary anticipation. A minute passed, and Ye Feng did not vomit. 5 minutes later, he remained stable. 10 minutes later. Oh, wonderful. Brother Feng has eaten. He has eaten. The atmosphere was jubilant. It's New Year's. How joyous this is. Brother Feng, I am overjoyed that you can eat again. The ability to consume food signified that Ye Feng's body would gradually recover. Ye Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been terrified at the thought of regurgitating the soup. After all, he could not rely on Raimai for sustenance forever. Turning his gaze, he noticed Raimai appeared somewhat haggard, igniting a pang of guilt within him. Thank you, Meizijia, Ye Feng said earnestly. Raimai's cheeks flushed, and she softly replied, No need for thanks. It is fortunate that it is you. Had it been anyone else, they might have truly perished. Now is not the time for romantic sentiments, Meizijia. Feng Gu interjected. The gay tribe has deceived us once more. I believe we can no longer tolerate this. Let us strike their tribe tomorrow. What do you say? At this moment, Tuba stepped forward, indignation etched on his face as he gazed downstream. Their warships were now situated about 20 kilometers from the location of Hot Spring Island, right in the main river channel. Indeed, it was time to teach these barbarians a lesson. They were incorrigible, despite my merciful dealings with them, providing them with work and protecting their wives and sisters. This rook must pay dearly for his transgressions. Ye Feng's eyes turned cold as he suddenly surveyed everyone in the room. By the way, where are Shuangxue and Baiya? He inquired. Oh, although they are Rook's wife and sister, they bravely fought during the battle a fortnight ago, shooting many of the indigenous people, their former kin. However, they were also poisoned. And I believe they will recover in a few days, Bai Chuxue explained. Phew. Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not misjudged them. In that precarious situation, had the two women turned against them, it could have resulted in the demise of someone as pivotal as Susan. Thus, they are now part of our family. Regardless of whether they are Luke's ex-wife or his sister, from this moment on, they are our kin, our brothers and sisters. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Brother Feng, you can eat now. Why not go to the restaurant and have a bit more? I will prepare something soft for you. Seasoned only with salt, without any other spices, Shi Zhengliang said with concern. Drinking milk every day does not satisfy hunger. Please prepare me some hearty dishes, Ye Feng replied, casting another glance at Raimai. With Susan's assistance, Ye Feng joyfully led everyone to the restaurant. The once gloomy warship was once again filled with laughter and merriment. Ye Feng indulged in a feast, leaving his stomach round and full, much to the astonishment of all present. Eat a little less at one time to avoid indigestion. Susan gently patted Ye Feng's back and carefully rubbed his belly. Since Ye Feng's severe injury, she seemed to have transformed, exuding a newfound tenderness and femininity. At that moment, Baiya and Shuangxue also arrived at the restaurant, causing an immediate hush to fall over the room. Although they had aided in the demise of the natives, their origins as God people still elicited hostility from some stubborn individuals, such as Tuba. He turned his head away. Ye Feng, however, beamed at them. Baya Shuangxue. Come sit with us and eat a little. I've heard about your circumstances, and I was right about you, Ye Feng said with a smile. The two women sat down obediently but felt uneasy, as the gazes from the wild men were far from friendly. Shuangxue appeared unfazed, while Baya hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Baya, feel free to express yourself, it's all right. We are family now, Ye Feng said sincerely. Brother Feng, there is something I wish to ask of you. My brother Luke seems to have sustained a fatal injury. May I return to see him one last time? He was always so kind to me when we were young, Baya said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Humans are not made of wood. We all possess feelings. Ye Feng sighed deeply, leaning back. Humph. If you wish to leave, then go, but do not return afterward. Who knows whether you might inform others about Brother Feng's grave injury. Tuba said coldly. I would never do that. I love it here. There is food and drink. And Brother Feng treats me like family. You have all been so kind to me, but he is my brother. Baya replied. Very well, Lao Cheng. Let the warship drift downstream to the Gaer tribe, and provide her with a canoe. After issuing the order to Cheng Li Bin, Ye Feng turned to Baya. You may go see your brother, but my warship will wait only 2 days. If you have not returned within that time, we will depart. We must find a place where the Gaer cannot reach to produce charcoal and replenish the ship's fuel. He had decided that after 2 days, regardless of the reason for Baya's absence, he would not wait any longer. The ship's fuel was of paramount importance, and having the entire team wait for her was already a considerable act of kindness. Thank you, Brother Feng. As Baya concluded her words, she suddenly grasped Ye Feng's hand and fervently kissed it. This act represented the highest gesture of respect among the Gae tribe. After a moment, the warship executed a sharp left turn, gliding downstream with the current. Cheng Li Bin refrained from igniting charcoal in the lower chamber, relying solely on his exceptional skills to maneuver the massive vessel. After all, the fuel in the lower chamber was only sufficient for the warship to travel a little over 50 kilometers, so conserving it was of utmost importance. The swift current propelled the ship rapidly, and soon it docked at the location of Hot Spring Island. With a splash, the workers on the island stood up, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at Ye Feng. Goodness, they haven't all perished from hunger yet. Brother Feng, look at them. Chunin pointed toward the workers on Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng estimated the number, noting that approximately 100 workers remained, although only about 60 were left now. The others had either drowned while swimming or vanished for other reasons. Brother Feng, they must pay for the Gae tribe's actions. Let them all starve. Tuba declared emphatically. Indeed, let them perish. Wang Zhihai nodded in agreement. However, Ye Feng had his own plans. Although the previous battle had not resulted in the loss of key figures, his team had suffered a reduction of 9 members, leaving only a little over 30 aboard the warship. Addressing the people of Hot Spring Island, he proclaimed, Your chieftain and high priest have abandoned you. They disregarded your lives and recklessly waged war against me. This is not only an affront to me, but also a betrayal of you. Consider whether you wish to continue serving the Gae tribe. The indigenous people of Hot Spring Island exchanged glances, sharing a moment of understanding. Yet, having grown up within the Gae tribe, a flicker of hesitation lingered in their hearts, especially among those who had once held leadership roles. One of the junior leaders stepped forward, saying, Ye Feng, are you merely trying to sow discord among our kin? Through their interactions, Ye Feng had learned that his name was Alzu. What? Do you still remain loyal to the Gae tribe? Ye Feng retorted coldly, sometimes. Ignorance and foolishness can be equally distasteful. Regardless, we were raised in the Gae tribe and shall remain loyal to our chieftain and high priest. Do not attempt to incite discord among us, Alzu replied, though his hunger was evident in the pallor of his complexion. His unwavering loyalty stemmed from his previous status as a junior leader within the tribe. His position was indeed precarious. He was neither part of the decision-making circle nor able to empathize with the ordinary tribespeople, ultimately becoming a tool for the upper echelons. Over the years, he had carried out many nefarious tasks for the Gae elite, such as coercing young girls into sacrificing their virginity. Many of the most heinous tasks were executed by him and other junior leaders. Of course, his family also had strikingly beautiful daughters, who were similarly offered to the elders, and even to the chieftain. However, to maintain their ambiguous status, they could only assist in the perpetration of these atrocities. Ye Feng observed from the deck, noting that those with a modicum of status among the indigenous people cast hostile glances in his direction. In contrast, the ordinary tribespeople exhibited flickering eyes, seemingly contemplating allegiance. The Godar tribe has dominated them for centuries, instilling a deep-seated reverence that renders them reluctant to rebel. Alzu, since you are so obstinate, I shall refrain from persuading you further. What about the rest of you? Should any of you dare to utter a word against the high priest, or speak ill of Luke and the Garar leaders in my presence, I shall consider you one of my own. After a trial period of 3 months, you may reside aboard the warship and enjoy equal treatment, Ye Feng proclaimed to the assembly. The indigenous people exchanged glances and lowered their heads in unison. Particularly the common folk among them, who often cursed in private, now felt too intimidated to speak out in public, fearing that upon returning to the Garar tribe, they might be denounced by some opportunistic individuals, leading to accusations of treachery. A minute passed with no one responding to Ye Feng. Alrai and Alzu exchanged knowing looks, a hint of satisfaction gracing their features. See, they have been well trained and dare not challenge us. Ye Feng, do you perceive our cohesion? Spare your efforts. If you wish for us to labor, distribute provisions swiftly. Otherwise, return us to the shore aboard the warship, Alrai stated coldly. As a chief adorned with 4 tattoos, he ranked 2 levels above Alzu, rendering him even more loyal to the Godar tribe. Since you remain so obstinate, very well, continue to starve. The food aboard my warship is limited, sufficient only for our needs. Ye Feng's eyes glimmered with malice. In truth, there was ample food aboard the vessel, much of which had begun to spoil over the past fortnight. Yet, with the indigenous people proving impervious to reason, Ye Feng felt no pity. He resolved to let them perish from hunger. Ye Feng, if you refuse to employ us any longer, please return us to the shore. We shall find our own sustenance. Alrai realized the gravity of their predicament, his expression shifting. If Ye Feng declined to transport them back, they would all be trapped on the island to perish. Brother Feng, I believe these 60 individuals still hold value. After all, there is an abundance of food on the warship, more than we can consume. Some of the meat has already begun to rot. It would be prudent to allow them to work a while longer to solidify the foundation of Hot Spring Island. Chung Li Bean suggested at that moment. Old Chung makes a valid point. We have too much food, and much of the meat in the 3rd deck is spoiled. We must not let it go to waste, Shi Zhenliang also advised. Ye Feng took a deep breath and finally nodded in agreement. To those on the island, I shall continue to employ you. However, you will receive only 5 pounds of food each day, and I will no longer send the remaining provisions to the Godar tribe. Ye Feng stated matter-of-factly. What will happen to our families? We cannot solely focus on ourselves while allowing the high priest and others to starve. Not to mention the many children that need feeding. Alrai shook his head. Ye Feng, do not go too far. We cannot be so selfish. What about the chieftains in the tribe? Alzu echoed. Ye Feng nearly laughed. These individuals, on the brink of starvation themselves, were still preoccupied with such concerns. It seemed Luke's indoctrination of these young leaders had been remarkably effective, effectively rendering them subservient. This matter is beyond my control. Henceforth, those willing to work shall be promptly provided with sustenance. As for those unwilling to labor, I, Ye Feng, guided by humanitarian principles, will arrange for your return to the shore. However, there is no food awaiting you there unless you possess the ability to swim to the northern expanse of the Great Marsh. Upon concluding his statement, Ye Feng gestured towards the shore. The 60 individuals present immediately wore expressions of distress, engaging in fervent discussion. Ye Feng, are you implying that if I merely utter a curse against the high priest and the chief, you will provide us with food? At that moment, a frail elder emerged, adorned with 3 tattoos upon his arm, though age had relegated him to a secondary position. In this diminished status, the elder received the same treatment as an ordinary old man, unless he could ascend to the role of chief, at which point he might once again enjoy the fruits of life. Indeed, as long as you denounce them, your conditions will differ from those of the others. Ye Feng affirmed. Very well, I shall curse. The high priest is a sorceress, a wicked woman who sacrifices our kin. Ruck is a cowardly chief, lacking the valor of a warrior, always bowing to the sorceress. And those elders, the great chief, they lust after the bodies of young maidens, coercing them into surrendering their maidenhood. The elder spoke with clarity and depth. Alba, you were once a leader. How could you so swiftly betray the Jiehi tribe? Where's your conscience? Auri's anger flared as he pointed an accusing finger at the elder. Auri, you are in the prime of your youth, emboldened to utter such words. But when you grow old like me, you will discern the chief's true nature. You scoundrel, I shall represent the chief and execute you today. Auri brandished an axe. Witnessing this, Ye Feng exchanged a glance with Tuba. Tuba swiftly released an arrow that landed by Auri's feet. Auri, should you dare show disrespect to that elder, you will find yourself at odds with Brother Feng. The next arrow will pierce your skull, Tuba declared coldly. Auri's gaze flickered uncertainly before he reluctantly stepped back. With one act of defiance spurring another, the indigenous people, witnessing a leader emerge, promptly sent forth over 20 individuals towards Ye Feng. Chapter 276. Endure, endure. Ye Feng. I too can curse. The high priest is a sorceress, the chief a coward, and Elder Zier is a timid soul. The insults hurled by the indigenous people, while seemingly trivial to Ye Feng, bore significant weight for them. Terms such as coward, timid, and sorceress were among the most venomous of curses. For the indigenous people held courage in the highest esteem, while the high priest valued honor. All right, all of you who have sworn an oath, come forth. Sure. Take note of their faces. They shall receive special treatment regarding food. Ye Feng summoned Shi Zhengliang. Shi Zhengliang lowered his gaze and immediately displayed a troubled expression. Brother Feng, these indigenous people are so dark-skinned. How am I to remember them? Tuba, you take note, Ye Feng replied. Very well, I shall take note. Ultimately, Tuba cast down a piece of iron. My apologies, but I cannot distinctly recall your faces. To demonstrate your loyalty, you must each brand a scar upon your face. Otherwise, distinguishing you in the future will prove difficult. This was an act of personal vengeance. For the He people had suffered greatly at the hands of these savages over the years. Approximately 30 individuals had pledged their allegiance to Ye Feng. With a resolute determination, they scarred their faces, and the aroma of roasted meat wafted across the hot springs island. Sure, prepare the food. These 30 individuals are our own. Do not use that spoiled meat. Opt for something of higher quality, and season it sparingly, Ye Feng instructed. Understood. Shi Zhengliang promptly replied, and made his way to the kitchen. 2 hours later, dozens of barrels of food were lowered by ropes and distributed among the 30 individuals. The obstinate faction led by Auri could only watch enviously, their mouths watering. Had it not been for Tuber on the deck brandishing his bow, they might have attempted to seize the food outright. Ye Feng, this food is exquisite, one of them remarked. It tastes far superior to what we had before. Thank you, Ye Feng. At that moment, Chunin interjected, such a lack of decorum. You should address him as Brother Feng. The indigenous people hesitated briefly. But Albar was the first to speak up. Thank you, Brother Feng. We are grateful for your generosity. The chorus of gratitude echoed as all 30 of them pledged to sever ties with the Gaha tribe. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction, casting a sidelong glance at Auri and his group. Auri, since your 30 members are unwilling to acknowledge me as your leader, I shall not compel you. I present you with 2 options. First, I can return you to the shore. Second, you may continue working for me, albeit with conditions markedly different from those of Albar and his group. Consider your choice carefully. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, the 2 individuals huddled together, engaging in hushed deliberation. What should we do? If we are sent back to the shore, we will still face hunger, and it is likely that the vengeful spirits will retaliate against us. Indeed, returning now would mean facing uncontrollable dangers. Then it is settled. We will continue collaborating with Ye Feng, enjoy the food, and plot our next move. Having reached a consensus, they approached Ye Feng. Ye Feng, we are willing to continue our cooperation, Auri declared. You have made a wise decision. Lao Shi, prepare them some inferior provisions. Ye Feng instructed Shi Zhengliang. Understood. Shi Zhengliang replied with a cunning grin as he headed back to the kitchen. At that moment, Albar spoke up, Brother Feng. We have satisfied our hunger. Shall we commence our work? With that, he and the 30 others picked up their tools. Wait. Ye Feng raised his right hand. What is it, Brother Feng? It is nothing. Now that you belong to me, after lunch, you must rest for at least 2 hours. During this time, you may take a nap or simply relax. The maximum working hours each day shall not exceed 8. This is my established labor policy, Ye Feng stated. Thank you, Brother Feng. Albar and the others exclaimed in unison, leaping with joy. In their Gaha tribe, once they finished eating, they were expected to work, often toiling for 15 or 16 hours a day, engaged solely in manual labor. Yet here, with Ye Feng, they would only work 8 hours a day. This felt like paradise. Meanwhile, Auri and Alzu exchanged knowing glances, a cold smirk playing on their lips. This is Ye Feng's conspiracy. Initially, it appeared harmless, but as time passed, they would undoubtedly be subjected to severe exploitation. Indeed, While Ye Feng was kind to them at first, they would soon become aware of the malevolent ambitions harbored by the foreign beings. The two individuals, though somewhat wavering internally, could not retract their earlier statements. Thus, they were left to comfort themselves with this pretentious bravado. After a while, the food for the outsourced workers was prepared. Shi Zhengliang, carrying a bucket, poured it directly onto the deck, coincidentally into a canoe. "You have gone too far. Why didn't you lower the bucket?" Al Liriu exclaimed in fury. In truth, they had eaten this way before, but now, in light of the comparison, it was disheartening. While Al Ba and his group of the elderly and weak could dignifiedly eat from buckets, his own group was relegated to consuming their meals from a trough, which stirred discontent within him. "Apologies, but you are outsourced personnel. This is the only way you can eat. I know you value your dignity, but if you refuse to eat, I shall save the food for myself," Shi Zhengliang retorted mockingly. Al Liriu's face reddened with anger, his fists clenched tightly. "Enough. Let us endure. We are all hungry now," Al Zhu urged. "Very well, follow my command. Let us eat." With that, 30 individuals rushed forward, burying their heads in the canoe, devouring the food like swine. Ugh! After just a few bites, Al Liriu retched. The taste of the food was off, as if it had spoiled. "Shi Zhengliang, I know your name. Hurry and provide us with fresh food. Regrettably, the outsourced team lacks the standing to negotiate with me. If you do not eat, you shall remain hungry," Shi Zhengliang declared before departing with the bucket. "Let us endure. It's still bearable," a native suggested. Huff, huff. Al Liriu gasped heavily, suddenly raising his hands toward the heavens in a furious roar. "I, Al Liriu, vow to cleanse today's humiliation with their blood." Saying this, he pinched his nose and plunged his head into the trough, beginning to wolf down the food. When one is starving, even mud seems appetizing, let alone these slightly spoiled provisions. Nonetheless, the food was insufficient. With 30 individuals, there were only 10 buckets. Meanwhile, Al Ba and his group of 30 enjoyed 30 buckets of fresh meat. Eventually, they finished the meager rations, with some individuals even licking the bottom of the canoe. "Let us go rest," Al Liriu announced, leading the stubborn faction to a nearby spot to sit down. However, at that moment, Ye Feng rapped on the railing. "Hey, who told you to rest? Get back to work. I do not employ idlers here." Chapter 277. Inner Turmoil. What? Al Ba can rest. Why can't we? Al Liriu thundered, his eyes bloodshot. "They are my direct subordinates. Of course, they can enjoy the benefits. What are you? Merely outsourced personnel. Get back to work, or you shall find the next meal in jeopardy. Furthermore, do not dawdle. If I catch anyone slacking off, the next meal will be reduced," Ye Feng stated matter-of-factly. Auri raised his head to the heavens and let out a long howl, ultimately compelled to lead his people into labor for sustenance. On the other side of Hot Spring Island, Alba observed this scene with a mixture of delight and relief. "Look, how fortunate we are to have scorned the high priest. Otherwise, we would be suffering as Auri does. Indeed, they deserve it. Let us remain silent and seize this moment to rest, allowing our food to settle." Soon, the 30 individuals succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Auri and his companions shouted commands, compacting the earth with wooden tools. The contrasting sounds of snoring and labor intertwined, creating a striking dichotomy. "Auri, do not lose heart. Ye Feng cannot maintain this charade for long. In less than 2 days, Alba's provisions will dwindle to the level of ours, and then they shall regret their choices," Al Zhu advised from the side. "You are right. Ye Feng is deliberately feigning strength. I refuse to believe that in the barren expanse of the Black Tree River Basin, he can sustain supplies for long." The two quickly reached a consensus, bolstering the spirits of their entire team. On the deck, Ye Feng turned to Baya. "Baya, I am now to fulfill my promise, guiding you to the shore to bid farewell to your brother one last time. Old Chung, bring the warship to the shoreline." Sure. Prepare 2 days' worth of jerky for Baya. Chunin, provide her with the sharpest spear and bow." Ye Feng issued a series of commands. Tears streamed down Baya's cheeks. "Brother Feng, you are truly kind, considering every detail. Yet, my brother is gravely injured, and I must return to see him one last time. Otherwise, I shall live in perpetual unrest." The warship gently approached the land, and a canoe was lowered. Baya, equipped with provisions and weapons, leaped onto the canoe. She glanced up at the deck, where Shuang Shui waved at her, and Brother Feng and the others observed her with concern. In that moment, Baya felt emboldened. With the support of such a formidable team, she felt an overwhelming sense of confidence in her endeavors. "Brother Feng, I shall return in 2 days. You must wait for me. With that, Baya began to paddle. This river basin had witnessed fierce battles just days prior, with numerous human corpses, the remains of vengeful children, and dried bloodstains still littering the banks. In times past, these bodies would have been devoured by animals, but now, the entire Black Tree River basin lay devoid of wildlife, leaving these remains largely intact, though grotesquely swollen. Upon reaching the shore, she relied on her memory to navigate toward her tribe's location. The forest was enveloped in a profound silence, interrupted only by the sporadic calls of distant birds. Soon, the birds would migrate northward. After a hurried journey, Baya finally arrived at the riverbank, which lay in disarray. Several indigenous women huddled together, extracting items from the mud with their hands and hastily consuming them. As she leaned closer, she nearly retched. Her own kin were eating earthworms. Baya, is that you returned? An elderly woman, cradling a small girl, gazed at her in shock. Yes, but where's my brother? Baya asked, pulling a small piece of jerky from her bundle and placing it into the little girl's mouth. Your brother cannot be seen at the moment. It seems the high priest is attending to his injuries. The old woman swallowed hard, casting a longing gaze at Baya's bundle. A few indigenous women also gathered around, their eyes filled with intense desire. Human hearts are made of flesh, after all, and these were her kin she had known since childhood. Thus, Baya gritted her teeth and distributed all the food from her bundle to these native women. She observed that the riverbank was teeming with women and children, while the male natives were all busy in the woods, seemingly engaged in construction. Baya, this food is truly delicious. How have you fared with leaf maple? Inquired one of the indigenous women. Her face had taken on a skeletal shape due to hunger, yet with a little more flesh, her features might not be unappealing. Things are quite well with leaf maple. There is no shortage of food, and the accommodations are excellent. No wind leaks, and it is cleaner than the high priest's temple. We have the finest chefs preparing meals for us. Baya hesitated, but ultimately spoke the truth. As she sat on the riverbank, she was soon surrounded by the indigenous women, who listened with rapt attention to her tales, their faces alight with envy. Baya, you are a beautiful woman, which is why leaf maple has taken you in. If only I were as lovely as you. I, too, wish to board the warship. One indigenous girl finally summoned the courage to voice her innermost thoughts. For days, these women and children had relied solely on their hands for sustenance, often drinking water when hungry or even consuming earthworms from the soil. Whenever they stumbled upon the carcass of a wild chicken or some eggs, the men would immediately seize them. Thus, they harbored a pent-up frustration, and now, with Baya's return, it finally erupted. Do not be so harsh. Their burdens are immense. Baya felt a profound conflict within her. She longed to take her sisters to the warship for a life of comfort, but what would become of the men of the Gahe tribe in their absence? What of her brother? Baya, do you have a way to bring us to Leaf Maple's warship? We do not aspire to clean rooms or exquisite meals, mere sustenance. Even bones would suffice. Indeed, Baya, the men on your warship must have needs, right? We are women and can fulfill all their desires. We simply wish to survive. Faced with the pleas of these women, Baya's heart was in turmoil. Ultimately, she shook her head. I fear that may not be possible. The warship, well, there are, in fact, some undesirable aspects. For instance, well, never mind. It seems she could not pinpoint any flaws. Ever since she and her sister-in-law boarded the warship, they had gained a clear understanding of Leaf Maple's character. He was the first to confront danger, deserving of the title of a warrior, and he showed great compassion towards the members of his team. As for being lecherous, to the indigenous women, a remarkable man was expected to be that way. If he were not, they would see it as a flaw. I am about to visit my brother. By the way, if you find yourselves unbearably hungry, you may venture to that place. Upon sighting the warship, wave to it, and I shall implore Feng to perhaps grant you some sustenance. For though he appears icy on the surface, his heart is, in truth, quite compassionate. Chapter 278, Together We Shall Rise. However, I cannot assure you that Feng will heed my request. With that, Baya strode towards the woods. The artisans were numbly laboring on fortifications, having cleared all the trees from the center of the grove to construct a natural wall with the surrounding timber. Within this enclosure, the indigenous men were diligently erecting various wooden dwellings. Even the craftsmen could not guarantee 3 meals a day. At best, they managed 2, and those were barely sufficient. Nevertheless, these artisans continued to toil earnestly, for their sense of superiority was derived from comparison. Just look at the women on the riverbank, so famished they resorted to consuming worms. While they themselves enjoyed at least a modicum of meat daily, though its origin remained unknown, still, it served to satisfy their hunger. Hey, women and the cursed children are not permitted inside. Leave. A craftsman barked, failing to recognize Baya as Luke's sister. When Baya first arrived at the warship, though her features were exquisite, she was thin and dark. Now, after nearly a month of abundant nourishment aboard, she had grown fair and plump, nearly unrecognizable. I am Baya. Where's my brother Luke? She declared, introducing herself. Ah, it is you. The chief. He is gravely injured, and the high priest is tending to his wounds. I wish to see my brother, Baya exclaimed, her heart leaping with joy. It had been half a month, and he was still alive. Perhaps the high priest could heal him. With this thought, she quickened her pace towards the interior. During Luke's convalescence, the high priest had decreed that Azur and Masikong jointly govern the Ga tribe. This was a fusion of savagery and civilization. Azur proposed utilizing the trees to construct a natural wall to prevent any insurrection from the cursed children. Masikong, after the wooden dwellings were completed, instructed them to mix straw with yellow clay to seal the gaps, thus providing protection against the winter winds. Simultaneously, Masikong taught the indigenous people how to create crossbows and utilize tung oil for fuel. In essence, he applied the principles of civilized society within the Ga tribe, all in an effort to impress the high priest. Azur was patrolling the territory when, suddenly narrowing his eyes, he spotted Baya. Baya, you. How have you returned? Azur gazed at her in astonishment. Azur, where is my brother? Baya inquired. In truth, Azur had long harbored feelings for her. In the temporary sanctuary, the high priest and the silver-haired creature had been present for half a month. Indeed, your brother is also within. The high priest seems to be employing some arcane method to heal him, Azur replied, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty. The higher-ups were aware that her brother was being transformed into the cursed king, but such information was best kept secret to avoid severely undermining the beliefs of the indigenous people. So my brother still has hope? Baya exclaimed with delight, grasping Azur's empty sleeve. Ah, yes. However, the high priest has decreed that no one is permitted to enter the temple, not even if the heavens were to collapse. Asar spoke with solemnity. Very well, I shall not disturb the high priest, Baya nodded, believing that the high priest was doing everything in her power to save her brother. At that moment, within the makeshift temple, Duoyen Hina sat upon a wooden bed, while by her side stood two children of resentment, one tall and the other short. One of them had silver fur, while the other, towering nearly 2.5 meters, radiated a faint golden glow. Upon closer inspection, this golden child of resentment was none other than Ruck himself. Wong of resentment, guard the entrance. Any intruder shall be met with lethal force, Duoyen Hina commanded. Ruck nodded, a blank expression on his face, as he stepped outside. With each stride, his powerful arms swung, resembling a relentless machine of slaughter. Even the silver-furred child gazed upon him with profound trepidation. Once Ruck had exited, Duoyen Hina lifted her animal hide. Her belly was already prominently swollen. Should she venture outside now, everyone would behold her condition. How would she explain it? In the Ga tribe, there existed a strict rule. A priestess must never engage in intimacy with a man. Should she succumb to such a liaison, her powers would gradually wane, potentially bringing calamity upon the tribe. Ye Feng, you have brought me such misfortune. Once I bear this child, you shall pay dearly, Duoyen Hina declared, then suddenly gestured towards the silver-furred child. Go, prepare me some food. The silver child nodded in a human-like manner and leaped through the window to the outside. A sharp, brief cry echoed. Duoyen Hina's body quivered slightly as she let out a soft sigh. What was destined to come had ultimately arrived. Within the Ga tribe, two men clad in coarse garments descended from the sky, crashing down beside the temple. One of them clutched the lifeless body of the silver-furred child. This is dire. We are under attack. The entire tribe mobilized, surrounding the two men in layers upon layers of indigenous warriors. Humph. One of the men casually discarded the silver child's corpse, sending it tumbling 30 meters away, where it collided violently with a great tree, its body nearly disintegrating into a pulp. Asar, accompanied by the remaining 3 chieftains, stepped forward. Upon seeing the strength of the man in tattered garments, he realized he was far from a match. Who are you two? Sent by Ye Feng? Asar inquired. Ye Feng. Who is Ye Feng? The man replied, taking a step forward, his aura suddenly intensifying. With a whoosh, Asar staggered back 5 or 6 steps, astonished by the man's presence. Such formidable energy, 10 times stronger than the ruck of old. What do you intend to do? Asar's lips trembled, yet his pride prevented him from bowing. Bring forth your high priestess. She has defied the first decree of the temple, and I must take her back to present to that esteemed individual, Barong advanced, resembling a tiger confronting a pack of wolves. What decree? You two would do well to leave. Otherwise, the entirety of our god tribe will rise against you. And you shall gain nothing, Asar retorted, casting a meaningful glance at the 3 chieftains behind him. The 3 individuals simultaneously drew their short swords, cautiously observing the man named Baron. Ha ha ha. Very well, you 3 can come at me together. I wish to see if the prowess of the Black Tree River Valley has improved, Baron proclaimed, unsheathing his curved blade with a sharp sound. Charge! One of the chief leaders surged forward. With a swift clang, the leader halted, his short sword cleaved in 2, and in a horrific instant, his body was split from head to groin. This is bad. Everyone, attack at once. Azur gasped in astonishment, quickly retreating to safety. The other 2 chiefs, having learned from this grim display, veered aside at the last moment, allowing the indigenous warriors behind them to bear the brunt of Baron's curved blade. A flash of cold light flickered, and Azur barely registered Baron's movement before his kin fell in droves. With a single stroke, he had slain 15 of his tribesmen, including 2 leaders bearing 4 tattoos each. Chapter 279. What shall we do now that darkness has fallen? Despite the bravery of the Gaur tribe, fear compelled them to retreat, their eyes wide with terror as they regarded Baron. This is tiresome. I shall personally summon Doyen Hina, Baron declared, striding purposefully toward the temple's grand entrance. At that moment, an unexpected disturbance arose. The dense thicket beside the temple quaked, producing a deafening sound. A crossbow bolt, infused with immense force, struck Baron squarely in the chest. The powerful impact propelled him backwards several meters, finally pinning him against a massive tree. Ugh! Baron gazed in disbelief at the enormous crossbow bolt embedded in his chest, blood spilling from his lips, his eyes filled with intense resentment. Unlike the previous encounter with Ye Feng, where the bolt merely grazed his waist, this time it penetrated his chest, shattering his heart upon contact. Baron! Mohidu rushed forward, yanking the bolt free and cradling Baron's body. Mohidu, find him, kill him. Baron uttered a few words before his head drooped, life extinguished. Under normal circumstances, beast fighters in the Black Tree River Valley were nearly invincible, capable of confronting aberrant beasts head-on. However, they now faced modern weaponry, and specifically, enhanced civil arms. Mohidu slowly turned, his crimson gaze piercing the forest. In the next moment, Azur witnessed Mohidu vanish as if cloaked in invisibility. Yet Mohidu had not truly become invisible. Rather, his speed was so extraordinary that it deceived Azur and his companions. Within a heartbeat, he reappeared in the thicket, staring at the formidable siege crossbow before him. As for Masakong, after firing a bolt, he hastily sought refuge, fully aware that the man in the tattered garments would not afford him a second chance to fire. Ah, so you wish to hide? Today, I shall annihilate the entire Gaur tribe, Mohidu muttered to himself, his form shifting. Before the 2 indigenous men could comprehend the danger, they felt a chilling sensation at their throats. Their heads rolled onto the ground. This is bad, A leader had just uttered 3 words when his head rolled to the ground. Mohidu moved through the crowd of the Gaha tribe like a shadow assassin, each movement claiming the lives of 2 or 3 individuals. Quick, everyone, back to back, point your spears outward, Azur shouted. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sharp sound pierced the air before him. In the next instant, a curved blade seemed to materialize from thin air, aiming for his throat. Clang! A golden giant crashed to the ground before Azur, using its dark claws to block the deadly strike. A chill ran down Azur's spine as he staggered backward, feeling a warm trickle of blood flow down his neck. Although the blade had not struck his throat, the fierce aura it emanated had nonetheless cut his skin. Was this still human? It was nothing short of a monster. Wait. Azur gazed at the golden creature before him, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Ah, I understand. The high priest has successfully cultivated the vengeful king. Mohidu gradually revealed his figure, his expression grave as he regarded the golden entity. Vengeful king? Doyen Hina, how dare you secretly cultivate the vengeful king behind the master's back? Mohidu exclaimed, bringing his blade down towards the vengeful king. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and his blade was sent flying 20 meters away. Mohita staggered back, concealing his right hand behind him, for the skin at his palm had split open, blood flowing profusely. Ruck, now possessing but a sliver of humanity, was dominated by a primal ferocity. With a roar, he vanished in a flash of gold. Boom! Mohitu was hurled 30 meters away, a significant dent forming in his chest. In truth, given his prowess as a beast fighter, even if he could not defeat the vengeful king, he should not have been at such a disadvantage. The primary issue lay in this being his first confrontation with the vengeful king, and he had yet to discern its weaknesses. Duyanhina, you are formidable indeed to have cultivated the vengeful king, but your arrogance shall not persist for long. Once Mohitu spoke, his form blurred into an afterimage, vanishing from sight in an instant. After driving back the beast fighter, the vengeful king crouched low and slipped back into the temple. Azur and the others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Once the crisis had passed, Masikong stepped out from the shadows, casting a somewhat triumphant glance towards the temple. Azur, continue your construction efforts. Masikong, you have done well. Now, replenish the crossbow bolts. Yes, High Priest, the group replied, returning to their tasks. With winter approaching, they needed to ensure warmth. With food coming second, night fell swiftly, and Ye Feng oversaw the operations at Hot Spring Island from the deck. During his recovery, he could only engage in tasks within his capacity, with the main responsibilities having shifted to Susan, who managed everything autonomously. Ye Feng refrained from overexerting himself, knowing that excessive concern would delay his healing. Shi Zhengliang emerged from the kitchen with several apprentices. Dinner is served, he announced, tapping a spoon against the ship's railing. Upon hearing this, the island's indigenous people quickly gathered, eagerly watching from the edge. What were the outsiders running over for? Alba, you may dine first. The outsourced team shall wait an hour before their meal, stated Shi Zhengliang. What? You? Alrai, seething with indignation, could only retreat to the sidelines. The group sat by the shore, watching Alba indulge in a feast while they could only swallow hard. Having not eaten enough at noon, they hoped that Shi Zhengliang would show some kindness and prepare extra food for them in the evening. What are you all doing sitting there? Chenin scolded as they ate. Get back to tamping the earth. After a whole day, you've barely compacted 50 square meters. What have you been doing? You bastard. I'm going to work. Alrai glared at Chenin, etching his visage into memory before gritting his teeth and picking up a log. Tamping earth was more exhausting than chopping wood, requiring relentless strikes of the log against the mud until it was firm enough to bear stones. An hour later, Alba's team finally finished their meal and was preparing to pick up their tools when they were halted by Ye Feng. What are you planning to do? Brother Feng, we're going to work. What work can you do in the dark? That violates labor laws. As I said, you're one of us. You only need to work 8 hours a day. No more. Ye Feng proclaimed justly. Thank you, Brother Feng, Alba replied, bowing respectfully. It was now time for Alrai and his group to eat. Shi Zhengliang tipped the bucket of food downward, and they all leaned in eagerly, fearful of missing out. Hurry and eat. You have only 15 minutes for your meal. Afterward, continue working until midnight. Of course, around 10 o'clock, Brother Feng has promised to provide another meal. You shall not miss a single meal, Shi Zhengliang shouted from above. At that moment, a native stepped forward from Alrai's team. Brother Feng, the high priestess is a witch. The chieftain is a coward, and the leaders are timid. Can I join their side now? Promising youth. Mark your face with a branding iron. And you shall officially sever ties with the outsourced team. Ye Feng nodded. The native, elated, hurried toward Alba's group. Come back, traitor. You traitor. Alrai pounded his chest in frustration. Just then, 5 more natives stepped forward. Brother Feng, the high priestess is a witch, the chieftain is a coward, and the leaders they all simultaneously lambasted the upper echelons of the Gaha tribe. Indeed, you two, Ye Feng began to allow them to sever ties with the outsourced team. But Tuba held him back. Brother Feng, if everyone only works 8 hours a day, we may not complete the construction of Hot Spring Island before winter arrives. Thus, we cannot allow them all to enjoy the 8-hour workday. Progress would be far too slow. When winter arrives, the warships will not be able to fend off the cold. Only Hot Spring Island can withstand the chill. Upon hearing Tuba's words, Ye Feng was startled. He realized he had been overly lenient. Indeed, with 60 individuals, if each were to work only 8 hours, when would the construction ever be completed? I am well aware. Ye Feng nodded at Tuba and turned his gaze towards the 5 individuals. I apologize for the earlier invitation to join us. However, since you insisted on opposing us. Gaining entry now will not be so simple. Henceforth, only one person may join each month. And that person must be the model worker among your outsourced team, the one who demonstrates the utmost diligence. Only then shall they earn the privilege to join my team. He knew he had to leave them a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, chaos was bound to ensue. The 5 exchanged glances, nearly on the verge of tears. What a pity. They lamented. It would have been wise to realize this sooner. Alas, it is too late now. Get to work. The most industrious among you may attain the title of model worker, Shunin urged from the side. ALRI breathed a sigh of relief. Casting a disdainful look at the 5. Now go and toil. You must strive to claim the title of model worker. With that, the 5 hurried away, shouting as they set to work. Meanwhile, Alba and his companions reveled in their triumph, pointing at the obstinate faction. This is the fate of fools. They should have learned from me sooner. We work only 8 hours a day and enjoy far superior provisions than they do. Alba chuckled. Indeed, it is too late now. We are the elite workers. They are the subordinates. From this day forth, let us keep our distance from them. We are a collective, and they are another. Henceforth, we, the elite workers, shall not converse with them. The workers on Alba's side brimmed with a sense of superiority, grinning widely. The following day, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes to find Susan sleeping in the adjacent bed. She managed the entire team during the day and cared for Ye Feng at night. Due to the severity of Ye Feng's back injury, they could not share a bed for the time being. You have worked hard, Ye Feng said, leaning on his cane as he got up to adjust Susan's blanket. Though he had told her not to worry about him, as the backbone of the team, it was impossible for him not to be concerned. After a while, Ye Feng, with the help of his cane, made his way to the lower deck, where 2 boiler workers were dozing. These 2 had become fixtures, as their work was only taxing while the ship was operational. Otherwise, they lounged like lords, one on duty while the other rested, a far cry from any strenuous labor. Rather than disturbing them, Ye Feng personally checked the supply of charcoal below. To his dismay, after counting, his face darkened more than the charcoal itself. This paltry amount will only suffice for the warship to travel a mere 20 kilometers. Susan truly should have prioritized charcoal production during her period of unconsciousness. Now, even if we commence production immediately, it will take at least 3 days for the first batch of charcoal to be ready, not to mention the yield rate. This cannot continue. I must convene a meeting. Ye Feng hurriedly made his way to the deck. Chenin, gather everyone in the dining hall and bring Susan as well. Before long, the dining hall was filled with people, all wearing bright smiles. Since Ye Feng had awakened, their expressions had not wavered. Susan, have you inspected the charcoal in the lower deck? Ye Feng inquired. I asked the boiler workers, and they said there's enough for 100 kilometers, Susan replied. 100 kilometers? I shall speak candidly. The charcoal in the hold can only sustain us for a mere 20 kilometers. I was unconscious for half a month. During that time, why did you not allow the warship to dock and find a place to produce charcoal? Ye Feng inquired. Susan, feeling indignant, turned her head aside, resembling a sulking young wife. Shunin hastily convened a private meeting with Wang Zhihai. Look, only Brother Feng can keep Sister Susan in check. Indeed, after all, one is the leader, while the other is merely the second in command. Wang Zhihai nodded in agreement. With a resounding clap, Ye Feng struck the table fiercely. You 2 are still engaged in a private conference? I speak above, and you converse below? From this moment forth, the warship shall dock. 3 individuals must ascend the trees to stand guard, leaving only Chung Li Bin and 2 boiler workers aboard. Everyone else must disembark and labor with great haste. Working 12 hours each day, Ye Feng adopted the demeanor of a capitalist. He had no choice. The warship's power was paramount. Without it, they would not survive beyond 2 episodes. Alas, a pall of despair enveloped the group. Brother Feng, why not summon Alva from Hot Springs Island? They have 31 individuals. While they may not excel in fine tasks, they are more than capable of felling trees, suggested Shunin. That is indeed a valid point. Arrange for 31 individuals to disembark. The development on Hot Springs Island can be postponed, Ye Feng acknowledged with a nod. An hour later, the 31 natives boarded the ship, believing that Ye Feng had officially welcomed them into the team. Alva, along with his fellow brothers, we have a more significant task ahead. Once we reach land, you will act according to my demeanor, Ye Feng instructed. Must we still work? Alva asked. Yes, enough of the idle chatter. Prepare the dugouts immediately. We will all disembark and labor diligently. No one is permitted to slack off. Susan, you shall take 2 skilled archers to keep watch. With that, Li Feng cast aside his cane. Ah Feng, you are the leader. Surely, you need not join us, especially since your injury has yet to heal, Su Yun urged. No, I must go. With that, Li Feng grasped the rope ladder, his body suspended in midair. The next moment, a searing pain shot through his waist, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Chapter 281. If you do not comply, I am helpless, Ah Feng. Brother Feng. Several rushed to extend their hands, attempting to grasp Li Feng. Yet, he shook his head, enduring the excruciating pain as he slid into the dugout. Movements that were once effortless for him now seemed arduous. Li Feng sensed that his wound was bleeding anew. Upon reaching the shore, under Li Feng's command, all the natives wielded their axes. Li Feng himself joined the fray, excavating yellow clay to construct kills. Alva and the others exchanged glances, a flicker of determination igniting in their eyes. In the past, when they toiled as laborers, the tribe's chief and elders stood by with their hands clasped behind their backs, striking poses. When rain fell, they too had to work in the downpour. Yet the chief did not lift a finger, instead summoning others to shield them from the rain. When the chief grew weary from his inspections, he would seek someone to lay down and serve as his steed. As for the high priestess, there was no need to mention her. She never participated in labor, always being carried in a sedan chair, seldom emerging from her secluded quarters. Reflecting upon Ye Feng's team, it is evident that the head chef is not the only one laboring diligently. Those in elevated positions, much like him, are also toiling away, their garments soiled from hard work. One cannot overlook Ye Feng himself, who, as the leader of this team, has even plunged into the mire. We must resolutely safeguard this collective. Even if my own son were to jeopardize it, I would not hesitate to take his life. Upon uttering these words, Alba forcefully brandished his axe. The other indigenous people, invigorated as if by an elixir, increased their pace several-fold. Ye Feng beamed with satisfaction, recognizing that these natives excelled at felling trees, and he was confident that within a week, they would produce 10 tons of charcoal. Chung Libin calculated the speed of the warship in relation to the charcoal produced. 1 ton of charcoal could propel the vessel for 15 kilometers. Thus 10 tons would suffice for a journey of 150 kilometers. Downstream of the Black Tree River, Baya led over 100 indigenous women through the woods, their ages varying widely. Some were elderly, while others were young maidens or mere children. They supported one another, their weary eyes shimmering with glimmers of hope. Indeed, Baya intended to bring these women aboard the warship, having witnessed the recent fierce battle. The golden-haired vengeful king was her brother. Disillusioned with the high priest, she resolved to undermine the situation by removing these capable women entirely. Baya, how much longer must we endure? We are famished, inquired one young girl. Despite her emaciated appearance, her features rivaled Baya's in beauty. Xiao Shui, hold on. We are nearly there, Baya reassured, cradling a small girl in her arms. They were teetering on the brink of starvation. If they did not reach Ye Feng's warship soon, they could very well perish collectively. Baya, what if Ye Feng refuses to accept us? After all, we belong to the Jie tribe, the girl named Xiao Shui asked once more. This time, they had risked leaving their own tribe with Baya, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Should Ye Feng deny them, they would find themselves in a dire predicament, unable to seek refuge from the winter in a new tribe and facing punishment from their own men, leading to a grim fate. I believe he will. Brother Feng is a good man. His cold demeanor is merely a facade, Baya replied, though uncertainty lingered in her heart. Several women detected Baya's wavering conviction, which only fueled their anxiety. Baya, you must speak highly of Ye Feng, otherwise, we sisters will starve. Whether or not we can reach the warship is paramount, a weary young woman articulated with difficulty. She was the widow of the great chief of the Chasing Sun tribe. Yet what did it matter? Without her husband's protection, she had become a mere servant, burdened with endless toil, and any food they managed to find had to be prioritized for the men of the tribe. Should they dare to hide provisions, their fate would be dire. Often, it involved being flayed, with straw stuffed inside their skins and left on the riverbank as a warning. The more impoverished and backward the community, the more they resorted to severe punishment to control the common populace. Conversely, mistakes made by those of high rank were often met with leniency or obscurity, leaving the transgressions unaddressed. I can't bear it any longer. I am utterly famished. A young woman, clutching her abdomen, knelt on the ground, nearly spent. Get up, Baya urged, grasping her arm. These women persevered with sheer willpower, As one fell, the others could no longer bear the strain and sank to the earth. One elderly woman even resorted to gnawing on the bark of a nearby tree. After just 2 bites, she spat it out, exclaiming, "Bitter. Do not sit down. If you do, you will not rise again." "We are less than 2 miles from the warship," Baya pressed the group. At that moment, 2 men appeared side by side ahead. "Not good. We are being ambushed by natives." Chen immediately raised his bow. However, Wang Zhihai knocked the arrow from his hand, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the 100 indigenous women. "Is this a land of daughters? How wonderful. Chenin, I was lamenting my lack of a wife, and now here are 100. But alas, my strength is not what it once was. It would be quite a challenge to entertain them all." Upon finishing, Wang Zhihai noticed Baya. "Ah, Baya, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Chenin, the situation is thus. These women are from my tribe, long oppressed by the men of our community. After much deliberation, they wish to accompany me to the warship. What do you think?" Baya disregarded Wang Zhihai and clutched Chenan's arm. "That sounds splendid. I have no objections. But you know this matter must be discussed with Feng Ge. Oh, and we should consult Sister Susan as well. My words carry little weight," Chenin replied, shrugging his shoulders. The indigenous women, who had previously looked at Chun and with bright eyes, now seemed deflated and collapsed onto the ground. "Chenin, Feng Ge has always been good to you. Please speak favorably on their behalf. Perhaps this can be arranged. I beg you," Baya implored, nearly kneeling before him. Though Ye Feng's team appeared egalitarian, the reality was that where there are people, there are hierarchies. It was evident that Chunan belonged to the foremost echelon, while the lecherous Mediterranean man was part of the second tier. Baya, being the chieftain's sister, possessed a discerning eye. "However, my influence is limited. It ultimately depends on Feng Ge. I shall inquire with him, and if he consents, I will escort you all back to the warship. If he does not, there is little I can do." Chunan shook his head, fully aware of his limitations and the bounds of his authority. The 100 women gazed at Chunan numbly, their hopes gradually extinguishing. They discerned from his tone that the warship under Ye Feng's command likely did not require more personnel. At that moment, a resounding voice emerged from behind the trees. Chapter 282. Eat slowly, do not choke. Who says I will not agree? Chenin, take them all to the warship. Let them eat their fill. Upon hearing this voice, Baya was overjoyed. It is Feng Ge. He has agreed. He has agreed. She called out to the women behind her. "Ah, really?" Xiao Shui exclaimed with delight, eyes wide with anticipation as they turned towards the source of the voice. In an instant, these women seemed to regain their strength, converging with hopeful gazes towards the woods beyond. Before long, a figure emerged against the sun, nearly blinding to behold. Could this be Feng Ge? Xiao Shui gazed at the distant silhouette, her eyes brimming with admiration. Even before laying eyes on Ye Feng himself, she found herself engulfed in curiosity about the enigmatic figure, only to discover he was surprisingly short, seemingly no taller than 5 feet. "Goodness, sure. How dare you impersonate Feng Ge? By the way, how did you mimic his voice so convincingly?" Chenin exclaimed, exhaling a sigh of relief as he pointed at Shi Zhengliang. Seeing your fervent discussion, I couldn't resist taking the liberty to instill a glimmer of hope, which has now been dashed," Shi Zhengliang remarked, his eyes gleaming as he regarded the group of indigenous women. "Is he not Ye Feng?" "Indeed." Baya nodded. "Oh." Several women promptly fainted. Sure, you are too mischievous. Now, we must carry these fainted women to locate Feng Ge," Chenin declared, taking it upon himself to lift 2 women. Meanwhile, Wang Zhihai hoisted 3 women onto his back. "I shall manage this robust woman," Shi Zhengliang said, shouldering a particularly tall indigenous woman. "Xiao Shui, do not faint now. We have arrived." Baya pointed toward the riverbank, where a throng of indigenous people were busily felling trees. "Who is it? Who is Ye Feng?" Xiao Shui asked weakly, her gaze fixed on the few relatively clean individuals. In her mind, Ye Feng, as the leader of the team, surely would not be engaged in manual labor. However, Baya led her before a mud-caked figure. "Feng Ge, why are you working? Your injury has yet to heal." Baya exclaimed in shock, staring at the mud-covered Ye Feng. Weary, Ye Feng lifted his head and immediately spotted the group of women behind Baya. "Baya, you returned so soon? I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow morning. What are they doing?" Ye Feng wiped the mud from his face. "It is as follows," Baya began to explain patiently, painting a grim picture of the women behind her, as though without Ye Feng's intervention, they would face extinction. Xiao Shui stared unblinkingly at Ye Feng, her eyes filled with deep skepticism. She doubted that this laborer before her was indeed Ye Feng. How could a leader engage in such toil? Shouldn't he resemble the prominent chiefs of the tribe, strolling about with hands clasped behind his back, occasionally cracking a whip? This was not the team she had envisioned. So it is, Ye Feng's brow furrowed. His ship was indeed in dire need of personnel, yet Baya had brought solely women from the Gay tribe. Who could guarantee they wouldn't turn against him once aboard the ship? Moreover, there were 100 indigenous women. Ye Feng could only trust about 30 individuals on his ship, and even they required vigilance against Alba, the 31st indigenous person. Feng Ge, what do you think? If you do not save them, they will perish from hunger, Baya pleaded, shaking Ye Feng's arm. Feng Ge, could you perhaps grant Shannon a favor? These women are in a dire state. If you do not help them, they will starve, Shannon also entreated. Alas, what a tragedy. I would indeed like to place them aboard the warship, Ye Feng inquired, but who will guarantee their loyalty? I, Shannon, will guarantee it. You guarantee? What will you use to assure that? Ye Feng retorted, once they betray us and collaborate with the Gautar tribe in their full-scale assault, we shall all perish. What value does your guarantee hold? With that, he forcefully pushed Shannon aside. Xiao Shui and the 100 indigenous women gazed at Ye Feng with longing eyes. In the past, they could have turned away at any moment, but now such an action would signify their demise through starvation. Even if they were not to starve, returning to their tribe would mean facing death by the hands of indigenous men. There was no path of retreat left. Very well, let them remain on the shore for a month. I cannot promise them accommodation, but I can provide food for a month. After much hesitation, Ye Feng resolved to assist the unfortunate indigenous women, realizing that these women were mere skin and bones. Only he could save them in the entire Heishu River region. Thank you, Ye Feng, thank you, Xiao Shui exclaimed, kneeling down on the ground. The other indigenous women followed suit, kneeling in reverence. Get up. Ye Feng quickly helped Xiao Shui to her feet and addressed the other women sternly. In our team, kneeling is not permitted. All of you stand up. Sure. Please take 5 people and gather some food quickly. Just find anything to eat. We must hurry, for I fear they cannot endure for much longer. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Shi Zhengliang nimbly leapt into the canoe. Meanwhile, Also heir of the Gautar tribe stared furiously at the desolate riverbank. Once filled with hundreds of women, it was now left with only the elderly, weak, and infirm who could barely move. What happened? Also heir demanded, stepping on an old woman. It is Baya. She has rescued the others and taken them to a place with food. You are incompetent. You have failed to provide for us. And now we must scavenge for food only to have it seized by you. The old woman glared at Also heir with bitterness. With a swift kick, Also heir caused the old woman to fall lifelessly to the ground. Yet, his bloody actions did not instill fear. Rather, the other indigenous women looked at the corpse with a hint of envy. In that moment, death seemed the only true liberation. Ye Feng, when spring arrives, I shall lead the warriors of my tribe to annihilate your warship, leaving no trace behind. Especially you, you shall not die swiftly. I will imprison you and torment you for a decade. Also heir spat venomously. After Lu Ku transformed into the vengeful king, he effectively seized control of the entire Gautar tribe. Ma Sikong, on the other hand, was entirely reliant on the support of the high priest, which rendered others reluctant to heed his commands unless the high priest was present. Eat slowly, do not choke. Shi Zhengliang had already delivered the food to the shore. It was a simple fare, meat chopped finely, boiled into a paste with a sprinkle of salt. This was food even dogs would disdain, yet the indigenous women consumed it eagerly, coughing as they ate. Ye Feng gazed with concern at the 100 indigenous women, continuing to pile up the pit. Now, we must sustain an additional 100 individuals, which means we shall need to venture upstream for fishing every week, consequently consuming a considerable amount of charcoal. In an instant, Ye Feng quickened his pace. Chapter 283. Capturing Xiao Shui's heart after a while. The indigenous women had all eaten their fill, huddled together in the woods, drowsy and lethargic. However, one of the indigenous women, unlike the rest, forced herself to approach Ye Feng. Ye Feng, you have provided me with sustenance, and I have nothing to offer in return. If there is anything you desire from me, please do not hesitate to ask. I am willing to barter, Xiao Shui stated. The indigenous women, having been oppressed for so long, had yet to learn the art of manipulation. Typically, the men of their tribe would hunt for them, and in exchange, they would render various labors, such as washing clothes, chopping wood, preparing food, caring for children, or even offering their bodies as a form of exchange. Exchange? Ye Feng continued his work, glancing at Xiao Shui. I can provide labor. What do you require of me? Or perhaps, I could offer you my virginity. Xiao Shui spoke these words without a hint of embarrassment. Ye Feng scrutinized Xiao Shui once more. Aside from her emaciated appearance, her features were quite comparable to Baya. You are far too thin. Make sure to eat more over the next few days. Once you regain some strength, I shall assign you some tasks, Ye Feng replied with a smile. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Xiao Shui was not one to take advantage of his generosity, far surpassing certain women in civilized society who would refuse to contribute during outings, expecting men to pay for meals and gifts without offering anything in return. Not even a simple token of appreciation. Ye Feng believed that these indigenous women were far more deserving of genuine affection. Of course, he understood the importance of not indulging them excessively, lest they succumb to the same attitudes over time. As time flowed steadily, a week swiftly elapsed. 5 days prior, the 100 women had also begun working. Their execution was commendable. The kiln they constructed had excellent sealing properties, superior to Ye Feng's handiwork. However, during this week, Ye Feng was plagued with anxiety, and due to the physical labor, his wounds reopened several times, forcing him to retreat to the deck to recuperate. In truth, the Gage tribe was in disarray, lacking the time or resources to mount an attack. Starving and weakened, the Gage people were unable to muster the energy for any mischief. Du Fu and Long Wu had also recovered. They stood beside Ye Feng, gazing towards the shore. Bro, I apologize for not being able to assist you during my recovery. Long Wu expressed regret. No need for such words among brothers, Ye Feng replied, contemplating crafting a prosthetic limb for Long Wu when time allowed. Du Fu's injuries had been severe as well, but she was now 80% healed. Unfortunately, she no longer possessed a firearm and could only move about the deck with a bow and arrows. At that moment, Cheng Li Bin approached. Bro, over the past week, we have produced charcoal twice, yielding only 8 tons. The quality leaves much to be desired, Cheng Li Bin sighed. Ye Feng calculated that 8 tons of charcoal would suffice for the warship to cover a distance of 120 kilometers, barely ensuring their self-preservation. Fortunately, the Gay tribe had not caused any disturbances during this time. Otherwise, their storage would have been entirely compromised. BRR, it's rather chilly. Du Fu tightened her thin animal skin, as Africans generally have a lower tolerance for cold. It was now early winter, with temperatures hovering around -2 to 3 degrees Celsius. Had Ye Feng not sustained serious injuries, this slight chill would have posed no problem for him. Yet, at present, he felt quite cold. Brother Feng, while producing charcoal is undoubtedly important, we must also prepare winter clothing, especially for the 100 women you have received, along with the 60 natives from Hot Spring Island. This necessitates a considerable amount of animal skins. Otherwise, if they perish from the cold, we will have to personally undertake the construction of our settlement, Cheng Li Bin remarked. Ouch, my back aches terribly. Ye Feng grimaced, clutching his waist, his face contorted in pain. Wounded individuals should not be burdened with concerns, yet the moment he felt troubled, his injury began to throb. All right, Brother Feng, from now on, I will communicate such matters to Sister Susan. You need not worry about them, Cheng Li Bin exclaimed, hastily assisting Ye Feng in tending to his wound. Ye Feng nodded, taking on the role of a carefree overseer on the deck. Constant worry could potentially shorten one's life by 20 years. This beautiful existence had only just begun, and he had no desire for it to be cut short. After a while, Susan returned, and Cheng Li Bin went to report the situation to her. With a pained glance at Ye Feng, Susan summoned those adorned with flowers on their shoulders to the dining hall for a meeting, omitting Ye Feng from the call. Ye Feng cleared his mind, striving to refrain from dwelling on distressing matters and focusing instead on more uplifting thoughts. After some time, the meeting concluded, and Susan waved towards the shore. I declare that the native women may board the warship, while 5 individuals will remain on the shore to guard the storage until the final batch of charcoal is completed. Then, we shall head upstream, Susan announced. The people on the shore, exhausted from a week of labor, rejoiced upon receiving the order and lined up eagerly. With only 4 canoes available, they could transport a maximum of 16 individuals at a time. Chun Un, Tuba, Ding Tuanshuan, and Yi Lian were the first to board the warship. Upon reaching the deck, Susan distributed long spears and bows, instructing Tuba to seize the high ground at the artillery position. Tuba, remember, if those gay women attempt to cause trouble, shoot arrows from your elevated position without hesitation, Susan commanded. Rest assured, I will show no mercy, Tuba replied, nodding as he ascended the artillery position with 2 others. Though Ye Feng chose not to interfere, he found Susan's arrangements quite reasonable, allowing someone like Chun Un or Wang Zhihai, known for their lecherous tendencies, to occupy the high ground might result in them sparing the indigenous beauties out of misplaced compassion. Tuba, however, shared a long-standing enmity with the gay tribe and would not be swayed by mere beauty. Chunin, these women tend to listen to that Xiao Shui, devise a way to win her heart, through the means of marriage, gradually exert control over these 100 individuals. After Susan spoke, she cast a significant glance at Ye Feng. She had certainly noticed Xiao Shui's interest in him. Had he not been injured, it was likely that the two would have rekindled their connection. Thus, the task assigned to Chunin by Susan was a trifecta. It would lead Ye Feng to relinquish his desires, enable Chun and to find a spouse, and indirectly exert control over the 100 indigenous women. Ye Feng, feeling guilty, turned away, unable to meet Susan's gaze. Susan, I never anticipated your kindness towards me, even concerning my lifelong matters. Rest assured, I shall employ my handsome visage to capture Xiao Shui's heart, Chunin declared with a salute. Do your best. Susan replied with a sigh, shaking her head. For canoes had made 8 trips, finally transporting everyone aboard the warship. Only 5 individuals remained at the shore to guard the cellar. In 2 days, once the charcoal was finished, they would venture upstream to hunt and fashion garments from animal hides. Old Chung, steer the warship towards Hot Spring Island, making the most of the current. Conserve the charcoal. Susan shouted towards the captain's quarters. Understood, came the response as the warship tilted to the left, heading for Hot Spring Island. Such a massive vessel consumed hundreds of pounds of charcoal with every movement. If possible, Ye Feng wished the ship would remain still, for any motion signified the rapid depletion of their manpower. Chapter 284. The charge towards Susan. After a while, the warship approached Hot Spring Island. Seeing this, Al Ryu quickened his pace. Susan nestled her warm body gently against Ye Feng, both gazing towards the island. The earthen walls were nearly complete, and Al Ryu and his team were constructing the foundation. Al Feng, they have not been idle this week, Susan remarked softly. After Ye Feng's injury, she had grown increasingly tender towards him, yet she ruled the team with an iron fist. Oh, Ye Feng nodded, delicately inhaling the lingering fragrance of Susan's hair. A woman's scent is often imperceptible to herself. It is only the men who deeply love them that can catch a whiff. Even their sweat, to those who adore them, transforms into a luxurious perfume. How about this, Al Feng? Let us refrain from withholding their food in the future. The weather is growing colder, and if we continue to ration, they may all fall ill, Susan suggested. Over the past week, several had been infected with the goo worm disease, but thankfully, Ye Feng had the warm warship and the medical team led by Chu Shua, which allowed the afflicted to recover one by one. All right, Ye Feng nodded. Wishing to avoid further concerns, if he fretted too much, their food supplies would dwindle. A portion had already spoiled beyond consumption, forcing Shi Zhengliang to discard it. Moreover, they had received 100 indigenous women, whose daily food consumption was substantial. Seeing Ye Feng nod, Susan addressed those on Hot Spring Island. Al Ryu, I will ensure you have enough food for 2 days. Conserve it, and upon our return from hunting upstream, we will compensate you for what is owed. Al Ryu exclaimed, realizing the dangers that lay upstream. What if Ye Feng and his group did not return? Thus it is decided. Sure, prepare to make them jerky. Susan turned to shout towards the distant Shi Zhengliang. However, he appeared oblivious, engrossed in flirtation with a tall indigenous woman. Chunin stood before Xiao Shui, gesticulating animatedly, his words a mystery to her, while she remained composed, occasionally glancing towards Ye Feng. Susan turned her gaze toward the artillery platform where Tuba, draped in heavy animal hides, paced back and forth, his eyes glinting with menace. After a day and a half of waiting, the final batch of charcoal was ready. However, the absence of significant figures overseeing the shore resulted in only 10 out of 30 batches being of acceptable quality. The rest were deemed unusable. Chunin, bring the charcoal aboard the warship. We are heading upstream to hunt, Susan commanded. Very well, I shall take my sister Xiao Shui along, he replied. The process of transporting the charcoal went smoothly, with no disturbances from the Gaer tribe, eliciting a sigh of relief from Ye Feng. At that moment, Ding Tuanshuan suddenly leaped up, pointing excitedly at the shore. Look, it's the little licker, she shouted. Ye Feng focused his gaze and spotted a large black bear on the banks, nearly reaching subadult size. The bear stood upright, casting an eager glance at the warship. Is it still alive? Ye Feng mused, recognizing the creature as the little licker despite the similarity in appearance among black bears. Brother Ye, please go and bring the little licker back. Ding Tianchuan implored. What if its wild instincts have returned? What if it bites someone? Ye Feng responded calmly. I beg you. Brother Ye, don't worry. It won't bite. Ding Tianchuan insisted, tugging at his sleeve. Ask Sister Susan. I'm still recovering. Ye Feng replied, feeling a headache coming on. Tianchuan, if we bring it aboard the warship, we must first chain it securely. Only when we ascertain that it recognizes us can we release it. All right. I will fetch it myself, Ding Tianchuan declared, rowing her canoe ashore. Ye Feng's heart raced anxiously. Shaner, hand me the gun. Here you go. Ye Feng shouldered the rifle, aiming at the little licker on the shore. Should it display any signs of aggression, he was prepared to protect Ding Tianchuan at all costs. Fortunately, all remained calm. And soon Ding Tianchuan guided the little licker into the canoe, which sank 30 centimeters into the water, nearly capsizing. Upon reaching the shore, the little licker immediately bounded towards Susan, licking her feet. Everyone wore straw sandals now. The shoes of civilized society had long since deteriorated beyond recognition. It seems to recognize us, Susan said, stroking the little licker's head. Just to be safe, let us secure it first. Before long, Ye Feng had tethered the little licker to the deck like a dog. The creature did not resist, but instead sat obediently, casting a pitiful gaze at Ye Feng. Little licker, it's not that I distrust you. With so many people on deck, I cannot risk their safety, Ye Feng reassured the creature. To his surprise, it appeared to nod in understanding, as if it comprehended his words. Old chum, set sail, heading north, Susan commanded. Chun Li Bean pulled the rope 5 times, signaling the start of their journey. After the boiler worker in the hold heard the bell ring 5 times, he began to pour boxes of charcoal into the furnace. If the rope was pulled just once, their rate of charcoal pouring would diminish. Lacking an intercom, they could only communicate through this rudimentary method. 10 minutes later, the entire warship roared to life, belching thick smoke from its rear. As the horsepower gradually increased, the vessel swiftly veered off into a tributary, entering the main river channel. Here, the winds on the river became more intense, making it difficult for Ye Feng to keep his eyes open. The indigenous women huddled together for warmth, occasionally letting out a sneeze. 5 individuals remained on duty, donning thicker clothing, while the rest were invited to the dining hall. Ye Feng waved his hand and led the way to the dining area. The hall could accommodate around 50 individuals, and with over 160 on board, it was a snug fit. Chun ignited the stove in the center of the dining hall, reluctantly placing 2 pieces of charcoal inside. The temperature inside gradually rose to 7 or 8 degrees, while outside, it plummeted to -5 degrees. Smiles illuminated everyone's faces as they gathered to chat. Chun recounted romantic tales before Chiu Shui, culminating in a happily ever after for the prince and Cinderella. By the end of his story, he had attracted a crowd of 20 listeners. In a society tempered by countless trials, these tales of love were a new frontier for the indigenous people, their eyes sparkling as they tugged at Chun An's clothing, urging him to continue the narrative. They inquired about how many children the prince and princess had, whether those children became great leaders, and what kinds of love their offspring encountered. Chun could manage to retell, but to invent a story on the spot was beyond him. To learn of what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode, he declared, patting the wooden board. Wang Zhihai, noticing the throng of female listeners surrounding Chun, felt a surge of delight. After all, I am a PhD graduate. My ability to whet appetites is no less than yours. Chun. Chapter 285. Head down to sleep, ladies. Allow me to share the tale of Guan Yu slaying Hua Xiong while his wine was still warm. Shortly thereafter, a large group of indigenous men gathered around Wang Zhihai. Hurry, tell us, did Guan Yu truly slay Hua Xiong? Alba inquired anxiously. Yes, please, when did he finally kill Hua Xiong? Was the wine still warm afterward? Wang Zhihai glanced at the beautiful women encircling Chun and then at the men around him, suddenly losing enthusiasm. To know what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode. No, you must clarify today whether Guan Yu killed Hua Xiong. Speak quickly, my patience is limited. I'm not charging you anything. I simply lack the mood to narrate today. Ye Feng was listening to Susan's meeting when, in a flash, Wang Zhihai was attacked by the crowd. What the hell? I'm telling you a story for free, and you still hit me? Who told you not to clarify whether Guan Yu killed Hua Xiong? The dining hall erupted into a lively commotion. Everyone, please take your seats and make room for Wang Zhihai and the others, Ye Feng exclaimed with enthusiasm. On the warship, there was little entertainment, so this became an impromptu spectacle. Shannon charged in to act as the referee. Since a contest was to take place, it necessitated a one-on-one bout. Thus, the other indigenous brothers stepped aside, allowing Alba to face off against Wang Zhihai alone. Within less than 3 rounds, Wang Zhihai was defeated. Despite Alba's advanced age, he was, after all, an indigenous man with extensive combat experience, having once held the position of chief. The other indigenous men grew intrigued and began to engage in pairs, merely to showcase their strength in hopes of attracting the attention of the indigenous women. The warship continued its journey upstream, while the tournament in the dining hall approached its conclusion. As night fell, Maisie, please arrange accommodations for them, with the expectation that cleanliness would be maintained by the residents of each dormitory. Chunin, you will also oversee their housing arrangements, with responsibility for cleanliness falling upon them. You shall inspect the sanitation daily, and the dormitory with the poorest hygiene shall be tasked with cleaning the restroom for an entire week. Susan promptly cleared the dining hall. Now, those seated were the higher-ups. Brother Feng, Sister Susan, I have a proposal that could enable us to enjoy hot showers every day during winter, Zhang Ziqing suggested. Oh, do share, Susan exclaimed with delight. Although she currently managed to bathe daily, it was quite cumbersome. She had to hoist water from below using a bucket, drawing only one at a time and needing to conserve it. Apart from a few particularly fastidious girls, most bathed only every 3 or 4 days. Some men, like Tuba, had not been seen bathing since their acquaintance with Ye Feng, and the odor was quite overwhelming. Isn't there a steam engine in the lower hold? When the stove is fired up, the water inside reaches over 100 degrees. We could harness the steam engine's rotation and extend an iron pipe into the river, allowing us to draw water to the 2nd level. Then, by placing a portion of the pipe near the furnace, the water that rises will be heated, making it suitable for bathing when it reaches the 2nd level. If it's too hot, we can simply lengthen the pipe. This way, we won't need to haul water daily. We just need to operate the steam engine to have a continuous supply of hot water. Zhang Ziqing finally elucidated his plan. That's a commendable idea, but operating the steam engine will consume a considerable amount of charcoal. Susan hesitated. No worries, we can bathe while the ship is underway. This will neither impede the vessel's speed nor compromise anyone's health, Zhang Ziqing assured her. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. Susan nodded in agreement. Brother Feng, Sister Susan, if there are no objections, please assign me 5 individuals from civilized society. I will personally design a new type of water heater. All right, choose your team. If they resist, just remind them that this is sanctioned by both you and Brother Feng, Susan replied, nodding in understanding. Zhang Ziqing, emboldened by the support of Feng and Susan, confidently sought out laborers, even approaching his rival Wang Zhihai to enlist his help. While Ye Feng and the others reveled aboard the warship, a figure swiftly sprinted along the riverbank, keeping pace with the vessel, resembling an arrow propelled by the wind. Such a large ship, and so wondrous? How astonishing that a vessel can traverse such speed without human rowers. Mohidu concealed himself behind a grand tree, his eyes gleaming as he gazed upon the warship. In the distant north, within his tribe, there also existed numerous large ships. Yet those vessels paled in comparison to this peculiar craft. Most notably, this ship required no oarsmen. How splendid! With the failure of this mission, returning home would mean certain death. However, if I could commandeer this remarkable ship, perhaps I might earn the favor of my superiors and escape with my life. Mohidu murmured to himself, resuming his pursuit of the warship. The warship, unimpeded by tributaries or terrain, swiftly advanced upstream, needing only to cover 100 kilometers to reach the north. In contrast, Mohidu faced numerous detours at every stream, circumventing hills and giant trees alike. Thus, his journey spanned 5 to 6, even 10 times the distance of the warship. Alas, I am but a level 1 beast fighter, unable to traverse water. Mohidu encountered a tributary blocking his path. To bypass this 5-kilometer wide stream, he would have to undertake a journey 10-fold longer. Gritting his teeth, he plunged into the frigid waters. On the artillery platform, Tuba, binoculars in hand, suddenly focused on a splash in the tributary. It appeared that some fish had yet to migrate upstream. Perhaps it would be prudent for Fengge to fish here. With that thought, Tuba descended from the platform, making his way toward Ye Feng's quarters. If they were to navigate the warship upstream, they would expend nearly half of their charcoal supply. However, if they avoided the northern expanse of the marsh, they would require only a fraction of that. After some time, the warship's speed diminished. A group of indigenous people braved the cold winds to ascend the deck. Tuba began demonstrating. Behold, this is a fishing net. Allow me to teach you how to cast it. First, stand at the bow of the ship, mimicking my actions as you throw it forcefully, ensuring the net opens wide. Once the net has fully submerged, notify Lao Cheng to rotate at half a knot in one direction. Then, based on the tension in the warship, we shall ascertain the quantity of our catch. With that, Tuba cast the net with vigor, watching it sink into the water, drawing down layers of neatly folded nets from the deck. After much toil, Mohidu finally swam to catch up with the warship. He observed it spinning in the river, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Once I have rested, I shall board this extraordinary vessel. With that, Mohidu reclined and fell into a deep slumber, a formidable being capable of disregarding his surroundings in sleep. Chapter 286. It is daytime. Let us speak of nightfall. Later that night, Tuba cast the net 7 times, capturing less than 10 tons of fish, with crabs comprising the majority. Yet, the crabs contained little flesh, so after shelling and peeling, the actual edible yield barely amounted to 4 tons. Meanwhile, nearly a ton of charcoal was consumed. Thus, fishing required 1 ton of charcoal to yield 4 tons of pure meat. Of course, they had yet to cross the Great Marsh. If they ventured to the northern side, their catch would likely be more abundant. In the morning, Ye Feng arrived on deck, surveying the mountainous pile of fish, personally selecting a shrimp to have Shizhingliang prepare as sashimi. Susan had already taken command on the deck. Everyone joined in to sort the food, categorizing the crabs, fish, and shrimp. 100 women mobilized, beginning to classify the fish, removing their entrails and skins, and hanging them on the ship's rail. In winter, fish are less prone to spoilage after the entrails are removed, so Susan merely preserved a portion with salt, while the rest was entrusted to the great refrigerator of winter. At that moment, Ye Feng suddenly gazed towards the opposite shore, over 20 kilometers away. He had just caught a glimpse of a large splash, as if some colossal creature had entered the water. Tuba, it seems something is swimming across from the shore. Prepare the bows and arrows. Brother Feng, can arrows be effective against otherworldly beasts? Tuba inquired, puzzled. Ye Feng smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting to assemble the crossbow. With only 3 bolts remaining, he realized that to confront a formidable beast, he would have to rely on the crossbow, as ordinary arrows could hardly pierce the hide of such entities. On this side, Emohi Duo also observed the happenings across the shore. It appeared that the otherworldly beast had taken an interest in the strange vessel, presenting an opportunity for him. Just as he finished this thought, Emohi Duo's expression changed as he suddenly turned around. Moments ago, his powerful beast fighter instincts had sensed something lurking behind him. Yet, upon turning, he saw nothing, causing his expression to shift again. He understood that such a sensation could only arise from 2 scenarios, one being a mere illusion, and the other, the presence of a significantly stronger human lurking nearby. Which esteemed individual is this? Emohi Duo inquired gravely. After a moment, the grass rustled, and a golden giant beast emerged. The Vengeful King? Emohi Duo stepped back, narrowing his eyes. If it were merely the Vengeful King, he could still escape if he could not win. After a while, the trees parted, and 4 vengeful children bore a palanquin. The palanquin was tightly sealed with beast skins. Duo Yenhina? So it is you? A twitch appeared at the corner of Emohi Duo's eye. The beast's skin was lifted, revealing the breathtaking visage of Duo Yenhina. Even with her pale complexion, her stunning beauty remained unparalleled. Emohi Duo, we meet again, Duo Yenhina stated, stepping out from the palanquin. Boom. The golden beast shifted, guarding her closely. Duo Yenhina, I do not know what your status is, but even our Yinshan tribe would not dare to act against you without permission, insisting on delivering you to the temple. I suspect you belong neither to the Jie tribe, nor to our great Yinshan tribe, Emohi Duo said coldly. You need not worry about that. I am with child by another, and according to temple customs, it is indeed a dead end for me. However, I possess the right to choose my death. I now have a means to evade divine punishment, and you, even if you fail your mission, will not face execution, Duo Yenhina declared. Waving her hand to the side, the golden beast shifted, creating a path. What method? Emohi Duo asked, eyeing Duo Yenhina warily. In truth, with his strength, if not for the protection of the Vengeful King, killing Duo Yen would be as easy as stepping on an ant. However, he was wary of Duo Yenhina's seemingly endless stratagems and her extraordinary intellect. In the past, Imoho believed that merely increasing his strength and speed would qualify him as a formidable warrior. Yet, following his arrival at the Yunshan clan, his understanding underwent a profound transformation. A true powerhouse is not merely defined by brute strength, speed, or the number of foes vanquished. True strength emanates from the heart. It was evident that Duo Yanhina was a genuine force to be reckoned with. Even after transgressing the divine edict, she audaciously awaited at the Ge clan, seemingly intent on bearing a child. Moreover, he had witnessed her formidable tactics, having not only slain his companions, but also suffered losses at the hands of the vengeful king. Such a woman could rise to power in favorable conditions, sweeping away all opposition, and remain unperturbed in adversity, seizing even the slightest opportunity to turn the tide. Imohua, I did indeed command the slaughter of your entire family, but do not hold it against me. That was a strategic decision, a means to an end. If you wish to survive now, you must collaborate with the vengeful king to storm the warship and reclaim it. Will you ally with me? Imohua could not help but take a step back. He was born of the Ge clan and found Duo Yanhina to be a source of profound frustration. You have seen my condition. I cannot remain within the Ge clan, thus I must await on the warship for 10 months to give birth, after which my abilities will be fully restored. Meanwhile, you can utilize this vessel to bargain for your life with the Yunshan clan. Is my proposal clear enough? Duo Yanhina stated calmly. What? Are you implying that the strange vessel in the river is indeed the one belonging to the Ge clan? Imohua's eyes widened in disbelief. He had often climbed aboard to play as a child, never imagining that this seemingly worthless craft could now be afloat in the river. Indeed, if you agree, I shall reveal the detailed plan, Duo Yanhina replied. At this juncture, I have no choice but to acquiesce. Duo Yanhina, you have always been cunning. I hope you will not deceive me this time. Imoho remained cautious. My plan is for you and the vengeful king to swim through the water and enter via the bottom hatch's window, which will pose no obstacle for the two of you. On the deck, there lies a cannonball forged from metal. You will toss that cannonball into the river, rendering the warship devoid of any threats to you. At that point, you and the vengeful king can eliminate everyone aboard, but leave a few alive to navigate the ship. Duo Yanhina instructed. Shall we proceed now? Imoho inquired. It is currently daytime. We shall wait until nightfall. At night, you and the vengeful king will attack the warship from both ends simultaneously. Very well, it is settled. Ye Feng kept a watchful eye on the river, fearful that some creature might emerge from the depths. He had waited from morning until noon, yet no creature had infiltrated the bottom hatch. Brother Feng, perhaps you are overthinking. Even if a creature were to enter the water, it may not be heading toward the warship, Chunin advised. That is a valid point, Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Just then, the entire warship shuddered, causing many on the deck to tumble. Ye Feng was the first to rise, casting his gaze toward the stern. It seemed as though the fishing net had ensnared something substantial, causing the warship to momentarily halt. Brother Feng, could it be that we are not netting any extraordinary beasts? Chapter 287. I assign you a task quickly, reel in the net. Susan, raise your rifle, and everyone else, prepare for battle. At Ye Feng's command. He personally grasped the enormous bow. Though his waist injury had yet to heal, he believed that if there truly were extraordinary beasts in the net, it would be worth risking his wound to engage in battle. 16 indigenous people began to turn the reel, and the massive fishing net was slowly drawn onto the deck. All held their breath, fixated on the river's surface. Should any extraordinary creature surface, they would not hesitate to act. Brother Feng, it's not an extraordinary beast. It's a decayed wooden box. No, there are multiple boxes entangled in the net. Chunin stared at the fishing net in confusion. The shape of the boxes did not resemble those crafted by the indigenous people. They seemed more akin to artifacts from a civilized society. Regardless of what lies within, bring it all up, Ye Feng commanded, and he took hold of the fishing net himself. With the collective effort of over 100 individuals, the entire net was hoisted onto the deck, revealing not only some fish, but also 3 enormous wooden boxes. They had likely been submerged for quite some time, yet the wood appeared to have undergone special treatment, preventing complete decay. Smash it open and see what treasures lie inside, Ye Feng instructed, stepping back. Brother Feng, could there be zombies or something similar inside? Have you seen Resident Evil 3? Chunin questioned. Viruses, nonsense. Smash it open and find out, responded Tuba, straightforward as ever. As he swung an axe at the box, the outer layer of wood shattered quickly, but inside was a layer resembling waterproof fabric. Susan approached and tore at the fabric, which disintegrated completely. Ye Feng, this must also be a remnant of the Germans. Perhaps there is a German shipwreck in this region, Susan suggested. Let us see what's inside. Thus, a group rushed forward, ripping apart the waterproof fabric, revealing yet another layer of wooden boxes, this one in much better condition. With only half of it decayed, they meticulously dismantled 3 layers. Once the enormous boxes were opened, they finally unveiled the last layer of waterproof fabric and 5 smaller boxes beneath. Although these boxes were smaller, each measured about 2 meters square, and were similarly wrapped in a waterproof layer. Ye Feng approached and personally pulled back the central waterproof fabric. What the hell is this? An automatic cannon, Shunan exclaimed, gazing at the large machine gun before him. This type of machine gun was unfamiliar to Ye Feng. It was certainly not a weapon from World War II. He ran his hand over its surface, feeling a cold texture that did not resemble melted metal, yet it undoubtedly contained metallic components. Brother Feng, this machine gun has an enormous caliber, probably about 1.5 centimeters. Even a Tyrannosaurus Rex wouldn't withstand a shot. Shunin, ever the enthusiast, had climbed atop the machine gun. This machine gun stood approximately 2 meters tall, and its base was forged from a solid piece of material, weighing at least half a ton. Check if the interior of the barrel shows any corrosion, Ye Feng instructed. There's none. I poked it with my finger. It's smooth inside. With rifling too, Shunin replied. Ye Feng's heart raced with exhilaration. This machine gun, if it could still fire, would replace naval artillery and become the ultimate weapon aboard the warship. Quick, break open those small crates and see if they contain ammunition. Ye Feng trembled as he spoke, fervently hoping for bullets inside. If not, what purpose would this machine gun serve? Susan was the first to act, smashing open the 3 small crates in succession. To their delight, golden bullets were revealed within, each measuring 15 centimeters in length, accompanied by a long chain of ammunition. Now, let us open the remaining 2 large crates. But be careful not to damage their contents, Ye Feng urged, clutching his chest as he felt a surge of anxiety. The sudden arrival of such fortune was overwhelming. With this machine gun, even if Godzilla were to appear, it would be reduced to mere fragments. With the collective efforts of Susan and the others, 10 minutes later, Ye Feng discarded his cane and seized one of the machine guns. There were 3 of these formidable weapons on deck, each standing 2 meters tall. It seemed the Germans had been idly inventing on the island, perhaps in response to sightings of the monstrous beings across the shore, leading to the development of such an oversized firearm. After all, utilizing artillery against those creatures would be wasteful and difficult to aim. Only a weapon of this caliber could pose a genuine threat. Shunin, load a bullet into the chamber. I wish to take a test shot at the shoreline. Ye Feng exclaimed with fervor, ignoring the pain from his wounds. With a satisfying click, a 15-centimeter bullet was loaded, and Ye Feng excitedly aimed the machine gun at a massive tree on the shore. Boom! Everyone covered their ears as a fiery tongue erupted from the muzzle, akin to a cannonball being discharged. The giant tree shook violently, its leaves cascading to the ground. As the smoke cleared, Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. A square-meter hole had been blasted in the center of the tree, flames flickering within. Ha! Ye Feng could no longer contain his glee, embracing the machine gun in a fit of laughter. Brother Feng, there are over 500 bullets in just those 3 crates. Let me take a shot too. Shunin suggested eagerly. No, this is a non-renewable resource, Ye Feng replied firmly. In the future, these 3 machine guns will only be used by me, Susan, and Raimai. We cannot waste a single bullet. Each round must be used to eliminate a beast. With that, he cast an ambitious gaze toward the distant shore. Brother Feng, the last machine gun seems to have some minor corrosion. It may not fire, Wang Zhihai pointed out, indicating the final weapon. What? Ye Feng rushed over to inspect the rusted rifling inside the barrel. Never mind, we'll make do with 2 machine guns. One will be mounted at the bow and the other at the stern, as they can rotate a full 360 degrees to cover the entire warship. Ye Feng issued the command, and Chunan, accompanied by 20 men, set about lifting one of the machine guns, which weighed approximately half a ton and had no handles for grip. After half an hour of strenuous effort, they finally managed to hoist the machine gun to the bow of the ship. Secure the base of this machine gun on the bow of the ship, otherwise, in the event of turbulent winds and waves, it could prove fatal, Ye Feng shouted. Chunan nodded and proceeded with the task. Subsequently, Tuba and the others installed the second machine gun at the stern, with the ammunition conveniently placed nearby. Ye Feng's gaze fell upon the final, inoperative machine gun. Fifth brother, I have a task for you, Ye Feng stated. All right, Long Wu replied eagerly, puffing out his chest. Despite his disability, he always felt inadequate and yearned to prove his worth. Fifth brother, focus on examining this machine gun and strive to restore it. If successful, we shall possess 3 machine guns, Ye Feng encouraged, patting Long Wu on the shoulder. Rest assured, leave it to me. Someone, please carry this machine gun to the 5th floor, to my private quarters, Long Wu commanded.